Chapter 1, Legacy. In a remote location, one could only see destruction. As the sun was slowly rising, it showed two men, one standing and one seemingly dead. All around the battlefield were weapons, craters, and apparently a large waterfall, no doubt created by the intensity of the fight. This place would later be known as the Valley of the End. The man that was barely standing had neck-length, long black hair, black eyes, and was wearing what appeared to be a worn, red armor with plates going around the arms and chest for protection. The man was none other than Hashirama Senju, leader of the Senju clan, and the first Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, or the Hidden Leaf Village, or Hidden Village Among the Leaves. Why did it have to come to this, Madara? Asked Hashirama to himself, overlooking the corpse of his long-term friend, quote-unquote. The now identified man lying on the ground had long, spiky black hair that almost reached his lip, covering the left part of his face, including his left pitch black eye. He also wore the same armor style. Lying on the ground with a sword impaled in his chest was Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan and co-founder of the Leaf Village. I'm sorry, but you chose the wrong path. Goodbye, old friend. May you find peace in the afterlife, said Hashirama as he turned to walk away from the long battle he just fought, his head lowered in shame as he couldn't save his friend from his choices. A couple days later, in an unknown location. Oh, my head, where am I? Asked Madara. Slowly opening his eyes, he immediately shot up and winced from the pain in his chest. Looking around, he found out he was in a small wooden house. From the looks of it, it was a modest-looking house, small, probably only one person lived there. Easy there, champ, you got wounded pretty badly, said an unknown female as she approached him. Looking at her, he noticed she had long, smooth, blonde hair that reached her waist, blue eyes, and an oval face. She was wearing a brown shirt that easily showed her C-cup breasts and dark blue pants. All in all, sitting in front of him was a beautiful young woman smiling at him. Who are you? Where am I? Asked Madara, being a bit worried to the female, even though he was still weak from the fight. Well, my name is Namikaze Hanako, and as to where you are, we're in Ricefield country, near the ocean, said Hanako, featuring a small smile that didn't go unnoticed by Madara. What happened? How did I get here? Asked an impatient Madara, trying to figure out what happened since his memory was a bit fuzzy. So many questions, just lie down and relax. You got injured in your last fight and barely made it. You're lucky that I found you and brought you here and healed you. There are times I didn't think you would pull through. After all, not many people survive getting a sword for their chest. Now, how about you tell me who you are? Asked Hanako, taking into account that the man was probably shinobi. I am the great Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan, co-founder of the Leaf Village, said Madara, with a pride in being a member of the Uchiha clan. A bit full of ourselves, aren't we? Said Hanako, giggling at Madara and getting a glare from him. Are you a shinobi? Asked Hanako with caution, not knowing yet if he could be trusted. Indeed I am. I am one of the most powerful shinobi in the world, known only to be matched in power by Hashirama Senju, the current Hokage of the Leaf, said Madara, spitting the last word with venom. He still hated Leaf and his clan for not following his leadership and abandoning him to follow a Senju of all people. You still got your ass handed to you, said Hanako, chuckling and going full-blown laughter as Madara was glaring at her and murmuring something about disrespectful and troublesome blondes. Well, I'm going out for some food. Get some rest. It will take a couple months to get you back to full health, said Hanako, as Madara was laying back in the bed, remembering his loss to Hashirama, but chuckling darkly as he remembered that he got what he was going for. 5 years later in the Ricefield country, many would have thought that Uchiha Madara was a cold person, incapable of love or caring about another person other than himself. However, this couldn't be far from the truth. In the last 5 years, a lot has changed, and although Madara wouldn't admit it, he has grown very close to Hanako, actually treating her like his wife and even abandoning his plans for revenge against his fellow clan members. Maybe this is the peace I always chased, thought Madara as he watched the love of his life with her head on his chest. In past years, he adopted the life of fisherman along with Hanako and left behind all the fights and wars he once fought. Hanako also got to know about Madara and his clan and village that he created along with his long-life rival and friend Hashirama. She got to know about the life of a shinobi and Madara's Kekkei, the Sharingan. Who would have thought that the great Uchiha Madara would simply live a civilian life, away from battles? Ironic, as I had always wished to die in the heat of battle at the hands of a powerful enemy, said Madara, as he chuckled that he almost died at the hands of Hashirama. If leaving the shinobi life is what it takes for me to be happy and make Hanako happy, I'll gladly forget about my past and focus on the future, thought Madara as he drifted off to sleep, embracing the warmth of his lover. Another 5 years later, in Ricefield country. Another 5 years have passed, and now we could see a happy Madara leaning against a tree, embracing Hanako in his chest. Both glancing to see, they could see a 4-year-old kid trying to stand in the water. He had spiky blonde hair and bluest eyes than anyone had ever seen. His name was Namikaze Minato, son of Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Hanako. Seeing their son trying and failing to stand in the water, both parents sighed, feeling happy about having a wonderful child and a wonderful partner that loved the other. Although Madara had abandoned his shinobi ways, he decided to train young Minato to defend himself, should the need ever arise. Madara also explained to him that he decided to give him her mother's name because Uchiha were known and feared all over the world. He also explained to him about the Hokage Genkai of the Sharingan and showed him it, saying that one day he would also wield it and that he should be proud of his heritage. A few weeks later, Madara was currently heading home after going into a town to buy groceries. On the way home, he felt a burst of chakra in the direction of his house. Even though Madara had abandoned being a shinobi, he still kept most of his skills sharp, never knowing when you might need them. Quickly rushing for the woods, his house came into view, and he saw a bleeding Hanako and young Minato trying to hold off a couple of rogue Ame, or Rain, shinobi. Without hesitation, he quickly disappeared in a burst of speed and stopped just in time to block a sword that would have killed his only son. Activating the Sharingan, he just glared at the 4 shinobi in front of them, and by the looks of them, they were merely Chunin level. The Ame shinobi, seeing the Sharingan glowing in all its power, the leader of the group asked, "Who are you?" stuttering after seeing the Sharingan. The shinobi knew too well the power of the Hokage Genkai and its clan members. "I am Madara, Uchiha Madara," said Madara, as wind blew the hair on his back, giving them an aura of power that intimidated even the most powerful enemies. After hearing the name, the Ame shinobi paled and took a couple steps back as seeing the man in front of him, the legendary Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, Madara activated his Susanoo and quickly killed the 4 Ame shinobi without remorse. Looking back, he saw that Minato was passed out from chakra exhaustion. Approaching his lover, he looked at her eyes, and his heart filled with remorse for not being there and not being able to protect the one person that mattered the most in this world, the love of his life. Take care of our son," said a weak Hanako, giving one last kiss to her lover. She closed her eyes, never to open them again. Madara just stood there frozen, looking at his now dead wife. In his mind, he was getting flashes of the last 10 years of his life. And the last years, all he got was happiness, wanted to get that stolen from him. Taking one last look at his Hanako, he made a decision that would influence the entire world. "I was too naive to think this would last, too naive to believe the world had changed, too naive to leave my plans behind. I will lead the world to true peace and happiness. I'll honor your memory, Hanako. I'll create a world made of love and happiness, and I will make sure that you will stand by my side," thought Madara as he picked up his son and jumped into the woods, leaving behind his former home. A month later, Madara and Minato were staying a few miles outside the main gates of Konoha. As Madara looked one final time to Minato, "Minato, my son," said Madara, getting Minato's attention. In the last month, Madara trained Minato to the ground, bent on getting his son as strong as possible so he could keep himself safe. During this month of training, Minato had activated Sharingan, quite a feat for someone so young. Remember to keep the Uchiha name and bloodline a secret from the village, but never forget your legacy. Even though I dislike to send you, this village will keep you safe and strong. Never abandon your beliefs, and fight for what you hold dear. Only when fighting to protect someone precious to you will you show your true strength. I am sorry to leave you alone, but this is something I must do alone. Speak to the 3rd Hokage, and tell him you are an orphan and wish to join Konoha. He will keep you safe. There may come a time when we will fight each other. Until then, good luck," said Madara as he started to walk away, leading his son to a new path. "Well, I guess this is it," said Minato as he walked for the main gates of Konoha and said to himself, "I'll make you proud, Tosan. I'll honor your memory, Kasan." 20 years later, in an undisclosed location outside of Konoha, screams echoed around the entire room. This scream seemed to belong to a young baby. The baby weighed 3 kilograms and had spiky blonde hair and a pair of dark blue eyes, pretty much a carbon copy of his father, Minato Namikaze. "Congratulations, Kushina-san. It's a beautiful boy," said the nurse as she handed the newborn baby to her mother. The woman in the bed could only be described as a red-head beauty, with long, smooth crimson red hair going all the way to her waist, blue eyes, and an ample D-cup breast adorned her well-developed body. She embraced her son for the first time. "Hello, Sochi," said Kushina. Minato turned to his son and said, "Welcome to our family, Naruto." Now, without further ado, let's get into Chapter 2, Birth of a Legend. Previously. "Hello, Sochi," said Kushina. Minato turned to his son and said, "Welcome to our family, Naruto. Current time at an undisclosed location outside of Konoha." "Rest, Kushina. You will have plenty of time," said Byuko, as she picked up Naruto for his first bath. Byuko was a woman at a height of 170 centimeters, long, brown hair trapped in ponytail with brown eyes. She is around 50 years old and is the wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, the previous leader of Konoha. "How are you feeling, Kushina?" asked Minato, concerned with his loving wife. "Just tired," she replied. "Thank you," he said, when suddenly a voice unknown to both Minato and Kushina echoed through the room. "So away from Jinchuriki, fourth Hokage," the masked man said as he held Naruto hostage with a kunai at his neck. Byuko and the nurse lay dead on the floor. "Okay, just calm down," said Minato, frightened, concern evident in his eyes. "Speak for yourself, fourth Hokage. I am perfectly calm," the masked man said as he threw Naruto in the air, preparing to stab him with the kunai. Suddenly, in a yellow flash, Minato grabbed Naruto as the masked man made his way towards Kushina. Buzzing was heard as Minato realized 5 explosive tags placed in the blanket around Naruto. In a burst of speed, Minato removed the blanket and teleports to his safe house. Minato's safe house outside of Konoha. An explosion occurred as Minato is blasted away with his son in his arms. "That man is no ordinary shinobi," said Minato, wondering just who the masked man is. "He managed to separate me from Kushina." Teleporting to the Namikaze compound, Minato places his son on the bed, whispering, "Rest now, Naruto. I'm going to save your mother. I'll be back." Undisclosed location outside of Konoha. The masked man approached Kushina and warped away to the outside of the house. Placing his head on her stomach, he began to extract a Kyuubi. In a couple of minutes, a figure is seen erupting from her stomach and materializing in the air. There stood the 9-tailed demon fox, in all its glory with 9 tails swinging. With a glimpse, the masked man traps the Kyuubi under its control. The once red-slit eyes of the Kyuubi are now red with 3 black tomoes, the Sharingan glowing in all its power. "Wait," said a weak Kushina, realizing what was about to happen. "Incredible. Uzumaki-clan is simply incredible. Not even extracting a tailed beast from you is enough to kill you," said the masked man as he commanded the Kyuubi to kill his former Jinchuriki. "It's only fitting that the Kyuubi kills its container," he said. As the Kyuubi is about to crush Kushina, a yellow flash is seen. Standing in a tree not far away, we see Minato and Kushina in his arms, bridal style. He really lives up to his name, Minato Namikaze, Konoha's Yellow Flash, he says, warping to the edge of the village. Minato flashed to the Namikaze compound, laying Kushina near her son as she embraces him. "Kushina, I'm going to stop the Kyuubi. Take care of him," he said, and the yellow flash, he was gone. North entrance of Konoha. It was a warm, calm summer night in the village hidden in the leaves. Lights were seen all around the village as the people followed their lives, unaware of what was about to happen. "Summoning jutsu," the masked man said, slapping his palm on the ground, and in a burst of smoke there stood the Kyuubi, ready to unleash his fury upon the unsuspecting village. Suddenly, a roar is heard as the Kyuubi starts its destruction. Swinging its tails and using its paws, nothing stood in its way. "Lord Ferd, the Kyuubi has appeared in the north part of the village," said Anbu as he bowed his head to the third Hokage. "Yes, I heard it. Some of the forces evacuate the civilians. We must push the Kyuubi out of the village and wait for Lord Ford," said the third Hokage. Minato Namikaze is seen standing on the top of the Hokage monument, ready to go face to face with the Kyuubi when he senses a presence behind him. Quickly ducking and turning around, he swings a kunai only to phase through the head of his enemy. Suddenly, everything begins to become distorted, as the masked man starts to absorb in a ripple-like pattern, and then Minato, before it's finished, disappears. He flashed away to his safe house. Safe house. After Minato escaped the masked man. That technique, Minato said, pondering what he just experienced. It's a space-time technique more advanced than my own. It doesn't require seals, or I would have seen them with my Sharingan. It's best if I had my Sharingan under a Genjutsu. I don't know who he is, but his chakra signature seems familiar. Suddenly a figure starts to appear just a few meters away from Minato. There he stood, the masked man preparing to face the legendary yellow flash. The men stared at each other, each one daring the other to make the first move. Who are you? Asked Minato as he wondered who could possibly have the power to not only unleash but also control the QB. My name is long forgotten, despised in the history of this village. I was once known as Mother Uchiha, but you can call me Toby, he replied, chuckling at the irony of asking a masked man who he is. No, I know for a fact that you are not Mother Uchiha. Although your chakra seems familiar, you are not him, Minato said, trying to find out the masked man's identity. The masked man simply stood there wondering how in the world could the fourth Hokage know that he isn't Madara. Something here isn't right. How can he know Madara's chakra signature? Toby thought. Both warriors dashed at each other in a battle for speed. The fastest would win. Minato simply throws his Hirashin, or the Flying Thunder God technique, kunai, at Toby as it phases through his head. Getting closer to each other, preparing for the face-off, Minato charges a Rasengan in his right hand, preparing to slam it into Toby. Toby's about to touch Minato, preparing to absorb him. Victory is mine, he says, and suddenly Minato disappears from his sight, only to appear behind his back, using the kunai he previously threw. Minato twists his body, slamming the Rasengan into Toby, vaporizing the area, and marking Toby with the Hirashin seal. I underestimated him, Toby says, when suddenly Minato appears in front of him, stabbing him with a kunai and applying a contract remove seal to free the QB. Toby, seeing that he lost this battle, says, I will be back, and I will get my revenge on the Leaf Village, as he warps away. Something tells me he wasn't joking, and he's an Uchiha with a chakra signature similar to my father's. I wonder who he is, thought Minato, as he gets up and gets ready to stop the QB, flashing onto the battlefield. Konoha, northern part of the village. In the battlefield stood the third Hokage, leading the forces and trying his best to push the QB away from the village, when suddenly he hears summoning jutsu. Minato says he drops on the top of QB with his summon, Gamabunta, the toe boss, pitting the QB onto the ground. Try and hold him down as long as you can. Teleporting something this big requires preparation, he says to the toe boss as Minato prepares to teleport the QB away from the village. Are you crazy? I am not a miracle worker. Hurry, Gamabunta says. Suddenly both Minato and the QB disappear. Near the safe house. Arriving near a safe house with the QB, Minato is painted from the massive chakra he just pulled to teleport the QB.
Fourth Hokage, quick, you must seal me. I can still feel that damn Uchiha pushing me. I refuse to be controlled,
says the QB, much to Minato's surprise. He wants me to seal him? Thought Minato as he teleported to the safe house, picking up Kushina and Naruto for the ritual. Kushina, I need your help to restrain him. He's still being pushed, he says as Kushina gathers the remains of her chakra to form chains to snare the QB to the ground. Minato starts performing a long chain of seals, and at the end he shouts, Dead demon-consuming seal.
Fourth Hokage, get out of the way!
The QB shouts as he feels being driven to kill his next vessel. However, both Minato and Kushina jump in front of his claw, protecting their son. Kushina, we don't have much time. Any last words? He asks Kushina. Naruto, she starts. I want you to grow into a nice young man and a strong shinobi. Remember to bathe every day and go to bed early. You need your sleep. Also, I want you to make friends. You don't need that many, only a few, as long as they are true friends. Also, no drinking until you're 20, and stay away from Jiraiya. I am sorry, Minato, I took your time. Don't worry, he says. QB, can you look out for my son? I know he will have a hard life, he asks.
It would be my honor. I will take care of your kid.
The QB replies, wondering just how the hell this night could have happened. Damn, Minato thought. I need to make sure he knows of my father's legacy. I can't let him go to Uchihas, not with the QB in him, but I never told anyone and it's too late now. He starts thinking when suddenly an idea struck his head. Maybe this will work. Suddenly, Minato gathers what's left of his chakra, pushing it into his eyes as he starts spinning and says in a weak tone, Tsukuyomi. As Minato's eyes start to drift off, he says, Naruto, listen to what your mother said and grow up to be strong. and brave shinobi, and with the last of his strength, he whispers, 8 trigram seal. And that's the end of chapter 2. Now we begin chapter 3, the beginning of a legend. In every shinobi village, there is a reminder of their previous leaders and heroes to honor their memory and sacrifice they did to protect and defend their homes. In Konoha, there's a certain mountain that shows exactly that. The mountain is called the Hokage Mountain, and in it are carved the previous and current Hokages of the Leaf, and there stood the faces of the legendary shinobi. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, leader of the Senju clan, one of the founders of the Leaf Village, and the first user of the Mokuton element, or wood release. He was a caring and kind person, dedicated to serving his village. However, he ended up dying during the First Shinobi War. His fight against Uchiha Madara had taken his soul and left him permanently weakened. He was at the time of his death a shell of his former self. But even now, about 80 years after his death, he's still remembered by everyone in the village. The second face belongs to Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage. He was Hashirama's younger brother and became Hokage after his brother's death. He too was a very strong shinobi. In fact, each Hokage was hailed as the strongest shinobi of their time. Tobirama was known for his extremely high water affinity that allowed him to use high-ranked moves in places without water by condensing the air around him. He too lost his life fighting in the Second Shinobi War. Before his death, he appointed Hiruzen Sarutobi, one of his students, as the third Hokage. The third face on the monument was Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Sarutobi clan, known for their monkey summoning and extreme skill in taijutsu, or hand-to-hand combat. Hiruzen is currently around 55 years old, and he's one of the most powerful shinobi in the village, but in his prime, he was hailed as Shinobi no Kami, or the god of the shinobi world, most because of his skill in ninjutsu that allowed him to combine different elements to his attacks. Hiruzen is the current leader of the Leaf Village, after his successor, the fourth Hokage, died. The last face of the monument was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, hailed as the strongest of the Hokages. He was also the fastest shinobi to ever live in the elemental nations. Not even the Raikages with light armor could compete with him in speed. He was known for his use of Harashi no Jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, an S-rank technique of his creation that allowed him to move at almost the speed of light. This technique was the reason that he was known as the Yellow Flash. Due to his blonde hair, the only thing that people managed to see was the Yellow Flash due to his speed. In the Leaf Village, he was a hero that sacrificed his life to kill the Kyuubi no Yoko that attacked the village 5 years ago. And here we are, 5 years later after the Kyuubi attack, is where our true story begins with a small boy that, despite being mistreated his whole life, he will rise to become the legend he was born to be. Konoha, 5 years after the Kyuubi attack, October 10th. It was a warm night in the Leaf Village. The sun was just going down. It was starting to dim. The town lights were coming up, and we could still see many people going around the village doing their business. Unlike many other villages, even though Konoha was the most powerful village in the Elemental Nations, it didn't seem militaristic or cold. Many people, if they saw Konoha, would say that it wasn't a shinobi village. However, the mountain that surrounded the northern part of the village, it was a dead giveaway. In it were the carved faces of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. It was October 10th. The village was covered in decorations and celebrating the defeat of the Kyuubi that attacked 5 years ago. Everyone in the village was happy. It was time of peace. The wars were long forgotten, but not the hate and pain of many that were lost. Although everyone seemed happy, one particular kid was very sad and lonely. Uzumaki Naruto was an orphan of the Kyuubi attack. He was about 120 centimeters, 3'11", and had spiky blonde hair, the bluest eyes anyone had ever seen, and in each cheek he had 3 whisker marks, a birthmark to be more exact. He was wearing a white shirt with short sleeves with an orange swirl on his back and black pants. Despite being what appeared to be a normal child, Naruto was hated and despised by most of the village. It was a painful reminder of the Kyuubi attack. He was expelled from the orphanage at the age of 4 and lived on the streets for about a month until the Hokage's Anbu found him and took him to the third Hokage. The third Hokage eventually became a grandfather figure to him. He gave Naruto a small apartment and allowance to live, but Naruto was constantly pursued by the villagers and constantly abused and beaten. The stores kicked him out or sold him rotten merchandise or charged him twice the price. Even in the orphanage, he still received the same treatment. Growing up in this kind of life forced Naruto to mature quickly if he wanted to survive. Because of this treatment, Naruto became a highly intelligent kid that could rival a Nara. He became cold and calculative to everyone except his coldest people that in this case were simply the Hokage himself and the owners of a ramen stand. Only 3 people cared for Naruto and wondered if he was eating or sleeping well. During his birthday, things were even worse because the villagers and a few shinobi would gather up and hunt him down like an animal, and here is where we are. A scared kid was running through the streets of Konoha, trying his best to avoid the villagers and shinobi in hot pursuit. The villagers were shouting, "Die, demon! Get him! Finish what the 4th Hokage started!" Naruto wondered what he ever did to deserve such treatment in a harsh life. "Stop, please! What did I ever do to any of you?" asked Naruto, running as fast as he could, his legs starting to give away. "Oh, please, you know very well what you did. You killed my brother and my father," shouted one of the villagers as through an empty bottle. "We'll finish what the 4th Hokage started and kill the demon," the villager said as the others supported him. Naruto kept running until he looked behind to his pursuers and noticed that a couple of them appeared to be Chunin. Even though Naruto was a stamina freak, a 5-year-old couldn't compete with the speed of a Chunin. The Chunin quickly closed the distance between him and Naruto. He took out a kunai and did a horizontal slash. Naruto, seeing the kunai that would most likely killed him, he ducked. As he was ducking, he noticed that time appeared to be slowing down. After dodging the slash, he unwillingly channeled chakra to his legs, trying to jump over the fence to get away. The rest of shinobi seeing this were actually surprised, but they couldn't let the demon get away so easily, so all of them threw a couple of kunai at him while saying, "Kunai kage shirokin no jutsu!" The kunai multiplied to 15 and were going fast at Naruto. Naruto, knowing that he couldn't dodge them all in mid-air, started observing them and calculating the best way to avoid them. It was then that it happened. His vision suddenly became clearer, and the incoming kunai seemed to almost stop just by looking at them. He could see where they would land. Reacting to his instincts, Naruto quickly caught one of the kunai with his hand and started deflecting all of them except one that managed to pass his defenses and hit his shoulder. He cried out in pain, but managed to get over the fence and to safety. He pulled the kunai out of his shoulder and noticed that the wound was already closing. "I wonder why I'm the only person to heal this fast," he asked himself while walking through the village, hidden in the shadows to avoid the villagers, but he quickly noticed that his vision was different. It was black and white, and he could see people with a blue flame inside of them that surrounded their body. He tried to push his eyes to see better, and suddenly he passed out in the alleyway. The stress and exhaustion of running and taking a kunai to the shoulder was too much. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke in what seemed to be a sewer. There were pipes in every wall, and the floor was filled with water, with about 20 centimeters in height. He wandered through the endless corridors, wondering where he was when he heard a soft male voice calling him. "Follow my voice," the strange voice said. Naruto didn't know him, but was drawn to this voice. After walking for a couple of minutes, Naruto found himself staring at a pair of big iron doors with vertical bars. In the middle of the door, there was a small paper with the kanji for seal. Naruto looked inside the cage, but it seemed empty. "Hello there, Naruto," said the voice. Naruto jumped back in surprise and noticed a man leaning the sewer wall outside of the cage. Naruto observed the man carefully. The man was about 190 centimeters in height, had spiky blonde hair with 2 bangs that framed his face, and had blue eyes. He was wearing a full-body blue suit and the Jonin flat jacket. He was also wearing a white cape with red flames, and it had the kanji for 4th Hokage. 4th Hokage? Asked Naruto. He knew very well what happened 5 years ago. He knew that the 4th Hokage died to kill the Kyuubi. He was a hero. "My name is Mito Namikaze, and I am the 4th Hokage," he said, looking at the kid in front of him, and wondered how it happened so soon. Naruto seemed 5 at the most. "How? You were supposed to be dead. Am I dead too?" Naruto asked. "No, you are not dead, but unfortunately I am," Mito replied. "But if you're dead, then where am I? And how do you know my name?" Naruto wondered what the hell was going on. "Naruto, I'm going to explain everything to you, so listen closely, okay?" he asked, to which Naruto nodded. "We are inside your mind. This is your mindscape. It's basically a representation of your mind in physical form. Understand?" Naruto nodded. "Now, the truth is, Naruto, is that I am your father." Naruto froze when he heard that. "No, it can't be. Gigi told me he didn't know who my parents were," Naruto thought. You're my father? How?" Naruto asked. "Well, about the how, you'll find out when you're older," Minato said, chuckling. "But it is true. I am your father. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Naruto, but I had to stop the Kyuubi. But listen, I don't have much time. You probably wondered why this village treats you like a monster," to which Naruto slowly nodded. Well, there isn't an easy way to say this, but 5 years ago, when you were born, the QB attacked the village. The first Hokage said that I killed the QB, but that is impossible. The QB is a mass of chakra without an actual physical body, so it cannot die. The only way I had to stop the QB was to seal it inside a newborn baby. I'm sorry to say, but I had to seal it into you, he said with a bit of shame, wondering how Naruto would react. What? What do you mean by sealed? Am I the QB? He asked, now realizing what all the names the villagers called him by actually meant. No! You're neither a monster nor the QB. You're my son. And by sealed, I mean that the QB is trapped in your gut behind these bars. QB, come forward, Minato explained. Suddenly behind the bars of the empty cage, Naruto saw 2 glowing red eyes with black vertical slits. As the eyes approached the doors, he noticed the form of a fox with tails swinging wildly on his back. There, it stood behind the doors, the most powerful being in the world, the most powerful of the 9 Biju, the Kyubi no Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox. Naruto seen this jump back scared to see the monster that attacked the village and was responsible for so many deaths.
No need to fear me, kid,
the Kyubi said, watching the poor kid. He knew too well what the villagers did to him. Naruto, Minato said, getting Naruto's attention. This is a QB, and he's not the demon everyone thinks he is. The attack 5 years ago was not his fault, Minato said, and started explaining what happened on that fateful night 5 years ago. From when Naruto was born, to the masked man unleashing the QB and controlling it to attack the village, to Minato sealing him into him. Naruto was still frozen, absorbing all that had happened. Everything his father was saying was just a bit too much for him. Naruto, Minato continued, I'm sorry that I had to seal that QB into you. You had a harsh life until now, but I trust you with this, and it'll all be better, Minato said, and touched Naruto's stomach, effectively transferring the seal key to Naruto and opening the cage. What are you doing? Naruto asked, worried that his father opened the cage and let the QB out. Naruto, I told you that it wasn't QB's fault that night. The QB will help you grow up, and he'll be at your side to help you in your battle, and he'll provide advice. The only thing I ask of you is when you're close to your death, that you release the QB. He didn't deserve to be trapped in a cage to be used as a weapon, Minato said. Will you really be my friend? Naruto asked, still a bit fearful of the fox.
Of course. I will take care of you and make you strong so you can protect your home and friends,
the QB replied, and what happened next surprised everyone in the mindscape. Naruto suddenly left his father's side and jumped onto the paw of the QB. So soft and warm, he said, getting chuckles from both QB and Minato. Now, Naruto, there is more that I need to tell you. I don't know if you realize it, but doesn't your vision seem different? Minato asked. Actually, it's all black and white with you being blue and the QB red, Naruto replied. Naruto, do you know who Uchiha Madara is? Minato asked, getting a disgusted growl from the QB, clearly showing no love to Uchiha leader. Yep, I know he's one of the founders of the Leaf Village, and he was also leader of the Uchiha clan. That's supposed to be one of the strongest clans in the world, Naruto said, surprising his father. Naruto, even though he was 5 years old, was very smart and did like to read, but going to the library was impossible as he was always expelled. Exactly, but what you and what anyone in the village doesn't know about is that Madara was in fact my father. I never said anything to anyone because I decided to keep it a secret, he said. Naruto's eyes widened when he discovered that the legendary Uchiha Madara was his grandfather. I am the son of the 4th Hokage's Yellow Flash and the great Uchiha Madara. There's no way I'm not becoming the Hokage. With you being my father and Madara being my grandfather, there's no way I'm not becoming the Hokage. Believe it! Naruto yelled, pumping his fist to the air and getting a smile from Minato. I have no doubt you will, Minato said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Now, you know that the Uchiha clan has a bloodline, more specifically a dojutsu, right? Naruto nodded. This bloodline is called the Sharingan, and you activate its first level. Look at the floor. Naruto looked down and saw his reflection in the water. His eyes were blood red and a black tomoe in each eye. The Sharingan will evolve until it's fully mature, gaining 3 tomoes in each eye. Minato concluded. He didn't want to go any further into Mangekyo, however, as his time was ending and the QB could explain it if he ever unlocked it. God, I hope he never has to go through that, Minato thought. Oh, I knew I was awesome, Naruto said, happy about knowing everything about his family and finding out he had a bloodline. Now, Naruto, pay attention to what I'm going to say, Minato said. I know that you always want a family, but you cannot go to Uchiha clan. Besides the fact you have the cube in you, which if they found out about that, they'll use you for their own personal gain. I want you to be a good person and not an arrogant, power-hungry jerk like the Uchihas are. Never rely too much on a Sharingan. Remember that the Sharingan is only a tool. Having it doesn't make you all-powerful, okay? Minato asked, getting a nod. Okay, my time is ending. Everything I have, including my clan's techniques and weapons, are in a Namikaze compound, and only you can enter since there's a blood seal around it. Be careful, so that no one finds out. I have many enemies, as said Madara. If you ever wish to reveal your true heritage, I ask you to reveal when you are strong enough to protect yourself and anyone you care about. There are people that would stop at nothing to kill you or your friends to get revenge at me. Minato said with a bit of regret. After all, during the First Shinobi War, he was responsible for slaughtering Iwa's forces. Do you know how to use chakra to deactivate your eyes? He asked, getting a nod from Naruto. I'm fading. My chakra is almost gone. Remember, Naruto, me and your mother loved you very much, and I'm sorry that you had to live this life, growing up without love. Minato said, sad on how everything turned out. He thought maybe there was a chance the village would see Naruto as their hero, but he was way too naive. Don't worry, father. I got to meet you, and after all, you did what you need to do to protect our home. Naruto said, getting a smile from Minato as he said this, and then Minato faded away until he was no longer staying in front of him. Naruto woke up in the alleyway, wondering if it was all a dream, until he heard a voice in his head.
No, Naruto, it wasn't a dream. I'm here after all. You should deactivate your eyes for now and start training. I will train you in every way I can, and when you are old enough, I will train you to use my powers.
Kyuubi said, thank you. At least I have you with me. I could use the company. Naruto replied, happy with everything that had happened that night. Who knew that this night would turn out to be his best birthday?
Don't speak out loud, or people think you're crazy. Just think, and I will hear it. Also, now the cage is open, you get my second ability. You were able to sense people around you, and in time, with training, you'll be able to sense their feelings. You should tell the Hokage what happened. He will help you, but keep in the dark about my help for now.
Kyuubi said, getting a nod from Naruto as he got up, deactivating his Sharingan, and he started to make his way to the Hokage Tower. 15 minutes later, at the Hokage Tower, Naruto made his way into the Hokage office after arguing with the secretary and fraying her to tell the Hokage that she called him a demon. The reason Naruto never found out about the Kyuubi is that apparently the Hokage placed an S-rank law that prohibited anyone from telling him he had the Kyuubi inside of him. Anyone who broke that law was subjected to immediate execution. Old man, Naruto said, earnest smile from the old Hokage, happy to see Naruto and gain a break from the Hokage's #1 enemy, paperwork. Naruto-kun, how are you? Do you need anything? The Hokage asked. Even though the Hokage wasn't actually related to Naruto, he has grown quite close to him in the last couple of years, treating him like a grandson. I wanted to ask you if you could tell me who my parents were, Naruto asked, messing up with the Hokage a bit before he told him what happened. I wonder how he will react. He thought. I already told you, Naruto. I'm sorry, but I don't know who your parents were. All I know is that they are heroes that died fighting the Kyuubi, the Hokage replied. He couldn't tell Naruto who his parents were as he was too young. Gigi, before I tell you what I came here for, can you tell your Anbu to leave? I only want to tell you this, Naruto said, getting a surprised face from the Hokage. How do you know that there are Anbu in this room? He asked, to which Naruto replied saying, I can sense them above the ceiling. Naruto replied, very well, the Hokage said. With a flick of a hand, he signaled his 4 Anbu bodyguards to leave the room. Now, Naruto, what do you want to tell me? He asked. Gigi, are you sure you sent them all away? I can still sense another person here, Naruto said, pointing behind that bookcase. Once Naruto said that, the 4 Anbu quickly returned and dashed towards the intruder and quickly immobilizing him. The intruder had normal Anbu gear, black pants, steel plate in the chest for protection, but his mask was completely white with the kanji for root. Damn, that Danzo, sickness knows where he shouldn't, the Hokage thought. Naruto, you are indeed a skilled sensor. You actually caught an intruder that was in here, the Hokage said. Oh, I knew that I was awesome, Naruto replied, getting a chuckle from the Hokage. After the room was empty, Naruto approached the pictures of the previous Hokages and stopped in front of one of the pictures, and it was the picture of the 4th Hokage. And then he turned to the 3rd Hokage and said, anything you want to tell me? The Hokage paled when Naruto asked him that question. How did you find out? The Hokage asked, wondering how Naruto found out. Very few people knew that Minato was his father. Now that I think about it, I could almost be his twin. I wonder how I never noticed, Naruto said, and started explaining everything that happened, leaving out the Kyuubi helping him, he being Madara's grandson, and him having a Sharingan. Minato really was a genius. To think even dead, he gives me a headache, the Hokage thought. Now that you know, what are you going to do? You know you can't tell anyone, the Hokage asked. I'm going to train to become strong like my father was, and then I'm going to take that hat of yours. Naruto replied, getting a chuckle from the old Hokage, to which he said, I have no doubt you will. Chapter over. 1 year later. 1 year has passed since Naruto found who his father was, and training couldn't be going better. With the help of the Kyuubi, Naruto was now 6 years old, and he was never caught by the villagers except if there was a trained shinobi among them. Even then, Naruto managed to fool him to escape. Kyuubi had Naruto trained primarily in chakra control, since one of the benefits of having a tailed beast sealed inside of a human is that it gave that person ungodly amounts of chakra and almost unending stamina. Or if you mix Kyuubi with what you might call the Uzumaki bloodline, it wasn't exactly bloodline, but many members call it the tailless beast curse. Members of the Uzumaki clan had unmatched amounts of chakra. The regular Chunin of the Uzumaki clan had the same amount of chakra as a Kage. Naruto was only 6 years old, but already enough chakra to match most Jonin. However, so much chakra control was extremely difficult. In the beginning, any jutsu that Naruto tried, he overwhelmed with chakra, and it caused it to blow up in his face, or just fail. The first jutsu that Naruto learned was the Henge no Jutsu that allowed Naruto to change his appearance. Naruto actually asked Hokage for him to teach it to him. Flashback 1 year ago. Hey, old man, can you teach me the Henge no Jutsu? Naruto asked. Why do you want to learn it? Can't you wait for the academy to start? The Hokage asked, to which Naruto replied, ever since I found out who my father was, I want to train and grow stronger, but I need to enter the library and I can't because they think of me as the Kyuubi. The Hokage lowered his head, ashamed that he couldn't convince the villagers that Naruto wasn't Kyuubi or protect Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto. I try my best to protect you, he said. No worries, just teach it to me. It will help me to get into the library and not get expelled from the stores too. Naruto said, okay, it's very simple. The hand seals are dog, boar, ram. Then you release chakra to cover your body and think of the image you want. The Hokage said, in which Naruto tried to transform into the Hokage, and the result was, I don't even know what it was. Go train now, I have work to do, the Hokage said. Okay, thank you. Catch you later, he replied. End of the flashback. With Henge at his side, his life got significantly better. Although he hated to pretend to be someone else with the Henge, he managed to enter the library and go to stores to get some good food for normal prices. What surprised him was that the villagers were actually friendly and good people. They hated for Kyuubi to simply cloud their judgment. Naruto promised that one day he would get their acknowledgement, and if he couldn't, at least they would respect his power. He wouldn't want to make people fear him, but it would be a lot better than to discard him like trash. Even though Naruto wouldn't have access to the shinobi section of the library since he was a civilian, he decided to try and henge into the one as a shinobi. It worked like clockwork, and the secretary didn't have the shinobi trained, so she couldn't detect Naruto's henge. He searched the shinobi section and found what he wanted. Introduction to chakra control, basics of chakra, and even read a few scrolls for the basic forms of taijutsu, Academy Taijutsu. One of the best things he could ever hope for was his Sharingan. Even though for now his Sharingan still had 1 tomoe in each eye, anytime he found any shinobi in the training grounds, he watched his Sharingan to try and learn what he could. Even though the Sharingan was in its first level, he could see glimpses of a few jutsus. After watching a spar between 2 Chunin, Naruto managed to copy the substitution jutsu. I cannot pronounce the Japanese name, so I'm not even going to bother. Naruto decided one night to speak around the village into the Namikaze compound. Naruto bit his finger to draw blood and pressed it against the main gates. There was a puff of smoke and the gate unlocked. The compound itself was small, much smaller than that of the Hyugos or the Uchihas. He first thought of moving into the compound, but he couldn't let anyone see him, so he decided to wait until he revealed who he was. Looking around the compound, it had 5 rooms, 3 bathrooms, 3 living rooms, and a couple storage rooms. But the biggest room was the library. It had tons of scrolls, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and a few genjutsu, books in funjutsu written by his father and from the Uzumaki clan, including kenjutsu. There were journals and diaries of the clan. His father must have collected what he found about the clan and stored here along with his mother, since she also was the last of her clan. After searching, Naruto decided to open a few scrolls until he found his father's personal taijutsu style. The Namikaze were never a shinobi clan, but they were only civilians. Minato hoped to start his clan along with the Uzumaki and Konoha. Minato never actually named his style, but appeared to be a mix between Hyuga's gentle fist style with the Uchiha's interceptor fist, which relied upon the Sharingan. The style was based on predicting and avoiding the enemy's attacks with fast counterattacks to the enemy's pressure points. One strike was all it was necessary to disable arms, legs, even paralyze completely or kill the enemy. It was similar to the gentle fist style of the Hyugas. Instead of attacking tenketsu points or chakra points, it focused on pressure points. Naruto's training program was killer. With the help of the Kyuubi to guide him, he started in the morning and worked all day long so that after sleep he could start again the next day. One fateful day, the Kyuubi forbade Naruto of his constant ramen eating, forcing him to eat vegetables in a balanced diet. It was a very dark day. Along with his training, Naruto also wore weights to increase his muscle mass and speed. Only a couple of pounds so it wouldn't stunt his growth. He was 6 years old after all, but he was already at the level of a genin, except he couldn't use the Bunshin no Jutsu. The minimum amount of clones he could do was 100, which wasn't very helpful when Naruto only wanted 1. At least it would confuse the enemy to no end. The first weapon that Naruto decided to learn was the bow. You read about it in the book, and since Hokage was the master with this type of weapon, he asked if he could borrow a few scrolls. Currently, Naruto always had with him a wooden bow. To anyone else, it was simply a piece of wood. However, Naruto was a level 2 bowmaster, 2 of 5 at 6 years old. The biggest development Naruto had was his tactical mind. Maybe it was having a foxtail in him, which made Naruto extremely cunning and skillful in traps. Combining this with a mind of a prankster, the next few years would be dark times for Konoha. One day, Naruto was walking through the village. Since his henge wasn't up, he got the usual glares and the occasional empty bottle thrown him, which he simply dodged. Naruto's going for his weekly ramen meal. The Kyuubi allowed Naruto to eat a ramen meal twice a week, which is better than none at all. Stupid fox and vegetables, he fought.
Ungrateful brat. If you only eat ramen, you will become a midget. You need a proper diet to grow,
said the Kyuubi. In the last year, Naruto and the Kyuubi had grown closer. As close as a human and a fox can after you ignore the constant bickering. Definitely they both liked and respect each other. Fine, I get it, furball, Naruto replied and continued walking to his ramen stand. Naruto was walking, not really paying attention to anything around him until he heard a couple of kids arguing about something. Getting curious, he looked closer. He found 3 kids around the age of 10, most likely academy students that were messing with a little girl. She looked like she was his age. She had neck-length dark blue hair and white eyes, trademark of the Hyuga clan. Deciding to help her, he ran up to them. Hey, leave her alone, Naruto said, trying to get the thugs away from the girl. Oh, a kid playing hero. Get lost before he hurt you too, they said, which made Naruto jump in front of them and shielding the girl. Deciding to prove his point, he adopted his bow-style defense stance. His left leg slightly ahead of his right, knees bent, both hands grasping his wooden bow in a downward position. He's trying to scare us. Let's teach him a lesson, they said, and pushed forward. One of the boys sent his right arm forward, trying to punch Naruto. Naruto simply used his bow to strike the boy's hand out of the way. Naruto then flipped his bow, sending a strike to the boy's chin, like an uppercut. Another boy tried to punch Naruto, to which he ducked, and using his bow, strike the boy's leg, making him summon forward, to which Naruto kneed the boy hard in the stomach, leaving him in the ground in pain. Naruto turned to the last boy, who froze his attacks after seeing his friends effortlessly defeated. Picking up his friends, he decided to run away before he also got hurt. Naruto, turning to see the girl, asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, thank you," the girl stuttered. Naruto didn't know if she was afraid of him, but he guessed she was just shy. "No problem, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What's your name?" he asked. "Hyuga Hinata," she replied, looking at her savior. Even though she was still young, she couldn't help but blush and look down. Naruto was 6 years old, but was quite a good-looking young man. "Come on, let me help you up," he said, grabbing her hand and pulling her up gently. He noticed that she didn't have the caged bird seal on her forehead. He remembered hearing the Hyuga heiress was his age, meaning that the girl in front of him was the heiress of the Hyuga clan. She was pretty much Konoha's little princess. "Hey, I'm going to lunch at Ichiraku's. Want to come?" he asked, to which Hinata slowly nodded. They walked together, and Hinata saw how the villagers glared at Naruto, and she wondered why. The walk was calm, and they didn't talk much since Hinata was terribly shy. Arriving to the stand, Naruto ordered chicken ramen for both of them. "Oh, Naruto, is this your girlfriend?" a young girl from behind the counter asked in a teasing manner. Her name was Ayame. She was in her teens. She had brown hair and eyes and a pretty face. She was wearing simple clothes and had a white apron. No, nothing like that. We just met a couple minutes ago," he replied, blushing a bit. Even though he just met her, he could see that she was actually quite pretty and she could grow up to become a very beautiful woman. Hinata didn't say anything, she just blushed really hard and looked away so that no one could see her. They talked a bit during their meal. When they were finishing the food, a Hokage member appeared and looked at Hinata. His name was Ko, a branch member and Hinata's bodyguard. Hinata-sama, there you are. Your father's waiting for you, he said, taking Hinata's hand and starting to leave. But bye, Naruto-kun. It was nice to meet you, she said, to which Naruto gave her a foxy grin and looked at his meal to finish it.
Looks like you got yourself a little vixen,
the Kyuubi said, chuckling. She's not my girlfriend, Naruto thought, getting angry.
You say that now, but we'll see in a couple years,
the Kyuubi said, chuckling. Preferred fox, he thought. After he finished the meal, he paid for it and left to his training. A few weeks later, Naruto was walking to his home. He had just finished his training and it was like any other day. Painful. He was sore all over. During the last few weeks, he increased his taijutsu training and started with weapons. He could now use kunai and shuriken with deadly accuracy, and with a Sharingan he picked it up quickly. During his training, he managed to level up his Sharingan to level 2. Naruto now had the 2 black tomoes in each eye, and he was very proud of himself. He heard rumors of the Uchiha clan Paraji that managed to fully master Sharingan at the age of 8. Naruto said he was going to fully mature it even sooner, and as fate would have it, Naruto didn't know how right he was. During his walk home, he sensed 2 chakra signatures moving quietly through the woods. Placing 2 fingers in the ground, he focused on their chakra, and he found that one of the chakra signatures belonged to his friend Hinata, who met a few weeks ago. Wondering what she was doing this late in the day, he went in search of her. When he arrived near both of them, he saw a shinobi. It was Kumo Shinobi from his headband. He recognized the shinobi. It was Kumo's ambassador for the new alliance between Konoha and Kumo. He noticed that he was carrying a bag in his back to which Naruto sent Hinata's chakra, and then he knew that she was being kidnapped. Quickly throwing a couple of shurikens at the shinobi easily deflected them all and faced the attacker and was surprised. It was a small kid. Hey kid, leave before I kill you. I'm a Jonin, you are no match for me, the man arrogantly said. But it was true. Naruto was gain level and he couldn't match a Jonin's power. However, Naruto was cunning. He knew that he needed to alert someone to come and help.
Naruto, switch from me. I'll send a fireball to the sky to alert the Anbu.
Naruto agreed and switched to the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi quickly went for a few hand seals, looking at the sky and yelled,
Katon, Goyoka no Jutsu,
or the fire cell fireball technique. The Kumo Shinobi was impressed. A 6-year-old performing a C-rank fire technique? He shouldn't have chakra for that. Naruto just knew that he had to stall the man and activate his Sharingan. He didn't care if his suit got out as long as Hinata stayed safe. The Kumo Shinobi decided to engage and quickly kill the kid to leave before reinforcements arrived. The Kumo Shinobi threw a couple shurikens and yelled, Shuriken Kage Bunshi no Jutsu. The shuriken multiplied to a few dozens. Naruto couldn't deflect them all and jumped to the left, to which the enemy was waiting, and kicked him hard in the stomach and punched him in the face. Naruto crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. The Kumo Shinobi walked to Naruto, thinking just one. After all, it was just a small kid. Then he noticed his eyes, and they were the Sharingan, and he thought, Uchiha rescuing the Hyuga. How ironic. But still, I'll take him too. 2 bloodlines are better than 1, and a Sharingan is one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. The shinobi went to grab Naruto by the neck, but stumbled forward when he noticed it was a Bunshin. Naruto took his opportunity and removing his waist and channeling a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra, his body couldn't take much right now, charged in a burst of speed to shinobi with a kunai in his hand, and pressed his kunai against the man's chest, effectively killing him. The shinobi wondered how it happened, how a kid this age could be so fast and defeat him, and then he noticed his blood-red eyes with 3 black tomoes in each eye, glowing and spinning. The shinobi fell to the ground, dead. Naruto knew he just killed the enemy and it was his first kill. Even though he was ashamed of what he did, he needed to do it. The man wouldn't leave without Hinata and he had to protect her. Growing up alone made Naruto overprotective. He would fiercely jump and destroy another village to protect his friends. Since he never had any, the few he has, he would give his life to protect. Getting up slowly, he stumbled a bit forward, looked like that kick broke a few ribs. Walking to Hinata, he opened the bag, and Hinata saw her savior for the second time. It was the blonde kid she met a few weeks ago. She then quickly jumped and hugged and started crying. Oosh, it's okay, you are safe now. I won't let anyone hurt you, he whispered to her, to comfort her. She was still hugging him when the reinforcements arrived, led by Hyuga Hiyashi, the Hyuga clan leader, and he saw what happened. Apparently the demon brat killed the Kumo Shinobi and saved his daughter. He walked to Naruto, yanking him from Hinata. Stay away from her. Even though I appreciate what you did, I would like if you kept your distance from her, Hiyashi said in a cold and hard tone. Grabbing Hinata's hand and leaving, he said, You are still weak. You are too soft and almost end up being kidnapped. You are unworthy of being the heir of the clan. he said, and left without even letting Hinata say goodbye to Naruto. The Hokage arrived a few minutes later, and the Anbu told him what happened. His eyes widened when he noticed it was Naruto who saved Hinata and managed to kill the Kumo shinobi. Naruto, are you alright? How are you feeling? The Hokage asked, concerned. The first kill was the hardest, and sometimes broke shinobi and their careers before it even started. I'm alright. Only a couple broken ribs, but the furball will take care of that. Even though I feel bad that I killed him, I knew it was the only option. I knew I needed to delay him as much as I could, and if the opportunity presented itself, kill him. So don't worry about me. It's the life of the shinobi after all. Naruto said with a weak smile that Hokage caught. I understand, Naruto. Don't worry. Tomorrow come see me. I'll give you the payment of a B-rank mission for this. So Hokage said, ruffling his hair, and Naruto nodded and started to walk home. Even though he killed a man, tonight he managed to save Hinata, and actually he broke the Uchiha's prodigy record. Looks like I got my Sharingan matured at the age of 6, he said to himself, chuckling as he went home to a long night of sleep. That's the end of chapter 4. Now we'll get into chapter 5, but first I'm going to introduce a new sponsor for you guys. This video is sponsored by MangaToon. If you guys want some interesting comics that this app has to offer, there's a lot of pretty interesting comics that I found on this site, on this app. So again, if you want to check it out, I'll leave the link in the description. Go check it out. It has some really interesting comics / manga. So yeah, and especially since it's coming from me, a guy who's read some, pretty interesting manga like I was saying, Pum Pum, I think that's saying something. Alright, now back to the fanfic reading. Chapter 5, Couple of Losers. 1 year later, Naruto is 7 years old. In the last year, many things happened around Konoha, and even more for our loud blonde. He was now 7 years old. Naruto changed his outfit. He now wore dark green pants, a blue t-shirt, and with an orange sleeveless jacket. A couple weeks ago, there was an incident that shocked Konoha. The Uchiha clan's prodigy Uchiha Itachi massacred his own clan, leaving only his little brother alive. This event turned his little brother Uchiha Sasuke into an avenger, wishing only to kill his older brother to avenge his fallen clan. The Uchiha clan, even though they were arrogant pricks, they were a powerful and highly respected clan in Konoha. The funeral service was huge. Every person in Konoha attended and paid their respects, with the Hokage delivering the eulogy. Naruto watched from afar with a sad face. He may not have liked the Uchihas, but in a way, they were family. He also felt a bit glad that he never told anyone he was an Uchiha, or maybe he would be sleeping underground right now. Naruto decided that after this incident, maybe it would be better to tell the Hokage about his legacy, but still, keep him a secret from the village for now. What would the village think if right after the Uchiha massacre, the demon brat appeared using the Sharingan and being one of the last Uchihas? Man, I would be eaten alive, he thought. He would most likely be forced to, when ready, be a sperm donor to restart his clan. He was a demon brat. He would most likely be used and, when not necessary, discarded. He thought about approaching Sasuke, but when he saw him in the academy, the kind of personality he had, power-hungry, arrogant, he wisely chose to forget him and let him be. The academy in Konoha has a starting age of 8 to anyone who wishes to become a shinobi of Konoha. The curriculum lasts 6 years and ends with students being 14 years old and gaining rank should they pass their exams. The academy starts with history, math, and our general topics, then goes to chakra theory and principles to stealth, weapons training, traps, and tackle training, and ends with taijutsu and ninjutsu training. When Naruto showed the QB his academy curriculum, he wondered how the hell was Konoha the strongest shinobi village in the elemental nations. This year's clash was very special. Naruto's class was filled with clan heirs. There was Inuzuka, known for their dog partners in collaboration ninjutsu. The heir of the clan was Inuzuka Kiba, a loud and brash kid. He had brown hair and 2 red markings, one on each cheek, symbol of his clan. There was the Akamichi clan. Their heir was Akamichi Choji, a small boy with large bones. Anyone who called him fat would get smashed. Their clan was known for using techniques that relied on high calorie usage, meaning Choji was always eating. There was the Yamanaka clan. Their heiress was Yamanaka Ino. She had long blonde hair and wore a dark pink outfit. Her clan used mind techniques. They could read thoughts with mere touch, confuse and make enemies attack each other, and even take control of the enemy's bodies. There was the Nara clan. Their heir was Nara Shikamaru. He had pineapple-style hair and wore a mesh shirt with black sleeveless jacket and black pants. He was lazy and mostly slept through classes. Nara clan was known for its members having high IQ and being extremely skilled in strategy and planning. Shikamaru's father was actually the head of the strategy division of the village. There was the Aburame clan. Their heir was Aburame Shino. He was a collected guy, distant to everybody. He had black sunglasses and wore a gray cloak that pretty much only showed his glasses. His clan relied upon using bugs to fight. Their children once born are implanted with bugs that feed on their chakra so they can use them to fight. There is the Uchiha clan. The last member of his clan and heir was Uchiha Sasuke. He wore a blue shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back and white shorts. The Uchiha clan was known for their high affinity for fire and their Kekigenkai, or bloodline limit, the Sharingan that Naruto also had. Naruto was an Uchiha after all. There was also a girl named Haruno Sakura. She had pink hair and wore a pink dress. Even though she wasn't from any clan, she was in this class. She was the daughter of Haruno Akira, who was a member of the civilian council. Figures, he thought. The last clan was none other than the Hyuga clan, and their heiress Hyuga Hinata. The Hyuga clan, much like the Uchiha, were known for their dojutsu, the Byakugan. This ability limit, when activated, allows them to see chakra with high detail, almost 360-degree vision, and long range extending to kilometers if trained enough. The clan also had the Gentle Fist Taijutsu style, which is renowned to be its strongest form. Hinata and Naruto met a couple years ago after Naruto saved her twice, and she developed a crush on him. Both of them met a few times over the years and became close friends. Even though neither of them would admit it, they both liked each other more than just being simple friends. The current year was going down without much trouble. Naruto decided to accept the QB suggestions regarding the academy and use the mask. The QB suggested Naruto to hide his real strength. As the old saying goes, deception is an indisgraced weapon, and so Naruto opted to show his mask by being a loud, knuckle-headed, dumb kid. He chose to become the dead last, and it was a very wise choice, since every teacher tried their best to make him look bad. This way, he wouldn't be able to raise suspicion that he was, well, way above the average Genin. I bet the civilian council would have me stay weak forever if they could, Naruto thought as he tried to sleep in the classroom. 1 year later. In the last year, Naruto grew more than he could have hoped for. Thanks to his mature Sharingan, he managed to copy an extremely useful technique while watching two Jonin spar. Flashback. Naruto was approaching a training field hoping that it would be empty when he sensed two powerful chakra signatures. Suppressing chakra is something that QB taught him. He could actually sneak up on people extremely well. Being a sensor allowed him to know if he was actually suppressing his chakra effectively or not. He approached and started to watch them. "So, Kakashi, are you ready for our next youthful challenge?" said Jonin that was wearing a full-body green spandex suit, a Jonin flat jacket. He had the thickest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen. Not paying attention to silver-haired ninja identifies Kakashi, said something guy. "Damn you, Kakashi, and your hip ways. Our score stands 50-50. Shall we begin?" Guy asked, which Kakashi nodded. Kakashi had silver gravity-defying hair. He wore the standard Jonin clothes, black pants, a mesh shirt with the Jonin flat jacket, and covering his left eye was the Konoha headband, or the Hitate. Naruto watched in wonder on the speed of the battle. His fully matured Sharingan allowed him to follow every single move each one of them made. The battle went for a couple of minutes until Kakashi pulled up his Hitate, revealing a Sharingan eye. "What? How can you have a Sharingan? I thought all the Uchihas were killed minus Sasuke," Naruto thought, wondering how could Kakashi have the Sharingan. Kakashi was very popular in Konoha. He was the son of Take Sakumo, Konoha's White Fang, known to be as powerful as the Sannin, so he couldn't be an Uchiha.
"Look carefully, kid. He hides under Hitate, so it's probably an implant,"
the Kibi replied. The battle continued, and Naruto copied a few jutsu, including one that would help Naruto immensely and would later become his trademark. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, or the Shadow Clone Jutsu. End flashback. Armed with the Kage Bunshin that Naruto realized transferred his memories to the original, he started using it for training. For now, Naruto's limit was about 1,000 clones. If anyone saw him making that many clones, they would most likely call him a monster. After all, this technique was an A-rank Kinjutsu, forbidden technique, for its massive chakra usage that would kill most shinobis. Since Naruto already had Kage level reserves, using this technique barely affected his reserves at all. Something that Naruto wondered was if using the Sharingan gave photographic memory because he remembered everything he saw. Naruto was walking to Hokage Tower. He decided that after what happened to Uchiha clan, it would be best to tell the Hokage he had the Sharingan. Hokage Tower. "Hey Gigi," said Naruto with a foxy grin. The Hokage seeing Naruto gave him a smile. He barely got to see him nowadays and wondered if he was always training. "Oh, Naruto-kun, haven't seen you in a while. How is your train going?" the Hokage said. "It's going very well. I actually got a few awesome techniques," Naruto said, smiling. "I can probably take you on, old man," he said, chuckling. "I'm not that old, Naruto-kun, so what brings you here?" the Hokage asked. "Well, I have a few things I want to tell you if you promise me not to reveal it to anyone until I'm ready, Naruto said with a serious face. The Hokage, wondering what it could be, made a hand gesture and the Anbu left the room. Naruto did a few hand seals and said, Funjutsu, Cone of Silence. The Hokage gasped for air when he saw Naruto perform a C-rank Funjutsu. But since he knew who his father was, it wouldn't be that surprising if he was following his footsteps. Impressive, Naruto-kun. 8 years old and studying Funjutsu, the Hokage said, impressed. Actually, Gigi, I never told you everything about what happened when I was 6 years old, you know, said Naruto with an embarrassed laugh. Now, Gigi, pay close attention to me, he said. Naruto closed his eyes and started to channel chakra into them. Slowly opening them, he showed them to Hokage. Blood red eyes with 3 black tomoes in each of them. Their Sharingan. The Hokage's heart missed a beat and his eyes bulged out, almost popping out of his head. The Hokage simply asked, How? Well, I am an Uchiha by my father's side, he replied. How is this possible? Minato never had the Sharingan. The Hokage asked, wondering how Minato never told him. I'll explain everything, he said, disabling his eyes. For starters, I will tell you that my grandfather was none other than Uchiha Madara. That was the final straw as the poor Hokage's heart gave out and then he fainted. Naruto seeing this, his sweat dropped. And he says he's not old, he thought out loud, picking up the Hokage and laying him on the couch. A couple minutes later, Hokage started to wake up and he saw Naruto waiting. You awake already? Jeez, here, Naruto said, giving him a cup of tea. I'm sorry, Naruto, I still can't believe it. How can this be? The Hokage asked, wondering how could Madara have a son and no one knew. And his son was Minato Namikaze of all people. He has blonde hair for Kami's sake. Naruto started explaining what his father told him. Madara survived his battle with Hashirama and was saved by a woman who would years later become his lover. They had a son, and when his grandmother was killed, Madara decided to continue with his plans and left Minato in the village. So Madara was still alive. Who would have thought Madara had a son? The Hokage said, taking in the information. Well, Naruto-kun, I will guard this secret until you are ready to show everyone who you really are, to protect me and everyone I care about. My father and grandfather both had a talent to piss off Iwa, and I don't need problems right now, he said, chuckling. That they did, the Hokage thought how much Iwa suffered at the hands of both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Madara. But when I reveal who I am, if they ever try to hurt me or someone I care about, I will burn their village to the ground, Naruto said in a serious and cold tone. I wouldn't put it past them. That damn Inoki, the Tsuchikage, is an old and stubborn fool. Be careful, the Hokage said. Naruto, I wanted to ask you, how can you already have a fully matured Sharingan? It's very rare to even awaken one so early in life. You see, Gigi, I awakened it when I was 5 years old after some Chunin tried to attack me, and I matured it when I killed the Kumo ninja that tried to kidnap Hinata. He explained, to which the Hokage nodded as it made sense. The Sharingan awakens and evolves in life and death situations. So that's how you're able to keep up with a Jonin. The Sharingan truly is a terrifying power. The Hokage exclaimed, the Sharingan allowing a 6-year-old to kill a trained shinobi. I'm going, Gigi. I just thought you should know after what happened to Uchiha clan, Naruto said, leaving the Hokage's office. He will one day really take this hat from me, the Hokage thought, chuckling. Konoha streets. Naruto's walking through the streets of Konoha, going to a training field to find out and start training his elemental affinities. Here I knew that most likely he would have fire from the Uchiha blood, but he could have more or not even fire at all. Better safe than sorry. Naruto's walking peacefully, keeping himself in the shadows, not to have any problems, until he heard someone crying. Checking to see who it was, he noticed it was Hinata. She had her knees to her chest and was crying. Naruto quickly rushed to her side. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? Why are you crying? He asked, worried to help her. Hinata, seeing Naruto, quickly hugged him, crying even more. Naruto tried to ask what was wrong, but she didn't answer. Naruto started whispering comforting words, saying it would be alright, until she fell asleep on his chest, tired from crying. Naruto picked her up brow saddle and took her to his apartment. He laid her in his bed, and then he took a chair and sat by her side, grabbing her hand, until he fell asleep minutes later. After a few hours, it was late at night, around 2 a.m. Hinata started to wake up. She opened her eyes, and not knowing where she was, then she jumped up, seeing that Naruto was by her side. Seeing that he was by her side, she couldn't help but blush until she remembered everything that happened yesterday. Hinata-chan, what happened? You can tell me. I will help, Naruto said, trying his best to help her. Hinata was looking at the ground sad. She decided to tell him everything and started to remove a piece of cloth that was tied to her forehead. She removed it, showing a green tattoo. It was a caged bird seal. Naruto, seeing this, was shocked that they branded the heiress of the Hyuga clan. My father said I was too weak to be the heiress of the clan, so he branded me and disavowed me from the Hyuga clan, she said, looking at the ground. Naruto was furious. How could they do that to family? Brain is a despicable decision, but to remove a member and even his own daughter from the clan for being weak, that's unforgivable. It's okay, Hinata-chan. You are not weak, and you have me, he said, slightly blushing. But I'm weak. I was almost kidnapped. I'm the same age as you, and you managed to save me. I'm nothing more than a loser, she replied, crying and yelling, letting all her anger out in frustration. No, Hinata, you are not weak. You are kind, loyal, and hardworking, and a beautiful person, he said, getting a blush from her. Look at me, he said, taking his hand to her chin and raising her head. They locked eyes, and he continued. I'm hated by everyone in the village. They call me a demon and tried to hurt me. To them, I'm nothing more than a loser that shouldn't even be allowed to live. But I don't give up, I never surrender. That's my Nindo, and one day I will prove to them that I'm strong, he exclaimed, getting a smile from her. Is it because of the Kyuubi, she asked. She knew it would be a sore subject. How did you know? Naruto asked, starting a bit shocked that she knew. Well, when I used to be Byakugan, I can see the red chakra in your gut, and father told me to stay away from you. And the villagers call you demon, so I did a bit of research, she said. Do you hate me? Naruto asked, worrying if he would lose his only friend. No, of course not. I know that you aren't a Kyuubi. You're a kind, cheerful, and brave person, she said, hugging him. Naruto felt a tremendous weight leaving his shoulders. Hinata, let's work hard and prove to them that letting you go was the worst decision they could ever make. If you want, I'll help you, he said. Really? She asked hopefully. Of course. I take care of the people I care about and love. Naruto said with a blush, lightly bending forward and softly kissing her on the lips. Hinata didn't expect that, but she also loved him, so she returned the kiss. Gently moving her lips, she couldn't be happier. Her best friend, her crush, her love, was kissing her and saying that he loved her. Naruto couldn't be happier when Hinata returned the kiss. He thought that she never would like him more than friends. Slowly backing up and ending the kiss, they both were blushing. Hinata quickly hugged him and said between sobs, Naruto-kun, thank you. I love you too. I promise, Hinata-hime, she blushed at the affectionate name, that I will one day remove that seal. I promise that I'll protect you, and together we will show the village what a couple of losers can do. Naruto exclaimed, giving her his foxy grin, and kissing her cheek until she fainted. Well, that lasts longer than I thought, he said, laughing. Now, we have just ended the second chapter's video, chapter 5. We'll now move on to chapter 6, Jutsus and Dreams, and we will now get into this right about now. A couple weeks later. A couple days after Naruto found Hinata, he asked if she would like to live with him, to which she accepted, and they began to do everything together, living, eating, and training. They would even sleep and cuddle together. Naruto taught Hinata the Kage Bunshin, and even though she could only make one, it was enough. They started sending them to the academy, except on days where there was taijutsu training. Naruto also took Hinata to the Hokage and explained everything that happened. To say that the Hokage was pissed was an understatement. But since she was considered an orphan now, Sarutobi agreed to give her monthly allowance until they became genin. Naruto suggested Hinata that they kept their connection secret until they were older. He didn't want the villagers to give her the same treatment he receives. In the academy, each took different seats to not arouse suspicion, and so they started sending Kage Bunshin to the academy and trained together. Hinata during the last days got to meet the Kyuubi, and when she found him with the gates open, she fainted. Now we find the couple in a training ground. Naruto pulled out some chakra paper and gave one to Hinata. Okay, Hinata-hime, this is chakra paper. It's used to test elemental affinities. Just push chakra into it and we'll see, explained Naruto, pushing chakra to his paper, and it crumbled all together, showing a high affinity for a lightning element. Then the paper split in two and burst into flames. See, I have 3 affinities. My primary seems to be lightning, and secondaries are wind and fire, he said. I sort of suspected fire and lightning from his father. After all, he was in Chia, and Instruction is a retitled lightning element technique, so the wind must come from my mother. It was a shame that he didn't have any defensive element, but he could always create his own techniques. Hinata pushed chakra into her paper, and it split into 2, getting both sides wet. Looks like you have wind like me and also water. Now then, let's start training. I'll start with fire since our village is known for it. You should start with water because wind is extremely rare in Konoha. He explained it, and both started the usual way. Naruto made 100 Kage Bunshins and tried to burn a leaf, and not getting it wet. Naruto and Hinata both went to the library in henges. They didn't want any problems and got a few techniques for each of their natures. Naruto decided to go into Uchiha compound since Uchiha were known for their fire techniques, and with the Sharingan they should have plenty of techniques for all elements. Well, actually, they would be breaking into a clan library and stealing techniques, but Naruto wasn't Uchiha, so he should have access to them. Outside Uchiha compound late at night. Both Naruto and Hinata stood outside the Uchiha compound dressed purely in black. Naruto had his Sharingan activated, as well as Hinata's Byakugan to check for any other shinobi. Making their way through the gates and into the library that was located in the main house, they spotted their classmate Sasuke, who was awake. They quickly got behind him and knocked him out with a chop to the neck and made their way to the library. The library was huge to say the least, as expected from a power-hungry clan with copying eyes. The library was divided into sections: ninja arts, clan history, records, and diaries. Both of them made their way to shinobi section, and it had ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu sections. The ninjutsu section was divided into elements: fire element, water element, earth element, wind element, light element, and non-elemental techniques. Each of this section was subdivided and had scrolls on how to learn each of these manipulations, but also techniques of various ranks. They started going through a few scrolls until Hinata said, "They're all blank," she said, getting a confused look from Naruto. Naruto could easily see the instructions for jutsus until he realized, "I get it, only someone with the Sharingan can read the contents of the scrolls. To anyone else they seemed empty. It's a neat trick actually," he said, getting a frown from Hinata. "Don't worry, I'll read them all and teach you the water jutsus I find," he said, making 20 Kagebunshin and started going through the techniques. Fire element, Gaton Gyoko no Jutsu, or Great Fireball technique, C rank, sends a massive fireball to the enemy. Gaton Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire technique, C rank, sends small fireballs to the enemy that burn on contact. Gaton Ryuka no Jutsu, Dragon Fire technique, C rank, sends a torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon towards the enemy. Gaton Guryuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire technique, B rank, sends a torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon towards the enemy. Improved version of Ryuka no Jutsu. Gaton Kyudan no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Bullet, B rank, created by the Sendaime no Hokage, or the third Hokage, sends a volley of small fireballs that melt anything or explodes on contact. Gaton Zokuko no Jutsu, or Cranium Carver, B rank, sends a fireball to the ground and explodes, creating massive heat wave. Gaton Aiseki no Jutsu, Ash Pile Burning, B rank, sends a stream of chakra empowering gunpowder and surrounds the enemy. User can ignite the cloud by clicking to see, creating a giant explosion. Water element, Mizo Bunshin no Jutsu, Water Clone, B rank, creates a water clone with 10% original strength. Mizu Shuriken Bunshin no Jutsu, Water Shuriken, D rank, creates and sends to the enemy water-formed shurikens. The number varies with the amount of chakra. Mizu no Muchi, Water Whip, C rank. The user creates a whip of water that can restrain or do damage to the enemy. Sutun, Suishoha, Exploding Water Wave, A rank jutsu. The user expels large quantities of water through his mouth that crashes onto the enemy. Suitun, Baku Suishoha, Great Exploding Water Wave, S rank. Improved version of Suitun Suishoha. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Waterfall Vortex, A rank. Creates waterfall that then crashes down onto the enemy. Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon, B rank. Creates a water dragon that captures and smashes the enemy into the ground. Suiton, Suijin Hekai, Water Wall, C rank. Creates a defensive water wall. Suiton, Soriro no Jutsu, Water Prison, C rank. Creates a spear of water that traps the enemy within, preventing their escape. Suiton, Dippodama, Water Bullet, C rank. The user launches a couple of water bullets at the enemy. Earth element, Tsuchi Bunshin no Jutsu, Earth Bunshin, C rank, creates an Earth Bunshin. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique, D rank. User grabs the enemy from underground and emerges from it, burying the enemy. Doton, Doryudon, Earth Dragon Bullet, B rank. The user sends many Earth Bullets at the target. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Mud River, B rank. The user creates a mud river that crashes onto the enemy. Doton, Yomi Numa, Underworld Swamp, A rank. The user transforms the ground into a swamp that swallows and crushes the enemy. Doton, Doryu Hekai, Earth Wall, C rank. The user creates an Earth Wall for defense. Doton, Domu, Earth Spear, C rank. User creates earth spears that emerge from under the enemy. Wind element, Futon no Jutsu, Wind Release, C rank. The user breathes and releases small wind that allows for reposition while mid-air. Futon, Daitopa, Great Breakthrough, C rank. The user exhales a powerful and compressed gust of air that blows the enemy away. Futon, Kaze Shuriken, Wind Shuriken, B rank. The user envelops his own shurikens with a wind layer that slices through everything. Futon, Rekodan, Vacuum Wind Bullet, A rank. The user creates bullets of pressurized air that are shot at the enemy. Futon, Shinkuha, Airblade, A rank. User exhales a wind-like blade that slices through anything. Futon, Atsugai, Pressurized Wind Bomb, A rank. User exhales large spear of pressurized air that explodes on contact. Futon, Rapusho, Wind Wave, C rank. User claps his hand together and unleashes a powerful wave of air not needing to inhale. Lightning Element, Raton, Raikyu, Lightning Ball, C rank. The user creates a ball of lightning that is hurled at the enemy, shocking him. Raton, Kagebunshi no Jutsu, Lightning Clone, A rank. A shadow clone created with Lightning Chakra. When destroyed, this chakra is transferred to the enemy, shocking him. Raton, Gian, False Darkness, B rank. User emits a lightning spear from his hand that impales the enemy. Raton, Jibashi, Electromagnetic Murder, B rank. User creates a wave of electricity that shocks everything around. Raton, Raikochu, Flash Pillar, B rank. An illusion technique that blinds the enemy with a bright light. Genjutsu, Kukuwanyo no Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, A rank. The user traps the enemy with a black void, blinding the enemy and dulling other senses. This illusion cannot be disrupted unless the user cancels it or is forced to release it. Magen, Jigoku Koka no Jutsu, Hellfire Technique, B rank. Creates an illusion that makes enemy thinks he is being burned alive. Magen, Jubaku Satsu, Tree Binding Death, B rank. Illusion technique that grows a tree behind the enemy, frees him in place, allowing for user to attack the enemy. Magen, Kasegoi no Jutsu, Shackling Stakes, C rank. The user locks eyes with the enemy, effectively paralyzing him in place. Sharingan required. Magen, Kokoni Arasu no Jutsu, False Surroundings, C rank. User casts an illusion over an area, altering its appearance. Magen, Niju Kokoni Arasu no Jutsu, Double False Surroundings, B rank. This illusion places an illusion within the original illusion to mislead the enemy should he break the first one. Okay, Hinata-chan, I've got most of them memorized. Let's go, he said, and both left the Uchiha compound with a large inventory of techniques to later practice. They left the compound and were walking home. It was still early or late depending on the perspective. It was around 2 a.m. Hey Hinata-chan, since we still have time, do you want to check out the Hyuga clan library too? Naruto asked. He knew that while it's a sore subject to talk about Hinata's family, he still remembered to help Hinata achieve one of her dreams. Flashback. A couple days after Hinata started living with Naruto. Naruto and Hinata were eating together after their morning workout and started talking about their dreams and hopes for the future. So, Hinata-chan, what are your dreams for the future? Naruto asked. Naruto was still a bit shy around him, but it was starting to change. At least her stuttering and fainting was gone, almost. I know I want to become a powerful kunoichi to prove that I'm not weak, but even though I was disavowed from my clan, I wish I could get rid of the caged bird seal and unite the families. I know I may sound naive, but even though my father expelled me from the clan, the Branch family was always good to me, and I want to help them back, she said with confidence. She didn't know it yet, but Naruto's personality was starting to rub off on her, and she was becoming more confident and even started helping Naruto in his pranks. You are not naive. You're a kind person, and I did promise to remove your seal, and when I do, we can plan to help the Branch family, he exclaimed. After all, with the help of his Kagebunshin and his father's notes on Funjutsu, Naruto was progressing rather nicely. End of the flashback. I don't know if it's a good idea. It would be hard to sneak around unnoticed, she said. After all, the Byakugan was frequently used for sky missions and was extremely difficult to sneak up on a Hyuga member, much less break into the compound. Oh please, they all said they have the all-seeing eye, but that didn't stop me from breaking into the compound and placing itching powder on their underwear, Naruto said, remembering the laughs he got from the Hyuga clan when they were constantly scratching themselves. That was you? She asked, surprised. Of course, they always were stuck-up pricks, but I didn't do it to you, he said, assuring her. Okay, if you're sure we can sneak in, then I'm in, she said. They made their way to the Hyuga compound and watched from afar. Naruto extended his sensing ability and found 4 guards guarding the entrance. Thankfully, they didn't have the Byakugan activated. They made their way closer to the walls and waited for the guards to end their routine check. They channeled chakra to their feet and climbed the wall. Once inside, Hinata guided Naruto to the library since Naruto didn't know the compound all that well. Once inside the library, the same thing happened in the Uchihas. Only Byakuya and Yuzu could read the scrolls. Apparently, ninjutsu and genjutsu were practically non-existent. They must have thought it was inferior to rely on anything else other than their bloodline. Hinata quickly opened the scrolls and started copying them and giving them to Naruto, which he was storing them in a storage seal he brought with him. Naruto's Funjutsu was quite good for his age. He knew how to make simple sword shields of all kinds and was starting on medium-level Funjutsu. They left the compound with the specifics of the Gentle Fist style, which Hinata already knew the basics and the techniques they use. Hake Kusho, 8 divination signs air palm. The user concentrates chakra on his palm and thrusts it forward, sending the chakra wave towards the enemy. Hake, I am not pronouncing that. 8 divination signs, 64 palms of the hand. The user closes the main 64 tenketsus of the enemy at an amazing speed. Hake, I am not pronouncing that either. 8 divination signs, 128 palms of the hand. Similar to the previous technique, however, it closes 128 points, knocking out the enemy almost instantaneously. Hakesho Kaitan, 8 divination palms of the hand, heavenly spin. The user starts spinning and releases chakra from all the tenketsus and forms a protective dome around him that deflects all attacks. It is considered the Hyuga's ultimate defense. Armed with these new techniques, I started training with them. Well, mostly Hinata, as she wanted to master the Hyuga Gentle Fist to later in life prove to them that with hard work, one can outclass a genius. And that is the end of this fanfic reading, as we have just finished Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Joys of D ranks. A couple of years have passed, and Naruto and Hinata have grown quite a bit. They are now both 10 years old, and each of them are slightly taller than kids of the same age due to their constant training. Both Naruto and Hinata are very strong when compared to others of their age, if you could even compare. In the Academy, physical shinobi conditioning and training only starts when the students are 12 years old, in which they learn the Academy Taijutsu style, coupled with ninjutsu. If they were to face Naruto or Hinata, they would get absolutely demolished. They were both well-rounded shinobi. However, Naruto still couldn't cast a little genjutsu without the Sharingan to save his life. Actually, he found it easier to cast high-ranking genjutsu that required more chakra than low-level ones. Even though Naruto focused a lot in chakra control, bringing to joining levels, he still couldn't do a single bunshin. He either did at least 50 or the one will fail. Naruto finally mastered the bow staff, but decided to learn Kenjutsu since his mother was one of the best in the leaf. Since he couldn't get in most shops, he bought a couple books on weapons forging since he had fire nature, and he decided to forge his own weapons with scrap metal and other weapons he found in training fields. In time, he would buy chakra metal for a proper sword. In fact, both of them learned Kenjutsu in the same style, however, Naruto favored speed and strength, and Hinata, being more flexible, preferred to dodge the strikes. This type of Kenjutsu style, much like its Taijutsu, was based on parrying or dodging the attacks with quick strikes meant to end the battle in one strike. This was the Kenjutsu style of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Kushina, before death, was on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This group was composed by the greatest swordsmen of the mist and were not to be underestimated. In fact, each of their swords had special abilities that favored each of their styles. Kushina, in fact, was known as Konoha's Red Death due to her crimson red hair color. Naruto also learned the Gentle Fist with Hinata, and both practiced until perfected. Even though Naruto's Sharingan couldn't see the chakra points, he adapted the style for pressure points. One of the problems they had was Hinata's low chakra pool, so they focused on that for almost last year and managed to increase her levels quite a bit. She had low Jonin chakra levels and Kage level control. Naruto had high Kage chakra levels and Jonin level control. Naruto realized that Hinata was actually quite proficient in a Gentle Fist and asked her why did their family treat her that badly when she was quite talented. The fact was that in order to learn a Gentle Fist effectively and train their stances and techniques, one would have to use another person as a test subject, and closing tenketsus was quite painful, so Hinata refused to do that to the branch family members. Hinata was too kind to even try and harm someone in order to train, but with Naruto, that wasn't a problem. Naruto just used the Shadow Clone technique to provide Hinata as much guinea pigs as she wanted, and doing so her technique skyrocketed, and she even managed to hold her ground against Naruto in Taijutsu. In ninjutsu, they both mastered their chosen affinities and jutsus they had. Hinata started in wind, and Naruto started in lightning. One interesting fact was that Naruto discovered was that he had a high lightning affinity similar to Nidaime's water affinity. In fact, Naruto wasn't really a sensor in the normal terms since he didn't sense chakra. Naruto, due to this lighting affinity, could actually feel the bioelectricity of the people around him. Knowing that he had such a high affinity, he started to invest more and more into this element. He went to his father's library and gathered all the light techniques that he could. Now we find Naruto walking from the village heading to the Hokage Tower. The villagers still sent the usual glares, and they still would try to harm him, but now with this training, he managed to escape. He could have fought them, but he chose not to harm them. He didn't want to give the poor Hokage more paperwork. Hokage Tower. He arrived at the Hokage Tower and made his way up. Arriving at the Hokage's office, he turned to the secretary. He never liked her, and the feeling was mutual. She was one of the idiotic civilians who couldn't tell the difference between a scroll and a sealed kunai.
Just let it go, kid. Someday they will understand,
the Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded inwardly. Good morning. I came to talk with Hokage. Is he available? Naruto asked politely, as he, for once, didn't want trouble. She looked up and saw that fiend in front of her, and with a disgusting face, she said, "What would the Hokage want with a fiend like you?" She spat. "You just be careful in how you address me. When we're on word and I have permission to separate your head from your shoulders," he said in a serious tone, while releasing a bit of ki, or killer intent, as she was a civilian and too much could kill her. The Hokage will see you now," she quickly said, fearing for her life, while showing a false smile. Naruto opened the door to see the smiling face of the Hokage. "Naruto-kun, how have you been?" the Hokage asked. "I'm fine. Actually, I have a favor to ask you," he said to Hiruzen, to which the Hokage raised an eyebrow. "I'll do my best. What do you need?" he said. "Well, you see, I'm running a bit low on cash this month, and I know that I'm not a shinobi yet, but would it be possible for me to get a couple of D ranks?" he said, looking at Hokage's faking face. The Hokage pondered the situation. Ganins always hate these missions and they tend to stockpile. Besides, it couldn't hurt, he thought. "Sure, Naruto-kun, but you do realize that these missions are normally done with a Chunin sensei and their Genin squad, so they will take long for you," he said. "No problem, man. I can create my own army if I need to," Naruto said, placing his fingers in the cross form, channeling some chakra, and in a puff of smoke, 20 clones appeared in the office. The Hokage's jaw hit the floor, seeing a 10-year-old Naruto pull off a B-rank kinjutsu. "Where did you learn that? You do realize that technique is a kinjutsu for his master chakra uses, right?" he said, trying to make Naruto understand the dangers of the technique. "Relax, Gigi. I copied when I was watching Kakashi and a weird guy named Guy in green Spanish shouting something about flames of youth spar. Besides, I have a crap ton of chakras, so I can easily make 1,000 clones to still be in fine condition," he said with a smirk. The Hokage nodded slowly. "Kami, he can make 1,000 clones at 10 years old. I know he's a Jinchuriki person with tail beast inside, but damn, he'll be a chakra powerhouse soon," he thought. "Okay, Naruto, since you aren't an official ninja, I'll give you the missions, and later, when you become one, I'll add them to your file. Come with me to the mission room," the Hokage said, and they both left the Hokage's office, heading towards the mission room. Konoha's mission room. "So, let's see what we got here," the Hokage said, going through the available missions. "How many do you want? Seeing as you can create a bunch of clones, I think you might be able to clear our workload," the Hokage continued. Naruto pondered. "Give me 10 missions. If I have time today, I'll do a few more. Besides, tonight I decided to go visit Kuronai, so I'll have the day for the missions," Naruto said, picking scrolls and opening the first. "Damn cat," Naruto thought as he read the first mission. It was retrieved a fearsome beast. The name of said beast was Tora, the one-tailed demon cat.
"Oh, please, I got 8 more tails,"
the Kyuubi said.
"Besides, we can always burn her to a crisp and blame enemy ninja,"
Kyuubi said, chuckling, and Naruto's sweat dropped. A few hours later, "Come here, Tora. Here, kitty," Naruto said, trying to approach the cat without having her flee. Naruto channeled chakra to his legs and jumped catching the cat. Tora didn't find it much fun as she started clawing him all over the place. "Oh, hell, I'm tired of this," Naruto said, activating his Sharingan. He looked at the Tora and said, "Makin Kasegui no Jutsu, shackling stakes." The Genjutsu paralyzed Tora, and Naruto said, "Makin Jigoku Goka no Jutsu, hellfire technique." This new Genjutsu made Tora think she was being burned alive. Naruto chuckled evilly as Tora screamed in pain. Kyuubi seeing this, his sweat dropped and thought,
"I got a dumbass for a container."
Next mission, helping the farmer. Naruto made his way for his next mission. He read the scroll, and the mission was to cultivate a piece of land since the farmer didn't have enough time to do it himself. Naruto arrived at the site, and the farmer's house was actually almost outside the village, and the land itself was fairly big. Judging from the size of the land, it was most likely for planting vegetables and later selling them. Naruto approached the client and started doing his job. The client didn't seem happy they sent a demon brat, but at least the QB would be working for him. Almost 1 hour into the mission, and Naruto continued his work using Hose the Groom to land peacefully and undisturbed until slam! A noise echoed through the clearing as the sound of metal clashing. Naruto removed a couple of inches of dirt until he saw a metal door in the ground. What the hell is this? Naruto thought as he moved to open the hatch. Once open, he saw a bunch of stairs that seemingly led underground. And as a curious kid, he decided that he would carefully make his way down. As he was going down, he couldn't help but notice the smell. One of the things of having the QB inside of him was that it gave him enhanced senses, primarily smell and hearing. The smell itself was of death and putrefaction. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought, as he began to explore what appeared as a vast underground base with a long corridor with multiple rooms connected. Checking a few rooms, even he couldn't help himself but to throw up. For in one of the rooms, it was filled with skeletons of people, and there were a few other bodies still decomposing. Going in further and checking another room, he could see vials spread along the table with strange colored liquids, and he wisely decided it would be best not to touch them. As he continued exploring the base, he kept wondering how could this exist here and be kept a secret. Judging by the looks of it, it seemed that whoever lived here left in a hurry. This smells of snakes. Naruto was thinking when he suddenly pieced together the facts. You're in a library about a shinobi that used snakes as summons and defected Konoha after he was found doing twisted experiments with children that he had kidnapped. Orochimaru, the snake Sanin. Naruto concluded and made a shadow clone and said, "Go tell the old man." The clone left, and Naruto continued exploring, gazing into the room so he could have a brief idea of what it contained. One of the rooms appeared to be a small study room, and entering the room and making his way to the table, he saw a few seals and a multitude of vials of blood with various names in them. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, and a few others that Naruto did not recognize. What could Orochimaru possibly want with the blood of my father? Not to mention the Senju brothers. Naruto kept wondering until he saw a few notes written in what it seemed to be a diary, and he continued reading until that twisted bastard. Hokage office. He was just having a normal day in his office, and by normal I say he was cursing Minato for leaving him with the paperwork, and when suddenly he saw Naruto bursting through the door. "Old man," Naruto started. "I think I found one of Orochimaru's old bases," to which Hokage yelled, "What?" I was doing one of the missions, and I was cultivating a field until I hit a metal hatch. And after opening it and checking inside, it reeked of snakes, and there were dead bodies all over, Naruto said. "Anbu," the Hokage said, and in front of him appeared an Anbu with a weasel mask, kneeling before the Hokage and waiting for orders. "Bring me Ibiki and Anko." "Hi, Hokage-sama," the Anbu said, and vanished in a puff of smoke. The Hokage turned to Naruto. "Naruto, are you the original?" he asked, to which Naruto shook his head negatively. "Boss is in checking the rest of the base to make sure no one enters it," the clone responded. "Then tell him to continue guarding the entrance until Anko and Ibiki arrive, then tell him to come here immediately afterwards," the Hokage said, getting a nod before the clone dispelled. Orochimaru base. Naruto was still going for the base until the memories of the clone hit him, and he stopped and gathered what he was doing and made his way to the entrance. Naruto waited a couple minutes before a man and woman dropped in front of him. The man was about 193 centimeters, 6'4", and had wore traditional black Anbu pants and a black jacket. He also wore a long-sleeved black jacket and a scarf that covered the top of his head. The man had a few scars on his face, and Naruto recognized him from a couple of pranks he pulled, and that he was Morino Ibiki, a Tokubetsu special Jonin and the commander of Konoha's torture and interrogation force. Besides, Ibiki was a woman who had approximately 167 centimeters in height, or 5'5", and she wore a full-body mesh armor with a short brown skirt and a long trench coat that barely covered her D-cup breasts. She had purple pineapple-style hair and brown eyes. Naruto assumed that this woman was Anko. Naruto, facing both of them, turned towards the woman and said, "I assume you are Anko." "I'm the sexy and single Mitsudashi Anko," she exclaimed, pumping her fists in the air, to which Naruto's sweat dropped. "I was doing a D-rank and came across this base, and after exploring it, I concluded it belonged to Orochimaru, so I informed the Hokage. My work is done, so knock yourself out," Naruto said, and headed towards the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Naruto arrived at Hokage's office and saw him with a silent and thoughtful look. Naruto assumed it had to do with Orochimaru. After all, he was one of Hiru's most prized students, a genius that comes once in a lifetime. However, he got caught in his own ambitions. "I'm here, old man," Naruto said, getting Hokage's attention. "I don't even know if this should be called luck or not," the Hokage said, sighing. Was Naruto's genius of an answer. You said that you were low on cash, won a few D-rank missions, and you ended up finding one of my old students' laboratories. Naruto nodded, and Hokage continued. Since you found it, I'm upgrading the mission to S rank, and you are never to speak of it, and everything you found and saw inside you were never to reveal. Are you clear? Hokage said in a serious and demanding tone. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto replied as if he was the usual shinobi, which brought a small smile to the man's face. I would call it luck, Naruto said, grinning. Well then, I'm going to get going. See you later, Gigi, he said, and the Hokage nodded. Once Naruto left the room, the Hokage leaned back in his chair, lost in his thoughts. The wonders of D-ranks, the Hokage thought, chuckling to himself. He got out of his thoughts, and he got back to work. The Hokage looked at the amount of paperwork and yelled, Damn you, Minato! And then, that is the end of Chapter 7. Hope you all enjoyed that one. It was a pretty interesting chapter. And now we move on to Chapter 8. Which, by the way, in the fanfic, it's kind of mislabeled as Chapter 9 when it's actually Chapter 8, but it's whatever. Chapter 8, Academy Days and Graduation. 4 years later. The sun is starting to appear and shine above Konoha. People are starting to open their shops for another ordinary day. However, to some people, this is no ordinary day, if you can say so. 4 long years have passed, and now both Naruto and Hinata are both 14 years old, and today is graduation day. During these last 4 years, their growth was tremendous, and if we were to estimate their current level of power, one can say that in terms of skill, Hinata's Taijutsu is Kage level, which would be the same level as Naruto's Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. However, if we were to be realistic, their Taijutsu is joint level because even though they both use gravity seals to increase strength and speed, their bodies are still developing and can compete against adults while also lacking experience. However, these rules do not apply to Ninjutsu, even with Naruto. With his massive chakra reserves that dwarf even Hokage of belief and reasonable control. In fact, Naruto must constantly train chakra control because of his ever-increasing reserves. In fact, Naruto is a chakra powerhouse in terms of ninjutsu, with his high affinity for lightning coupled with fire and wind natures, all of them offensive ones. There isn't much of an obstacle Naruto can't pass. In the last 4 years, Hinata has become a master of her own Taijutsu style derived from the gentle fist, which she calls the flowing fist, which, much like the name says, Hinata, due to her natural flexibility, flows through the enemy, dodging all offensive attacks while closing the enemy's chakra points. Even though her own Taijutsu style is extremely strong, she's still very proficient in the original Gentle Fist style. In Naruto's case, his Taijutsu style is very different. He trained his fire style and mastered it, however, if the enemy has some sort of shield, attacking enemy pressure points would be pointless. So, Naruto developed his very own style, combining the best offensive style of the Goken, the Strong Fist, and pressure point damage with the defensive style of the Uchiha's Interceptor Fist, creating what he called the Dragon Fist. However, he can add one small twist if you can call it that. Naruto, after his training in lightning, managed to envelop his own fist and feet in coats of lightning chakra, which, if it makes contact with the enemy, can either massively increase the power of the strike or send the lightning chakra to the enemy's chakra circulatory system to effectively numb the area of the hit. This Taijutsu style is called the Raiken, Lightning Fist. Actually, since both Naruto and Hinata have wind affinity, they can create invisible chakra wind blades in their fingers. Invisible to anyone without dojutsu, of course. Using this technique, they can inflict damage to wherever they hit, damaging their muscles and disabling the enemy. In the ninjutsu department, one can say Naruto is a monster, with his free affinities completely mastered and all of them being offensive. Naruto is a force to be reckoned with, and his arsenal contains a vast amount of techniques for every affinity, including a few creations of his own. You know, Hinata has high chakra levels if compared to anyone her age. She has joining level chakra reserves when they should be getting. Her advantage over Naruto comes from extremely high chakra control, rivaling Tsunade herself. Through her control, she learned a couple of medical ninjutsus for self-healing if necessary, since Naruto has the Fox's chakra. Going for the Genjutsu section, let's just say Naruto kinda sucks at it. The only Genjutsu Naruto is even able to cast without the Sharingan activated is Kokunyokyu no Jutsu, or Bringer of Darkness. A Genjutsu created by the Daime Hokage and considered a Kinjutsu due to the fact that even after activated, it continues to drain chakra constantly. If we check it out, due to her control, she can pretty much use all Genjutsu she knows, but restrains from using Gokuanyo no Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, since she can't spend such amount of chakra. In the weapon section, both of them are extremely masterful with Kunai, Shuriken, and Senbon, but also Kinjutsu. When Naruto named this style, he and Hinata learned Issei no Ryuken, Dragon's Cry sword style. Since their shinobi life is about to begin, Naruto had previously forged, their own swords. Naruto's sword was a Chokuto, a straight single-edged sword created with chakra metal for his lightning affinity. It was 20 inches long without a hilt. The handle was dark orange with black stripes, and in the center, the Uzumaki swirl. Hinata has a similar sword, being the handle in lavender color. In Funjutsu, Naruto truly honors the Uzumaki clan. His ingenuity in the art of Funjutsu truly is amazing. Naruto's officially a level 10 Seal Master, level 10 of 10. Actually, Naruto even has some of his own creations and is currently working on his father's Hirashin technique. However, the Shiki formula of the Hirashin must be created for his own user, so Naruto cannot use his father's kunais, since the Shiki formula is tied to the user's blood. Naruto has to admit that his father is truly magnificent in creating such a simple yet complex technique. Hinata also has been training Funjutsu, but not so as extensively as Naruto. Since Naruto used his Shadow Clone army to pretty much devour every book, in fact, I believe that Naruto managed to read almost every book in the library. One might not believe it, but Naruto focused a lot of Shadow Clones in politics and laws of Konoha, since he would have to one day put up with the council. In the last section, we have medical training. Neither of them have extensive medical training. Hinata can use a few simple techniques to heal superficial wounds. Both of them have a pretty good grasp of poisons and antidotes, but also human anatomy. It's in here that the Senbon came into play. Naruto can use Senbon to mix with his pressure point jutsu, if necessary, but also coat the Senbon with paralyzing or killing poison of his own creation. All in all, both Naruto and Hinata are extremely skilled and resourceful shinobi, even though they are actually civilians. However, any civilian that can use chakra can be considered a shinobi. Graduation day. Naruto's house. The sun was coming up, its beams breaking through the window. Naruto was peacefully sleeping but began to stir as the sun started shining through the room. Looking down, he saw what most likely was an angel, and I was sleeping with her head in his chest. The sun hitting her pale skin, making her glow like a goddess. Kissing her forehead, she started to stir and yawn. Tempted to open her eyes, she noticed a hand slowly caressing her hair. She knew it was Naruto. She didn't want to leave his warmth and tried to snuggle closer to him, burying her face in his chest. Naruto seen this chuckled. "Hinata-chan," he started. "We have to get up. Don't forget it's graduation day," he said as he made Hokage Bunshin to go make breakfast. "I want to get up," she pouted. "You're required to be my pillow," she said, to which she smirked. Pulling her chin up, he slowly placed a kiss on her lips, waking up the sleeping beauty. "Come on now, Hime," he says, rolling both of them with him on top of her, placed a few kisses on her neck, making her giggle. "Fine," she said, finally agreeing with the blonde. They both got up and started to get dressed. "Hina-chan, it's time," he said, and Hinata nodded. Today was the day their masks would come off. They were more than powerful enough to protect themselves and let the world see who they really were. Of course, they wouldn't show off to the world, but the dead last Dobe, Loudmouth, Blonde, and the shy and kind Hinata were no more. Naruto was now about 165 centimeters, 5'4", and had two fangs of blonde hair that framed his face. He wore orange baggy pants with black flames in the bottom, with a white strapping on his right leg. He had a white jacket with orange endings and mid-length black sleeves. In a bagger jacket, it had a kanji for 9. He wore black fingerless gloves with metal on the back of the hand, and in each wrist bracelets with sword shields for kunai, shuriken, senbon, and his sword, and a small belt with numerous other scrolls. Anyone who saw him now wouldn't even recognize him. Hana was slightly shorter than him, but if we would compare to the rest of the class, she would be one of the tallest people there. She wore black pants with white strappings holding kunai pouches, and a white bulky jacket with white fur, and she also had a lavender piece of cloth tied to her forehead, a gift from Naruto. "You look handsome, Naruto-kun," she said in a sweet voice that sent shivers to the blonde. "Boss, breakfast is ready," the clone said, and brought milk and cereal, bacon, and eggs for breakfast, and they both silently ate and started preparing for the last day in the academy. Thank Kami, Naruto thought. After breakfast, both left the house and headed towards the academy. Hinata was wrapped around Naruto's right arm. It didn't matter anymore who saw them, it was the beginning of their shinobi careers. The walk was rather calm. Many villagers didn't even recognize Naruto. Arriving at the academy, they realized it was a bit earlier. Then they made their way to the back of the classroom, and they sat waiting for their classmates and sensei. Soon after their arrival, the classroom started filling, and moments later entered the almighty Uchiha Sasuke, followed, of course, by his horde of horny fangirls. Sasuke scanned the room and spotted both Hinata and someone with her. Discarding it, he made his way to the first row and took a seat by the window so he could gaze outside when bored. Moments later, Umino Iruka walked through the door. Said person had black pants and staring Chunin flat jacket. He had brown hair tied in a ponytail and a large scar on his nose. "Good morning, class," he said. Checking the classroom and noticed he didn't get their attention, he used his patented big head jutsu and yelled, "Silence!" Everyone quieted down, and Iruka started calling the students to mark their presence, until he reached Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was about to answer when another one beat him to it. "Looks like Dobi is failing again," Sasuke said, getting laughs from everyone. "Are you all blind?" a voice from the back of the classroom said. Gaining everyone's attention and looking at him like he was a ghost, he said, "Yo." Waving his hand, "Present, Iruka-sensei." Everyone was blanking at said person, still processing that this was, well, Naruto. Naruto? The pink banshee, aka Sakura, asked. The one and only, he said with a foxy grin. The whole class looked at the new look and it was a vast improvement over the old one, honestly. Gotta say, the new outfit looked really good. Iruka would then snap out of his trance over the surprise and finish his list. As you all know, Iruka started. Today is your graduation exam. At the end of today, those who pass will become shinobi of the leaf. We will start with the written exam, followed by weapons, taijutsu, and finally ninjutsu. Now, let's begin, Iruka said and started handing out the exams. As he got near Naruto, a discreet smile appeared in Mizuki. Mizuki was Iruka's assistant, and like many others, he hated the demon brat and tried everything so he could fail and have his revenge. Naruto sensed something strange about this exam and discreetly activated his Sharingan and discovered a well-placed Genjutsu on the test. Making a half-tiger hand seal and saying in his mind, Kai! The Genjutsu dispelled and showed the real exam. The Naruto started filling, and after 20 minutes, he was already done, as was Hinata, and both waited for the rest of the class. Okay, class, time's up, Iruka said, and Mizuki got up and started collecting the exams. After which, the class moved to train field for weapons exam. Alright, class, you have here 10 kunai and 10 shuriken that you must throw and hit the marks. Iruka explained, and started calling names, and each of the students moved forward for the evaluation. Uchiha Sasuke, Iruka called, and suddenly every fangirl was yelling, Sasuke's the best! Go Sasuke, show them! And Hinata seeing this rolled her eyes and thought, and they call themselves shinobi. Sasuke doesn't even care about them. Sasuke picked up the weapons and expertly threw them at the same time like the elite he was. Every single kunai hit dead center in the dummies as well, most of shuriken except one that missed the high scoring area. Well done, Sasuke. You got 19 out of 20, Iruka said, and the fangirl group went wild. Sasuke then went back to his place, and then he bumped Naruto and said, Beat that, Dobi. Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka called. The blonde simply took the weapons and realized that they were blunt, simply sharpened off, and discreetly channeled a bit of lightning chakra for them, so they would stick to dummy. He threw them all at the same time, hitting every single target dead center. Iruka's eyes widened. Good job, Naruto. You got a perfect score, 20 out of 20. Iruka said, congratulating him. The fangirls, of course, started yelling that Naruto cheated, and Sasuke simply scowled at the blonde. Hyuga Hinata, Iruka called. Hinata, much like Naruto, walked up and picked up the weapons, and without flinching, effortlessly threw them, hitting every single target like Naruto. Iruka's jaw dropped. What is up today? Hinata never was good in weapons. Congratulating Hinata, Iruka finished the rest of the class and moved to the taijutsu exam. Okay, class. For next exam, you must hold your ground against Mizuki for 2 minutes. Mizuki won't go very much on the offensive, but be prepared, Iruka explained. Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka called. Finally, I get my hands on a demon, Mizuki thought. Naruto seen a twisted smile on Mizuki's face, decided to make him suffer a little bit. Taking his stance, knees bent with right leg slight forward, right arm extended forward with a right palm facing the enemy while the left arm coiled near the waist. Iruka's eyes widened when he recognized his stance. But, that's a gentle fist stance, Iruka said. Poor Dobi. He doesn't even know what he's doing, Sasuke said, getting laughs from the rest of the class. Looks like Naruto-kun is going to play around for a little bit, Hinata thought with a giggle. Hajime, Iruka said, and merely Mizuki shot forward with a closed fist, trying to punch him. Naruto slightly grabbed his fist and turned to dodge. Seeing Mizuki summon forward, Naruto slowly touched Mizuki's shoulder, closing one teketsu, disabling the left arm. What did you do to me? Mizuki asked, enraged as he couldn't feel his left arm. I closed the main chakra point in your left shoulder, disabling your arm. It's over, you can't win, Naruto explained. But how? You don't have the Byakugan, Iruka said. How in the world could Naruto be able to close tenketsus? True, however, the chakra points are fixed in the enemy's network, so I can remember where they are and estimate their location seeing my enemy. After that, I sent a small burst of chakra for area of effect, so they can't actually know exactly where a chakra point is, but nonetheless, it works, Naruto explained. He got surprised faces from everyone minus Hinata. To think it's possible to use gentle fists without their dojutsu, Iruka thought. You damn brat, you're going to pay, Mizuki said, and pushed forward blindly. As he came close to Naruto, he simply smirked and said, You are in my field of divination. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Hake Roku Jonsho! Naruto said, finishing his attack, sending Mizuki crashing into the wall and leaving him unconscious. Naruto left the rain area with everyone staring at him. He just pulled a main house secret technique of the Hyuga clan. Cheater! The fangirls yelled. How can that Dobi defeated Chunin? That power should belong to me, an elite. Sasuke fought brooding in the spot. Iruka gave everyone 30 minutes for an interval while he picked up and took Mizuki to the infirmary. Alright, since Naruto knocked out Mizuki, we're going to have the students fight one-on-one while I observe, Iruka explained. Hyuga Hinata versus Yamanaka Ino, Iruka called out. Poor girl, tried to not get hurt, Hinata, Ino taunted, to which Hinata rolled her eyes. It was time to show them who they were. Hajime! Ino quickly dashed forward. Hinata simply raised her right hand, aiming for Ino. Channeling chakra to her palm, she said, Hake Kusho, air palm. A blast of air was sent and hit Ino dead center in her chest, throwing her out of the ring and onto the ground, leaving her unconscious. You cheated! It's taijutsu only, Sakura screeched, making everyone bring their hands to their ears. That attack is considered taijutsu. Sorry, Hinata explained. What in the world is going on here? Hinata was never that good at taijutsu, and Naruto always seemed like a street brawler, Iruka thought. Iruka picked Ino up and did a quick checkup on her and left her leaned against the wall, waiting for her to wake up so she can be pit against someone else, since he didn't see her do much. After taijutsu exam was over, everyone went inside the classroom while Iruka called which student individually for ninjutsu portion. Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka called, and Naruto got up and made his way down the stairs and stood in front of the classroom facing Iruka. Good luck, Dobi. You're going to need it, Sasuke said, smirking. Fool, Naruto thought. Okay, Naruto, please perform the Henge no Jutsu, Iruka said. And there was a puff of smoke, and in front of Iruka was a man that, even though Iruka knew it was a henge, gave him shivers as he looked at his eyes. The man's eyes were glowing, and it was the Sharingan. The man in front of Iruka was Uchiha Madara.
Why of all people did you pick that man?
QB asked. The QB despised Madara after all. You may not like him, and he may have done more bad than good, but he still was a powerful shinobi, and I have his legacy to honor, Naruto thought, getting a sneer from the QB. Interesting choice, Iruka said, discarding the shivers and continuing with the exam. Now get ready for Kawarimi, said Iruka, as he picked up a blunt kunai and threw it at Naruto. Naruto switched with a chair that was nearby. Well done, Naruto. Now do at least 2 bunshins, Iruka said. Naruto always sucked at bunshins, and Naruto himself knew he couldn't create a single bunshin to save his life. Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said, and tried to release the least amount of chakra possible. There was a poof of smoke, and in the ground there was a dead clone. The whole class started laughing. Still can't do a damn bunshin. Iruka-sensei, is it okay if I use another type of bunshin? Naruto asked. Sure, no problem. Iruka answered, wondering what kind of bunshin Naruto is going to do. Kage bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said. There was a puff of smoke, and in front of Iruka were 10 perfect clones of Naruto. Naruto smirked at the reaction of his teacher. Iruka's jaw dropped seeing Naruto pulling off a B-rank Kinjutsu. Wow, Naruto, Kage Bunshin's a Jonin level Bunshin. Congratulations, you pass, Iruka said. Naruto smirked and picked up his Hayate in the black and tied it around his forehead. Hinata went shortly after, and she too aced the exam. She could do perfect Bunshins, unlike poor Naruto. Okay, class, the exams are over, and congratulations to everyone that passed. This year's Rookie of the Year is Uzumaki Naruto, and top Kunoichi is Hyuga Hinata, Iruka said, happy that Naruto passed, and not only that, he was Rookie of the Year. What? Kiba yelled. How can the dead last be Rookie of the Year, he asked. Very simple, both Naruto and Hinata aced rune exam, and they also got perfect scores in the weapons, taijutsu, and ninjutsu exams, Iruka explained. He is nothing but a loser. I'm an Uchiha. I'm an elite. I demand a duel between us for a title, Sasuke said. It's your choice, Naruto, Iruka said. Let's go outside, baka, Naruto said, and Sasuke smirked, thinking he could take him on. Hinata just shook her head, knowing where this was going. That idiot is going to end up in the hospital. Everyone left the classroom and came to the training ground. Naruto and Sasuke stepped inside the ring facing each other, each one doing a half tiger steel, signifying they were ready for battle. Now, this is a duel for titled Rookie of the Year. You can use anything, however, no crippling or killing strike, understood? Iruka said. Getting eyes from both of them, he said, Hajime! Deciding to prove his superiority and intending to end this match quickly, Sasuke dashed forward and threw a punch. Naruto simply sidestepped the punch, and he brought his knee and hit Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke bent forward from the strike, giving Naruto an opportunity to give him a chop in the back of the neck, leaving him unconscious on the ground. It's done, Naruto said, and of course the fangirl started yelling that Naruto cheated. Congratulations, Naruto, you are Rookie of the Year, along with Hinata, Iruka said, and both Naruto and I left the academy with her wrapped around his arm. Of course, Kibasines got mad that Naruto was leaving with his Hinata. However, the rest of the class just kept wondering what happened today. Everyone except Shikamaru, since he always suspected that Naruto was hiding his true strength. Shikamaru may look lazy and unfocused, but he is also extremely intelligent and observant. Naruto and Hinata were walking together, going to have dinner out as a celebration for graduating and becoming Leaf Shinobi. They were walking to Ichiraku's when Naruto sensed someone running for the woods. Of course, Naruto remembered when Hinata was kidnapped, people running for the woods is always suspicious. Both of them decided to see what was happening and went after that person. Outpost. Mizuki was running for the woods with a large scroll on his back, unaware that he was being tailed. Stopping near a small shack, he sat on the ground, opened, and started reading from the scroll. With the scroll of seals, Orochimaru-sama is going to give more power than I can dream of, Mizuki fought out loud. Naruto and Hinata, hearing this, were about to jump him and retrieve the scroll when all of a sudden, Iruka dropped in front of Mizuki. Mizuki, how could you do this? You betrayed the leaf, Iruka said. He didn't understand how his best friend could betray the leaf and seal the scroll. Simple, Iruka. I want power, and when I give Orochimaru-sama this scroll, he's going to give me more power than I can dream of, Mizuki said. He pulled a couple shurikens and threw them at Iruka, yelling, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu! The shurikens multiplied to 20. Iruka, seeing this, hesitated and ended up being pinned against a tree. Mizuki took out a Fuma shuriken and dashed forward with a speed intending to end Iruka once and for all. Naruto, seeing this, jumped in the middle of them and kicked Mizuki back. Naruto? Iruka said, surprised to see him. Hinata, heal Iruka-sensei. I'll take care of him, Naruto said. Hi, she replied and started healing Iruka. You damn demon. Have you ever wondered why everyone hates you? Mizuki asked, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. No, Mizuki, it's forbidden, Iruka yelled. 14 years ago, the Undaime didn't kill the Kyuubi. He sealed it inside of you. You are the Kyuubi reborn, Mizuki said, expecting to break the brass so he could escape. Are you an idiot? He asked rhetorically. Mizuki narrowed his eyes, wondering how it didn't do anything. I've known about the Kyuubi since I was 5 years old. Hell, I've been talking to him ever since. Did you even wonder why I have the kanji for 9 in my jacket? It's because I take pride in being a Jinchuriki. My life may not have been easy, but I'm happy that Undaime chose me, Naruto said, getting shocked faces from both Mizuki and Iruka. Enough talk. Since you broke the first law, I have permission to kill you, Naruto explained. Try it, demon fox, Mizuki said, and took the last of his Fuma shurikens and threw it at him. Naruto dodged the shuriken and went for a couple of fan seals and said, Katon, Gyuyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Mizuki's eyes widened when he saw the fireball coming. He jumped to the left where Naruto was waiting and gave him a fierce kick to the ribs, sending Mizuki crashing to the trees. Mizuki barely got up since he got a couple broken ribs. He was then trying to specify demon breath when suddenly something grabbed his ankle. Looking down, he saw a hand sticking out of the ground, grabbing him tightly. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Naruto said, dragging and burying Mizuki, leaving only his head out of the ground. Mizuki tried to get out, but he got nowhere. Naruto picked up the scroll of seals and caught a glimpse of a technique. Opening the scroll, it said Bunshin Daibakua, clone explosion, B rank. Closing the scroll, he put it on his back and went to Iruka as Hinata was finished healing him. How are you feeling, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked. Iruka is one of the few people Naruto actually cared about. I'm fine, thanks to you, he replied. Moments later, the Anbu arrived at the scene and took Iruka, Naruto, and Hinata to the Hokage, and Mizuki to Ibiki, Hokage's office. Anbu arrived with the three of them at the Hokage's office. Naruto delivered the scroll seals to the Hokage. Well done, Naruto. Due to yours and Hinata's help, we managed to secure the scroll seals and catch a traitor. I'm concerned it's a B-rank mission. I saw what happened through my crystal ball, and I know you learned jutsu from the scroll. Just be careful with that one. Anything else I might do for you in compensation, the Hokage asked. He was secretly happy that Naruto took his training seriously. Actually, there is Gigi, Naruto said, and got smacked in the head by Iruka. Show some respect to Hokage, you brat, Iruka said. Heh. Don't worry so much, Iruka, the Hokage said. I want to ask you if I could be on the same team as Hinata-chan without Sasuke. We both know there will come a time I will need my eyes, and I don't want any problems, he said, and the Hokage raised an eyebrow concerning the request. I know what you're thinking. I bet you were considering placing me along with Sasuke and Hinata since Rookie of the Year goes with Kunichi of the Year, and we would create a heavy assault team, Naruto explained and continued. However, you can still get the same benefits you have Kiba, Sasuke, and Sakura for the heavy assault team, and you can have a perfect dragon team along with heavy assault with me, Hinata, and Shino since I have my eyes and I'm a sensor, Naruto finished. Eyes? Iruka asked. The Hokage, seeing Naruto ask him what to do, suddenly said, It's up to you, Naruto, the Hokage said. Iruka-sensei, if you promise to not tell anyone until I reveal it, I will tell you, Naruto said, and Iruka replied, You can trust me, Naruto, you know that. Look into my eyes, Naruto said, and closed them. Slowly opened them for dramatic effect. They were blood red with 3 tomoes in each eye. Naruto's eyes were a fully matured Sharingan. Holy shit, Iruka yelled. Naruto simply rubbed the back of his head. That's why you transform into Madara during the exam, Iruka said, and Hokage raised an eyebrow. Of course, Sensei. I have a legacy to keep. After all, Madara is my grandfather, Naruto said. Iruka's jaw dropped hearing this. Naruto is the grandson of one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. Naruto, you really are the number one unpredictable ninja of Konoha, he said, and both Naruto and Hokage laughed. Naruto, if you have fully matured Sharingan, how could you be the dead last up until now? Iruka asked. Deception is a ninja's greatest tool. Listen to some of your lectures, he said, smirking, to which Iruka just dumbly nodded. All's well that ends well. Naruto, I agree with your requests. Be the Academy next week for team placement. See you tomorrow, the Hokage said. Naruto, Hinata, how about I take you both to ramen as a thank you? Iruka asked, and of course Naruto agreed, jumping in the air. The Hokage just shook his head, seeing all three of them leaving his office. He sighed and picked up the pencil and then said, "No!" The Hokage yelled, seeing all the paperwork pop out of nowhere. Naruto, hearing the Hokage yell, thought, maybe I should tell him one of these days. And that is the end of chapter 8. Well, that was a pretty good chapter in my opinion. I think it was pretty interesting to see Naruto, pass the graduation exam in this version, since again he's a lot more powerful. And Naruto definitely is very OP in this fanfic. And things are about to get a lot more interesting as we reach chapters 9 and 10. So, how about we get into chapter 9, which is mislabeled as 10, Problems. Chapter 9, Problems. Ruka, Naruto, and Hinata walk peacefully to reach Raku's ramen stand. A thank you from Ruka for Naruto and Hinata saving his life. Iruka got injured by the shuriken rain, but Hinata did a wonderful job healing him. Naruto, Iruka, and Hinata sat down at the ramen stand. Oi, old man, come here, I'm hungry, Naruto yelled. Oh, Naruto, glad to see you and Hinata, Teuchi said, and both nodded. Okay, since Iruka-sensei's pain, you can start with 10 bowls of pork ramen for me, Naruto said, and Iruka widened his eyes, thinking if it was a good idea offering him dinner. I'll take 2 bowls of vegetable ramen, Hinata said. I'll take 1 bowl of shrimp ramen. Say, Hinata, Iruka said, gaining her attention. Were you faking with Naruto since the beginning, Iruka asked. Of course, you actually don't know, but we are boyfriend and girlfriend, she said, giving Naruto a kiss on the cheek, making the blonde blush. Who would have thought? Damn, you are some good actors, Iruka said, getting chuckles from both of them. Why did you two hide your strength in your relationship, Iruka asked. You know that I'm the QB Jinchuriki, right? Naruto asked, and Iruka nodded. And pretty much all the villagers and almost all the shinobi hate me for carrying him. To them, I'm a painful reminder of what happened that night. You know that they tried to hurt or kill me many times. If the civilian council knew how strong I was, they would do everything they could to stop the demon from getting strong, he said. The reason I decided to hide the relationship was pretty much the same reason. They would try and hurt her as well. I've already heard some people calling her demon whore already, and I'll be damned if I let anyone else hurt her. I would burn this village faster to the ground than I would allow anyone to place hands on her. So we decided to stay in the shadows until we were strong enough to protect ourselves, he concluded. Iruka was surprised how the #1 knucklehead thought of everything. He would never in a million years think that Naruto was so clever and insightful. You certainly fooled me, Iruka said, and everyone laughed. They started eating calmly. And you, Hinata, I get the feeling that you are not a shy girl, he said, pointing to her. She giggled and answered, I was shy when I first met Naruto, but over the years I grew out of it thanks to him. Also, who do you think helped him in his pranks? She said, laughing, and Iruka's jaw dropped. Actually, I kind of liked acting shy and letting everyone else brag about how good they are. How strong are you really, Iruka asked in a serious tone. Well, we've never matched against anyone other than ourselves, but the furball says we are around Chunin in terms of taijutsu and ninjutsu. I suck at genjutsu, so around low Chunin in that. Other than that, I'm a level 10 Steel Master, Naruto explained, and of course Iruka didn't even know what to say, poor guy. Wait, if you are Chunin level, how the hell can't you do a strange single bunshin? Iruka asked, and Naruto chuckled. Well, you see, one side effect of having a Biju still inside of you when you are young is that you tend to develop large chakra reserves. I estimate I have about 4 times more chakra than Gigi, so even though I have Chunin level chakra control, I still have too much chakra to perform a single bunshin, Naruto explained. Iruka didn't know what to think or do. The academy that last was Chunin level had 4 times the chakra reserves as the Hokage and was a Seal Master. And besides that, he had a mature Sharingan. Iruka then just fainted from all that flowing inside his head. Oi, sensei, wake up, you still got to pay, Naruto yelled, trying to wake up the fainted Iruka. Council room. The Hokage was approaching a room. Standing near its double doors was an Anbu guarding it. The Anbu bowed to the Hokage and opened the doors. The Hokage entered the room, and to his left were seated the clan heads of Konoha, also known as Shinobi Council, and to his left were the few important civilians known as the Civilian Council. Near Shinobi Council were also seated 3 people. They were Mitakato Hamura, Utatane Kao, and Shimura Danzo. They were former teammates to the Hokage in his young days and are also currently his advisors or elders. The Hokage made his way through the room and sat at a small table in front of the Konoha Council. Good evening to everyone. Now, may I know the reason why the council has been summoned? The Hokage asked in a bored tone. After doing all the paperwork, he still had to put up with the damn council. Yes, Hokage-sama, said one merchant of the civilian council as he stood up. We heard that the deep Uzumaki Naruto graduated from the academy. You cannot allow him to become a shinobi. He's too dangerous, he said. The Hokage sighed as he knew this day would come. Naruto was not dangerous. He's already proven to be a loyal shinobi, but also graduated as Rookie of the Year along with Hinata. The Hokage said, and Hiyashi raised an eyebrow hearing Hinata was the Kunoichi of the Year. This year's batch must be weak. To think that she was the best, Hiyashi thought. He's clearly a demon. He stole Rookie of the Year title from the Uchiha-sama. A pink banshee yelled, making everyone shiver from her freakish high-pitched voice. You should choose your words carefully, civilian, the Hokage said, raising his ki, making her sweat. My law is still in effect. But Hokage-sama, you cannot allow him near the clan heirs. He could hurt them all, a fat merchant said, while the shinobi side rolled their eyes. Enough, the Hokage said in a serious tone. Many of you civilians may not know, but Naruto has already saved this village today, he said, getting confused looks from everyone. As you don't know, today one of the academy teachers, Mizuki, broke into Hokage's vault and stole the scroll seals. He was intercepted by Umino Iruka, and they engaged in combat. If Naruto and Hinata didn't show up, Iruka would be dead, and the village would be without the scroll. Hinata managed to heal Iruka, and Naruto defeated a Chunin, the Hokage concluded, and everyone gasped. A fresh rookie from the academy defeated in Chunin is almost unheard of. You see, Hokage-sama? He's already becoming too powerful. We must kill him now, and finish what the Odame started, the fat merchant said, trying to reason with the Hokage and put an end to the demon. You keep forgetting that this is a shinobi village, and I, the Hokage, am in command of my forces. My word is law, remember well. This meeting is adjourned, the Hokage said, rubbing his temples. I'm getting too old for this shit, he thought as he watched everyone leave the room. Alright, so before I continue with chapter 9, I'm going to address something here. Yes, I understand this entire thing is kind of corny and stuff like that. It's in a lot of fanfics, a lot of Naruto fanfics actually, and I can understand that it might not be the greatest thing out there when it comes to like the Konoha, Shinobi Council and the Konoha Civilian Council, but I would say just deal with it. You can have some fun interactions here and there, and I think this fanfic does it the best, but it can kind of get annoying and repetitive when you see it in a lot of fanfics, but I still love this fanfic no matter what, you know what I'm saying? So, anyways, back to reading. Later that night, everyone in the village was sleeping peacefully, including our favorite pair, Naruto and Hinata. They were sleeping like usual, cuddled together, and Naruto had his chest pressed against her back, pulling her closer to him. Two figures were seen dashing through the roofs, and they wore the Saren join outfit for Konoha. The hitate on the forehead, the joining flat jacket, and black gami pants with white strapping on the ankles. So, you remember the plan one of the joinies has getting off from the other? Let's get this over with so we can collect our pay, the other said, and rushed forward towards the destination. They arrived at the red light sector and very quietly made their way into the house. The house itself seemed old, with a few patched holes in the outside walls. They approached the window and saw the sleeping pair, the demon and its whore. They decided to make the entrance through the roof, seeing that their bed was too close to the window. They quickly and stealthily entered the house and made their way into the bedroom. They were approaching their bed, and one said, "This is your end, demon," and they quickly drove 2 kunais through both of their chests. The joining smiled in victory until there was a puff of smoke and revealed 2 logs with kunais. They turned around and didn't like their view very much. They saw a Sharingan blazing and the Byakugan activated. Oh, the demon has a Sharingan? He probably stole it when he killed the Uchiha clan. Let's kill them, one of the joining said, and dashed to the pair. Okay, Nana, you take one, I'll take the other. Be careful, they're joining. You might be skilled, but they have more strength than us, Naruto said. Hi, she replied, and they dashed to intercept one of the Jonins. With Naruto, why are you attacking us? Is it a crime to attack a fellow shinobi the leaf? Naruto asked, knowing pretty much the answer. You're no partner to us. Die, demon. Jonin responded and took the kunai and slashed horizontally. Naruto ducked, and using his foot, he struck the Jonin's foot and made him tumble forward. Using his momentum, Naruto lifted his knee and managed to strike him in the gut. The Jonin quickly recovered and jumped back. Not bad, demon. Let's take this up a notch, Jonin said, and quickly made a few hand signs and yelled, Doten, Tsuchi no Yori, earth-style earth armor, and enveloped his body in a strong earth shell. He sees an earth shell? Good thing my main affinity is lightning, Naruto thought. They dashed forward and exchanged a few blows. Thanks to Sharingan, Naruto managed to block or dodge every single one of them. However, due to the enemy's armor, his strikes were ineffective, and he couldn't attack any pressure points. Naruto switched to his own ninjutsu style with the lightning fist. Naruto changed his hands and feet in a coat of lightning chakra. He dashed forward and went for a low kick, and Join jumped up to avoid it. Naruto quickly recovered and sent a massive punch to Join's chest, destroying his armor and sending him against the wall. "That hurt, you damn brat," Join yelled. They both engaged again, but Naruto had the upper hand. Deciding to end it with and going to help Hinata, Naruto decided to step a punch and infuse his fingers with lightning chakra and press hard against Join's head near the head, discharging chakra in his vagus nerve, sending the Jonin to cardiac arrest. Naruto left Jonin shaking on the floor and left him to go help Hinata. He turned around to see Hinata having the upper hand until she made a mistake, and Jonin took the opportunity and went for a horizontal slash. "Hinata!" Naruto yelled. He activated his gravity seals and dashed at the top of speed to help her. Knowing that he wouldn't reach her in time, he did the only thing he could and substituted himself with her. Naruto, now in the place now, was seeing the blade come closer and closer. His Sharingan could be seen as a curse, for it was showing his death in slow motion. He tried to bring his kunai to block the sword, but it was too late. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Naruto unwillingly channeled a massive amount of chakra to his eyes until they started spinning and reversing its colors. Suddenly, everything became clearer, and time seemed to slow down even more. Naruto was watching the blade come closer and closer, and just as he was about to make contact with his skin, the strangest thing happened. The blade continued in its path as if slicing cleanly through him, but Naruto didn't feel any pain. The enemy Jonin didn't know what was happening. His blade seemed to face right through the demon as if he wasn't there. The blade left his body as if nothing ever happened. It was then he looked at his eyes. Instead of the blood-red eyes with black tomoes, Naruto's eyes switched to being pure black in the middle of it, on a glowing red cracked circle with 3 red orbs on it. The Jonin didn't know what it was, but it was too late. Naruto caught the Jonin's hand as if he left him and broke his wrist, making him drop the sword. Naruto looked at him in the eyes with his Sharingan spinning and said, "Genjutsu, force sleep." As he said this, the Jonin fell to the ground unconscious. Naruto turned to Hinata, who was too stunned with what happened that she didn't even see him approach. "Hinata, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Naruto asked, concerned of her. "I'm not hurt thanks to you," she said, and hugged him and cried. "I can't believe they would drop so low to attack us in the night. I guess I was too optimistic," Naruto thought. They separated until Hinata looked at him and gasped. "Naruto-kun, your eyes," she said. Naruto didn't know what she was talking about and went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror and raised an eyebrow. "What the hell is this?" he thought.
"That kid is the next form of the Sharingan, known as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You are very lucky to have awakened it. That particular eyes only awakens in life and death situations, or through intense training,"
the QB explained. "So that's why that blade passed for me. It must be a power of it," he thought.
"I guess, but I've never seen that one in particular. I see modern techniques using those eyes, but I don't know how to use them, so you have to figure it out on your own. Deal with the intruders. I'll explain something about those eyes later,"
the QB said, and Naruto nodded and quickly went to Join as survived and tied him up, placing a chakra restricting seal on him. A couple minutes later, the body of the dead Jonin was sealed in a scroll that Naruto would later take to Hokage. He picked up a glass of water and splashed it on Jonin's face, waking him. "Hi there, buddy. Let's talk now," Naruto said in a sweet voice that sent shivers even to Hinata, that had her Byakugan active to see if he would lie. "Damn, demon. I'm not saying anything. You might as well kill me now," Jonin said, trying to hide his fear at being at the mercy of the demon after trying to kill his lover. "Where's the fun in killing you?" Naruto said, and activated his normal Sharingan and said, "Magen Jikoku Goka no Jutsu, Hellfire Technique." The Jonin was trapped in the Genjutsu and felt like he was being burned alive. Since he was tied up and had chakra restriction seal, he couldn't break the illusion. This went on for a few minutes until the Jonin decided he couldn't take it anymore. Okay, I'll talk. Please stop," he begged, until Naruto ended the jutsu and looked at him with his Sharingan along with Hinata, checking for lies. "Listen well. I'll only say this once," Naruto said, with his Sharingan glowing, making the Jonin nod quickly. "Why did you decide to attack us?" Naruto asked. He wanted to know why all of a sudden they decided to take such a direct approach against him. "It was a deal me and my friend would kill you for a payment," the Jonin explained, looking at the corpse of his friend and thinking it was a mistake to accept it, but it was too late now. "I see. And who requested the mission?" The Jonin hesitated in telling him who asked for the death of the demon. Naruto deactivated Sharingan and locked eyes with Jonin. His cold blue eyes that seemed to penetrate his soul made him flinch. "It was Tuno Kanta, a merchant of this village, and belongs to the civilian council," Jonin answered. And Naruto had already suspected it would have been one of the civilians with large enough wealth to hire 2 Jonins. "Hinata, is he telling the truth?" Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. Naruto turned to the tied-up Jonin and smirked. "What are you going to do to me?" the Jonin asked in a fearful voice. He didn't want any more pain. He preferred a quick death. "As much as I would like to kill you now, I won't. I'm delivering you to Hokage tomorrow morning with your friend over there, and after that I'm calling for the execution of said civilian, Naruto said, and went behind him and knocked him out with a quick chop to the neck. What do we do now? Hinata asked. They were too pumped up to sleep now. It's 4 a.m. The Hokage's office opens at 7, so in the meantime, I'm placing a few security seals around the house to make sure this doesn't happen again, he said. Naruto went to Hinata and kissed her. He hugged her and whispered, I'm sorry. It's my fault. They were after me, Naruto said. He was so sad and mad that the villagers would try to even kill her. It's not your fault. And besides, don't think this is enough to drive me away from you, she replied, and gave him a passionate kiss. Thank you, Naruto said, happy to have the woman he would spend the rest of his life with. Naruto went to the walls and quickly placed security and privacy seals, and a target detector seal lock at the door. With his Kagebunshin, it only took him around an hour to fully steal his apartment, to making sure that whoever tried to break in would have a nasty surprise. They both lay in bed with Hinata snuggled together until she fell asleep in the safety of his arms. This wasn't how he intended to start his day. Naruto drifted off to sleep and went to his mindscape to talk with the QB. So, QB, what did you want to tell me about my new eyes? Naruto asked, excited to have unlocked the eyes that made Uchiha Madara so powerful.
Okay, kid. This is gonna be a long story, so shut up and listen well,
the QB said, and Naruto nodded.
It all began a few thousand years ago. The human race was living peacefully among each other until one day a fearsome beast appeared. No one knows where it originated, but it was too powerful for humans to defeat. Many thought it was a punishment from the gods. The beast itself had 10 tails and was known as the Chubi, the 10 tails. Nothing seemed to be able to stop until a man appeared and faced the beast alone. This man managed to defeat the beast by sealing it inside his own body. He would later be known as the Rikudo, the father of all ninjutsu. The man was able to hero for defeating the beast and was considered by all a god amongst men. However, he too aged and sooner or later came to his old age. Knowing that in his death the beast would be set free, he split his chakra in 9, thus creating what we know now as the 9-tailed beast, going from one tail to me, the 9 tails. You were with me so far.
Takibi asked, seeing Naruto nod, he continued.
During his life, the Rikudo had 2 sons. The older son received his eyes and found the Uchiha clan, while the younger one received his body strength and was the progenitor of the Senju clan. In his deathbed, Rikudo had to choose which of his sons would carry on his legacy. Due to his younger son's ideals, he chose him. However, this didn't make his brother happy. His older brother thought that since he was the eldest, it should be him to lead the world in his father's place. Angered at his younger brother and father, he tried to fight his brother for the place, but he lost. Having lost, he realized he needed to gather more forces and end the Senju line before it even began. But he realized that being alone, it would take too long to build a clan, so he did a blood ritual to transform, so to speak, ordinary civilians into Uchihas. Okay, the story ends here. You understood everything,
the QB asked, and Naruto replied, yes, I think I got it. The Rikudo had 2 sons, and the older one did the blood ritual to increase his clan faster, so he could defeat the Senju brother.
That's right. Now, about your eyes. You see that the sons of the older brother are pure-blooded Uchihas, while the others that were born out of the ritual were known as half-blooded Uchihas. Nowadays, no one even knows the distinction anymore. The key difference between the two is the activation of the Mangekyo. If you are part of the half-blood side, you've had to kill someone close to you and experience the emotion of that loss in order to awaken it. And you have to awaken it as you are using your eyes. You are constantly losing sight until becoming permanently blind, unless you removed your eyes and placed it in its eyes, the eyes of your brother, father, or someone directly related to you. And in doing so, you achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the pure-blooded Uchihas achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan differently. They activate those eyes, and they hit a battle and life and death situations. And when they achieve it, it was already in its eternal form. The line of the pure-blooded Uchihas was Madara's line. Since he only had Minato, and his brother didn't have any son that we know of, currently, you are the last of the pure-blooded line,
the QB concluded. Does that mean that one day my sons will be able to have Mangekyo? Naruto asked.
Yes, since Sharingan gene is dominant only when the parent tolerance is necessary, and you being pure-blooded, your sins would awaken my Gekko in its final form, like you.
Takubi answered, "It's good. I wouldn't even think about killing someone close to me for power. I have a question, though. I've read that Madara stole his brother's eyes." Naruto wondered.
You can't trust everything you read. He might have stolen them, but he didn't need them.
Takubi replied, "Now that I think about it, that Baka is constantly bragging on being an Uchiha, and he isn't even pure-blooded," Naruto said, laughing. "Thanks, it's almost 7 a.m. I'll see you later," Naruto said, and left the mindscape. Naruto got up and picked up the scrolls containing the two Jonin. He and Hinata got dressed and made their way to the Hokage Tower to start the day by giving the old man a nice, early, fresh headache. How thoughtful. Hokage Tower. The Hokage was currently leaning in his chair and enjoying a cup of hot tea to jumpstart with him in his paperwork. It was truly the nightmare of all Hokages. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. "Come in," the Hokage said. The door opened and he saw an unhappy Naruto carrying two scrolls with Hinata. This can't be good, he thought. "Naruto-kun, how are you doing?" he asked. "We're doing fine, better than these two, in fact," Naruto replied, and tossed the scrolls to Hokage. "Naruto, what is this?" the Hokage asked. "Open them and see for yourself." The Hokage opened both the scrolls and saw it was a sealing scroll. He channeled chakra through both of them, and on the floor appeared a dead Jonin while the other was tied up but awake. "Naruto, what's the meaning of this?" Hokage asked in a serious tone. Naruto walked up to the tied up Jonin and removed the duct tape from his mouth and asked, "Would you do the honors?" Which the Jonin replied, "We were hired by Tuno Kanta to kill the deep." Naruto didn't allow him to finish that sentence, and he then sent him a cold glare of his Sharingan. The man gulped and continued, "Uzumaki Naruto." Jeez, what a mess. "The others dead, I suppose?" Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded. "He had to end him quickly, otherwise Hinata wouldn't be here," he said, and placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder, pulling her closer. "I should have suspected. Yesterday's council meeting was about you, and it didn't end well," the Hokage said, sighing. "At least none of you got hurt. Don't worry, Naruto. The man responsible will be considered a traitor for attacking Shinobi and will be promptly dealt with," the Hokage said, glaring at Jonin. It was pitiful to see his Shinobi fall so low that they would try to kill a fellow partner. "You know, old man, I actually find it funny," he said, chuckling. Seeing the confused face of the Hokage, he continued, "They tried to kill me because they were afraid I would grow up too powerful and would someday attack the village. However, they ended up giving me more power," he said, activating his Sharingan and shifting into the EMS and showing to the Hokage. Naruto? Is that what I think it is?" Hokage said with his eyes widening. "Yep, old man, I present to you my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan," he said, smirking, making his eyes spin. He started explaining everything he knew about the pure-blooded Chihas and the activation of his eyes. The Hokage had his jaw on the floor while he was processing everything he heard. He snapped out of his stupor and said, "So that means that Itachi will end up blind unless he gets the eyes of Sasuke," the Hokage said. "That's right. However, Sasuke must have unlocked his Mangekyo, and knowing him, if he ever finds out about it, he probably won't hesitate to end the life of someone close to him," Naruto replied in a serious tone. "I'll try to keep an eye on him. Naruto, in the meantime, keep those eyes hidden. Uchiha Madara was one of the strongest shinobi to ever live because of Sharingan. You still need to learn how to use them, so keep it quiet, okay?" the Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded and left the room. The Hokage flared his chakra, and in front of him appeared an Anbu. "Take the one alive to Ibiki and Anko. Also get Tuno Kanta and send to Ibiki as well," the Hokage ordered. "I'm really getting too old for this shit," the Hokage thought. And now, that is the end of Chapter 9. We'll now move on to Chapter 10. So it was a bit of an interesting, chapter in my opinion. There is also, yes, that, the Civilian Council, again, in addition to, the Civilian Council trope in fanfics, there's also them attempting to kill Naruto, but you guys saw that in the first couple chapters, so you kind of had a feeling that this was probably coming. But, again, I think Legacy executes those types of tropes the best, so, yeah, I don't mind it here, so that's just my opinion. You can have disagreements with me, but I do like how they are used here. I think they do it. They use those tropes very well here. So, yeah, that's just my opinion, though. Anyways, we will now move on to the final chapter of this video, Chapter 10, Teams and Missions. Let's go. Chapter 10, Teams and Missions. And by the way, it says Chapter 11, but again, Chapter 10, Teams and Missions. The remainder of the week went by without any trouble at all. However, both Naruto and Hinata were extra weird when walking outside of their house. Naruto placed a few extra layers of defensive seals on his house, so his house was very secure, and anyone who tried to force their way in would meet a pleasant 100 volts of electricity through their skulls. During the last week, Naruto and Hinata did a bit of research about the possible joinings that could be their sensei. Also, Naruto managed to finish his Hiraishin seals as well. He pressed hard so he could use it to always be present should not need him at any time. He still hasn't mastered the technique, so it isn't battle ready. Flashback. Both of Naruto and Hinata were at home. Hinata was preparing dinner while Naruto was in the living room working on his seals. Hey, Hinata-chan, come here, Naruto said, and Hinata walked out the kitchen. Naruto thought she seemed even more beautiful with her hair strapped in a ponytail while wearing a lavender apron. Do you need anything, Naruto-kun? She asked. Naruto approached her and gave her a slight kiss on the lips. I have a present for you, he said, with his hands behind his back, taunting her to try and take it from his hands. Finally giving up, she pouted, and then Naruto smirked and gave her wrapped gift. She unwrapped it and found a small ring and gasped. The ring was pure, shining silver. It had the form of a fox, and the ring started with the head of a fox and ended with its tail. It's beautiful. Thank you, she said, hugging him. Glad you like it. But this ring is special. Not only says that I love you, but also contains the Hiraishin Shiki formula, which means that if you're in trouble, just channel some chakra into the ring and I'll be there in a flash. He explained, and she gave him a passionate kiss, showing him her undying love. And in the flashback. Another thing that Naruto tried to work on during this week was his new Sharingan. He had to admit his new form was fucking awesome. QB also explained the powers he knew of the Mangekyou Sharingan since he saw Madara use them. Flashback. Naruto was lying in his bed trying to fall asleep but was finding it very hard. Since the murder attempt on both him and Hinata a couple days ago, even though he secured his house, he was always on high alert. Deciding to pass some time, he went to his mindscape to talk with QB about his new eyes. Actually, Naruto changed his mindscape. It was no longer that old sewer. Now it was a vast forest with, nearby mountains and plenty of animals so that the QB wouldn't be bored. Hey, Furball, Naruto said. The QB glared at him.
What do you want, brat? I was trying to sleep.
The QB said. I can't sleep, so I just thought you explained to me the new powers I can use with my new eyes, he said.
Like I told you, I've only seen him use them. I can't even be sure if you can use them. For instance, that power you used last time. I never saw Madara use it, so more than likely, the Mangekyou does not always have the same powers.
The QB explained. Well, that sucks, Naruto replied.
It doesn't mean you can't use them. I'll explain the powers I saw, so listen well. First one, the power is an extremely powerful genjutsu called the Tsukuyomi. Once you lock eyes with the enemy, you can cast a technique, and the user is trapped. Inside technique Yorikami, you can create and manipulate everything, even time itself. You can make the time pass differently from the outside. It can be 3 days in your technique, but in the real world, it has only been a couple of seconds. The difference in this time varies with your skill. Also, this genjutsu is nearly unbreakable. Another power I saw is called Amaterasu, God of the Sun. It's the highest level of kata ninjutsu known. If your eyes, you can summon or put out the so-called Amaterasu flames. These are black flames that burn anything in its path and don't disappear until the target you want is completely incinerated. It doesn't matter if you even use a Suiton Jutsu. They never die until the target is gone. The last power, and probably the most powerful, is a defensive armor with offensive capabilities. It's called the Susanoo, God of the Sea and Storms. It creates a humanoid-like shaped armor around you. The more chakra you send, the stronger and bigger it gets. I've seen Susanoo's perfect form. Let me tell you, it's not something you want to face. This humanoid armor also carries a shield for defensive purposes, like deflecting more powerful focus attacks, but also a sword for offense. You gotta love it.
The QB concluding asked for confirmation. I'm awesome, believe it, Naruto shouted, excited with such awesome powers.
He's still an idiot, the QB thought. Now, you know. Leave. I'm trying to sleep,
the QB said / ordered. And a flashback. With the final week now over, we find Naruto now at home finishing up their breakfast. Today, they would find their teens to meet with their Chunin sensei. Are you ready, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, getting a nod. He held her arm and vanished in a lane Shunshin towards the academy. They arrived at the roof, not wanting to arouse many questions. They made their way down to their respective classroom, and the room was already filled with their friends. However, Rika-sensei still hadn't arrived, and Hinata made her way up the stairs and sat in the back row. Naruto, of course, followed her, but as he was walking, he was met by the glare of one Uchiha Sasuke. And Sasuke was still pissed by losing to Dobe, the dead last of the academy. How could trash like that defeat me and Uchiha? Next time he'll beg for mercy, Sasuke thought, smirking. Even though Naruto had grown up physically, but also mentally, he still couldn't resist a few taunts, especially from Sasuke, a fellow clan member, so to speak. They stayed like this a few minutes, glaring at each other, until Sasuke had enough and turned away, plotting the various ways he could ice his brother. Naruto walked up the stairs to join Hinata when another problem appeared in the form of Inuzuka Kiba. Hey Hinata-chan, how are you? Kiba asked as he moved to sit next to her. I'm fine, Kiba, stop. That seat is for Naruto, she replied. How come, Hinata-chan? I'm better than him, an alpha, Kiba said, rubbing his finger on the bridge of his nose. Kiba, of course, being from the Inuzuka clan, had a high sense of pride and manliness to the fact that he is the male heir to the clan. I don't care what you are, Kiba, and I told you that. I like Naruto, she said in a stirring tone. Kiba even took a step back. The shy Hinata he knew was no more. Kiba, stop hitting my girlfriend, Naruto said as he approached both of them. He passed Kiba, who sneered at him, and sat next to Hinata and kissed her on the cheek to further make his point on Kiba. Stop pestering her, Kiba yelled, gathering the attention of most of the class and waking up the resident genius. Damn it, Kiba, do you have to be so loud? Troublesome, Shikamaru said as he yawned and tried to resume his sleep. Just forget him and go back to your cloud watching, Naruto said. Smartass, Shikamaru replied and went back to sleep. Kiba, Hinata's with me, so I appreciate if you stop bothering us, Naruto said, raising his ki, making him sweat and furthering his point. On top of Kiba's head was a small white dog called Akamaru. He was Kiba's partner to their collaboration ninjutsu. Akamaru just said alpha, however, Kiba didn't listen and tried to punch Naruto. What no one saw coming was that Naruto didn't move an inch. It was Hinata that got up and gave Kiba a Juken strike to the chest, leaving him on the ground clutching in pain. Don't you think it was too much, Hinata-chan? Naruto whispered to her. I'm tired of him always trying to get me to go out with him, Hinata replied to getting a nod from Naruto. Also, here's an office note. I don't usually say anything here, but Hinata's getting her Road to Nature personality here in this fanfic, I guess, simply because someone has to keep Naruto in check, so that's kind of why Hinata's a little bit more different. So she's got a bit of her personality from Road to Ninja, so that's pretty fun. Kiba slowly got up and went to a different seat while glaring daggers at Naruto. A few minutes passed and running was heard in the classroom. Suddenly the door opened and in came running Sakura and Ino. First place, Sakura yelled and trying her best to regain her breath. What are you talking about? My foot was clearly ahead of you, Ino replied. Sakura took her opportunity to run to the seat near Sasuke, however, was occupied by Kiba. Kiba, get out, so I can sit with Sasuke-kun, the pink banshee said. Kiba simply scowled, wondering what Sasuke had that he didn't. Deciding to prove he was the alpha male in the class, he jumped into a table and started glaring at Sasuke. Their eyes were a few inches apart, and then suddenly one of the students in the row below got up and pushed Kiba forward towards Sasuke. To Kiba, everything went in slow motion. He was getting closer to Sasuke. Too close. Bump. Bump. His face connected with Sasuke. However, this connection was rather unfortunate as they connected with their lips. The entire class froze, seeing the most desired male, which was Sasuke, kissing the alpha male. Shikamaru woke up and stared at the event. Shoji stopped eating, and even Shino slightly dropped his glasses. Looks like Kiba finally found this girl, Naruto said, loud enough for everyone to hear. All the males in the class laughed at the event, except the fangirls who were plotting Kiba's murder. Kiba and Sasuke immediately separated, and quickly enough, Kiba received his fate at the hands of the fangirls, leaving him on the ground in a bloody mess. Everyone quieted down after the event, and suddenly the front door of the classroom opened and Iruka entered with a stack of papers beneath his arms. Morning class, Iruka said, and was surprised he didn't need his patented big head jutsu to silence his class. After today, everyone, you are now ninja of the leaf, but you are mere gain, Iruka stated. The difficult part is only the beginning. You will now be divided in teams of 3 members and will be taught by Chunin sensei. We've tried to balance the teams, so here they are. Team 1, Naruto this time dozed off. Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba. Your sensei will be Hatake Kakashi, Iruka said. Naruto was happy that the Sandaime took his suggestion and didn't put him with the Uchiha. Kiba, of course, wasn't happy that he was with the Uchiha. He would need to show him who the real alpha was. Team 8, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Aparami Shino. Your sensei will be Yuhi Kuranai, Iruka said. And of course, Naruto and I were extremely happy that they would be together in their team. Shino was a quiet person, and he always kept to himself, and he was logical, a good strategist, and long-range fighter, so it was a well-rounded up team. Hinata was more skilled in taijutsu, Naruto was ninjutsu, and they had Shino in long-range support. Team 9 is still in circulation. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, your sensei will be Saratobi Asuma. I will be leaving now. Your senseis will be here in a moment, Iruka concluded. Hinata-chan, I can trust Kurenai sensei. You know her, right? Naruto asked. You can. She's a good and kind person, but also strong jonin. She's like a big sister to me. Are you going to tell her about the Sharingan? Hinata replied and asked. I think I should. I mean, we are a team, right? He asked and nodded. The classroom door opened and 2 Jonins entered. The first one had the traditional Jonin clothes. He wore black Ambu pants and a Jonin flat jacket. He was a tall man with black spiky hair, brown eyes, and a beard. He also had a 12 Guardian Ninja Sash with this kanji for fire. This person was Sarutobi Osama and was the son of the Sadame Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other joining was a very beautiful woman. She had a shoulder-length black hair, red eyes. Her regular outfit consists of red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Over this is very broad material, which resembles bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages. She is Yui Kurenai, Konoha's Genjutsu mistress. Team 10, meet at the training ground 12 in 30 minutes, Asuma said and left. Teammate, meet at the training ground 8 in 30 minutes, Kurenai said and also left. Naruto got with Hinata and Shino and they both walked out. Once inside the classroom, Naruto went to Shino and grabbed him and used lightning Shunshin towards his training field. Kurenai was currently waiting at the train ground. She thought it would be a while until they arrived. She sensed tracker around her and she got up and saw their team arrive with the Shunshin. She saw it was Naruto that used it. Naruto, you can use the Shunshin? She asked. One normally doesn't see it getting used in a Shunshin. Even though it's a D-rank technique, it uses quite a bit of chakra. Yes, I can, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata can use it as well, he replied. What do we do now, Sensei? Hinata asked. We introduce ourselves, names, likes, dislikes, dreams for future, stuff like that. I'll go first. My name is Yui Kurenai. I like learning new genjutsus and working in my garden. I dislike perverts and traitors. My dream is to be the best genjutsu user and a strong kunoichi. You're next, Naruto, she said. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like Hinata-chan, training ramen. I dislike traitors and ignorant people. My dream is to be the best Hokage Konoha has ever seen, he said, looking at Hokage Mountain, more specifically as far as head. She turned to Hinata. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like Naruto-kun, cinnamon rolls, training, and fire pressing. I dislike people that hurt Naruto and traitors. My dream is to become a strong and brave kunoichi and get rid of the Hyuga's pride, she said, speaking the name Hyuga. Even though she hated her father, she would do her best to help her former clan. My name is Abarai Shino. I like bugs, just like people who mistreat and don't understand bugs, and my dream is to become a good clan head, Shino said. Very well, Kurenai said. Naruto and Hinata have already been trained for some time, so they can work well together, and I expect the same for you, Shino, she said, getting a nod from him. I don't expect any problems between you, so we're officially a team. Now I'm going to test you to see your abilities. It's now 9 o'clock, and your objective is to capture me until noon. Got it? She asked, seeing all of them nod, and she disappeared into the forest. The group came closer and started discussing their plan. Kurenai was hiding in the forest near a tree using a low-level genjutsu when she saw Naruto approaching at full speed towards her. Figures. Reports said he was dead last, but also brash and loud, she thought. Naruto threw a punch, to which Kurenai dodged and returned the punch. However, to her surprise, her punch went through him, revealing to be a bug clone, and then she shook him off and jumped back. She scanned her surroundings, and her eyes widened when she saw a fireball coming towards her. She jumped to the left where Hinata was and got hit a few times before substituting with a nearby log. Her team regrouped to plot another plan since the first almost worked. Kurenai was watching even more carefully since she was caught off guard in a henge bug clone. She had a few close chakra points, but nothing too major. Kurenai was jumping from tree to tree when against her came a barrage of shuriken. She dodged to the left and engaged with Hinata and Taijutsu, noticing she was being overrun. Kurenai jumped back and something caught her ankle. She looked down and saw Naruto pulling her down, trapping her. Naruto jumped off the ground and Kurenai was replaced with a log. Damn, she always escapes, Naruto said. If I use real attacks, I could easily win, Naruto thought, disappointed. Kurenai decided to hide herself in a high-ranking genjutsu while she was resting. Their team was no pushover. She held her chakra almost gone. Shino's bugs must have been draining her while she was distracted. She snapped out her thoughts when she heard, Soitan Trishosa, explained Water Wife, Hinata said. Raitan, Jibashi, electromagnetic murder, Naruto said. The combination of this with an electrified wave of water forced Kurenai to jump up. Naruto was expecting this and gave her a drop kick, sending her crashing to the ground. Kurenai got up but suddenly was unable to move. She looked around her and heard, Funjutsu, four-cornered trap seal, Naruto said. They finally caught Kurenai trapped in a trap seal. This technique works by placing a seal in 4 places, forming a square, and when the target is inside, the user can activate and automatically freeze the enemy in place. Congratulations, you are all really good. Hinata, your taijutsu along with Naruto is impeccable, and so is your ninjutsu. Shino, you provided long-range support and you drained a good chunk of my chakra, and your clan skills seem good, but you'll need elemental ninjutsu as well. Naruto, I didn't know you knew Funjutsu, Kurenai explained. Since we're going to be a team, there are a few things I need to tell you. I believe I can trust you, Kurenai-sensei and also Shino, Naruto replied, getting nods from both of them. First, Kurenai-sensei already knows this, but not Shino. They say that Yondame Hokage killed the Kyuubi, but that is a lie. The Kyuubi cannot be killed. It's true that his physical body can be destroyed, but he reformed later on. Since he couldn't be killed, the Yondame's only choice was to seal him inside a newborn baby. Me. The Kyuubi is trapped here in my gut, Naruto said, a bit hesitant about his reaction. I understand if you want to change teams, Naruto said, looking at Shino. Nonsense, Naruto. For starters, I already knew about the QB since my bugs could detect its chakra. Besides, I can relate to it on a small level. My clan uses bugs that are on the inside of us as well, so the villagers always are a bit uncomfortable when dealing with us, Shino said in a stoic voice. Thank you, Shino. Just one thing. The QB is a he, not an it. He's a nice guy once you get to meet him, Naruto said, and Shino raised an eyebrow. Naruto, how can you say he's a good guy? He nearly destroyed the whole village, Kurenai asked, outraged. Sensei, I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you that the QB was being controlled by a Sharingan and was forced to attack the village, Naruto said. Kurenai wanted to argue, but Naruto wouldn't budge. Speaking of Sharingan, Naruto said, and activated his. I'm a Sharingan user. Since we are a team, I'm trusting you with this information. I like to keep the secret until I reveal it, Naruto said, and Shino kept a stoic face while Kurenai was doing a very good impersonation of a fish out of water. Naruto, are you a new Uchiha? Kurenai asked. I am on my father's side. I'll say no more until I reveal my heritage, Naruto concluded. And you already have it fully matured, Kurenai said. Yep, I awakened it when I was 5, and when I was kidnapped, I killed the kidnapper and got the free Tomoes, Naruto said, and Kurenai's jaw hit the floor. Are you saying that you killed Chunin when you were 6 years old? Kurenai asked. The only thing I can say is it was pure luck. He underestimated me and paid the price, Naruto explained. Don't worry, Naruto. We will keep it a secret. You can trust us, Shino said. Naruto, I have one question. You obviously are very skilled, so why are you the dead last? Kurenai asked. What do you mean? It's true that I was dead last during the academy to hide my true strength, but in the last exam, I graduated as Rookie of the Year, Naruto said. But I read your report and it said that you were the dead last and everything, Kurenai replied, confused. I get it. The person who filled the reports must have been ignorant, and since I was a QB, she filled me as dead last and probably put Sasuke as Rookie of the Year. Doesn't matter. Actually, it's even better. Now the enemy will underestimate me, Naruto said, and Kurenai just shrugged it off. Okay, team. Meet here tomorrow at 8 a.m. We will begin training in the morning and do missions in the afternoon, Kurenai said. Day ended with Naruto and Hinata going home, happy that both of them were on the same team. That is the end of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, Mission to the Wave. The past few days flew by with Kurenai's team. They would train in the morning and do a couple of missions in the afternoon. Obviously, Naruto always complained since Naruto wanted to test his skills in the real world, but Hinata was always present to bonk him on the head. Who would have thought that of the little shy Hinata? Kurenai was very surprised with the skill level that Naruto and Hinata displayed. If she had to judge them, then the QB nailed it by saying that they had Jonin level skills. Their teams were in fact comprised by one Jonin sensei, 2 green Jonins, and a poor gang lost in the middle. Naruto, Hinata, and Kurenai would never leave Shino behind, so they began focusing more on him so he could be brought up to speed. Naruto, with the help of Kurenai, started on Hokage level exercises for chakra control. He had 2 exercises that he needed to do to bring his control to the highest level possible. The first was waterfall climbing. This exercise allowed, when mastered, the user to control vast amounts of chakra with great precision, since climbing waterfall is extremely hard. The last exercise allowed one to have perfect chakra control, almost rivaling Tsunade the Slug Sannin. This particular exercise was rather practical to perform. The user deposited a chunk of sand with multiple colors in his hand. The point of the exercise was to separate and align the sand by color using only chakra. It was considered mastered when the user managed to do this in less than 10 seconds. Hinata didn't have any weaknesses per se. She had overall good skills, whether it be in ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, or even kenjutsu. Her chakra control was flawless since it was a basic requirement for her Jukin, the gentle fist, or her flowing fist. Shino, however, was on a different level. His taijutsu was low gain level since he was a long range fighter, their typical weakness. His ninjutsu was the free basic academy jutsus coupled with his clan's jutsus. His genjutsu was non-existent. Overall, he was about mid-genin in skill. However, they would change that as Naruto placed a few restriction seals on him since it was too abrupt if he started using gravity seals. They decided to start his elemental training since everyone on his team already had theirs mastered. Surprisingly, he had earth and water, both defensive elements. His team was the perfect storm of offense and defense. In fact, his nature served him well above anyone else. As a long-range fighter, normally his weaknesses would be close combat, which was solved by his training in affinities. Along with all this training, they also did teamwork exercises. One of the things that made Konoha the strongest in the elemental nations was their notion of teamwork and loyalty above all else. Their teamwork was excellent as none of them had any problems with each other. Currently, we find teammate or Team Kurenai heading towards Hokage's office after a morning of training. I should clarify the last statement. It was training for Naruto, Hinata, and Kurenai, but for Shino, one would call it torture. The poor game was thrown to the ground in order to gain the physical attributes he needed. Hokage's mission room, assignment room. The old Hokage was sitting in the middle of the table, smoking on his pipe while handing missions to the shinobi. To his left side was Iruka, the school teacher of the students of Team 8. The Hokage was deep in thought, remembering his prime, the thrill of the fights, and the adrenaline pumping through his system. Not many shinobi have the privilege of growing old. The shinobi's life expectancy was actually around 30 years, and reaching old age was very rare. However, any shinobi that reached such age began to reminisce all they did in their lives. Since shinobi since birth are trained to fight, and fight they do. It is all they know throughout their lives, and there is no greater death than death at the hands of your enemy in the midst of battle. However, being taken by old age isn't something any warrior would want. Hiruzen Sarutobi, third Hokage of Konoha, and hailed as Shinobi no Kami, or God of Shinobi. The man that had seen 2 great ninja wars and lived has been reduced to nothing but a paper pusher. Don't get me wrong, he loved his village and his place as Hokage, but his time was near its end. It was time to pass his hat and have the younger generation assume his place. He was snapped out of his thoughts when he saw a teammate walking through the door. It always brought a smile to his face seeing Naruto and even Hinata. He was like a grandfather to both of them since Hinata was expelled by her father. He didn't know why, but Naruto's smile always managed to cheer him up no matter how depressed the man was. Naruto was, for lack of a better word, a bundle of happiness. It surprised him how, despite the glares and hatred he received, Naruto managed to keep a cheerful and loving personality. Teammate, reporting for duty, Hokage-sama, Kurenai said, bowing to the Hokage. Even though the Hokage was clearly old, he still was a very powerful shinobi and one of the strongest in the Leaf Village. Teammates, welcome. Let's see what we got here, the Hokage said, receiving the D-rank scrolls from Iruka. We have cleaned the Inuzuka's kennel, capturing Tora, helping Olay move to a new house. The Hokage never managed to finish. Old man, we'll take catching Tora, Naruto said, smirking. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. No one liked chasing that damn cat, and Naruto had already done it in the past. Are you serious, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, not really in the mood for running after a damn cat. What people don't know is that Tora is actually a ninja cat, trained specifically for helping getting teams with their teamwork. Just trust me, Naruto replied, picking up the mission scroll. Hey old man, what is the record for catching Tora? Naruto asked with a knowing grin. I think it's around 3 hours, but why do you ask? Do you intend to break it, Hokage asked? Something like that, Naruto replied. He went back to the middle of the room and took a small scroll from his pocket. He unrolled the scroll to show a small, intricate seal in it. He placed it on the ground, and then Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood, and slammed it in the seal, saying, Kuchiyos no Jutsu, or Summoning Jutsu, and there was a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, in the middle of the scroll was Tora. The Hokage's eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and Naruto just laughed at everyone's expressions. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama, and I believe it's a new record, Naruto said, laughing his ass off and delivering the cat to the Hokage. How did you do that, Naruto? Kurenai asked. Even she had to chase that damn cat in her getting days. I already had to chase her a few times in the past, and somewhere along the way I got tired and placed a summoning seal on the cat. So I just offered a bit of blood and chakra, and I can summon Tora through the seal on the scroll. Naruto explained, and Hokage and Kurenai just nodded dumbly. Kurenai-sensei, since I already got Tora and set the record for about 15 seconds, do you want another mission? Naruto asked. Kurenai didn't have time to answer as suddenly there was a puff of smoke in Hokage's desk revealing a small dog. He had brown fur and wore a Konoha hitate around his head. A dog? Naruto asked, wondering who it was from. This is Pakun, a messenger and tracking dog from Kakashi, Hokage explained. Hokage-sama, I have a message from Kakashi, Pakun said, handing the scroll to the Hokage. The Hokage opened it and it said, Hokage-sama, our client Tazuna lied about the mission parameters. It appears that the wave is under Gatsu's control and he wants Tazuna dead. We were attacked by Demon Brothers Gosu and Misu of Kirigakure, and we defeated them. We decided to continue, however, I request backup since most likely we'll be attacked again, this time probably by a joint level Nukenin, or missing ninja. Hatake Kakashi, joining sensei of Team 7. Teammates, the Hokage started getting their attention. It appears that the C-rank mission I gave to Team 7 was bumped into a low A-rank mission. Kakashi requested backup, so I'm saying you. He'll explain everything when you meet with him. Dismissed. Hi, teammate said. Okay, team. Go home and get your supplies. Meet me at North Gate in 1 hour, Kurenai said, and they all left the room and went to prepare for their first A-rank mission. North Gate 1 hour later. 1 hour later, teammate gathered at the North Gate, getting ready for departure. Kunai inspected everyone's supplies as it was the duty of a Jonin sensei. Okay, team, before we depart, everyone has their supplies. Kunai, shuriken, food, first aid kit, soldier pills. Kunai asked and got nods from everyone. Since we'll be traveling at high speeds, we'll reach Team 7 in a couple of hours. However, we don't know which route Kakashi took, so we'll be taking the main one, Kunai said. No need, sensei. Do you still have the message Kakashi sent? Naruto asked. Yes, I do. Why? Kunai asked, wondering what good it would do. Naruto bit his phone, drying blood and spraying across his right palm, and he went through a few hand seals, boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and slammed his hand on the ground and said, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. There was a poof of smoke, and when it cleared, in front of him stood a medium-sized brown fox with 5 tails. Flashback.
Hey kid, come into the seal. I want to talk to you,
the Kyuubi said. Naruto was currently 10 years old. He sat on the ground in the lowest position and started meditating. After a few seconds, Naruto stood in front of the Kyuubi, who was currently laying on the ground beneath a large tree. You need something, Kurama? Naruto asked. Actually, Kurama was the Kyuubi's real name. It appears that young Naruto grew on the Kyuubi and he trusted him with his name.
I'm giving you a birthday present,
Kurama said, smirking. Is it a big, flashy jutsu? Naruto asked, excited. During Naruto's birthday, October 10th, Konoha always celebrated the Kyuubi's defeat by the young Daime. Some of the villagers would gather up and try to harm Naruto, so his birthdays were always dark for him. But the Kyuubi, Hinata, and the Hokage always managed to cheer him up.
It's a great technique, and you'll be the first to use it. I trust you'll use it wisely,
Kurama said, and in front of him materialized a rather big scroll.
This is a summoning contract for the Fox clan. Open it and write your name in blood in the first slot,
Kurama explained. Naruto did as he was told. He opened the scroll and bit his thumb. He wrote his name in the first slot and pressed all 5 fingers down, making a handprint.
Now, to summon a fox, to help you bite your thumb and go for these hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and pour chakra into the technique. Give it a try,
Kurama explained. Naruto did the technique, and when it was over, in front of him stood a small fox. Thanks, Kurama. You're the best, Naruto said.
Of course I am. I'm the 9-tailed fox, king of the Bijou, strongest being in the world,
Kurama boasted about himself. You still have that stick up your ass, Naruto said, laughing while dodging the Kyuubi tails that were trying to smash him. End of the flashback. Naruto, you need help? The fox asked. Yes, Kinto. We need to track Kakashi-sensei to provide backup. This paper has a scent, Naruto said, and gave the paper to Kinto so he could track him. I have him. When you are ready, Kinto said, and Team 8 dashed out of Konoha heading towards Team 7. I didn't know you could summon Naruto, Kunai said. I have the Fox summoning contract. It was a gift from the Kyuubi, Naruto explained, getting nod from Kunai. She didn't want to pry too much. A few hours later with Team 7. Team 7 had just let the boat that they used to cross into the Land of Waves. Everyone was walking it at a civilian pace since they had Tazuna with them. Tazuna was, as he put, a super amazing bridge builder. They were traveling in dam formation, Sasuke in front, Sakura and Kiba to the sides, and Kakashi in the back with Tazuna in the middle of them. They were walking calmly, but they had their guard up, since Kakashi warned them about a possible Jonin encounter. Suddenly, Kiba sensed someone in the bushes, and quickly picked up a kunai and threw at the bushes. Baka, stop playing with kunai, Sakura yelled. I'm not playing, I thought someone was there, Kiba replied, and went to check the bushes, only to find a small white rabbit. Kiba, you idiot, you almost killed this poor rabbit, Sakura said, and that sent Kakashi thinking. White fur during spring? That's strange, unless with what was used as a Kararimi substitution technique. Get down! Kakashi yelled, and everybody hit the deck with Kakashi dragging Tazuna. Just as he yelled above them, a huge broad metal sword flew by their heads and got stuck in a tree. Moments later, on top of the sword appeared a person. He was a tall and noticeably muscular man with pale skin, short, spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was wearing bandages with a mask over the bottom of his face. Under his mask, he had a relatively narrow jawline and jagged teeth. He wore his sword protector sideways to his head. What's this? A bunch of kids playing ninja, the shinobi said. Momoichi Zabuza, A-rank Nukenin from Kirigakure, also known as Demon of Kirigakure, Mist Village. Kakashi said, preparing to face him in battle. Oh, look, if it isn't Sharingan no Kakashi, the shinobi now identifies, Zabuza said. Just hand me the old man and you can go. You know I can't do that, Zabuza, Kakashi said, and lifted his hitate, revealing a fully matured Sharingan in his left eye. I get the Sharingan right in the beginning? I'm honored, Zabuza said, removing his sword and making a few hand seals, and he said, Kirigaku no Jutsu, mist technique. The air started becoming thicker, and after a few seconds, the whole area was covered in a thick mist. Kakashi barely managed to see his own hands right in front of him. Team, keep your senses sharp. Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique, Kakashi said, and his entire team shivered. I demand you show your face, Zabuza, and face me, Sasuke yelled. A Jonin was someone he could try his power on, and once he defeated him, he would be closer to killing his brother. Are you serious? Zabuza asked rhetorically, projecting his voice around the area not to reveal his position. Zabuza started unleashing ki, or killer intent, and Sasuke started shivering. Sasuke couldn't take it anymore and brought his kunai to his neck, preparing to commit seppuku. Relax, Sasuke. I won't let my teammates die, Kakashi said, reassuring his team. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared in the middle of Sasuke, Kiba, and Sakura, and as they were guarding Tazuna, he brought his sword and started a horizontal slash ready to kill them all. However, Kakashi was faster and impaled Zabuza, revealing him to be a Misu, or water bushin. Later, Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and cleaved him in half, only for Kakashi to burst into water. Zabuza, seeing this, suddenly felt sharp metal to his throat, and he slowly turned and saw Kakashi with a kunai ready to kill him. However, Kakashi wasn't expecting this Zabuza to be a clone. Seeing Zabuza in front of him burst into water, he looked around only to be met with a fierce kick to his stomach, sending him crashing into a nearby lake. Zabuza shunshin to Kakashi and went through a couple of hand seals and said, Suiton, Suri no Jutsu, or the water prison technique. The water around Kakashi started to erupt and circled around him, trapping him inside. Zabuza stood there with his hand on the water spirit, holding Kakashi in place. Shit, I got caught, Kakashi fought. Everyone, take Tazuna and run. His Mizubushins can't go too far from the original, Kakashi said. His team was in a bad place, and he could only hope his backup arrived in time. Zabuza can't stand up to me. I'm an elite, Sasuke said, and dashed forward toward the enemy, and Zabuza then created a few Mizu Bunshins. Sasuke engaged in a taijutsu fight with him, but quickly realized it was a bad idea. Sasuke couldn't keep up with Zabuza's speed and strength. The battle was over quickly when Zabuza gave a strong kick to Sasuke and that sent him crashing into the trees hard. Sasuke couldn't even get up and could barely breathe. You should have run when you had the chance. You can't even scratch me, Zabuza said. The arrogance of that boy got him killed. Zabuza's clone picked up his sword and went to finish the job. Sakura was shaking and she barely managed to stand up, and Tazuna was already on the floor, as his legs already gave out. Kiba, seeing Sasuke in danger, ran towards Zabuza. Sasuke may be an idiot and an arrogant bastard, but he couldn't let him be killed. Kiba arrived near Zabuza and went for a punch, but Zabuza simply caught his wrist and with the other hand lifted Kiba by the neck and started punching him relentlessly. After a few punches, he simply threw him to the ground. Zabuza was making his way to Sakura, who was still frozen in place. Sakura knew she couldn't match Zabuza. She only graduated because of her good chakra control and book smarts. All hope seemed lost until Zabuza heard Katon, Ryoka no Jutsu, or a Dragonfire technique. Zabuza didn't have time to dodge. A stream of hot fire came from the woods, completely obliterating the clone. In front of Tazuna and Sakura arrived Naruto, Hinata, Shino, and Kurenai. Naruto looked around and it didn't look good. Kakashi was trapped inside a water prison, and Sasuke and Kiba were on the ground injured. Quick, gather Sasuke and Kiba around Tazuna and Sakura, Naruto said, and Kurenai and Hinata quickly picked up both Sasuke and Kiba and regrouped around Tazuna. Kuchios no Jutsu, or Summoning Jutsu, Naruto said, slamming his hand on the ground, and in a puff of smoke appeared a small fox with light red fur with 4 tails. You must be our summoner, Naruto-sama. My name is Kagura, a medic fox, the fox said. Nice to meet you. I need your help. Sasuke and Kiba seem injured, and I need you to help them as soon as you can. I'll cover you, Naruto said. Fox summons? Where'd you get the contract? I need to talk to him if we actually get out of this, Kakashi thought. Kakashi actually already knew Naruto since he sometimes watched Naruto from afar, trying to make sure he was safe. After all, Kakashi was one of the prize students of the young Daimyo Hokage. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said, and 4 clones appeared. They went their separate ways, making a square around Tazuna, Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, and Kagura. Ninpo Shishinjin, Ninja Art, 4 Flames Formation, the clone said at the same time. Suddenly, a purple barrier erupted around them, making sure that Zabuza couldn't get inside. Don't touch the walls, otherwise you'll get burned. The barrier will stay up for your protection, Naruto explained. Oh, a Gain who knows Funjutsu. Maybe you are better than the rest, Zabuza said, creating a couple more Mizu Bunshins. Inside the barrier, both Sakura and Tasuno sighed happily that the backup had arrived. Kageru was currently healing them, and Sasuke had cracked ribs and a ruptured lung, while Kiba had a few bruises and a dislocated shoulder. Outside the barrier. First, we need to release Kakashi from the prison, Kurenai said, and her team nodded. The Mizu Bunshins made their way towards Kurenai's team, and one of them said, Kirigaku no Jutsu. A thick mist appeared blocking view of everyone. Hinata activated Byakugan, but couldn't see much as the mist was laced with chakra. Naruto activated Sharingan and extended his senses trying to find Zabuza. However, he felt the presence of someone watching the fight. That person was around Chunin level skill based on chakra levels. Someone's watching. Since he didn't help Tasuno, I can only assume he's with Zabuza, Naruto thought, and discreetly used hand signs warning his team about another shinobi watching. Futon, Daitopa, great breakthrough, Naruto said, and Hinata said at the same time. They breathed in air and sent a strong gust of wind that pushed the mist away completely, making Zabuza frown. Each member of teammates separated and engaged the clones. Naruto quickly destroys Zabuza's clone with a fireball, and taking this opportunity took a kunai, charged it with Raiton Lightning Chakra, and he threw it at the woods with extreme speed. The shinobi who was watching didn't expect that and didn't have time to react, and the kunai embedded deeply in his shoulder. The shinobi, seeing he was caught, jumped into the fight and took his side by Zabuza. How did you know about Haku? Zabuza asked, surprised that they found Haku. She was rather skilled in stealth. And by the way, here's an office note right here that you guys are probably going to like. Haku in this one is a girl, and it's because the author can't really see her as a guy even in canon. We are a team of trackers, and I'm a sensor, so when you use your Kirigaku no Jutsu, I extended my senses and found him, Naruto explained. It doesn't matter. Let's end it now, Zabuza said, and Haku went through a few hand signs. Slamming her fist into the lake, she said, Sensatsu Shuisho, 1,000 needles of death, and sent 1,000 water needles towards teammate. Hinata, Naruto said, just above a whisper. Hi, she replied, and jumped in front of her team and started spinning. She started releasing chakra from all her chakra points. I catch Shokaiten, heavenly spin, and she said, and a blue demo chakra appeared around her, deflecting all the needles. Looks like I'll have to start training my team seriously, thought Kakashi. He was infusing his lungs with chakra, trying to gain as much time as he could. Teammate quickly dispatched the Mizu Bunshins, and then Naruto and I went for a few hand signs, and they said, Gaton, Ryuku no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique, Naruto said. Futon, Daitopa, Great Breakthrough, Hinata said. Naruto's fire attack combined with Hinata's wind attack, and the result was a massive stream of fire that went quickly towards Zabuza. Haku didn't have much time to use water jutsu because of her injured shoulder. Both of them jumped away, making Zabuza release his hold of the water prison, freeing Kakashi. Kakashi tried to regain his breath as he jumped towards teammate. Thanks, Kakashi said and crouched. Haku, we are leaving, Zabuza said and swinshed away with Haku. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance as he was up against Yui Kurenai, Konoha's Genjutsu mistress, but not only that, he was also up against the blonde kid and the Hyuga girl as they both seemed very good, and besides that, Kakashi was now free. Naruto dropped the barrier and went up to check on his injured teammates. How is everyone? Naruto asked Sakura, who was finishing up healing Kiba. Sakura was surprised how strong Naruto and Hinata were and how they worked well together. I already healed them. Their injuries aren't life-threatening. This one, Kagura said, pointing to Sasuke, needs to take it easy for a few days. He had a ruptured lung. Tazuna, take us to your house. Zabuza will be back and we need to be prepared, Kakashi said, and they left with Kurenai carrying Sasuke as he couldn't make any effort and was still unconscious. Tazuna's house. A few miles down the road, and Team 7 and 8 arrived with Tazuna at his house. The house itself was near the ocean and seemed like a pretty simple wooden house. Tazuna led the shinobi inside. Tsunami, I'm home, Tazuna said, happy that he was finally home. Father, Tsunami said, hugging him, I'm relieved that you are alright. Tsunami was a very beautiful woman. She had mid-length, dark blue hair and black eyes. She wore a pink shirt with red sleeves and a dark blue skirt. It's thanks to Shinobi. They saved me, Tazuna said. Tsunami approached his protective detail and bowed, saying, Thank you for protecting my father, Shinobi-san. You are welcome to our house. We appreciate it. Is there anywhere we can link 2 of my students who got injured in a fight? Kakashi asked. Tsunami nodded and led the leader join to the room upstairs. Sakura, Kakashi said, gaining her attention. Tomorrow we will be trained more seriously. We need to be prepared for when Zabuza returns. Since Naruto injured his teammate, it will be a few days until he's ready. How is a little bit of training going to help us against a Jonin? Sakura asked, worrying if her sensei was trying to kill her. Sakura, who was it that saved us? Kakashi asked rhetorically. If I remember correctly, the Genin of Team 8 actually put up a fight against Zabuza while Kiba and Sasuke were simply hammered away, Kakashi explained, making Kurenai smirk inwardly. Fine, but I still don't understand how a few days will help us, Sakura kept pressing. Any train is good for you. If you have to face Zabuza, at least let's raise the odds, even if slightly, Kakashi said, to which Sakura finally nodded. Kakashi got up and approached Naruto, who was chatting with his team. Naruto, Kakashi said, getting Naruto's attention. How do you know my name? Naruto asked. You may not know, but I actually watched over you sometimes when you were around 4 years old, Kakashi said. Inu? Naruto asked, remembering Ananbu with a dog mask, sometimes helping him with the mob's problems before he met his father and the whole train began. That I am, he replied, giving his traditional eye smile. Come, Kakashi said, placing his hand on his shoulder. We need to talk privately. Naruto nodded, and they both shunted to outside of the house to a nearby woods. Naruto and Kakashi in the woods. Kakashi and Naruto arrived in the woods via the traditional leaf shunshin that Kakashi used. That shunshin is really starting to get old. Why don't you use an elemental shunshin? Naruto asked. Pretty much all of Konoha always used the leaf shunshin, and while it got the job done, it was, for lack of a better word, lame. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and asked Naruto, can you do an elemental shunshin? He asked, to which Naruto nodded and used his light shunshin to teleport a few meters away, and then Kakashi was actually surprised to see again use the Shunshin no Jutsu, much less an elemental version. I see you can, Kakashi said, and by looks of it, you already have the light element mastered. How? Naruto studied the man for a moment. Even though he helped him several times when he was young, people tend to change. After a few seconds, he found no deception, and he decided to answer him. I've been training myself since I was 5 years old, Naruto replied, and Kakashi was actually surprised to see someone without a clan training at such a young age. However, he quickly remembered his burden, and he needed to be strong to withstand all the hate of his village. I see. Maybe I can teach a few light jutsu since my affinity is the same, but we are getting off topic here, Kakashi said. How can you summon foxes? Kakashi asked. Naruto froze, wondering if he should tell him the truth about the Kyuubi. There are many people that tried to get close to Naruto to finish him off, however, he decided he should trust them. It was a gift from the Kyuubi, Naruto said, making Kakashi glare at him. Suddenly the air between the two dropped a few degrees. Naruto, Kakashi started in a very serious tone, however Naruto didn't flinch. He was already used to it from the villagers and simply shrugged it off. The Kyuubi attacked our village and almost destroyed it. You cannot trust him. Naruto, hearing this, really started cursing his luck. It was always the same. Every time he met someone and told someone about the Kyuubi, everyone would tell him that he couldn't be trusted. Kakashi-san, the Kyuubi was being controlled by the Sharingan and was forced to attack the village. It wasn't his fault, Naruto said, and Kakashi's visible eye widened. Only Uchiha Madara managed to control the Kyuubi, and he was long dead. Kakashi studied Naruto for any signs of life, but found none. However, he decided that he should talk to the Hokage about this new development. Better make sure. I'll trust you, but keep in mind that foxes are very cunning, Kakashi said. Kakashi-san, remember that if it weren't for the medical fox or something, Sasuke probably wouldn't have made it. Naruto stressed, and Kakashi nodded, saying it was probably true. You remind me of the Yondaime, always seeing good in everyone, Kakashi said, reminiscing about his gang days where he was always a fool until his best friend died to save him. Yondaime? Naruto asked, wondering how Kakashi knew him until it finally clicked. On one of the days, Naruto was wandering through the Namikaze compound. He found a picture of his father's gang team. There was a silver-haired boy with a mask covering the bottom half of his face, a pretty girl with brown hair and 2 red marks on each cheek, and lastly a boy with black spiky hair, black eyes, and orange goggles. Naruto turned the picture in and said, Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Inuzuka Rin, and Uchiha Obito. Ah! Naruto yelled, making Kakashi jump. I remember now. You were on my father's gang team with Rin and Obito, right? Yes, that's right. Your father? Kakashi said, stuttering. Naruto was the son of the Yondaime Hokage. How could he be so blind? For the love of God, he's pretty much a carbon copy of him. How the hell was Konoha so blind? He should have been there for his sensei's son. He should have done more. Ah, shit, Naruto said, knowing that he let that part slip up. Naruto started panicking on the inside. It wasn't supposed to be revealed yet. Kakashi-san, you can't tell anyone until I reveal it, Naruto said. Don't worry, I know very well why you can't say it right now, Kakashi said, easing boy's worries. And, I'm sorry. I should have been there for you, and if I had known, I would have taken you in, Kakashi said with his head down. Don't worry about it. It wasn't so bad. If you had taken me in, I wouldn't have met Hinata, Naruto said. Kakashi perked up and asked, Hinata-chan? Hinata's father disavowed her from the Hugh clan when she was 8 years old because she was weak, and since then she's been living with me. Besides, she's my girlfriend, Naruto explained, and Kakashi actually broke out in a fit of giggles. If you're thinking what I think you are, I'm going to hurt you, Naruto said, breaking Kakashi of his perverted thoughts. Okay, but she'll be a sane girl in a couple of years. You did well snatching her while young, Kakashi said, and Naruto growled, which is showing simply ruffled his hair. What the heck is happening right now, says the narrator. Actually, I was wondering if you could tell me about my parents, Naruto asked shyly. I asked Hokage Gigi, but he never had really a prolonged contact with them. Of course, I knew them very well. For starters, I can tell you that you adopted your mother's obsession for ramen, Kakashi said, laughing and getting a smile from Naruto. And so they talked for a few hours. Kakashi told everyone he knew about them, which was most about his father since he knew him better than his mother. They talked, and the hours were passing by without either of them realizing until the sky was already dark. Well, Naruto, I think it's time we get back. It's already getting dark, Kakashi said. Thanks for telling me about them, Nissan, or brother, Naruto said, feeling like he bonded with Kakashi. After all, since Kakashi's father's death, he grew closer to his sensei. The Undying was the closest thing he had for a father. Nissan, you say? Okay, let's go, Ototo, younger brother. And Kakashi said, ruffling his hair and leaving the forest with him. The next day after teams arrived, we find everyone quietly enjoying breakfast prepared by Tsunami. They were eating until Kakashi decided to break the ice and explain a few things. Everyone, Kakashi said, gained everyone's attention. After this, we are going to train as I explained to Sakura yesterday. Zabuza will be back and probably bring some help, so we need to be ready. We will alternate between protecting Tazuna at the bridge and protecting his family and training, Kakashi explained, and everyone nodded. They continued eating for a few minutes until everyone was finished. Sasuke was already getting better from his injuries and could walk, however he still couldn't do anything physical or it would be very stressful for his body. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Naruto, and Hinata will come with me to train, while Kurenai and Shino will stay and protect Tsunami and Inari. After the train, I'll take some of you to the bridge to protect Tazuna. Everybody agreed, Kakashi asked, and everyone nodded. A few minutes later, Kakashi's team accompanied by Sasuke and Kiba left the house for training. In the woods for training. Okay, now we'll train chakra control, Kakashi said. Chakra control, Sakura asked? Yes, we all know how to call upon chakra, however, you don't know how to properly use and manage it. By doing this exercise, you'll be able to last longer in fights and learn new jutsu faster, Kakashi explained, and Naruto wondered what type of exercise it would be. Now, I'll be climbing trees, Kakashi said, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Kakashi Nissan, don't tell me you brought your team into an A-rank mission without even teaching them proper chakra control, Naruto asked, and Kakashi actually felt ashamed of not teaching more personal skills. Don't sweat, Dobi, we already know how to climb trees, Sasuke said, and Sakura agreed. Naruto just shook his head, knowing that Sasuke didn't understand the point of the exercise. Actually, I focus more on teamwork exercises. You know how Sasuke and Kiba act. They're both brash and tend to jump in situations without thinking, Kakashi said, and both Sasuke and Kiba scowled. Wait, you call Kakashi-sensei Nissan? I thought you had no one, Sasuke asked. He's not actually my brother by blood, but we're both orphans, and we both look at the same person as our father, Naruto explained, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. She knew who Naruto's father was, which means that Kakashi must have been close to Undaime. Enough chit-chat. What I want you to do is focus chakra to the bottom of your feet and walk through trees. When you can walk up to the top 2 times in a row, we'll move on, Kakashi explained. What do you mean, walk up the tree? Sakura asked in all her infinite wisdom. Like this, Naruto said, and started walking towards the tree. When he arrived near one, he simply placed his feet on his trunk and started walking up. Everyone in Team 7 minus Kakashi was shocked seeing Naruto walking vertically. Oh, Naruto, you already know this chakra exercise very well, Kakashi said, and Sasuke seized his teeth. Dobi, how did you do that? I demand you teach me, Sasuke said, and Naruto just ignored him. He already knew Sasuke all too well from the academy. Sasuke believed everyone should be grateful that he allowed them to breathe. Didn't you hear your sensei? Naruto asked rhetorically. You need to channel chakra to your feet and run up the tree. Exactly. Take these kunai to mark your progress, Hinata. I assume you know how to do this, right? Kakashi asked, and Hinata nodded. Hey, Hinata-chan, watch me. I'll get this down in 1 hour, Kiba said, bragging to her. Kiba, I already told you that I'm with Naruto-kun. If you opened your eyes, you would see that there are other girls that may like you, Hinata said, and Kiba frowned. Maybe she was right. Team, get started. Naruto and I, you're coming with me to the bridge, Kakashi said, and they nodded and they started walking the bridge to protect Tazuna. Everyone knows Zabuza would try a sneak attack. At the bridge. Everyone at the bridge was peacefully working. It was a bright sunny day and the air itself was rather warm due to the ocean's breeze. Kakashi was reading his traditional orange book and giggling like a crazy person. Naruto's sweat dropped when he saw him pull out that book. Yeah, we know what book it is, right? Says the narrator. Hinata was simply laying on the bridge watching the ocean, and Naruto appeared to be working on something. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and decided to know what he was doing. "Hey, Ototo, what are you doing?" Kakashi asked, getting Naruto's attention. The blonde had both hand palms slightly apart from each other, and he appeared to be channeling right-tongue chakra between them. "I'm working on a jutsu I'm creating. If it works, it will pack quite a bang," Naruto said, grinning, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Naruto reminded him of himself when he was young. After all, he graduated Chunin when he was 13 years old, and had already created his own jutsu. "That's not easy, Kakashi said. "You'll never know until I try it," Naruto replied. Naruto decided to take a break and help in the bridge building. "Hey, Tasuna," Naruto yelled, getting the old man's attention. "I'm tired of doing nothing. Can I help?" Naruto asked. "The more the merrier," Tasuna replied, but before he could continue, Naruto placed his finger on the cross sign and said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," and out came around 100 clones. Kakashi's eyes widened, seeing the number of clones the blonde could do. Hinata just shrugged it off as it was a normal scenario when they were training. "Okay, Tasuna, tell them what to do," Naruto said, and Tasuna just nodded dumbly. "Naruto, how can you make so many?" Kakashi asked, still in shock. "One side effect of being Jinchuriki is that you develop massive chakra reserves," Naruto said, and Kakashi glared at him, pointing to Hinata, whom was nearby. "Don't worry, Sure knows everything about me, including my legacy," Naruto explained, and Kakashi sighed. The work on the bridge went extremely well with the help of Naruto's shadow clones. If you continue helping, the bridge should be done in about 2 weeks. Later that day, Tasuna's house. The group sat down to eat dinner as a young boy came in and shot a disgusted look at the group of ninja before declaring how they were all stupid to face Gato and were just going to die, which Naruto said would not be the case. "What do you know about pain? I bet you have all lived sheltered lives in that ninja village of yours. You don't know what suffering is," the young boy yelled after Naruto had denied what they were doing was futile. "So what? Pains are bad, but you know what? I have had it much worse. You still have a mother who loves you. You have a grandfather, a house that can be warm, and food every night. You don't know what it's like to be hated in your own village for something that is out of your control. You know what it's like to be beaten and kicked out of shops and forced to go for the garbage for food. You think your life is bad, fine, but don't just sit around and moan about it. Do something about it and fight back. Don't be a coward." Kakashi-sensei, "I'm going to clear my head," and with that, Naruto stormed out the front door, and then Naruto got up and quickly followed him. Kakashi-sensei, "Naruto's life couldn't have been that bad, right? He has to be lying to get attention," Sakura asked. "No, Sakura, everything he said was true. Naruto was kicked out of the orphanage at age 4 and lived on the streets for months before I found him and took him to the Hokage. The Hokage gave Naruto an apartment, but he had to learn everything for himself and was constantly being beaten and kicked out of stores, and that is just a watered-down version of it," Kakashi said, shocking the group in the room. Even Hinata, she was expelled from her own clan when she was 8 years old because her father deemed her to be too weak and unworthy of being the heiress of the clan. But luckily, they found each other, Kakashi said, and everyone just started looking at them in a new light. They were brave kids that didn't back down. Again, just to go into like a quick note here, I can understand where people might have a bit of contention here because it seems kind of extreme for Naruto to be going through, that type of stuff. And I would agree with you, but it is a fanfic, so I wouldn't worry about it too much, but I do understand if you have an issue with that. Tasuna's roof house. Naruto stormed out of the house and made his way to the roof to gaze upon the dark sky. He needed to forget his previous argument with the spoiled kid. A few moments later, Naruto saw Hinata approaching, but said nothing. Hinata made his way towards Naruto and sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Neither of them said anything and continued to look at the stars in a comfortable silence, until Hinata decided to break the ice. "You really shouldn't blame him. He's just naive," she said, trying to ease Naruto. "It's just, we all suffered. Me being a Jinchuriki, you getting expelled from your family, and even Sasuke getting his whole clan killed by his own brother. Compared to us, he's had a good life," Naruto replied. "It's true we suffered, but not everyone has the strength to move on and forget the pain. If it weren't for you, I would probably still be the same shy, weak girl I was. You were the one that gave me the strength. Look at Sasuke. His pain drove him to becoming obsessed by revenge," Hinata said. "You are unique, Naruto-kun," Hinata continued. "People that get to know you pull strength from you. You are my beacon of hope. You just need to be it for this kid too," she said. "I'll do my best, Hinata-chan," he replied with a small smile, pointing her closer. "Now that I think about it, from our entire relationship, you've never taken me on a date," she said. Naruto was caught by surprise by this, but she had a point. In a relationship, it's usually the norm for couples to go on dates. I never really thought about it, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. We could use the time we have here away from the hateful glares of Konoha. How about tomorrow I take you to dinner? Naruto replied with a smirk. "I would love to," she said, giving a kiss on the cheek and dragging him inside as Naruto calmed down. Next day at 7 p.m. The next day after they set up their date, it went by normally. Everyone trained with Kakashi and Kurenai, however, both Naruto and Hinata trained away from them since they were more advanced. Today, the charge of watching the toss on the bridge fell on Kurenai with Team 7, and to say they were bored was an understatement. Sasuke actually seemed ready to go on a killing spree just to pass the time. He wanted to train, but he got stuck with watching Tazuna, a few workers, and a crap ton of Naruto clones working on the bridge. Sasuke sieved his teeth when he arrived at the bridge and saw the clones Naruto created. That power should belong to him since he needed that to avenge his clan. It doesn't matter. Only Uchiha can defeat Uchiha, Sasuke thought. Only if he knew. Currently, we find Naruto and Naruto getting ready to go on their first date. They will ask for permission from to Kakashi and Kurenai since they're on a mission. Neither of them had proper clothes other than their shinobi attire. The only difference was they left their headbands at home so they can find that they were off service, if one could call it that. They walked through town deciding on where to eat. When they arrived at the center of the town, both of them were shocked. This town was poor. There was people asking for jobs, kids living on the outside, and even the resources the markets had to sell were scarce and of very poor quality. Gato had pretty much destroyed the small town. At least if their mission was successful and Tasa managed to finish the bridge, they'd be able to recover from this. Not how they would have initially wanted to spend their first date, but, they already love each other, and it wasn't like this date wasn't the worst thing in the world, They were walking through the various shops and restaurants trying to pick a good place when they heard some yelling in the middle of the streets. "Quick, old man, we already told you that you need to pay up," one Gato's man said. There were two guys trying to collect payment from a shop owner who was on the ground looking terrified. But I already paid this month," the shop owner replied. "Boss said you need to send more merchandise for shipping, so you need to pay more taxes this month," he said. "If you can't pay up, we'll take your wife as payment," he concluded and started physical assault on the man. Naruto and Hinata, seeing this, jumped into action. In a swift motion of punches and a few kicks, Gato's men were all run away bruised and bleeding, wondering how kids managed to do this to them. "Kuchiyoshi no jutsu, summoning no jutsu," Naruto said, and in a puff of smoke appeared a small one-tailed black fox. His name was Kyofu, and he was a spy fox that was extremely skilled in stealth and information gathering. "What you need, Naruto?" Kyofu asked. "I need to follow those two men and find out where Gato's base is and enter information you can," Naruto explained, and the fox dashed out of sight. Naruto turned to Hinata. "Shall we continue?" he asked, and he extended his right arm, which Hinata took and pulled him closer. Finally deciding where to eat, they entered and found a place that was welcoming and warm. It wasn't a fancy restaurant, but they didn't care for that. During their lunch, they tried to talk, but they already knew everything about each other. It was a rather strange date as most went by in silence, so they simply ate in comfortable silence. When they left, Naruto decided it was still early, so he decided to drag Hinata to a local cinema and watch something. A couple hours later, they arrived at Tasuna's house. Their date didn't necessarily go that well, but they didn't really care. After all, the point of the date was to spend some time together since the mission started. It was always either guard Tasuna or train. 1 week later. 1 week had passed and the teens were preparing for the showdown at the bridge. It was a terrifying sight for any civilian to see a shinobi getting ready for a fight. The ground was filled with weaponry, kunai, shuriken, senbon, flash tag, explosive text, ninja wire, giant shuriken, and even Naruto's sword was out of his storage seal. He decided to carry it on his back since he could need it any time. "Everyone ready?" Kakashi asked, and everyone nodded. The fox Naruto had sent to gather information about Gato paid off. The fox found out that Zabuza would attack today since Hokage was already healed from her shoulder wound, as was Zabuza from chakra exhaustion. Since Gato plans to betray Zabuza when the fight is over, he may as well send someone here. If he does send someone, they probably won't be shinobi, Kakashi said, and brought his hand to his chin and started pondering who to say back, keeping in mind that he would face Zabuza and Haku. "How about we leave Sakura, Hinata, and Kiba here, since they have good taijutsu and they can easily take out any thugs Gato sends. The rest will go to the bridge. I can engage on Haku with Sasuke if necessary. Kakashi Sensei and Kurenai can take Zabuza, while Shino provides overall support and protects the client," Naruto suggested. Kakashi pondered. "Shino will be in a tight spot if either Zabuza or Haku split past us and rush towards the target," Kakashi pointed out. Naruto considered this scenario. "I can put up the same barrier as last time. Besides, Shino can control his bug from inside the barrier, right?" Naruto asked, and Shino nodded. "It's good. Well, then everyone stick to the plan. Tasuna, are you ready?" Kakashi asked, and Tasuna weakly nodded. After all, Tasuna would be bait to draw them out. Everyone started moving out, and before they left, Naruto gave Hinata a brief kiss while whispering, "Good luck. If you need me here, use the rain," and Hinata nodded. On the bridge, Tasuna was approaching the bridge guarded by Kakashi, Kurenai, Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino. They entered the bridge, and there was already a mist in the air. Naruto discreetly activated Sharingan while placing the usual genjutsu on it. They made their way to the bridge, moving as silently as possible. Well, everyone minus Tazuna, who was swinging bullets and breathing hard just from fear itself. Naruto using his Sharingan could see glimpses of 2 chakra sources. They are already here, both Zabuza and Haku, just about 100 meters away, Naruto said, and everyone stood their guard. How do you know that? Kakashi asked. After all, Kakashi's sensing abilities weren't that good, and he was considering summoning one of his dogs. I'll tell you later. Can't tell with Sasuke here, Naruto whispered into his ear, and Kakashi nodded. Now it's in time for chit-chat. They continued walking until they stood a few meters from each other. Kakashi, we meet again. I'll enjoy the bounty on your head, Zabuza said in a dreary voice. So many places to choose from. I can slit your throat, stab you in your heart, destroy your lungs, burst your kidneys, or break your spine, Zabuza continued saying, while unleashing a lot of killer intent. Kakashi, Kunai, and Naruto seemed immune to it, while Shino and Sasuke were sweating, and Tazuna was already on the ground as his legs gave out. Naruto saw Zabuza move from his spot, but he didn't have time to warn his team. He picked up his sword and jumped in front of Kunai, blocking the Kubikiri Bocho. You are a very good kid to manage to find me, Zabuza said. Not many people manage to keep their head cool enough to think in these situations. Sometimes even Jonin would get caught. If it weren't for Naruto, Kunai would already be dead. Say goodbye to your miss, Zabuza, Naruto said, going for a few hand signs and unleashing a gust of wind that blew the mist away, gaining a frown from Zabuza. I really hate wind users, Zabuza said, shouldering his sword and getting ready for the attack. As we planned, everyone take their positions. Why should the Dobi fight while me and Elite will just stand and watch, Sasuke said in his typical arrogant tone. Now is not the time, Genin, Kakashi said in a very serious tone, making Sasuke gulp. You will stay with Tazuna outside the barrier, only jump in if Naruto needs it. Understand? Kakashi asked, and Sasuke nodded. Get ready, Kakashi said. Tazuna tree with Shino, and then Naruto made 4 shadow clones that formed a square around him and said, Ninpo, Shishinjen, Ninja Art, 4 Flames formation, and erupted a purple barrier with Tazuna and Shino inside, and Sasuke on the outside. Kakashi and Kunai got closer, preparing to fight Zabuza, and Naruto with his sword on hand, preparing to face Haku. Zabuza sent a few water clones that surrounded Kakashi, Kunai, and Naruto. Naruto turned to Kakashi and he gave him a nod. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, and 1 second later, every single clone burst in the water. Looks like you found your rival in speed, wouldn't you say, Haku? Zabuza asked. It looks like that, Haku replied and dashed towards Naruto. Naruto seeing this gripped his sword tighter and started running towards Haku. They met roughly at halfway and started to exchange a few blows. Neither of them gained advantage. Naruto would easily block every single attack, however he didn't manage to land anything either. They found themselves in a standstill. Naruto was blocking Haku's kunai with his sword. Haku, seeing he had one hand occupied, started going through single-hand seals, and once finished said, Sensatsu Shisho, flying water needles to death, and immediately 1,000 water needles formed from the clone's water and started raining on Naruto. Naruto, seeing this, knew he hadn't had many options to avoid it and decided to test his new eyes and the power he learned to use. He shifted his eyes into the Mangekyou and said, Kamui! And then Naruto made his body intangible, and everyone watched in awe as well as fear as every single needle passed through Naruto's body, exiting to the opposite side. It's not possible, Haku said. You aren't a Bunshin. I can feel your chakra and your sword is pressing against my kunai, she explained. Well, that's one of my most powerful jutsus, Naruto said, smirking. He used this moment as a distraction and gave a powerful kick to Haku's chest that sent her flying and crashed into the ground near Zabuza. Zabuza was still wondering how the kid managed to do that and also beat Haku in speed. You're really good for it, Genin, Zabuza said. Kakashi laughed and said, smirking, Zabuza, what if I told you that Naruto here is actually the dead last? Zabuza's eyes widened. The brat couldn't possibly be the dead last. That or Konoha has been seriously trained, they're getting. Zabuza, before we begin our real fight, I have a proposition for you, Naruto said, and Zabuza raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Zabuza said, wondering what the kid meant. I heard that Gato plans to betray you once you get the job done. He wants to kill you and Haku once you kill Tazuna so he doesn't have to pay you. So how about we join forces and kill Gato, and in return you can come back with us to the Leaf, Naruto explained, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Naruto, you can't just offer some to a missing nin like that, Kakashi said. Kid, are you crazy? What makes you think I would join the Leaf? Zabuza asked. I bet you are tired of all the writing, having to keep looking for missions just to live, and I know the old man well enough. Both of you can be great assets to the village. Zabuza is one of the 7 swordsmen, and Haku is ice release, Naruto said, and sadly Zabuza agreed. Both of them were tired of constantly running, and they wanted a place to settle down. How do you know about my bloodline? Haku asked. She didn't reveal it the last time they faced each other. Did you really think we would just train while apart? Information is half the battle, so I sent a fox spy onto Gato's warehouse, and he found you training, Naruto explained, and they both scowled. A joint getting spied on without realizing it. Be that as it may, but I still have a reputation, and in my place, it's all I have. We'll fight, and if God appears to finish me off, then we join forces, and then I'll decide if we'll go to leave, Zabuza said, and Naruto nodded. If Naruto was lying, which Zabuza wouldn't know, Zabuza would be destroying his reputation by betraying his client. Immediately, Haku started going through hand seals and said, Maikyo Hyoshu, demonic ice mirrors. All around Naruto, ice mirrors started forming, trapping him in an ice dome. Haku walked to one of the mirrors and simply entered the mirror itself as she became nothing more than a reflection. Inside the ice dome. Inside the dome, Naruto could see that Kakashi and Kurenai were already engaged in Zabuza. Even for both of them, Zabuza was no pushover. Naruto needed to get over with this fight in order to go help them. Also, Sasuke was around and he knew that if they need help, he would jump in. Uchiha pride and all. Funny, Naruto was an Uchiha, but even though he had pride in his blood, he was never arrogant about his power. Naruto focused on his battle and noticed that every mirror around him had Haku's reflection in it. He noticed that each Haku was holding 3 Senbon in each hand, getting ready to attack. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized that Haku was much faster now. If he didn't have the Sharingan to track her movements, he would need to resort to higher level attacks. Haku looked at Naruto surprised. You were the first person to ever dodge my attack when they were trapped in his jutsu. Naruto simply smirked. Haku continued relentless attacks, switching from mirror to mirror while launching countless Senbon to Naruto. This went on for a few minutes, and Naruto was suddenly dodged all the Senbon without even needing his Kamui. How are you dodging my attacks? Haku yelled, finally losing her cool. You can't win. This jutsu spends a lot of chakra and you're already getting low, Naruto simply said. Shut up! Haku yelled and charged at Naruto as fast as she could, but Naruto's Sharingan could still follow her perfectly and saw her every single muscle movement in slow motion as she charged. Naruto took the opportunity and grabbed her by the hands, throwing into one of the mirrors. Somewhere near where Haku landed kunai with an explosive tag. The tag exploded and Haku braced herself for the impact, not getting too much damage, and then Naruto looked to see for the kunai and found Sasuke inside the dome. What are you doing here, Naruto asked. I figured a doby like you would need help, Sasuke said with his trademark arrogant smirk. Haku took this opportunity and threw a few Senbon to Sasuke. Naruto noticed the Senbon incoming towards Sasuke, and then Naruto didn't have enough time to reach him, so Sasuke got hit by a Senbon and fell limp onto the ground. Naruto's eyes widened and he ran towards him. Naruto looked at him and noticed that the Senbon hit his neck in a non-vital area, and using his Sharingan, he noticed that his chakra network was still active, so Sasuke was probably in a death-like state. Naruto decided to finish this battle and said, Katon Gyoko no Jutsu, or Great Fireball Technique, and launched a fireball into one of the mirrors, seeing if it would be enough. To his surprise, the fireball impacted the mirror, but it remained there as if nothing happened. You can't defeat my technique with such a low-level attack, Haku said. Then let's take this up a notch, Naruto said, and made a single Kage Bunshin, and both went for a few hand seals. Katon Guryuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Naruto said. And then Futon Daitopa, Great Breakthrough, Naruto's clone said. The combination of a B-rank Katon Jinjutsu powered up by the Wind Jutsu, and the result was a big fire dragon rocking towards the mirrors. Haku tried pumping more chakra to his technique, but it wasn't enough. The pressure of the dragon, coupled with the tremendous heat, made the ice dome explode, sending Haku crashing to the ground in pain with burns, and her mask cracked. Forgive me, Zabuza-sama. I cannot defeat this boy, Haku thought, coughing a bit of blood. Naruto approached Haku, still weary, as she still could attack. Naruto placed a few hand seals and said, Chakra Seal. Placing his hand on Haku, he blocked her chakra and tied her up with ninja wire. He went to see how the other battle was going on. Outside the ice dome a few minutes earlier, Kakashi and Kurenai were about to face Zabuza. Kakashi pulled up head on his headband, revealing his Sharingan. Sharingan again, Zabuza mocked. Be proud of Zabuza. You were the first enemy to ever see it twice, Kakashi said, and started going for some hand seals. Gaton, Kurikoko no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Kakashi said, and sent a fireball towards Zabuza. Zabuza didn't even budge, and he went through a few hand signs of his own and said, Suiton, Shujincheki, or Water Wall, and created a water wall that blocked the fireball, creating a cloud of steam all around. Kakashi ran forward and engaged Zabuza in Taijutsu. Wrong move, as Zabuza was much stronger due to being used to using his big broadsword. Kakashi sent a low kick, making Zabuza jump up. Kakashi tried to capitalize on this with a punch, but Zabuza blocked it. Zabuza jumped back just in time to block a barrage of shuriken sent by Kurenai. Suiton, Suryuda no Jutsu, or the Water Dragon Jutsu, and Zabuza sent a big water dragon towards Kurenai. She got caught in the ground and was sent crashing into the wall, disabling her momentarily. Kurenai! Kakashi yelled, and made his way towards her to check on her condition. When he arrived near her, she was regaining consciousness. They made up a battle plan that would end Zabuza when they heard an explosion coming from the ice dome. Naruto, they both fought. But what both them and Zabuza saw was a big stream of fire coming from the dome, with Haku flying towards the ground, and Naruto simply walking out of the ice dome, now practically all destroyed. The brat managed to defeat Haku. He is no ordinary Genin. He must be at least joined to defeat Haku without getting hurt, Zabuza said, watching Naruto tie up Haku and making his way towards this battle. Need help? Naruto asked, not even slightly winded. His master chakra reserves weren't even slightly spent. He was practically full. Sure, Kunai got hit. Let her rest a bit, Kakashi said, and Naruto started sinking into the ground. How many jutsus does he know? He's a fresh Genin, and so far I've already seen big Katon and Futon jutsus, and now low-level Doton, Kakashi thought. Something was definitely up. Zabuza had his guard up. If one thing he knew for sure, it was to not underestimate the blonde kid. He managed to easily defeat Haku. Suddenly he felt a presence behind and turned, but he was too slow. Naruto emerged on the ground just behind Zabuza, and in his hand was a blue ball of chakra. Rasengan, Naruto said, slamming the blue condensed ball of chakra into Zabuza until he burst into water. Shit, water clone, Naruto thought, and turned to see Zabuza with his sword, ready to chop him in half. This is the end, kid, Zabuza said, and brought his sword for a horizontal slash to chop Naruto in half. Naruto! Kakashi yelled. Naruto activated once again his calm way. He got to admit it's a kick-ass power that most likely confuses enemies to no end. Zabuza was watching as his sword was phasing through Naruto and leaving his body without a scratch. When the sword left him, Naruto gave Zabuza an uppercut and jumped back near Kakashi. Zabuza regained his balance. What the hell is that attack? Zabuza asked, getting pissed off. He never saw anything like that. That's for me to know and for you to find out, Naruto said smugly, making Zabuza even more pissed off. Suddenly a tree started growing behind Zabuza, and he was trapped with its branches. Magen, Chubaku Satsu, tree binding death, Kunai said, making the tree grow and snaring Zabuza in place, without chance to escape. You are too dangerous to be left alive. What I'm about to show is my own personal jutsu, Kakashi said, and started gathering a great amount of chakra in his right hand. The chakra changed to electricity until it started producing a loud sound. Kakashi dashed forward, intending to end Zabuza's life for good. Chidori, 1,000 birds. He was about to slam it against Zabuza when he heard, "Look at that, the demon defeated by a punk," some man said in the far side of the bridge. Kakashi stopped his assault, disabling Chidori, and said, "Gato," with distaste. "What are you doing here, Gato?" Zabuza asked, getting the impression the blonde kid was telling the truth. "I'm here to kill you. You're simply too expensive. When I can buy a few thugs that get the job done," Gato said, smirking, thinking he was untouchable. "Surrounded by 50 thugs, all equipped with weapons." "Release me. We're no longer enemies." "You were right, kid," Zabuza said, and Kunai left her illusion down. Zabuza picked up his sword and was about to rush into Gato when Naruto placed his hand in front of him, making Zabuza confused. "I want to try out the jutsu I've been developing," Naruto said. "Hey, old man, how are you on supplies to finish the bridge?" Naruto asked. "I've got plenty. Why do you ask?" Taisen said, getting confused. "Kakashi-sensei, Kunai-sensei, Zabuza, you're about to watch my very first creation. Watch closely," Naruto said, and everyone wondered what he was going to do, even Sasuke, who just got up a few minutes ago. "You really think you can defeat us all?" one of the thugs said. Naruto simply smiled. Naruto brought his hands closer and slammed them against each other and started concentrating. He slightly separated his hands and started concentrating Raiton chakra between them. A few seconds later, the Raiton chakra started shrinking into a small, perfect light blue spear. Naruto sent his spear into the sky and expanded into a flash of light, immediately gathering clouds in the sky. Thunders could be heard as the sky started to get darker and heavy rain started to fall. As the thunder intensified, everyone watched in wonder how the kid managed to make it rain without much difficulty. "Is this how you're going to kill us? Rain," Gato said. Everyone thought that what he was doing failed, but Naruto simply smirked. Naruto concentrated Raiton chakra in his right hand and sent a small beam to the sky, and everyone watched as a massive lightning dragon gathered in the sky as if waiting for command from its master. "Watch closely," Naruto said, and brought his hand down, commanding the dragon to attack. "Raiton! Kirin!" Naruto said. The dragon left the sky and rocketed towards Gato and the thugs with such speed that everyone only saw a glimpse of light before the bridge where Gato was exploded with tremendous force that everyone had to gather chakra to his feet just to make sure they don't get blown away. Everyone watched and nodded at the power of such a jutsu. When dust cleared, there was nothing left where the thunder landed. In a place where Gato and his thugs were, there was now just a big hole, and the bridge itself was blown to bits. "So much power," Kakashi said, as he watched everything with the Sharingan. That technique was easily an S rank. "Maybe I should go to the Leaf. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that," Zabuza thought. "That power should be mine. With that I could easily defeat my brother. Yes, that power will be mine," Sasuke thought as he watched in awe of the massive lightning strike. "What the hell are these shinobi? They can't be human," Taisen thought in awe and a bit of fear. "Awesome! My technique worked," Naruto explained happily, and everyone turned to him with some interesting expressions fixed on him.
"Congrats, kid,"
Kurama said. It's over. Gato is more than dead, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto, and laughed. So, Zabuza, have you thought about Naruto's proposal? Kakashi asked, and Zabuza started pondering. He was tired of this life, and if he went to sleep, perhaps he could witness that attack once again. That lightning dragon was beautiful. I'll go with you. I'm tired of this life. Besides, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that, Zabuza said, as he pointed to the massive missing piece of bridge, and Naruto smirked. By the way, Naruto, congrats. That is one powerful jutsu, easily S rank. Kakashi said, happily that he inherited his father's talents. And the best thing is that its chakra consumption is practically non-existent since the dragon is powered by the natural electricity of the sky, Naruto replied, and Kakashi nodded. Maybe you can teach it to me, Kakashi said. You need to have a very high light affinity, as you need to manipulate the very essence of electricity and also manage to gather it up in the sky. But if you have it, I would happily teach it to you, Nissan, Naruto said. Nissan? Zabuza asked. We aren't really brothers, but we're close enough, Naruto said. Dobi, I demand you teach me that jutsu, Sasuke said, walking up to Naruto. No, Naruto simply said. What do you mean, no? That power should belong to me and Uchiha Elite, Sasuke said. The reason I won't teach it to you is because you have the wrong goals. Revenge and lust for power, Naruto said, and walked off, leaving Sasuke angry. The council will hear about this, Sasuke thought. Okay, everyone, let's go home. Tazuna, you can work peacefully now that Gato is dead. We'll probably be a few more days since Naruto decided to blow up the bridge, Kakashi said, glaring at him. Naruto simply scratched the back of his head. A few days later, everyone was at Tazuna's place packing up to leave. The bridge was complete, and the wave was starting to be recovered from Gato's tyranny. Haku became good friends with Naruto and Nana since they shared a common background. They were both hated and chased away from what they contained, either it be a demon or a bloodline. Haku recovered very well since Naruto summoned a healing fox to help her treatment. Zabuza gave Naruto a few pointers and tips on his sword style. Zabuza was surprised when he found out that Naruto was Uzumaki masters in the art of the sword. Kakashi was almost floored when he found out about Naruto. Flashback. Everyone had arrived at Tazuna's house coming from their battle. They found it was a good idea to leave some backup in the house as two thugs attacked and tried to kidnap Tsunami and Inari. Kakashi called Naruto over and they both went outside of the house into the woods. So, care to explain how you could see Zabuza and Haku in the mist, Kakashi said. I know I can trust Kakashi-sensei. My father never told you this. Actually, I believe he never told anyone other than my mother. Naruto said and activated Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes widened when he saw a free Tomoe Sharingan fire up in Naruto's eyes. How can you have the Sharingan? Neither of you or your mother were Uchihas, Kakashi said. Actually, my father was an Uchiha. He just never told anyone. Did you ever wonder how could he be so fast? It's true he used Urashi, but a normal person without any bloodline wouldn't be able to react in time at those speeds, Naruto explained, and Kakashi asked himself why he never thought of that. So how many people know that you are an Uchiha, Kakashi asked. So far, the old man, Hinata, Shino, Kurenai-sensei, and you. And I'm happy I never told anyone since I awakened when I was 5, otherwise I would probably have joined the Uchiha clan in the grave, Naruto said, sending shivers down to Kakashi's spine. Oh, another thing, Naruto started. I kind of copy your Chidori since Retitled is my main affinity. Do you mind if I use it? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. I have no problem with that. Besides, Chidori was created to be used in conjunction with the Sharingan, so it serves you well, Kakashi said. I wonder why Sensei never told me, Kakashi wondered out loud. It's probably because of who was his father, Naruto said, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. My grandfather is Uchiha Madara, Naruto said, and Kakashi froze hearing that name. How is it possible, Kakashi asked. Madara didn't die in his battle with Hashirama, and a few years later my father was born, Naruto said. Jeez, with blood like that and how he is, Naruto will be an extremely powerful ninja later on in life, Kakashi thought. You know the council will be on your ass when they find out, right? Kakashi asked. Don't worry, I already studied politics and laws. I knew someday I would need them, Naruto said, laughing. This is the reason I asked the old man not to be on your team. I knew Sasuke would be with you so you could train Sharingan when he awakened it, and I would someday have to use it. I didn't want to always be covering up with a Genjutsu, Naruto explained, and Kakashi nodded. I'm just picturing council's faces when they find out, Kakashi said, laughing. Let's go home and rest. You need to work on the bridge tomorrow since you blew it up, Kakashi said, and Naruto sighed. End of the flashback. Everyone from the town was gathered up on the bridge saying their goodbyes to their heroes. The brave shinobi that killed Gato and freed the land of waves. Don't cry, Nari. I'll come visit, and Naruto said, and Nari simply nodded. Take care, old man, Naruto said to Tazuna. Goodbye, and don't forget to visit, Tazuna said, and everyone nodded and left towards the leave. What should we name the bridge? One of the townspeople asked. How about the super great Tazuna Bridge, Tazuna said, and Tsunami bonked him on the head. How about the great Naruto Bridge, since he was the one that killed Gato and convinced Inari to fight for what he wants? Tsunami replied, and everyone agreed. The great Naruto Bridge it is, Tazuna said, watching everyone leave. Hokage's office one day later. Everyone was in the Hokage's office giving the report of the mission. Since their group was the only shinobi they managed to get back to leave much faster, even having saw a few times so Sakura could rest. Naruto has the same talent as his father. The Hokage thought reading about his line attack. He then turned to the missing nin in the room and started massaging his temples. You give me nothing but paperwork, Naruto-kun, the old man said. How about this? You let Zabuza and Hokage join the leaf, and I'll tell you how to defeat paperwork, Naruto said. And in a flash, Hokage threw 2 headbands to Zabuza and Hokage and started shaking Naruto's shoulder, begging him to tell. Everyone watching his sweat dropped. 2 words, Naruto said, and Hokage focused on him. Kage Bunshin, he said. The Hokage walked calmly to his chair, and he opened one drawer and took a paper that said, smash here. He put the paper on the table and started slamming his head, saying, stupid, stupid. And I'll allow it. Zabuza, since you are a missing nin, you will have a 6-month probation period, the Hokage said, and he nodded. Hokage, since you don't have any village affiliation, you can join a gang team next graduation. How about it, he asked. Actually, Hokage-sama, I would like to become a combat medic. I have good knowledge of poisons and medicinal plants, she said, and the Hokage pondered. Very well, you can start in the hospital. I'll have someone teach you the basics, but you still need to be on a gang team and advance to at least Chunin level until you can dedicate full time, the Hokage explained, and she nodded. Everyone dismissed, the Hokage said, and created free shotguns to do paperwork. Naruto-kun, how about I take you to get some ramen, the Hokage said, and Naruto started jumping up in the air and shouting, Ramen! Ramen! This village is crazy, Zabuza said, and Haku nodded. And that is the end of chapter 11. A very, very long chapter. And now let's move on to chapter 12, which is, by the way, called Mission to the Land of Waterfall. So let's get into this. Chapter 12, Mission to the Land of the Waterfall. The next week, after everyone returned from their wave mission, it went without much trouble. The Hokage gave them the occasional week off so they could train and rest and do the occasional D-rank mission. During this week, Naruto and I trained with Zabuza in their Kenjutsu and Hinata in Suiton Ninjutsu. Apart from training with Zabuza, they also did their normal training with Kunai Sensei, but there wasn't much she could teach them. Also, Haku started in the hospital learning the basics of medical ninjutsu. She was really skilled in it. Naruto also trained Hinata since she started showing a light affinity. With this training, she started developing a new Taichi style that was rather deadly. One small touch and everything was over. This new style could be considered an improvement over her flowing fist. Currently, it was around 4 p.m. and both Naruto and I were resting on the couch. And by the way, I'm not going to kind of, describe this at all because I want to skip this because I don't feel necessarily, the most comfortable describing or reading out a makeout session between teenagers, so I'm just gonna skip that here, but just know that they were locked in a makeout session until suddenly there was a knock on the door and Naruto pouted that it ruined their alone time. I swear, I'm about to kill whoever knocked, Naruto muttered as he got up and went to the door. Come on, Naruto-kun, be nice, Naruto said. We can always continue after, she said, winking at him. Naruto turned back to look at her with a devious smile that gave her chills. Naruto opened the door and saw an Anbu masked shinobi standing there. Yes, Naruto asked. The Hokage demands her presence in the council room, the Anbu said, and grabbed his arm, getting ready to take him away. Naruto moved his arm from his grip. We'll be there momentarily, Naruto said in a cold tone, glaring at him with his cold blue eyes. The Anbu nodded, and then Naruto closed the door and turned back to Hinata, who was waiting for him. Sorry, Hime, but the council wants me. Want to come? It's fun, he said, smirking. Sure, let me grab a coat, she replied. She got up and grabbed a coat, and both walked outside the house. When outside, they both shunshin to the Hokage's tower. Hokage Tower Council Room. Naruto and I arrived at Hokage Tower and made their way towards the council room. When they arrived there was an Anbu station outside of the room guarding it. The Anbu opened the door and they both walked in. The civilian council immediately started glaring at him and he simply discarded it. Hiyashi was glaring daggers at Hinata and wondering what she was doing here. What are you doing here, Hiyashi asked. Can't I be here for my boyfriend? She replied, kissing him on the cheek, and getting a distasteful look from Hiyashi and the civilians. Disgusting. How can you associate with a deep... And Hiyashi didn't finish as the kunai launched from Naruto lodged itself in a wall near his head, cutting through hairs and making the man freeze. Careful, Hiyashi-sama. I wouldn't want you to break the Hokage-sama's law, Naruto said, smirking. The Hyugas were known for always remaining cool no matter how stressful the situation. Everyone's eyes widened, and they realized that if he wanted to, he could have killed him right then and there. No one even saw him pulling out a kunai. You dare attack me. I can kill your precious girlfriend here only lifting 2 fingers, Hiyashi said in a calm tone. You could try it, but you would hit the floor dead before your fingers were even an entire seal, Naruto calmly said. Is that a threat? Hiyashi asked, narrowing his eyes. No, just a warning. If you do anything to harm her, well, in this case, you would call it the Hyuga massacre. Except I would only kill the main house, since they're all arrogant, Naruto said. Everyone gasped, and Hiyashi simply scowled. He would have his revenge, but not now, trying to defuse the situation before he embarrassed himself even more. How can you have weapons in here? The Anbu outside should have made sure no weapons were allowed in here, Hiyashi said. The Hokage only watched the interaction with fascination. Here was a 14-year-old boy pissing off the council. It was very amusing to say the least, as he just watched. See these little things? Naruto said and showed his wristbands. In these wristbands, I have a few storage seals for kunai, shuriken, and senbon. It's a lot easier than wearing a pouch. Besides, it's not my fault the Anbu didn't check them, Naruto explained. Besides, I don't understand why you prevent weapons in here, but you let in shinobi without restricting their chakra. Chakra is shinobi's ultimate weapon. Without it, we're nothing more than civilians, Naruto said, and everyone pondered. He has a point, Shikaku asked rhetorically, and a few nodded. That's not what we called you here for, one civilian said. Before we start, may I ask what is Sasuke doing here? Naruto asked, and everyone stared at him, wondering how he managed to sense his chakra. Sasuke stepped out from the shadows, smirking. How did you know I was here, Dobi? Sasuke asked. Everyone seems to keep forgetting that I'm a censor, Naruto said, sighing. Hey, old man, so Naruto didn't get to finish. Show some respect to Hokage, Brad, Hiyashi said. Fine, Hokage-sama. I was wondering the reason you called me, Naruto said. That I would like to know as well, the Hokage replied, looking at civilian council who were a bit nervous. We are here so that Naruto can teach Uchiha-sama that lighting jutsu you used in your last mission, one civilian said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sorry, not teaching it. It's an S-rank jutsu of my own creation, so it belongs to me, and I alone can choose who I teach it to, Naruto said, and civilian side erupted in protest. Naruto simply waited for them to calm down. You should be proud of teaching the Uchiha-sama, the pink banshee yelled. Her name was Sakura, and she was Sakura's mother. I don't understand you. A couple weeks ago, you bitched about me becoming a shinobi, and one of you hired two Jonis to assassinate me, and now you want me to teach him? Naruto said, and Shinobi's side froze when they heard that they tried to assassinate him. Could you clarify your assassination attempt, Naruto-san? Shibi said. Aburame Shibi was Shino's father and the current head of the Aburame clan. The night after the gang graduation, one member of the civilian side named Tuno Konta hired two Jonin to kill us. They managed to break into my house during the night and try to stab us. However, I sensed them and we killed one of them while restraining the other and delivering him to the Hokage, Naruto explained. We? Shibi asked. Hinata's living with me, Naruto explained, and Yashi thought that her daughter couldn't sink any lower. After that, the one who hired them was executed for an attack on Unleashed Shinobi, Naruto explained. Oh, and just to warn you, if you try again, I already protected my house with a few security seals, so if anyone tries to break into it, they will have a nasty surprise, Naruto said, smirking evilly and giving the civilian shivers. We are getting off topic. We demand you teach the jutsu to Uchiha-sama, Sakura said, getting to the point of the meeting. I already said that I won't. It's my creation. For example, Naruto said and turned to Hiyashi, the Kaiten technique doesn't require any type of bloodline, so anyone could learn it. Why teach it to the general shinobi? Naruto asked. That technique is a secret of the Hyuga clan, but I wonder how you know about it, Hiyashi said, narrowing his eyes. Hime, Naruto said, and Hinata went to the middle of the room and started spinning with a low-power Kaiten so she didn't destroy anything. How dare you use technique of the main branch of the Hyugas? Hiyashi yelled, getting up and finally loosened temper and raised his two fingers to activate Hinata's cursed seal. Naruto, seeing this, dashed forward with blind speeds and slammed both hands to Hiyashi's chest, saying chakra seal, applying a chakra restricting seal with his left hand and saying process seal, applying a seal that stops all motion from Hiyashi, freezing him in place with his right hand. Slowly, the Anbu appeared in the room with swords drawn and pointing to Naruto's neck. Everyone's eyes were bulging out the events that transpired just a few seconds ago. The Hokage was simply enjoying his life. Naruto's speed was phenomenal as he worked with seals. Only a skilled seal master could apply seals with his hands. Naruto activated his Kanwin with his Sharingan hidden and simply walked through the Anbu and their swords towards Hinata. The Anbus just watched him literally walk through them like he was a ghost. I told you Kent's memes are fun, Naruto said, and Hinata giggled while everyone was just staring at the pair. Naruto-kun, remove the seals from Hiyashi, the Hokage said, and Naruto complied and removed the seals from him. And Hiyashi, refrain yourself from disturbing actions, the Hokage concluded. Hiyashi continued glaring at the pair, releasing a little bit of ki that didn't even affect them. Now, I won't teach it to Sasuke for 3 reasons, Naruto started. First, he doesn't deserve it. He's an arrogant kid who thinks everyone should kneel before him. Second, you need to have very high light affinity to be able to use it. Your affinity must be the same level as the Nandame's water affinity, but in this case for lightning. Third, I'm a shinobi, so you have no authority over me, Naruto concluded. Sasuke seemed to see deceive as Naruto was explaining. You don't deserve that power, and you and everyone else should kneel before the Uchihas, Sasuke said, and rushed Naruto with a kunai. Naruto sidestepped him and placed him in a chokehold, and after a few seconds, he dropped him onto the floor unconscious. You killed him, Anbu. Kill the demon, Sakura yelled, and then Naruto simply sighed. He's just unconscious. As much as I hate him, I wouldn't kill him just because of his temper, Naruto explained. And your worship of the Uchiha will be your downfall one day. Care to explain how he managed to pull a kunai from his pouch? Naruto asked. Nobody answered. The Shinobi Council didn't like the Uchiha kid that much. He was an arrogant fool, but the civilians pampered to his every demand. Nata-san, we agree that jutsu is yours and only you should choose who to teach it to, Shibi said. Thank you, Abraham-san. Naruto said, glad this was over. However, he hoped that he could still have a bit of fun with anyone else. However, could you explain the requirements and disadvantages of jutsu for classification, Shibi said. That jutsu could very well be a kinjutsu. Not a problem. For starters, to use his attack, you need a very high light affinity because you need to be able to draw the energy from the Earth's electromagnetic field. Once you manage to gather enough from it in the same place, clouds will form and create thunder. Once this is done, I can manipulate the thunder and redirect it to the enemy. Due to using nature's energy instead of chakra, the attack is extremely more powerful. The only drawback is that after using it, you can only use it in the same place for after a few minutes, so that the energy from this field can stabilize, Naruto explained. Everyone thought about the possibilities of Jutsu. It could easily topple a building or destroy a small army. You are skilled, Naruto-san. My son was right about you, Shibi said, and Naruto nodded. Can we leave now, Naruto asked, and then seeing Hokage nodding and started walking out of the room until they heard one civilian whispering demon, but everyone heard it. For Kami's sake, how the hell can I prove that I'm not the Kyuubi? Naruto asked, but everyone remained silent. Naruto decided to scare the crap out of them and said, oh, I know a way, and everyone perked up. Hey Kyuubi, wake up, Naruto said to Kurama, but out loud so everyone could hear him. Everyone wondered what he was doing, but civilians were all swaying bullets.
What do you want, kids?
Kurama asked. How about we play with them for a bit? Just don't kill anyone, Naruto thought, and Kurama smirked. Kage Bunshi no Jutsu, Naruto said, and he made a single clone. In the clone, Kurama took control. His eyes became blood red with vertical slits, his whiskers marks became more pronounced, and his teeth became fangs.
Well, hello,
the Kyuubi said in a very dark voice, scaring the crap out of everyone in the civilian side. The Hokage already knew about him helping Naruto, but Shinobi's side was a bit weary. Kyuubi, Sakura asked?
Lord Kyuubi, you pathetic mortal,
the Kyuubi said, and Sakura shrunk into her chair, just staring at the new transformed Naruto. You hungry? Naruto asked.
I could eat,
Kyuubi replied. You can start at the pink banshee, Naruto said, and Sakura started shaking and fainted. Naruto seeing his sweat drop. She fainted. Pick another, he said.
Oh, just forget it. I'll eat them all,
the Kyuubi said, and using a discreet hand transformed into a medium-sized fox with 9 tails and orange fur. He calmly walked towards the civilian side. The rest simply watched as one by one on the civilian side fainted and remained there on the ground drooling.
That was fun,
the Kyuubi said, making Naruto and I laugh while everyone's sweat just dropped. We are leaving now. See you tomorrow, Gigi, Naruto said, and walked out the room. I like his style, Sumi said. She was the head of the Inuzuka clan and Kiba's mother. What's that smell? She asked. I think I know. Sigh. Who the hell is carrying them home? The Hokage asked, and in a flash, the whole Shinobi side vanished. Did Mito teach them the Harashin? The Hokage wondered and thought. With our favorite couple. I told you. Council meetings are fun, Naruto said, chuckling. How are you feeling? You didn't see your father since he expelled you. I'm fine. He no longer means anything to me. He was never really a father. I think I never got to love him, she sadly said. Besides, I have you now, and that's all I need, she said, kissing my cheek and wrapping herself around his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Shall I continue what we were doing? Naruto asked, remembering what they were doing before they left. Are you sure? Hinata whispered in a teasing voice. Naruto picked her up, Browser, and Shunshin home. A few days later, teammate was en route to the Hokage Tower to get a new mission. The week off was over now, and they were ready for real missions. No more of those jury D-rank missions. During the remainder of the week, Naruto learned a few languages from Kakashi. Flashback. Naruto was walking towards the Teen Sim train ground since he set a train session with Kakashi. Naruto waited a few minutes, but then he remembered Kakashi's nasty habit of arriving late to any appointment. Naruto extended his senses and found Kakashi a few hundred meters away. He walked towards him and found him staring at the memorial stone. Naruto approached him, but Kakashi didn't even notice him since he was deep in thought. So, Naruto said, starting Kakashi. This is where you spend your time, Naruto continued in a low tone, seeing the names of his parents on the stone. The memorial stone is a monument in Konoha where all the names of the Shinobi killed in action are written down on the stone, a reminder of their sacrifice to protect their home. Neither of them said anything for a few minutes until Naruto spoke. We shouldn't dwell in the past. I know, but I can't forget my past actions. If I wasn't so arrogant back then, he would still be alive, Kakashi said. I'm the last of my game team. My best friend Obito died to save me. Ren sacrificed herself, forced me to kill her, and Sensei died defeating the QB. In his dying moments, I promised Obito I would take care of Ren, and I failed, Kakashi said, almost breaking. You can't protect everyone, even I know that. The only thing we can do is try our hardest. Like you, I would do anything to protect those I care about, but we can't be there for everyone, Naruto said. I just feel like it's my fault, Kakashi said. You tried your best. No one could ask for more. It's time to let go, Naruto said, placing his hand on his shoulder and slowly turned away to leave. It would be best to leave and be after their talk. Maybe he's right. I've dwelled in the past long enough. Kakashi fought looking one final time to stone. I promise, Sensei. I'll do my best to protect and guide your son. He fought, smiling, turning away from it and going towards Naruto. Wait, Naruto, I believe you had a training session, Kakashi yelled, making Naruto stop and turn towards him. Maybe my talk did some good, Naruto thought. Let's get this started. I'll be teaching you a few lighting jutsu. That I've got plenty, actually, Kakashi said, lifting his headband and showing his Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei, I wonder why you can't disable your Sharingan, Naruto said. It's because I'm not an Uchiha and I can't cancel the chakra flowing to the eye, Kakashi replied. Maybe your eye is forcibly consuming chakra to remain activated, Naruto pondered for a few seconds and said, maybe it can imply a seal in your eye that allows you to cut the chakra feed completely, allowing you to see normally, but still be able to reactivate the Sharingan. Really? Kakashi asked incredulously. If he could do it, it would be good. He hasn't seen anything with his left eye in years outside of battles. Besides, it would remove his blind spot when not using Sharingan. I'm pretty good with seals. I'll see what I can do. Let's get started, Naruto said and activated Sharingan. First, I'll show this. Right done, lightning chain, Kakashi said, making a Kage Bunshin. Kakashi slammed his right hand with the clone's left hand, and when they were separating, it created a thin line of right done chakra. Both Kakashi and his clone ran towards a tree, slicing it cleanly. Wow, that's an A-rank jutsu, Naruto said giddy, and Kakashi eye smiled. His sensei was always up to learn new jutsu. The next is the final version of my Chidori. It's called Reupload, or lightning cutter. Instead of gathering lightning chakra in the palm of your hand, you envelop your hand in it. By doing so, you increase the piercing power of your hand, making it impossible to pierce or slice anything. That's why it's called Reupload, because I use it to cut through lightning. This technique requires more chakra control over your element, and it's an S-rank technique, Kakashi explained. And in the flashback, mission assignment room. They arrived at the mission room and saw the traditional setup. The Kage in the center of the table with Furuka to his left, and also in the room near the edge of the table was a girl. She was around Naruto's age. She wore a clip in her green hair and a color that matched her orange eyes. Her ninja outfit consisted of a short, sleeveless white shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. Her forehead protector was worn on her right arm. Naruto stared at her, gaining a weird vibe from her, and Hokage simply watched Naruto analyzing the young girl. Naruto, it's rude to stare at her, and I scowled at the blonde. Shino remained stoic like always.
Kid, I'm getting a reading on demon chakra from her. She's an interrogator of the Nabi.
Kurama said, and Naruto nodded. Nice to meet you, Seven. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said, and everyone wondered what he meant by calling her Seven. Nice to meet you, Nine. I'm Fu, she replied, and both teammate and Ruka stared at the young girl when she called Naruto Nine. So now Naruto called her Seven, that can only mean she was also in Turkey, would figure. So, old man, I guess the mission involves Fu, Naruto S, and Hokage chuckled. The mission I have for you is a B rank because of its importance rather than danger, the Hokage started. Mission is to go to the Hidden Waterfall Village and negotiate trade agreements. Fu here will accompany you to the village since it's hard to find, Hokage concluded. The Hokage picked up the scroll and threw it to Kurenai and said, and there are the mission details. Naruto narrowed his eyes and asked, you set this up, didn't you? I thought you would like to meet another Cherokee like you, the old man replied. I appreciate it, Naruto said and turned to Fu. So let's head out. I want to see your village, Naruto said. Before we part ways, prepare for a 1-week mission. Gather at the West Gate in 1 hour, Kurenai said, and everyone left the room. West Gate 1 hour later. About 1 hour later, everyone stood ready at the gate. After signing their release forms, they left the village, traveling at Shinobi's pace towards Fu's village. Their travel was uneventful. They were attacked by a few low-level thugs, nothing that they couldn't handle. So Fu, what's it like at your village, Naruto asked, and Fu got a bit hesitant. The only thing I can say is that it's beautiful, Fu replied. The thing is I love most is that it has the most beautiful sunset, she explained, and Naruto nodded. Another thing is that my village's atmosphere tends to be a bit moist from the waterfall, so it's perfect for finding new bugs, she concluded. Bugs? Shinobi asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, that's right, you're from the Aburame clan. That specializes in bugs, right? She asked, and Shino nodded. One side effect of me being a Jinchuriki the Nabi is that I can communicate with bugs and use them as a weapon, she explained. By the way, how is the Nabi? Naruto asked. If you want, we can open a channel, and Fu asked, and Naruto nodded. Kurama opened the channel and they were dragged to what appears to be a very dark room, and in the center there was light. A few seconds later, two figures appeared in the room. The first one appeared to be a giant bug with horns and wings, and on top of his head was Fu. The other was a big fox with 9 tails and orange fur, and on top of his head was Naruto.
Chome, no long time no see,
Kurama said. It's been a while, Kurama, Chome replied. You know, I never thought of seeing you friendly for your container, Chome said, smirking.
Laugh you want, but I got the Pearl Warrior being sealed for 100 years, and I need something to entertain myself. Besides, the kid is not half bad,
Kurama replied. You damn right I'm not bad, Naruto replied, and the Kyuubi used his tail and knocked him down from his head, sending him crashing to the ground.
You are still a brat,
Kurama said, and Fu laughed. Naruto simply stuck his tongue out to Kurama. Damn furball, he muttered.
It was good seeing you. Until next time,
Kurama said, and both of them exited their mindscapes. What happened, Naruto? Both of you spaced out, Kurenai asked. We're talking amongst ourselves with the Kyuubi and Hanabi. They haven't seen each other in a few years, Naruto said, and seeing a confused look of Kurenai, Fu decided to elaborate. Jinchurikis can create a mental link with other Jinchurikis and talk for our minds, Fu explained. Everyone nodded. A few hours later, near the waterfall village. Teammate and Fu were arriving at the village's entrance when Naruto's instinct kicked in, making him slowly jump out in surprise. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, concerned. There wasn't much talk after what Naruto said. Naruto-kun, is it? Is she your girlfriend? Fu teased, wanting juicy details. She is, but I sense free chocolate signatures coming towards us at high speed, all joint level, Naruto said, and everyone got in position. Fu, what's your rank? Naruto asked. I'm game level alone, but if I use the Nabi's chakra, I'm around Chunin level, but I can't control it past 2 tails, she explained, and Naruto nodded. They may not be enemies, however, let's take precaution, Naruto said, and Kurenai took charge. Since they are free joining, we will need to split up. Naruto, can you take one by yourself, Kurenai asked, and Naruto nodded. I have a few tricks up my sleeve, and if need be, I can use the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto replied. Then Naruto, you take one, Hinata the other, and me and Fu will take the last, Kurenai ordered. Moments later, 3 figures rushed out of the woods and jumped in front of teammate and Fu. The middle figure that seemed to be the leader wore a full-body sleeveless suit that was mostly black, with the sides being light purple. He had green hair and purple eyes. The other two wore the same outfit that consisted of a full-body black suit and on top a light purple mid-sleeve shirt with a black belt on their waists. The faces were completely covered by a black mask, revealing only the eyes. However, what all 3 of them had in common was that Tate had the design of a musical note. Who are you, and what do you want? Kurenai asked, keeping her guard up. My name is Rokushu Aoi, and we are here to take her, she said, pointing to Fu. As he said that, everyone took a defensive formation around her. Rokushu Aoi, are you a Nukanin from the Leaf Village? Kurenai said. What do you want from me? And I don't recognize your Hatate symbol, Fu asked. We are from the Hidden Sound Village, and we want you because you are the guardian of the Eio no Misu, or Hero Water, Aoi said, getting ready to take her by force if need be. Hero Water, Naruto asked. Fu was a bit reluctant, but decided to tell them since they would most likely help her. Hero Water is a special water that only exists in our village and is considered a forbidden drink. The water gives the user, when consumed, an enormous boost in chakra. The water multiplies by tenfold the user's chakra output. However, it shortens their lifespan. Our ancestors used it to defend our village when needed. And the reason they want me is because I'm the guardian of the fountain, Fu explained, and teammates' eyes widened. Multiplying chakra output by tenfold is some power, but no power comes without a cost. Well, you aren't getting food, Naruto said, and took a step forward. A brave little Genin are you, smirked Aoi, and withdrew his sword. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the sword. That's the Raijin no Ken, sword of the Thunder God, Naruto said, and Kurenai wondered how could the Nidaime's sword end up in his possession. Enough of this. If you don't surrender the girl, we will take her by force, Aoi said. We are not letting her go, so that means we fight. Kurenai sensei, I'll take Aoi because of the sword. My finish should do well against him, Naruto said. He channeled chakra to his sword seal, and in a poof of smoke stood in his right is Chokoto. He channeled his right tongue chakra through it and began to sparkle with a light blue aura around it. Naruto versus Aoi. The group split apart until it remained only Aoi and Naruto. They both eyed each other before anyone made any moves. You have a lot of nerve to face me in battle. With this sword I'm invincible, Aoi said, smirking. Naruto shook his head and said, You are too overconfident. No shinobi is invincible. There will always be some weaknesses or mistake that we will make. Aoi dashed forward, intending to kill the annoying blonde. He brought his sword down with a vertical slash, trying to kill him in one swift motion. However, Naruto blocked the Raijin with his own sword and both fought for dominance, leading to a standstill. How can that be? How can you block this sword like that? Aoi asked, getting annoyed. His sword was supposed to be the most powerful sword in existence. Like I said, no one is undefeatable, and that sword isn't all powerful. My sword is made of chakra, and I have a very high affinity towards light, making my sword almost on par with yours, Naruto explained, smirking and pissing Aoi off. Senbone shower, Aoi said, and picked up his umbrella and threw it in the air. The umbrella started spinning and launched massive amounts of senbones towards Naruto. Naruto saw no way to dodge them all and went through a few hand seals saying, Doton, Doriyuki, or Earthwall, and earth rose from the ground, blocking the senbone. You are not bad for getting, Aoi said. Getting only a name, Naruto said, smiling and going through more hand seals. Gaton, Gaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Naruto said, and sent a fireball towards Aoi. He simply brought his sword up and in a downward slash, he cut through the fireball, making it disappear. Aoi dashed towards Naruto, but this time he channeled chakra to his sword and tried to shock Naruto. The sword sent a shockwave towards Naruto, who stood his ground, not moving an inch. Aoi laughed, thinking he got Naruto, but quickly quieted down when he saw Naruto getting shocked, was staying there as if nothing happened. How can you stand there, Aoi asked. I told you, I have a very high lightning affinity. By coating my external body with chakra, any lightning attack I receive is ineffective. Basically, anything shorter than S-rank jutsu or other extremely well-concentrated attacks, I am immune to, well, lightning attacks. That's the reason why I decided to fight you, Naruto explained, and Aoi seized his teeth. It doesn't matter, I'm going to kill you anyway, Aoi said, and once again tried to slash Naruto, but he blocked again and jumped back. Let's see what you can do without your precious sword, Naruto said, and to activate his EMS. It would be the first time using the long-range version of this technique. Calmly, Naruto said, and focused on his sword. Moments later appeared what seemed to be a small rift, sucking the sword into it and closing. Aoi only watched the sword got literally sucked out of his hands. Bastard, where did you send the sword to? Aoi asked, getting seriously pissed by him. I took the sword and intend to take it back to Konoha to where it belongs, Naruto explained. It's time to end this. I need to go see how the rest of my team is doing. Naruto dashed forward, and as he expected, Aoi couldn't do much without his sword. They followed the path that most Kage Genkai users do. They focused merely on that and think that they are invincible. Naruto brought his sword to a vertical slash, making Aoi block with a kunai and jumped to the right. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Naruto said, and sent 5 shurikens that multiplied to 100. Aoi brought his umbrella up and blocked them all. Aoi ran towards him, and before Naruto could realize, he was stabbed in the back with a kunai. Aoi smirked until Naruto, quote-unquote, dispelled in a blue light, sending a rush of Kuraiton chakra through Aoi, shocking him. Aoi was left lightly twitching as he looked for Naruto. Aoi barely dodged Naruto's hand as it rose from the ground and tried to catch him. Suiton, Depodama, water bullet, Aoi said, and he sent a few bullets towards Naruto, who got hit with 3 of them, 2 in the chest at one leg, leaving him on the ground clutching in pain. Aoi approached Naruto, getting ready to finish him with a kunai. He brought it down and slashed his neck. Aoi smirked until Naruto puffed away in smoke, and suddenly he froze, unable to move. He only saw Naruto appearing behind his back and slamming his hand in his back. How? Aoi barely managed to ask. You let your guard down. When you hit me with the water bullets, you thought you had me. However, when you sent them, I switched with a clone and hid underground. When you approached to kill my clone, I popped up and placed a paralysis seal on you, Naruto said, and we just cursed his luck by being defeated by a mere 14-year-old. Now that you can't move, you will answer a few questions before I take you back to leave, Naruto said, and walked a few inches towards Aoi before standing a few inches before him. What do you want the water for? Naruto asked in an emotionless tone, gazing at Aoi with his cold blue eyes that seemed to reflect Aoi's soul upon them. Like I would tell you anything, Aoi sneered, and Naruto simply smirked. Let's have some fun then, Naruto said, licking his lips in a typical Anko fashion, giving him shivers.
Damn kids, when did you learn that?
Kurama asked, surprised by his sudden change in attitude. When you have Kage Bunshin coupled with the Sharingan that grants you photographic memory, you are bound to learn quite a few things. And have you forgotten that I've read almost the entire library in Konoha, Naruto explained, and cut the feed, deciding to focus on Aoi first. Naruto activated Sharingan, but only gave him shivers. Aoi wouldn't budge. Let's try this. Magen Jigoku Goku no Jutsu, Hellfire technique. Naruto said, trapping Aoi in an illusion that gave the idea of being burned alive. This went on for a few minutes, and yet Aoi wouldn't crack. That alone isn't going to cut it, Aoi said weakly. Even though he didn't succumb to the illusion, he was weakened by it. I wonder why you won't talk. I mean, you are going to Konoha anyway, so why not make it easier for you? Naruto said, trying to rationalize with him. Isn't Konoha I'm afraid of, Aoi replied, and Naruto rose an eyebrow. Hey Kurama, I can't use Tsukiyomi yet. Can you lend me a hand? Naruto asked.
Of course. I'm always up for some fun,
Kurama said, smirking. Naruto activated Sharingan and channeled the Kyuubi's chakra to his eyes, turning them into blood red with black vertical slits. Naruto gazed into Aoi, and suddenly he was dragged into Naruto's mind. Aoi wondered where he was until he was faced with steel cage doors that seemed to be meant to keep something locked up. However, that thought sent shivers as the doors were fully unlocked. Aoi gazed inside only to see two blood-red eyes glowing in the dark. The eyes were increasing in size as a figure could be seen approaching. A few seconds later, the figure itself appeared to Aoi, making him freeze in place. In front of him was an orange fox with 9 tails swirling. In front of him was the Kyuubi no Yoko, the most powerful Bijuu of all.
Oh, a snack. You're too good to me, kid.
Kurama said, walking slowly towards Aoi, who remained in place but apparently lost control of his bladder. I told you I wasn't a bad guy, Naruto replied, simply watching Aoi wet himself literally. Kurama approached Aoi, licking his teeth, getting ready to devour him. Okay, I'll tell you everything. No, Aoi started, not really managing to control his body at the moment. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Naruto asked rhetorically. Why do you want the water? Naruto asked. It was a mission. Our village leader makes acquiring the water a priority mission, but I know what he wants it for, Aoi coolly answered. I see, and who is your village leader? Naruto asked. Orochimaru, the snake Sanin, Aoi replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru found his own village, huh? Interesting. I'll tell the old man when I get back, Naruto thought. Anything else I should know? Naruto asked, and Aoi quickly shook his head, saying no. Naruto released the illusion and went behind him, giving a chop to the neck, knocking him out. Naruto released the paralysis seal and applied and said his chakra seal. He tied him up with the ninja wire and sealed him in the stasis scroll to keep him alive. Thanks, Kurama, Naruto said. With the others, Naruto made their way to the others' battle just in time to see them end. Naruto, are you good? Kurama asked. Yes, I have a sword and he's sealed in a stasis scroll. I'll take him back to questioning, but I did manage to find out that his village is run by Orochimaru, Naruto explained. Orochimaru? Kurama asked. Yes, we'll have to inform Gigi when we arrive at the village, Naruto said. How is everyone? He asked. We're good. Shino and Fu are a little out of breath, a few bruises and scratches, but nothing too minor, Hinata replied. Let's go to the village to rest and report the details, Kurama said. The village gates. Teammate led by Fu was approaching the gates of the waterfall village. They arrived near the gate and they were stopped by two guards. The guards turned to approach the people and spotted a Konan team with Fu. So you're back already? One of the guards asked to Fu, clearly despising her. She frowned but nodded. Teammate caught this and weren't happy, primarily Naruto. My name is Yui Kurenai. I'm here with my team, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto for negotiations, Kurenai said, handing them the scroll with the Hokage stamp. Welcome to the Waterfall Village, the same guard said, and allowed them passage. They were walking towards the village's center where the village leader lived. Teammates seemed to notice that Fu was gaining the same hateful glares and the casual insults as Naruto did in Konoha. It seems that you two aren't liked here, Naruto said sadly. It's the fate of all Jinchuriki. We are all treated badly, but even then, there are some people that see us for us and not the beast, Fu explained. I don't understand why people can't see the difference between a scroll and a kuna. You are humans just like the rest of us, Hinata said. Naruto chuckled, but this laugh was filled with irony and got confused looks from everyone. Jinchuriki, the power of human sacrifice, Naruto started gaining the attention from everyone. I thought a lot about this, and the more I think about it, the more I realize that we aren't humans, Naruto said, gaining a gasp from everyone. Even the Kyuubi and Nabi were listening. Naruto got into a thinking pose before continuing. The moment the Bijuu are sealed into a human being, either it is a newborn or adult, we are bound with him until the end of our lives. Since if you remove the Bijuu from the host, he dies, Naruto said, and got gas from everyone. It is a strange thing, the Bijuu and their hosts. We do not need them, yet we cannot live without them. The moment they are trapped in us, they become a part of us, Naruto said, and everyone stopped walking and just stood there listening to the blonde. If we combine forces, we're unstoppable, and yet a piece of paper with ink can cripple us, making us strong yet fragile. Once we are bonded, each of the hosts gain a special ability that there is someone with it Genkai can achieve. Our chakra starts changing to adapt the Bijuu demon chakra, making it stronger than other humans. So you see, I'm not the beast, but I'm not the same human I was when I was born, Naruto concluded, and no one said anything. Everyone just started walking, thinking about what the blonde had said. Is it true, Fu thought? The kid is right, you know. The moment we bond, you become something else, because you aren't me, but you become different from the others. But even I don't know what, Shami said.
That was something, kid, and here I thought you were a brat,
Kurama said, chuckling.
To think you could come up with something like this,
Kurama said, but Naruto only nodded and didn't say anything. Everyone just continued their path, thinking about what the blonde said. Waterfall Tower. They arrived at the center of the village and stopped in front of what was supposed to be the Waterfall Tower. They could see stairs going around the tree, and the tree itself was the building. They made their way up the tower and stopped facing two red doors that, according to Fu, led to Shibuki's office, the village leader. They knocked and heard someone say, "Enter." Teammate and Fu quickly complied and opened the doors and found themselves in a small, modest-looking office. There was a shelf with books, a small couch, a few pictures, and in the back was a desk with Shibuki behind working. Shibagi had black eyes and has long, dark brown hair. He also wears a 4 protector symbolizing his shinobi status. He had gray pants, a green shirt, and ninja sandals. "Oh, Fu-chan, welcome back," Shibagi said, smiling. Apparently, he was one of the people Fu said treat her well. "Hi, Mission accomplished, Shibuki-sama," Fu replied, and stepped out of the way so teammates could present themselves. "Thank you for having us, Shibuki-sama," said Kurenai, and then she started bowing. "My name is Yui Kurenai, and this is my team, Abarame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto," she concluded. Everyone bowed in respect. "Not at all. I trust the trial went well," Shibagi asked, and caught this slight hesitation in Konoha's team. "What happened?" he asked. "We were attacked by Konoha Nukenin Rokusho Aioi with 2 other Jonins. Apparently, they were from a new hidden village that was recently founded in Rice Country. They were after me, and their objective was stealing the hero water. Fortunately, we managed to win. Aioi was captured, and both Jonin were killed," Fu explained, and Shibagi brought his hand to his chin and stood there processing the information. "Did you find out why they want it?" Shibagi asked. "I interrogated the leader Aioi, and apparently their village is called the Hidden Sound Village, and their leader is called as Nukenin Orochimaru the Snake Sani." Naruto stepped forward and explained. "That is troubling news," Shibagi started. "The water is very dangerous, even more in the hands of Orochimaru. I'll increase security on the borders and in the fountain to make sure he ain't finished. We'll take Aioi for interrogation back in Konoha, and we'll send you the information we find," Kurenai said. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Shibagi replied. "Now, Kurenai-san, shall we discuss the training agreements?" he asked, and Kurenai nodded. "Fu, accompany them to the hotel until we finish our talk," Shibagi said. Everyone bowed and left the room. Around the village. "You're right, this village is amazing," Naruto said as they were walking towards the hotel. The village had a naturalistic tone to it. There were trees, grass, and other plants everywhere. Even the terrain was earth itself. "Yes, and it seems to have many different bug species around," Shino said, observing the village, trying to find out the different bugs around. "Is that how you'll think about bugs?" Naruto asked, getting a bit creeped out. "You do realize bugs are my weapons, right?" Shino said in his usual stoic voice. "You know, Naruto," Fu began, "since you never use bugs, you don't realize how helpful they are. They're excellent for spying, they can steal chakra from the enemies and poison them, or remove poison in you, and many other things," Fu explained. "I guess that is true, or for information gathering, I have my Kagebunshin, and for poison, the QB takes care of that," Naruto said, and noticed that Shino was talking to Fu about bugs. "I guess those two won't shut up about bugs too soon. It's getting late, and it's nice weather. How about we go see this amazing sunset?" Naruto asked. "Who would have thought you were so romantic?" Hinata asked rhetorically, kissing him and dragging him along. And that they did. They managed to find a tall tree, they climbed it and sat on the very top, overlooking the darkening sky and the light of the village. "She's right. It's beautiful," Hinata said as she looked at the sky. The sun was going down, just dimly sending lights to the earth. A few clouds existed, it seemed that they were on fire. Hinata was snuggled into Naruto's chest, leaning her head on his shoulder. His arms were wrapped around her in a protective manner. "You know, these are the moments I treasure the most," Naruto said, embracing Hinata tighter into him as if he let go, she would slip away. "When you are with me," he said, caressing her silky hair, "I wouldn't trade it for anything. I've never been happier than I am right now with you," she said. "Having you here with me makes me forget everything else. I don't even care that my father left me. They couldn't be called family. If it meant being with you, I would have left well before," she said, turning around and facing him, and staring at his deep blue eyes and his hair that seemed to dimly glow. "I don't care about the rest of the world. You were the first person that ever showed me real love," Naruto said. "And I will treasure you and protect you forever," he said, making her smile. Her dark blue hair floated in the wind and seemed to shine as the moon made its way up to the sky. "Love you, Naruto," she said. "Love you too, Hinata," Naruto replied, and leaned forward, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her closer. Her lips met with a deep, passionate kiss. It wasn't long, but it didn't matter. It was sufficient for either of them to understand the deep love they had for each other. They slowly separated and continued to watch the nightly sky until they both fell asleep in each other's arms. Next day. The next day had come, and apparently negotiations had gone well, and teammate was getting prepared to leave. They regrouped with Fu at the gate to say their goodbyes. Even though their stay was rather short and simple, it was pretty sufficient for them to slowly bond. After all, Naruto being Jinchuriki quickly became friends with Fu, as did Shino. "Don't become strangers, try to visit," Fu said. "Of course, we'll do our best," Hinata said. "Hey Fu, I have a gift for you," Naruto said, and everyone rose an eyebrow. "Here," Naruto said, and handed her a tri-pronged kunai. "This is a very special kunai. If you need help or just want to talk, throw it at the ground and I'll be there in a flash," Naruto explained, smiling. Fu gladly accepted the gift, as there weren't many people that were good to her. "Thank you," Fu said, and watched him leave and fade away with the distance. With Team 8. A few hours had gone by, and Kurenai couldn't contain her curiosity anymore. Naruto, I have a question, Kunai said. Shoot, Naruto answered. He already suspected where this was going already. That kunai Geifu, that was a normal kunai, wasn't it? Kunai said, practically asking for an explanation. That kunai contains the Shiki formula for the Hirashi no Jutsu, Naruto explained, not revealing too much information, just waiting to see the reaction of his sensei. The Hirashi no Jutsu, but was the Yondaime's technique, Kunai stuttered, stopping and staring at Naruto. Looks like you figured it out, Naruto said. I can use it because it's my legacy. Minato Namikaze was my father, Naruto explained, and even Shino was surprised, finally forgetting his stoic face with one of shock. How is that possible, Kunai asked. What do you mean, Naruto said. Didn't your mother give you the talk, Naruto asked, making Hinata and Kunai blush. Idiot, Kunai replied, smacking his head. The old man named me Uzumaki after my mother because my father had many enemies, primarily Iwa. I think I'm starting to protect myself and everyone I care about, so maybe I'll ask the old man to announce it when I become a Chunin, Naruto explained. To think I never realized that. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Only Yondaime had that particular combination, she replied. Don't worry, even Kakashi Sensei didn't realize, and he was the student, Naruto said. You told Kakashi, Kunai wondered? Yes, I've been training with him sometimes in the past few weeks, Naruto answered. I should have known when you used Rasengan on Zabuza, she said to herself. The Hirashi no Jutsu was his most powerful technique, she said. My father truly was a genius in every sense of the word, Naruto said, remembering his brief talk when he met his father. But I can't use it on his level yet. I can't seem to handle extreme speeds yet. Every time I try multiple jumps, I end up crashing into something, Naruto said, and Nana started laughing as she remembered Naruto crashed into walls and trees when he tried it. Still, you can use it, Kunai said. She was starting to piece everything together and was starting to realize that Naruto and Nana were prodigies. The skill they possess at such an age to master high-level jutsu and even create their own. My team is going to rock the Chunin exam, she thought, and I'm betting on them, she thought, laughing to herself. Hokage's office. And that's what happened, Kunai said. Geez, what's with these missions? First a C rank goes up to an A rank, and now a simple B rank almost goes S rank, Hokage said, smoking on his pipe. Old man, here, Naruto said, and threw him 2 scrolls. One of the scrolls has Aoi in stasis for more deep interrogation. The other has a sword he stole, the Raijin no Ken, Naruto said, and Yurisen's eyes widened. The Raijin no Ken was stolen many years ago by Aoi. He didn't think he would still have it. Yurisen unsealed the sword scroll. He channeled chakra through it, and the sword flared to life with yellow sparks. The Hokage stopped the chakra and fought for a moment before throwing to Naruto again. Naruto caught the sword but looked at the Hokage in confusion. The old man sighed and placed a sound barrier. This would be a long talk. What I'm about to tell you is a secret that only I know, the old man said. I trust you'll keep quiet, the Hokage asked, primarily Kunai and Shino, who nodded. The Hokage pondered where to start. The sword belongs to you, Naruto, the Hokage said. What do you mean it belongs to me? Naruto asked, still in confusion. You have a Chia blood, however, you are the heir to the Senju clan, the Hokage said, and everyone froze. You could hear a pin drop on the floor. Everyone on teammate was looking at Naruto, who was still processing what the old man had told him. What? Naruto asked in a low voice. You know your mother was Uzumaki Kushina, and she came from Whirlpool country, right? The Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded. I'll start in the beginning. Hashirama Senju and his wife, Uzumaki Mito, had 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. The girl was named Senju Tsunade, the well-known slug Sanin. Tsunade later in life had a child named Senju Kushina. However, due to the war, the Senju clan was decimated, leaving only Tsunade and Kushina to reform the clan. Due to them being women and not wanting to be a breeding stock, they faked Kushina's death, resulting in the birth of Uzumaki Kushina, the Hokage said. You know the rest, the Hokage concluded. Kushina married Mito when I was born, Naruto said, and Hokage nodded. Naruto didn't say anything for a few minutes as he thought about everything he learned. Wait, but then what about everything I found out about the Uzumaki clan in my father's compound, Naruto asked. I chose the Uzumaki name because they were cousins of the Senju clan. During the war, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, but your mother and father went to Whirlpool Village and salvaged what they could. This is one of the reasons why your father was so good at Funjutsu, the Hokage said, and Naruto nodded until he remembered Tsunade. Is Tsunade still alive? Did she leave me? Naruto asked. I really want to know the answer. And I went to him and grabbed his hand. No, the Hokage said. Tsunade lost everything she had. Her lover and bird died in the war. Then the Kyuubi attacked and her daughter also died. She wasn't in the village at the time, but she heard the news and ran. I tried to find her, but I couldn't. She probably doesn't even know Kushina had a child, the Hokage explained. Naruto frowned for a few minutes thinking about it. Then I'll find her, bring her back to the village, Naruto said with his traditional smile. You took the news better than I expected, Hokage said. Well, if Tsunade had raised me, I would have probably never had found Hinata. Even though I had a hard life, I wouldn't trade her for anything, Naruto said, making Hokage smile, seeing Naruto's good values. That means Uzumaki is my real name. I kind of grew attached to it, Naruto said. Well, when you choose to reveal your heritage, you'll be able to pick the name you want for your clan. Senju, Namikaze, or even Uzumaki. Over Uchiha, you can't since Sasuke is the heir, the Hokage explained. Like I once lived with that idiot, Naruto said, laughing. Hokage chuckled. So the sword is mine, Naruto said. But what about Tsunade Bachan? Isn't she the heir? Naruto asked. The Hokage smiled, seeing Naruto call her Bachan. She hasn't been on active duty in more than 10 years. Since you already completed missions, you are currently the heir, the Hokage explained, and Naruto nodded. Naruto shone chakra to his sword, but the strangest thing happened. Instead of the usual yellow sparks, the sword flared, but with a bright blue color. The sword was sparkling with a lot more power than the 2 times he saw it. What the hell? Naruto said out loud. Why is it blue? Naruto asked. The Hokage went into professor mode and quickly came up with a theory. Did you say that you had a very high light infinity? The Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded. Because of your high affinity, the sword probably reacted stronger to your chakra, probably making it more powerful, the Hokage explained. Guess I'm training up my metal sword, Naruto said, chuckling, deactivated it. Suddenly, Naruto stiffened and he remembered something. He was raising eyebrows, so I'm asking what happened. I'm just thinking of what the council will say when they find out I belong to the 2 most powerful clans in the world, Naruto said, smirking. It's going to be so much fun, he said, and everyone's sweat dropped. The Hokage simply laughed. The old man hated council meetings, but apparently Naruto seemed to enjoy them. And that is the end of chapter 12. And now we'll be moving on to the last chapter of this video, which is chapter 13, with the beginning of the Chunin exams. Again, I wanted to initially do chapters 11 through 15, but again, I had to cut that down because again, this is an extremely long video, which yeah, I think you guys can understand where I'm coming from. So yeah, let's get into the last chapter of this video, chapter 13. Chunin exams begin. It was another simple day in Konoha. The sun was rising to a new warm day in Leaf Village. The villagers were starting their own businesses, and the Shinobi were preparing for their daily lives. Currently finding Naruto and Hinata in Training Ground 8, sparring with Haku and Zabuza. Since Naruto got his sword, the Raijin no Ken, Thunder God's sword, he asked Zabuza for tips so he could rely on Kenjutsu in a real battle. And I was fighting Haku in an all-out contest. Haku could only keep up using her ice mirrors, which would lead to quick defeat due to massive chakra usage. Zabuza versus Naruto. Kenjutsu only, Zabuza said as he was facing Naruto. There are a few mirrors apart, each one grasping each sword. The Kubikuri Bocho versus the Thunder God. Agreed, Naruto said, and flared his sword to life, blue lightning emanating from the sword. It was sparkling in all its power. So not as powerful as my preferred weapon. Maybe one day I'll use it, but it sticks out too much, Naruto thought. Let's see what you can do, Zabuza said as he dashed forward towards Naruto. He went for a horizontal slash, but Naruto blocked it. He soon found out it was a bad idea because Zabuza had more brute force than him. Naruto was forced to jump back. Rule number 1, don't block strikes from enemies stronger than you, Zabuza said. Naruto ran towards Zabuza, he jumped in the air and tried a vertical slash. Zabuza sidestepped and tried to kick him in the chest. Naruto blocked and caught his leg and threw him in the air. Zabuza quickly regained balance and landed gracefully on the ground. Not bad, Brad, but if you want to beat me in a Kenjutsu, you need more strength, Zabuza said. I could always beat you in speed, Naruto said, smirking and deactivated his gravity seals. Zabuza saw his body lightly glowing and braced himself. Naruto disappeared in a show of speed. Zabuza, out of instinct, brought his sword up just in time to deflect an attack that would behead him. Naruto disappeared again, and this time Zabuza jumped out of the way just as Naruto came from the sky with a vertical slash. I give it to you, you are fast, but that alone isn't enough. I have years of experience, Zabuza said, and raised his sword once again. He dashed forward with impressive speed and exchanged a few blows with Naruto. However, Zabuza just couldn't keep up in speed, and waving around that big sword certainly didn't help. You can't keep up with me in speed, Naruto said and continued to parry his strikes, quickly shifting his position, putting Zabuza on his toes. Zabuza had enough of this, and he slowly relaxed, focusing on his senses, and realized an attack was coming from the right. He brought his sword up, but instead of simply blocking, he pushed strength into his sword, making Naruto lose his balance. Zabuza took this opportunity by quickly repositioning his sword at his neck. I win, speed alone isn't enough, Zabuza said, removing the blade from his neck. One of these days, I'll defeat you in Kenjutsu, Naruto said, deactivating his sword. Hinata versus Haku. Ready, Haku-san? Hinata asked, shifting into position and activating her Byakugan. Always, Haku replied, picking up Senbon and placing free in each hand. Hinata quickly ran towards Haku. She shifted to the left to quickly avoid a Senbon from, with her Byakugan, she could easily track the incoming Senbon. Hinata arrived near Haku and went for a Juken strike to the chest. Haku quickly ducked and went for a low kick. Hinata jumped up and tried a drop kick, making Haku roll to the left. They both dashed towards each other and exchanged blows, Haku quickly realizing that she was no match for Hinata in taijutsu. Hinata was simply avoiding all of her attacks as if she were dancing. Haku tried once again to punch straight to the face, however Hinata sidestepped and quickly, with an infused strike, managed to close a few tenketsus in her wrist. Haku gave up on taijutsu and jumped back, nursing her left hand. Haku started going through one-hand seals and said Sensatsu Suisho, 1,000 flying water needles of death, and sent countless senbon towards Hinata. Hinata said Kaiten and started spinning in a blue dome of chakra, completely blocking all the senbons. Haku took that time and forced chakra towards her tenketsu to painfully open them. Hinata was primarily a water user since it was her first affinity she trained at. Since there wasn't a nearby lake, she decided to quickly change the terrain to her advantage. She quickly went for a few hand seals and shouted Suiton Shishosha, explaining water wave, and pumped her chest full of water, expelling it through her mouth. In a few seconds, the terrain ground was filled with water. That might have been a bad move, Hinata-san. With this much water, it's so much easier for me to use my ice release, Haku said. But now I continued to stare at her, getting ready for her next move. Ice release, fine ice shards, Haku said, and like Hinata, she started spinning. However, she wasn't blocking anything. Haku was spinning, and the water was rising up around her. Suddenly, the water around her started freezing, and from it came thousands upon thousands of ice shards. I can't hold up my kain long enough to block all those, so I fought and started going through some hand seals. She stopped and said, Suiton, Suijin Heki's water wall. Water rose from the ground and wrapped around her, blocking all the ice shards. However, Haku continued to send them in, and Hinata had to do something. I got it, Hinata thought. I hope this works. I haven't completely mastered it. Hinata kept inside the water dome, with the shards continuing to rain down. She concentrated and suddenly released a vast amount of lightning chakra that radiated through her body and spread throughout the water, effectively shocking Haku. That was surprising. I didn't know he could use the lightning element, Haku said, lightly twitching. Just discovered a few weeks ago, Hinata said, as she released her protective dome and said, Suiton, Suryudon no Jutsu, water dragon, and a big dragon rose from the ground and rushed Haku. Haku barely managed to create an ice dome around her to shield her from the attack. Haku released her jutsu and looked around trying to find Hinata. Suddenly behind Haku, Hinata rose from the water, kunai in hand, trying to kill her. Haku sensed her and was faster than her, and created an ice blade around her arm, quickly slashed Hinata, making her dispel in a splash of water. Mizu Bunshin, Haku said, surprised, and suddenly felt a cold seal at her throat. She realized that Mizu Bunshin was only a distraction. Looks like I win, Hinata said with a small smile. I look forward to next time, Haku said, sitting on the ground, slightly out of breath. You okay? Hinata asked, concerned with her. He asked someone chakra, what about you? Haku asked, surprised that Hinata wasn't even winded, and she used a couple of high chakra domain jutsus, and that defensive dome is killer on anyone's reserves. When you train for years with a stamina freak and chakra monster, you tend to increase your own reserves if you want to keep up, Hinata said, chuckling, and Haku simply looked smiling. Haku was happy since she came to the Leaf. She had a simple and peaceful life. No more crappy beds and constantly having to watch out for hunters. Training Ground 8. Kurenai and Shino were approaching their team's training ground when they all saw the commotion. Kurenai and Shino had their jaws on the ground when they saw Naruto hold his own against Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and even Hinata using high-ranking water jutsu. I might have to increase my training if I want to have something to teach him, Kurenai said, and Shino only nodded. They really were growing to find young shinobi. Naruto, Hinata, Kurenai said, gaining their attention. Zabuza-sensei, see you tomorrow and thank you, Naruto said, and Zabuza simply nodded. Hey Haku, want to stick around? Hinata asked. Sorry, my shift in the hospital starts in a few minutes, and later I have my own team meeting, Haku said, and Hinata nodded, and both Zabuza and Haku left the training ground. So, Kurenai-sensei, what are we doing today? Naruto asked. Kurenai placed her hand in her pockets and took 3 pieces of paper and gave one to each. These are inscription papers for your Chunin exams. I nominated you 3, so if you want to participate, be at the academy in a week, Kurenai explained. Flashback. The Hokage was in his office, and in front of him were all of Konoha's Jonin senseis and a few other shinobi. I called you all here for a reason, Hokage said. Since the majority were Jonin senseis, many of them are respected the meaning of this. Is it time already, Kakashi asked, and Hokage nodded. Yes, tomorrow I will formally announce that this year we are hosting Chunin exams, Hokage explained. Now, either of you want to nominate teams for the exams, Hokage asked, and Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy stepped forward. I, Hatake Kakashi, Jonin Sensei of Team 7, nominate Uchiha Sasuke, Inosuke Kiba, and Haruno Sakura for the exams, Kakashi said. I, Yui Kurenai, Jonin Sensei of Team 8, nominate Uzumaki Naruto, Yuko Hinata, and Aburame Shino for the exams, Kurenai said. I, Maito Guy, Jonin Sensei of Team 9, nominate Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Higurashi Tenten for the exams. Guy said in a serious tone that surprised everyone that expected him to start shouting. I, Sarutobi Asuma, Joint Sensei Team 10, nominate Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaki Ino, and Akamichi Choji for the exams. Asuma finished, and everyone started whispering about all the rookies being nominated. Wait a minute, I understand Naruto and Nana, but the rest aren't ready for exams, Iruka shouted. Wait, you say that they are unprepared except the dead last and the shy princess, Asuma said, laughing. Hey Asuma, how about a small bet, Kurona asked, inwardly smirking. What kind of bet, Asuma replied. The team that has more members promoted wins, Kurona said. What about the odds, Asuma said. How about this, if I win, you can't smoke for a month, Kurona said, and Asuma chuckled. Fine, but if I win, I get to take you out on a date, Asuma said, and Kurona slightly blushed. And the flashback. Now, how about a few spars of me to see what you learned? I already saw you against Zabuza and Haku, but more training is never back, Kurona said, and only after she said that, she began wondering if it was a good idea. Okay, Kurona-sensei, you're against me, Naruto said, and Kurona gulped. Naruto was a chakra monster, and his taijutsu was pretty good. She would have to rely on her genjutsu and hope it was enough. How wrong she was. Can I go all out? Naruto asked, and Kurona was wondering if she was leaving us alive. Sure, as long as I live, she said, and Naruto chuckled. Get ready, Kurona-sensei, Naruto said, and dashed forward at blind speed and crashed into Kurona, who didn't expect him to be that fast. They tumbled across the ground until they stopped. Damn, sorry, Kurona-sensei, I forgot I disabled my gravity seals, Naruto said, chuckling, and helped Kurona up, who was still dazed from the impact. You should consider that a taijutsu move, Kurona said, nursing her head. She felt she was hit with concrete. Here I go, Naruto said. Gaton, Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, and sent a fireball towards Kurona. She jumped out the way and flashed through the hand seals and started vanishing in the air. Naruto saw this and activated his Sharingan. Behind Naruto, a tree spread and wrapped around him. Kurona quickly appeared on the tree with a kunai getting ready to stab Naruto. However, Naruto performed the genjutsu counter using his Sharingan, and the illusion was switched, making Naruto on the tree, getting ready to kill Kurona. Kurona saw this and bit her lip to quickly break the illusion. The illusion broke and she ducked just in time to avoid a horizontal slash with the Thunder God sword. Naruto saw her ducking and he quickly adjusted and planted a quick, powerful strike to her chest. She was able to block it, but the force enough to send her tumbling to the ground. Kurona recovered and threw a couple of shuriken towards Naruto. Naruto had his Sharingan activated and saw that a few of them had no chakra and realized it was an illusion and quickly dispelled it. Kurona-sensei, genjutsu is useless against me, even though its powerful one is meaningless, Naruto said. Naruto, just because you have a Sharingan, it doesn't mean you aren't immune to them, Kurona scowled. It's not because of Sharingan. Since I am on good terms with Kyuubi, he can disrupt my chakra from the inside, dispelling any illusion, Naruto explained, and Kurona cursed her luck. There was no way she wouldn't win now. She would have to catch him by surprise. They both eyed each other, waiting for the others to make their first move. None of them wanted to make the first wrong move. Suddenly, Naruto picked a few shurikens up and threw them at her, saying, Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, and 5 shurikens multiplied to 100. Naruto went through more hand seals and said, Futon Daitopa, or the Great Breakthrough. The shurikens gained incredible speed and rushed towards Kurona. She didn't have many options to dodge, so she used the Kawarimi with a nearby log. She recovered and searched her surroundings just in time to jump out of the way, out of a hand that sprouted from the ground that tried to snatch her. As she jumped back, a presence appeared behind her and said, Katsu! And then the Naruto clone exploded and sent Kurona crashing into a tree, leaving her drifting in and out of consciousness. Naruto appeared behind her with a kunai to her neck. Congrats, Naruto. You are more than ready for your Chunin exams, Kurona said weakly. She was almost full of chakra and her clothes were singed from the explosion. You aren't in good shape, Sensei, Naruto said, and bit his thumb and slammed his hand onto the ground and said, Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, and out came Kagura. Kagura, can you heal Kurona-sensei? I was a bit rough in the spar, Naruto said, smiling sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head.
A bit rough. You literally blew her up,
Kurama said, chuckling. It was only an explosive clone and wasn't fully charged, Naruto replied.
Your luck, otherwise, you might have killed her. She never saw a chance against someone like you. You have better taijutsu. Your ninjutsu is ridiculous. And even though you can't perform them in a genjutsu, you're immune to it,
Kurama explained, and Naruto simply nodded. Naruto and Kurona walked back to the middle of the training ground to see Hinata crouched on the ground, healing a passed out Shino. What happened? Kurona said, still nursing her ribs that were a bit sore. I used the wire jutsu on Shino and he didn't have time to dodge, and it crashed into him and knocked him out cold, and I explained. Naruto and Kurona's sweat dropped at the way she just casually explained it. Okay, you can leave. I'll take Shino home, Kurona said, and everyone left the training grounds. Middle of Konoha. Naruto and I were walking peacefully through Konoha, and they noticed that the glares they received were somewhat different. The glares showed more fear than anything. Hey Hime, is it just me, or are the glares more discreet? Naruto asked. Yeah, they don't seem to openly glare you now. They seem scared. I wonder why, though, Hinata replied. Maybe it's because of my son during the council meeting, Naruto said, chuckling, and Hinata giggled. What do you want to do? Naruto asked. I'm kind of hungry since I had 2 matches. How about we go for some cinnamon rolls? Hinata said with a watery mouth. You really have a nasty sweet tooth, Naruto said, chuckling. Let's go. They're walking peacefully until they notice a box following them. Does he really think we didn't notice him? Naruto whispered to Hinata. Apparently, she replied. You can come out, Konohamaru, Naruto said. Suddenly the box exploded, a massive cloud in multicolored smoke. From the smoke appeared 3 kids around the age of 8. The kid in the middle was Konohamaru. He was the grandson of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sendaime Hokage. They became good friends a few months ago when they met. Flashback. It was the day after the gang graduation. Both Naruto and I were standing in front of the Hokage working on a ninja license. Naruto's photograph was rather expressive, and the Hokage wanted him to retake the photo. Suddenly, the room door busted open, and Naruto didn't even think as he channeled tracker to his sword shields and his wristband and pulled a few shuriken. Hey, gee, the kid didn't even manage to say 2 words, and he was already frozen. The kid was pinned to the wall with 10 shurikens for his clothing. Naruto, what did you do? The Hokage asked with his eyes widened. Naruto was really fast to react. Naruto took a moment to realize that the person who busted through the door was about 8 years old, and in his hand were 1 shuriken. What did you expect, old man? This is what happens when you surprise Shinobi, Naruto said, trying to apologize even though he didn't do anything wrong. The Hokage just shook his head at the actions of his grandson. Naruto, take him from the wall, the Hokage said. Naruto went towards the kid and removed the shuriken. My bad, kid, though you shouldn't surprise Shinobi, Naruto said, and the kid continued to look at him. What's your name, boss? Can you teach me that? The kid asked. I'm Naruto, kid, but you should be starting the academy this year, so they'll teach that to you there, Naruto explained. I'm not a kid, I'm starting to be Konohamaru, future Hokage of Konoha, the kid now identifies Konohamaru said. Naruto smirked at the kid. He reminded a little bit of himself. Something through the busted door came running Shinobi. Humble grandson, there you are, Ebisu said, and then he looked at the room, and then he noticed Naruto. Oh, it's the closet pervert. How are you doing? Naruto asked. I'm not a pervert, you brat, Ebisu said, glaring daggers at him. Whatever you say, Naruto said, and performed one of his most powerful techniques, an SSS rank forbidden jutsu, the technique that shall not be named, the one and only, Oriroke no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke appeared a beautiful blonde girl, completely naked except with smoke covering all the important parts. Both the Hokage and Ebisu flew into the air and crashed into the ground, passed out by blood loss. Wow, boss, teach me that jutsu. You managed to defeat the old Hokage and Ebisu at the same time, Konohamaru said. Naruto was about to reply when, Naruto-kun, you aren't teaching that, are you? Hinata asked in a very sweet voice that made them both back up a few steps. Of course not, Naruto said nervously, scratching the back of his head. Come on, Hime, Konohamaru, let's leave them on the ground, Naruto said, trying to defuse the situation. All 3 of them left the room. And the flashback. What do you want, Konohamaru? Naruto asked. Do you want to play ninja? Konohamaru asked. Suddenly the 3 of them heard laughter. They turned around to see the pink banshee Sakura. What kind of ninja plays ninja? Sakura smugly asked. It's pretty fun actually. Besides, you get to train stealth, traps, strategy, and tracking, Hinata explained, and Sakura just got deadpan. Go away, flat-chested, Konohamaru said, and an immense silence followed. Konohamaru, you should run now, Naruto said, as he saw a murderous purple aura around Sakura that would put Orochimaru to shame. Konohamaru gulped and started running with Sakura in hot pursuit. Naruto and Hinata just laughed as they watched. Sakura chased Konohamaru, and obviously Sakura, being a fangirl, had a diet going on to keep her figure, so she barely could keep up with an 8-year-old. Konohamaru was still running, and he made a sharp turn and crashed into an Shinobi that was around the corner. Damn it, brat, that hurt, Shinobi said, and picked up Konohamaru by the collar, getting ready to apply some punishment. Naruto and I heard the crash and went to investigate. They arrived and saw 2 strange Shinobis with sand hit that day. The one holding Konohamaru wore a black, baggy, full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wore a black hood which covered his head completely and had cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. He also had a bundle on his back with white bandages surrounding it completely. The other Shinobi's outfit consisted of a single leg purple-colored, off-the-shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist, in addition to incorporating a fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh. She wore her black forehead protector around her neck. Leave the kid alone, Kankuro, the Kunoichi in the back said. I've got to teach him some respect, Tamari, Kankuro replied to the female shinobi. Fine, but if you get in trouble, I'm not helping, Tamari replied, and Kankuro nodding. He got ready to smash his fist in Konohamaru. Sakura just watched, scared of them, until both Naruto and I arrived at the scene. Hey, clown, put Konohamaru down, Naruto said. Who you calling a clown, Kankuro said. You're wearing a full-body catsuit with makeup, Naruto replied. It's not makeup, it's war paint, Kankuro said, getting pissed off. Whatever you say, just put the brat down, Naruto said, getting ready to sprint to action if need be. I'm teaching him some manners, Conqueror said, as he made a fist and prepared to punch Konohamaru. Both Naruto and Naruto vanished in an instant. To any untrained eyes, they were just blurs. 1 second later, Hinata had Temari with a kunai at her throat, just as Naruto had Kankuro. Naruto's kunai now was a free prawn with the Harashin seal, however, none of them recognized it. Now, how about you put him down gently, Naruto said in his sweetest voice, and a small blood drop fell from Kankuro's neck. Kankuro and Temari were sweating. They didn't see the move, and they were just blurs. Besides, your teammate doesn't seem very happy, Naruto said, pointing towards a nearby tree. Suddenly from behind the tree appeared another Sand Shinobi. He is a little shorter than the average males of his age. He has fair skin and short, spiky auburn hair, which was sometimes depicted as red. He has green eyes and no distinctive pupils or eyebrows either. He has 2 very notable traits in his appearance. Firstly, he has snooky-like black eye rings, having them since his birth. Secondly, he carved a kanji love on the left side of his forehead. Gaara, Conqueror said in a dry voice, clearly fearing a shinobi, not identified as Gaara. He made a sand Shunshin towards his team, just as Naruto and Hinata retracted their kunais and regrouped Sakura and out to release Konohamaru. They managed to get behind Temari and Kankuro. They're good, Gaara thought. Stop this or I'll kill you, Gaara said, and Kankuro took a step back. I was just teaching them a lesson, Kankuro shakily said. Shut up, you're a disgrace to our village, Gaara said in his usual cold tone. You know, Naruto said, gaining attention from the redhead. It's nice to meet you, Ichi, Naruto said, and the sand team froze. They knew very well what he meant. And by the way, for those who are asking, Ichi means 1. How do you know? Gaara asked. Naruto simply turned around to show them the kanji for 9 written on his back. The furball says that Tanuki is one crazy bastard, Naruto said. Mother says you are strong. I'll prove my existence by killing you, Gaara said, unleashing killer intent as the sand was starting to leave his gourd and dance around him. Poor Sakura was on the ground, barely managing to breathe from the amount of killer intent. Naruto simply amplified his own that overwhelmed Gaara's ki to the point that his team took a step back. Temari and Kankuro were just shitting their pants. Here was Jinchuriki like their brother, but he had the strongest of the demons, the Kyubi no Yoko. Suddenly another team arrived where they were, but his team was from the Cloud Village and they were being accompanied by what seemed to be their joint sensei. He has dark skin and muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder he has a tattoo with the kanji for iron, and on his left cheek he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. His top lip also has a slightly darker hue than his bottom one. He wears old-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also has his village's Saren 1 strap over one shoulder flak jacket and a long red rope tied around his waist. The Saren Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. He also carries 7 swords on his back. The rest of his team, they were 2 girls and a boy. One of the girls had long straight blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes. She wore a short sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand. She also wore the Saren Kumo 4 protector, sandals, and kunai holster, which is strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist. The other girl is a dark-skinned Konichi with blonde red hair and amber eyes. She wears a long, short-sleeved dress with frilly edges, complete with the Kumogakur flak jacket, 2 simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, thigh-high boots with white soles, and a 4 protector which she wears like a bandana. She also carries a long sword on her back. The final member was a male. He is a dark-skinned Kumo-nin with short, spiky white hair and dark eyes, accented with lines curving upwards from the corners. He wears a dark outfit consisting of a overlong shirt with a hood with ram bandage hand guards, Kumogakur shin guards, and a black forehead protector. He also carries a sword on his back like her teammate. As usual, the Kyubi instantly warned Naruto of the others. Is this a reunion? Naruto asked and turned to Kumo team. Nice to meet you, 2, 8. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said. Sakura and Konohamaru were oblivious to what was happening, but the rest could feel the tension rise between the teams. Kumo tried to kidnap Hinata when she was 6, so both of them were a bit weary of them, and Gaara seemed like he was about to jump in and attack all of them. Nice to meet you, Mr. 9. I fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I'm the Jinchuriki Hachi Bee, the mighty killer bee, Bee shouted, pumping his fist into the air. Shut up, Bee, the blonde girl yelled and bonked him on the head. I'm Ni Yukito, she said. Omoi said. Kaori said. Suddenly, another team joined the fray as her team sensed attention in the village. Do you mind if I joined the party? A girl with green hair asked. Everyone turned to newcomers, and both Naruto and Hinata said, "Foo!" surprised to see her. I guess everyone here is going to Chunin exams, Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. It should be fun. It seems to be they're just playing competition around here, Naruto said, and Fu smirked. Standing around Gaara just seemed to dance around him even more when he noticed the arrival of the Kumo team. Kankura and Tamaru were swaying bullets as they noticed a smile on Gaara's face. Kakashi, Kiba, and Sasuke soon arrived when they sensed the killer intent being raided by Gaara and Naruto when they met. Hey Kakashi Nissan, Naruto said. What's going on here? Kakashi said, as he noticed what seemed to be some sort of face-off. There was a team from Kumo, Sand, and Taki. He also sensed some tension in the air between all of them. Kakashi-sensei, you better train your team if you want them to survive. I can guarantee you right now that everyone here will reach the finals, Naruto said, and everyone smirked except Team 7 and Kakashi, who were still oblivious to what was happening. What makes you think that? Kakashi asked, and Naruto chuckled. What's so funny, Dobi? Sasuke asked. Nothing, Naruto replied. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, gaining his attention. Ichi, Naruto said, pointing to Gaara. Ni, Naruto said, pointing to Yukito. Nana, Naruto said, pointing to Fu. Achi, Naruto said, pointing to B. Q, Naruto said, pointing to himself. When Naruto finished, Kakashi's eyes widened. In front of him were 5 of the 9 Jinchurikis. It was extremely rare for them to meet by chance, but it appears that fate played a hand in this. Don't try to look cool like Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled. Shut it, Sakura. I'm allowing you to go into Chunin exams, but if you see enemy teams, you surrender immediately. Do I make myself clear? Kakashi asked in a serious tone, and she nodded. Like they can win against me and Uchiha, Sasuke said with his traditional arrogant smirk. I'll enjoy spilling your noble blood, Uchiha, Gaara said, and everyone got shivers. The furball was right. You are a crazy Tsunuki, Naruto said, and Yukito, Fu, and B snickered. It's been fun. See you at the exams, Naruto said, and left with Hinata. The rest soon dispersed and went to their business. With Team 7, I was serious when I said that. If you run into any of those teams, you run. Do I make myself clear? Kakashi asked, and both Kiba and Sakura quickly nodded. Was Uchiha's response. Let's go train. You need to be more prepared for this, Kakashi said, and drag his team to the training grounds. Naruto and Hinata. I knew that there would be so many of us competing, Naruto said. The exams would prove to be interesting, he said. Don't tell me you want to fight them, Hinata asked. Of course, all Jinchuriki tend to be strong. It's no fun fighting weak opponents, Naruto said, and Hinata shook her head. Let's go. I'm teaching you a few tricks against Jinchuriki since you might need them against 3 of them, Naruto said. Sand team. Gaara, I think we should avoid that blonde kid, Conqueror said. He was fearful of both of them. Shut up. I'll enjoy spilling his blood as the Uchiha's. Yes, I shall prove my existence with their blood, Gaara said. Kumo team. That blonde kid seems strong, Yukito started. Do you think he can work with the Kyuubi, she asked? Hachibi says that the Kyuubi never got along with his host, but we better hope he can't. Even the Hachibi can't go against him, Killer B said. What if we end up facing him in the Chunin exams, and then he unleashes the Kyuubi leading to the destruction of the Leaf Village, Omoi said, getting a smack from Karui. But the way he knew all of us, it seems that he at least talks with him, so just be careful, B said, for the first time without rhymes. Taki team. How do you know the blonde kid? One of his teammates asked. I escorted his team to our village in one mission, Fu explained, but be careful. He faced and defeated Konoha Nukenin named Aoi, who was a Jonin, she said, and her team's eyes bulged out. Did you use the Kyuubi's power? The other teammate asked. No, I didn't sense anything at all. It was all him, so let's be careful around him. Also, the girl is his girlfriend, but she also took down a Jonin. So he must be on our toes with his team, Fu explained, and he dumbly nodded. 1 week later, Naruto and I were at home getting ready for going to the academy to start their exam. Both of them had new wristbands with sword seals for shurikens, senbon, kunais, and their swords. Each one also carried in their scroll a bit larger with food supplies, first aid kits, a few poisons, and general antidotes. Anything you might need, you never know what would happen or what kind of tests they would face. You ready, Hinata asked. Yes, let's go kick some ass, Naruto replied and left the house heading towards the academy. Academy. They arrived at the academy using a Shunshin and noticed that Shina was already there waiting for them. Sorry we're late. It took a while to gather supplies, Naruto said. Not a problem. Let's go, Shina said, and the 3 of them entered the academy. Teammate came inside the academy to find their sensei waiting for them. Kurenai sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I'm here to say good luck. I'm glad all of you decided to participate, Kurenai explained. Thank you, sensei. We're going to kick ass, Naruto said, and Kurenai smiled. Teammate continued through the academy heading towards the designated room, which was room 1 in the 3rd floor. They arrived and noticed a small gathering of gang teams trying to enter the exam room. Genjutsu, and I whispered to her team and both nodded their heads. It's your cousin's team. They must be trying to downplay their skill, Naruto said. Just as they were about to leave to the next floor, since this room was the wrong one and was being masked by a small Genjutsu, Team 7 arrived with their noses held high. Drop this Genjutsu now, Sasuke commanded. That idiot, Naruto thought, as Hinata and Shino fought along the same lines. My favorite cousin, what are you doing here? Neji asked in his confident tone. Neji was Hinata's cousin and was Tails' a Hyuga prodigy. It Oh boy, if only he knew. Neji had long black hair that reached the middle of his back and was tied back a few inches above the end in a loose ponytail, while two straps attached to a smaller headband underneath his ninja forehead protector framed the sides of his face. He wore a black forehead protector that he wore snugly over his forehead. He wore a khaki shirt under which he wore a dull blue shirt with mesh armor underneath it, dark brown shorts, blue shinobi sandals, and he also had bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest, and right leg. Participating in his Chunin exams, of course, she explained. She seems different. At least her stuttering is gone, Neji thought. It's worthless. You are fated to be a loser and a worthless Kunoichi, Neji smugly replied. I don't believe in fate, and I should rise above it as should you. No one controls our destiny. We alone make our decisions, and I explained, trying to reach her knucklehead of a cousin. Not possible. You cannot change fate, and I shall prove it to you in these exams, Neji said and walked off. Hinata just shook her head. I guess we have to beat him to prove it that fate doesn't mean anything, Naruto said, and Hinata simply nodded. Neji wasn't a bad person, he was just blinded by his hate towards the main branch of the Hyuga family. Another member of Neji's team approached forward, heading towards Team 7 teammate. He possessed very thick eyebrows and large, rounded black eyes with prominent lower eyelashes. His hair is cut and styled into a bowl cut style like Guy, and he also began wearing the same attire consisting of a green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, and a red forehead protector worn as his belt. Holy shit, it's a clone of Guy, Naruto all but shouted. I see you know of my youthful sensei, Maito Guy. I am Rock Lee. It's a pleasure to meet such a youthful person, Lee yelled, making a few bring their hands to ears, thinking it was a futon jutsu. Yeah, sure. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said, and extended his hand that Lee gladly took. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? Lee asked to the duck-shaped haired shinobi that was standing nearby. In fact, anyone who would know who he was since he had the Uchiha crest on his shirt and was last Uchiha in Konoha. Said boy turned to face him and merely nodded. I wish to fight you, Lee said with his trademark nice guy pose. You know who I am, and you want to fight? You're a fool. But it might be a good warm-up, Sasuke said. Come, I want to watch this, Naruto said, and Team 7 teammate left with Lee to watch the match. Dobi, watch carefully, you might learn something, Sasuke said smugly to Naruto, who was staying in the balcony. I intend to, Naruto replied, chuckling, and activated his Sharingan hiding under his usual genjutsu. Both Sasuke and Lee were facing each other with the rest of Team 7 nearby. With teammate, strange, Naruto thought as he analyzed Lee with his Sharingan. Hey, can you check Lee's chakra levels? Naruto asked, and Nana nodded. She activated Byakugan and gasped. I think he can't use chakra. His chakra pathways are too small. He probably can't mold chakra, Nana explained. Lee was basically a civilian. I thought so. If he can't use genjutsu or ninjutsu, he can only resort to taijutsu, so he must be good, Naruto said as he watched the beginning of the fight. Sasuke versus Lee. Sasuke ran forward and tried to punch Lee, however he disappeared just as Sasuke's fist was about to connect. Sasuke regained his footing just in time to see Lee in the air about to spin. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind, Lee said, and spin trying to kick Sasuke. Sasuke ducked to avoid it, then Lee, watching Sasuke duck, placed his hand on the ground and went for another spin kick. Sasuke watched him and knew he wouldn't be able to dodge, but tried to block. Lee, however, was faster and his kick connected with Sasuke's face and sent him tumbling to the ground. A good opponent. It gives me the opportunity to try this, Sasuke said and looked arrogantly to Lee. With teammates. Oh, Sasuke managed to activate his precious Sharingan, Naruto said. 2 tomoes in each eye too, not bad. Lee versus Sasuke. With these eyes from the feeble, Sasuke smirked. So that's the Sharingan, Lee said, and got ready to continue his duel. Sasuke ran forward, confident of his superiority. Lee dashed forward but managed to bypass his defenses. Lee stood next to Sasuke. He bent down and gave him a kick to the chin that sent him into the air and crashing into the ground again. Sasuke got up, wondering what was going on, and ran again towards Lee. They faced each other, but Lee won every single skirmish, often sending him tumbling to the ground. Sasuke's Sharingan was rendered useless. With teammate. Figures, Sasuke doesn't stand a chance, Naruto said. But shouldn't the Sharingan be able to track him, Hinata asked. The Sharingan can track Lee, yes. However, Sasuke isn't fast enough to position himself to block the attacks. Even though Sasuke can clearly see Lee's attacks, he can't defend himself against them. There's a reason why I trim my body and use gravity seals. The Sharingan alone doesn't make you all powerful, Naruto explained. So there is a weakness in those eyes, Shino stated. Weakness per se doesn't stem from the eyes, but from the fact that Sasuke's body isn't trained to handle those speeds, so he can't match them. Let's leave. This fight is over, Naruto said, and teammate left towards the exam room since it was about to start. Exam room. Teammate arrived to the right floor, and they stopped near the exam room and opened the doors. They stepped in and were immediately blasted with killer intent. However, to someone that felt the Kyuubi's killer intent, something like this didn't bother them. Naruto entered the room and scanned it with his Sharingan hidden, taking as many faces as possible, and watching weapons and other details that he could find. He also noticed the team from Kumotaki and Sand. Moments later, Team 7 also arrived with Sasuke in bad shape. He had his right cheek bruised, and neither of them knew any type of medical jutsus, so it remained there. Looks like the gang is all here, Kiba said as they entered the room inside Team 7 and Team 10. Sasuke, do you want me to heal your face? Not asked. After everything she suffered, she remained a kind person. This scratch is meaningless, Sasuke said. My Sasuke is so strong, Sakura thought as she wandered in her thoughts about healing her Uchiha. Sasuke-kun! Ino yelled as she ran and hugged the poor Uchiha from behind, much to the displeasure of Sakura. I thought you wouldn't be coming, Whiskers, the girl said. Everyone turned around and saw Yukito making her way towards Naruto with her team. Whiskers? Now that is a good name, Hinata said, laughing. Don't you dare, Naruto said, pointing to her. What are you going to do? Hinata asked in a teasing voice. Naruto simply shrugged and walked to her and planned to focus on her list and left her dazed. Wow, do I get one of those every time I call you Whiskers? Hinata wondered with a finger on her chin, making her look very cute. Get a room, you two, Nino said, making both of them blush. Just my luck, Yukito pouted. The cute guys are always taken. Keep it down, some guy said. Everyone turned to face him. He wore a pair of circular glasses. He has onyx eyes and ash gray hair, which he kept in a ponytail that extends to his upper back, with his bangs framing either side of his forehead. He wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, dark purple fingerless gloves with armor plates on the back of the hand, a white cloth waistband worn at an angle, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his right leg. You are putting everyone on their toes. Everyone is nervous as is, the man said as he pointed at the Aminin present in the room. Who are you? Sakura asked. I'm Yakashi Kabuto, but you are rookie, so it figures that you don't know this, Kabuto explained. Have I already tried the exam? Sakura asked. Actually, this is my 7th try, Kabuto explained sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Man, you must be weak, Kiba said. These exams aren't easy. Maybe we can share some information with you, Kabuto started and took a deck of cards out from his pockets. These are chakra cards. They react to my chakra signature and reveal the information. As you can see, these are teams from all the countries except Iwa and Kiri. As expected, Iwa hates Konoha and Kiri is in a civil war. I can also give you some information on anyone here, Kabuto concluded. And Naruto got suspicious. How could Kabuto have information on Shinwei from other villages? However, he decided to test his theories. Then, I want to know about Yukito of Kumo and Sabaku no Gaara from Suna, asked Naruto, and Yukito crossed her arms. You could always ask, Yukito said. Yes, but you could lie, Naruto replied, and she huffed. Let's start with Sabaku no Gaara, son of the Kazekage. His team is composed of his brother Sabaku no Kankuro and his sister Sabaku no Tamari, and her joint sensei, Baki. His skills are all unknown. He completed 10 D ranks, 15 C ranks, and 1 B rank. There is a note that says he returned from all missions without a scratch. Looks like there are some strong people this year, Kabuto said, and a few shivered. Now, Yukito from Kumo. She is on a team with Omo and Kaori, and her joint sensei is Killer Bee. The card shows that she has very good taijutsu and ninjutsu and has no talent in genjutsu. She completed 10 D ranks, 5 C ranks, and 2 B ranks. What is up with games and their missions? Kabuto said, and Naruto chuckled. Now, I want some info about Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha, Yukito said, and Kabuto picked up a card. Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. He is on a team with Hyuga, Hinata, and Aburane Shino under Yui Kurenai, Konoha's genjutsu mistress. He's the Academy dead last with low taijutsu, medium ninjutsu, and no talent in genjutsu, but there is a note that says he created an S-rank retitled jutsu. Kabuto started, and everyone's eyes widened, and Yukito narrowed her eyes at him. Now, missions. 65 D ranks, 14 C ranks, 1 B rank, 1 A rank, and what the hell is this? 2 S rank missions? Kabuto explained, and everyone's jaws were on the floor. A game with an S and A rank mission is unheard of. Naruto narrowed his eyes to Kabuto. One of those S rank missions was supposed to be a secret. That kid is a mystery, dead last against some high missions, Yukito thought. S ranks? How are you still alive? Kiba yelled. Keep it down, can't tell. S rank secret punishable by death, Naruto said. Everyone just stared at him. But I can't explain the other mission if anyone wants to Kenjutsu spar, Naruto said, smirking. Did you really create an S-rank Raiton Jutsu, Yukito asked? Raiton Jutsu is the village's specialty, and S-rank moves are rare, independent of the type. Naruto simply nodded, and everyone was having their doubts. It's true, I saw it, Kiba said, and everyone turned to him. It was awesome. He sent some white bolt to the sky, and then thunders formed. Then he summoned commanded the fire, and he attacked the bridge and blew everything around it, killing about 100 thugs and destroyed the bridge, Kiba explained, and everyone stared at the blonde, who was getting uncomfortable and even more suspicious of Kabuto. If he's a dead last, I don't even want to know about the Rookie of the Year, Kabuto said, and Sasuke smirked and a confidence boost.
You know, kids, he smells of snakes. Something isn't right here,
Kurama said, and Naruto made a mental note to send a spy fox later on. Silence! Now sit down and let's begin the exam, Ibiki yelled. Everyone quieted down and turned to face Ibiki, who was standing at the entrance of the room with a few Chunin around. Share ID and pick your number to be seated, then we'll begin the written exam, Ibiki explained. Written exam? That sucks, Naruto thought. A few minutes later, everyone was seated with their tests in front of them, but face down. All around the classroom, Chunins with a few boards. Surprisingly enough, Hinata managed to sit right next to Naruto. This test has a few rules. Number 1, each one starts with 10 points. Each wrong question reduces 1 point. Number 2, the total score is based on your whole team, Ibiki explained in a few gasps. Kiba, you better pass, otherwise I'll kill you, Sasuke thought. Poor Kiba, seeing the glares from his teammates, started to sweat. Number 3, each time you are caught cheating, you lose 2 points. Get caught 5 times and your team is automatically failed. The last question is answered last, so you have 45 minutes to answer 10 questions. Start, Ibiki said. Naruto picked up his pencil and turned his sheet only to be faced with extremely hard questions. What the hell is this? These aren't questions for Genin, Naruto thought and looked around the classroom. Everyone seemed to be lost except for a few that were writing. I know some, but I bet 90% of the people here can't answer a single one. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought, and began pondering what Ibiki said. Naruto knew that Ibiki was the leader of the torture and interrogation division, and he focused on mental torture. If you get caught cheating, you lose points. Now I get it. We are meant to cheat, but without getting caught. Must be some information gathering exercise, Naruto thought, and looked around the classroom. He noticed that Hinata had her Byakugan activated and was already starting to write. Chunin was using his bug to scout for anyone with answers. Kiba was using Akamaru that was on his head and high enough to spot someone else's sheet. Tenten was using mirrors on the ceiling so she could get the reflection from under Genin. Sakura was writing since she was a bookworm. She could easily answer the exam. Sasuke had Sharingan activated and was copying someone's hand movements. Naruto waited a few minutes until he spotted someone lowering their exam sheet, signaling that he was finished. They must have placed a few Chunins around to answer exams, Naruto thought. Now, how to cheat? I want to copy hand movements. That's lame. I know, Naruto thought, and activated his EMS and very quickly used his Kamui and sent his own sheet to his own personal pocket dimension. Naruto focused on the Chunin sheet and used his Kamui to swap papers. Naruto took the sheet from his personal dimension and placed it on the table. He simply erased the Chunin's name and wrote his own. Naruto lowered his head and decided to sleep until the first part of the exams was over. Now that the week are sorted out, let's begin the last question. However, this one has its own rule. Ibiki started and everyone focused on him. Number 1. You can choose whether or not you want to answer the question, Ibiki said. What happens if you choose not to answer it, Tamari asked. If you choose not to answer it, you will automatically fail, Ibiki explained. Then of course you will answer it, someone replied. However, if you choose to answer it and get it wrong, you will fail and forever be unable to retake the Chunin exams, meaning you'll be getting for life, Ibiki explained. What? Someone yelled. You can't do that. There are people in here who are retaking the exam, Kiba said. I guess you guys have bad luck. My test, my rules. If you don't want to risk it, then give up, Ibiki said, and everyone started pondering and a few started leaving. A few minutes later, Ibiki noticed that Naruto was almost half asleep and tossed a kunai that lay in front of him. Naruto didn't even flinch. Wake up, Naruto, Ibiki yelled. Just get it over with, Naruto said, and Ibiki raised an eyebrow. I don't give up and I never surrender. Even if I stay Genin for life, then I'll be the first Genin Hokage, Naruto said, smirking. Ibiki looked around the room and noticed that the rest of the Genins got somewhat inspired by his little speech. If no one wants to leave, then there's only one last thing to say. You all pass, Ibiki said. What? Why? Kiba asked. You seem to have figured it out, Ibiki said, pointing to Naruto. He sighed and said, the first part of the exam was information gathering. If you recall, Ibiki said, if we get caught cheating, we lose points. That could only mean that we were meant to cheat without getting caught. Information is half the battle. Last part was to know if we had the guts to be a Chunin. You can't abandon a mission just because it might be hard. A Chunin is expected to lead, and as so, he must inspire confidence and courage in his team, Naruto explained. Most rookies stared at him as if he grew a second head. Precisely, Ibiki said, until something came crashing through the window. Everyone watched as someone entered flying through the windows. As it reached the middle of the classroom, it opened to show a woman. She sent 2 kunais to the ceiling to secure what appeared to be a sign. Protect her the second round. Meet, Anko started yelling, but was cut off by Naruto. Oi, Anko, Naruto said, waving his arm. Damn it, Naruto, you ruined my entrance, Anko said, yelling at him. Come on, don't be mad, Anko-chan, Naruto said, with emphasis on the last part. I'll kill you later, brat. Now everyone to train ground 44. Be there in 20 minutes or you fail. Go! Anko said, and everyone left the room in a hurry. Naruto and I just shunshin there. And that is the end of the last chapter of this video, Chapter 13. Chapter 14, Force of Death. Training Ground 44, also known as the Force of Death, is known as deadliest training ground reserved only for Chunins and Anbu. The force itself contains various monsters and other deadly animals, from big spiders to giant bears and tigers. The Force of Death is a traditional place for second round of every Chunin exam done in a Leaf Village. Chunin exams are hosted in various countries and rotated. Every 3 years, the Chunin exams happen in the Leaf Village. To everyone in Konoha, the Force of Death, as the name suggests, is hell and one place to not come near. Obviously, this doesn't apply to the crazy snake lady, also known as Anko. To her, this place is her home, away from home, and the reason she is always in charge of the second round. Of the original 200 applicants to the Chunin exams, more than half failed the first exam. Now, we are currently at the entrance of the Force of Death. Alright, maggots, welcome to my home, Training Ground 44, also known as the Force of Death, Anko said, and got the desired reaction from few of the getting, which was fear, as they should be. Even Chunins can't wander through the forest without getting hurt. Anko spotted Naruto and noticed he wasn't infected and decided to play a little game. Anko threw a kunai that was going to slightly cut his cheek, however the kunai suddenly phased for Naruto and hit the ground. Naruto got a warrior look and very quickly, in a panic, began checking himself with his hands to see if he was in one piece. Oh good, I'm not a ghost, Naruto said, and smirked when he saw everyone's looks of disbelief. Anko vanished in a blur and appeared behind Naruto with a kunai at his neck. You seem confident. It's kids like you who get killed first, Anko said, pressing her body against his back and licking his cheek. Hinata's eyebrows twitched and was about to jukin the bitch away from Naruto when she saw him smirking. Naruto dissolved into a bunch of black crows that flew away and started circling around Anko. The crows flew towards her and quickly turned to a shuriken heading towards Anko. Genjutsu! Kai! Anko fought and fired chakra, making a shuriken disappear. She looked around and found Naruto not far away, smiling at her. Genjutsu. Not bad, Brad, she said. And you don't seem scared of the forest, Anko stated. Man, those things are nothing compared to the fur ball, Naruto said, and Anko snickered. He had to have balls to call the QB fur ball.
I told you, I am not a furball,
Kurama yelled inside his mind. Actually, you kind of are. You have fur and it's so soft and cuddly, Naruto squealed in a fangirlish way. Kurama's sweat simply dropped and cursed the Kami of why he had to end up in this vessel. Alright, Brad, so let me explain how this works. See these? Anko said, and showed everyone 2 scrolls she had in her hands. These are Earth and Heaven scrolls. Each team gets one, and in order to pass this exam, you must get the other and reach the tower, which is located in the middle of the forest. You have 5 days, Anko explained. What about food? Choji asked, panicking over the fact they would spend 5 days in a forest surrounded by monsters. You can hunt if you didn't bring any supplies, Anko said. Also, you need to sign these documents so that Konoha can't be blamed for your deaths, she concluded, and few shared at the thought. Oh yes, there will be deaths. Just thinking about blood makes me jump for joy, Anko said in a far too happy tone. Anko proceeded to distribute the forms, and once everyone had signed them and got their scrolls, each team made its way to their respective gates. Gate 10, 5 minutes before start. How shall we do this, Shino asked. They decided to figure out their plan before the exam began. How about we head straight to the tower? If we find any team, we take them out, otherwise we can set traps for them at the tower, Naruto said, and Shino and Hinata nodded. Shino, do you think you can keep up and run for 10 miles, Naruto asked. It should be fine, Shino replied. Okay, get set. 3, 2, 1, go! Anko said over the speaker, and teammate jumped into action, running for the gates and heading towards the tower. Kage Bunshi no Jutsu, Naruto said, and appeared 15 clones. Divide into 5 teams and scout ahead while 1 stays behind to make sure we have a backup plan in case we fall into a trap, Naruto ordered, and 4 groups of clones ran in the front into the sides while 1 group would fall behind them. Hinata used a Byakugan just to make sure no one bypasses my clones, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded, activating her Byakugan. Naruto also extended his senses and Chunin used his bugs. Teammate were, among other things, tracking experts, so nothing came close to them without them knowing. They ran through the woods until Naruto got a feedback from one of his clones. Amy team 100 meters ahead, Naruto said, and everyone approached with caution. Teammates stealthily approached the unsuspecting Amy team. Naruto and Hinata took a few senbon. With the precision of a surgeon, they placed the three members into a death-like state by hitting them in the neck with a senbon. They raced the fallen Amy team and went through their bags until they found the Earth Scroll. Nice, just the one we need. Let's go to the tower full speed. If you can't, I'll carry you, Shino, Naruto said, and Shino shook his head. They were heading towards the tower at full speed when teammates sensed a massive chakra spike. That is no Genin and no Jinchuriki, Naruto said, and the team came to a stop, looking to where it came from. I'm going to check it out. You guys go to the tower. You have the Hirashi marker if you need help. Once I'm done, I'll teleport to your location, Naruto said. Why? Hinata asked. It might be one of ours that's in trouble, Naruto replied and prepared to jump away. Be careful, Hinata said and kissed his cheek. For luck, she said. Don't worry, Naruto replied, and jumped into the woods. Seconds later, he was gone. Hinata's side and the rest of the teammate headed towards the tower. Naruto was running towards the location of the chakra spike when he sensed two presences near him. He checked their chakra levels and found that one was around Jonin while the other had Hokage level reserves. He recognized the Jonin's chakra. It was Anko. However, the other was unknown. He never felt that chakra anywhere in the leaf, and there wasn't anyone in the village with that much amount of chakra except himself and the Hokage. Naruto approached them with extreme caution. He could hear them talk, and Anko seemed angry and scared. Anko's scared was not a good thing. Ah, Anko-chan, how have you been? The other voice asked in a mocking tone. What are you doing here, Orochimaru? Anko asked, speaking his name. Orochimaru? Shit, Naruto thought, as he continued to observe and jump in if necessary. I was just dropping off a gift to a promising genin, Orochimaru cryptically said. You didn't, Anko rhetorically asked. Why so mad, Anko-chan? Didn't you like my gift? Orochimaru asked. Anko had enough of this. She drew her kunai and rushed towards him. Orochimaru placed his hand in a tiger seal and activated her curse mark, making her fall into the ground, screaming in pain. You forgot your place, Orochimaru said. Sene Chashu, hidden snake hands, Orochimaru said, and extended his arm towards Anko, sending a couple of snakes to bite her. Katon, Honsenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Naruto said, and sent multiple small fireballs towards the snakes and destroyed them. Naruto jumped in between Orochimaru and Anko. He approached her and noticed she was clutching her neck. Naruto saw that in her neck was a strange mark that seemed to glow. Curse mark, Naruto thought. My, a little genin came to her rescue. How cute, Orochimaru said in a mocking tone. Any ideas, Fox? Naruto asked.
That snake must be here for some reason. Any real fight here would attract too much attention. Burn my chakra and try to hold him off,
Kurama suggested, and Naruto flared the Kyuubi's chakra high enough to draw attention to any Anbo patrolling the area. Kyuubi brat, Orochimaru thought. My, if it isn't the Kyuubi brat. I guess I can play for a while, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, trying to buy some time. Snakes tend to be slippery. So you know me. I'm honored, Orochimaru said, chuckling. I'm here to leave a small gift to the Uchiha, he said. Gift? You call a damn curse seal a gift? Naruto asked, getting mad.
Stay focused, kids. He's someone who you can play around with,
Kurama said. Of course it's a gift. When he destroys the sound team I sent to kill him, he will realize the power that comes from it, Orochimaru said. Sasuke. Bastard. You already did this to Anko and now Sasuke, Naruto said, and rushed towards Orochimaru and engaged in taijutsu. A little hot-headed, aren't you? Orochimaru asked. Naruto smirked and said, Katsu, and his clone exploded, sending Orochimaru crashing into a tree. Now that was surprising, Orochimaru said, as he watched Naruto leave the bush he was hiding. What do you want Sasuke for? Naruto asked. I simply wish for his eyes, Orochimaru said. The Sharingan? Then it would be wise to hide mine. I don't want a... It starts with P and rhymes with Ito, so I think you guys can get what I'm saying here. I can't say the word because I don't want to get demonetized, but you guys probably know what he's saying. And again, hint again, in case you guys didn't get it. Starts with P, rhymes with Ito. So, okay. Now you get it? Okay, good. After me, Naruto fought, and once again rushed him for a taijutsu battle. Orochimaru simply dodged every single attack Naruto did by bending his body to unnatural angles. Is this it? Orochimaru asked in a taunting tone. It's time for the big guns, Naruto fought, and took a whole different stance. He activated his EMS and hit it. His face was completely emotionless with his cold blue eyes staring to Orochimaru. Katon, Karyudan no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Ball, Naruto said, and sent fireballs to Orochimaru, who simply dodged them all. Naruto decided to use a wide-range attack. He made a Kagebunshi and both said, Katon, Ryuku no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique, Futon Daitopa, Great Breakthrough. The result was a big, wide area effect of stream of fire that rushed Orochimaru and torched the surrounding area. Anko just watched and wondered. There were some Jonin that couldn't even do these without passing out from chakra exhaustion. The fire died down, and Naruto watched Orochimaru as he slowly crumbled away until he poofed in smoke, revealing it to be a Kawarimi. Naruto surged around and sent Orochimaru just in time to jump away from a hand that shot out of the ground trying to catch him. Orochimaru resurfaced and Naruto appeared behind him as well. Right, Kiri, lightning color, Naruto yelled as he rose from the ground and went to stab Orochimaru through the chest. Orochimaru didn't expect such a technique from Genin and quickly got out of the way. However, he wasn't fast enough, and the reititled managed to chop his right arm off. This brat is dangerous. If I hadn't dodged, he could have killed me, Orochimaru thought as he observed Naruto, who wasn't even showing signs of stopping. My. You really are something. It's a shame you can't be my next vessel, Orochimaru said, as he opened his mouth to inhumane proportions and spit out another Orochimaru, leaving the skin of the old behind. What the fuck are you? Naruto asked, getting a little disgusted, as Orochimaru just spit himself from inside himself. It's been fun, but I must go now. See you around, Orochimaru said and sank into the ground. He decided to leave as he sensed two groups of Anbu incoming. Naruto turned to Anko, who had an amazed look on her face. You okay, Anko? He asked. Holy shit, brat, that was amazing, Anko yelled, but quickly recoiled in pain just as the Anbu dropped by, accompanied by his son Daime. Naruto-kun, what happened? The Hokage asked. He was wearing his full battle gear that primarily consisted of a full-type black bodysuit with metal shields on his arms and legs. Orochimaru is here, and I think he activated Anko's curse mark, Naruto said, and the Hokage's eyes widened. What is he doing here? The Hokage asked to himself, but loud enough for Naruto to hear. He's after the Sharingan of Sasuke. I believe he gave him the curse mark as well, Naruto explained, and the old man sighed. His project was soon turned out to be his greatest mistake. Take Anko to the hospital, the Hokage said, and the Anbu vanished. Naruto, do you have the scrolls? He asked, and Naruto nodded. But I'll go after Sasuke. Orochimaru sent a sound team to kill him, Naruto said. Alright, be careful. I already risked a good lot by interfering in exams, Hokage said, and left the forest. Naruto made Hokage bunch and spread them throughout the forest as wide as possible so he could find Sasuke as quickly as possible. Naruto ran through the forest as quickly as he could, covering the area he could. 1 hour later, he finally sent Sakura's shotgun signature, and he could sense Sasuke's, but he felt it was slightly different and weaker. He arrived where Sakura was and noticed it was mayhem going on. Sakura was on the ground with her hair cut in half and had multiple kunai wounds. Lee was also there, but he was bleeding from his ears and had a few bruises. Team 10 seemed to be trying to hold off the sound team, but to no avail, and finally Kiba, who was on the ground and probably knocked out cold. Pathetic, all of you, Dosu said, smirking as he picked up a kunai and made his way towards Sasuke to kill him, and no one could stop him. Naruto Shunshin in front of him and quickly delivered a good kick to him that sent him to the ground. Everyone was happy to see that someone had arrived to help, even if it was just Naruto. Another one. These guys just keep coming, Sakura said, getting pissed off. Every time they tried to kill the Uchiha, someone got in the way. Why didn't you just leave? You are no match for me, Naruto said, smirking. I'll get that smile off your face, Dosu snickered and flexed his arm, showing his gauntlet. Melody arm, Dosu said as he channeled chakra to his arm. Naruto, who had his Sharingan activated, could see the sound waves filled with chakra. That can't be good. Calmly, Naruto thought. Dosu sensed as the waves traveled through the air and hit Naruto only to do nothing. Naruto waited a few seconds and noticed everyone was stopping and looking between him and Dosu. Was that supposed to do something? Naruto asked, inwardly smirking. The rest of the rookies that were awake stared at the blonde. Lee was taken down with that jutsu, and yet Naruto remained there as if nothing happened. That gauntlet must be defective. I'll deal with this, Sakura said, and stepped forward intending to end the battle in one attack. Thankuha, decapitating airwaves, Sakura said, and channeling his chakra through his arms, he sent a gust of wind towards Naruto. Naruto stood in place and activated his comment to let the attack pass through him. Sakura watched as the dust cloud started to disappear, only to find Naruto in the same place. What a nice breeze, Naruto said, smirking. Sakura got mad and channeled as much chakra as he could for the pipes that ran deep beneath the skin. Oh boy, bear with me with this. Zun Kyoku Kuha, extreme decapitating airways, Sakura said, and sent a powerful gust of wind towards the enemy. Naruto watched the gust come and noticed he had to take Sasuke and Kiba out of the way. He rushed towards them and activated his comment to protect them as well. Once the attack was over and the dust cloud set down, Sakura smirked as he scanned the area and he attacked only to find nothing. I blew them to bits, Sakura said, smirking with confidence. Right, Kiri. Sakura turned just in time to see a hand covered in line pierce through his chest and heart. Sakura gave a silent scream that didn't leave his mouth as he fell to the ground, dead. Dosu and Kin's eyes widened at seeing their teammate fall to the ground dead. The blonde kid was playing with them the whole time. The blonde kid had killed Sakura with one attack, and they didn't even see him move. If you give us a scroll, you can leave peacefully, Naruto said in an emotionless tone. The rookies just watched as Naruto effortlessly killed the shinobi they were having trouble with. Sakura was trembling with fear from both the sound team and the arrival of Naruto. He had just killed someone in cold blood. He pierced someone's chest with his own hand. Dosu was trembling as he picked up the scroll and left it on the ground and quickly left running along with his last teammate Ken. "How nice of you to join us, Neji," Naruto said as he sensed the teammates of Lee arrive at the scene. "What happened here? What did you do to Lee?" Neji asked, activating his Byakugan and getting ready to attack until he got answers. Suddenly, a blast chakra was felt by everyone in the area. They all turned to see Sasuke slowly rising up with some sort of purple chakra swirling around him. His body was covered in some sort of black tattoos. "Yes, with this power, I'll kill him," Sasuke said to no one. He could feel the power coursing through his body. A gift from Orochimaru. Sasuke looked around for someone to test his new powers on, and quickly locked eyes with Naruto, who was sitting near a dead body. "Naruto, fight me. I want to test my new powers," Sasuke commanded, and quickly rushed Naruto and engaged in a taijutsu battle. "Sasuke-kun, stop this," Sakura said, crying on the ground. This was all too much for her. She had tried to defend Sasuke and Kiba, and she got crushed. She watched as someone bit Sasuke on the neck and gave him some strange mark, and she was watching Sasuke apparently out of control. "I don't have time for this. I can't allow him to use this curse mark any longer," Naruto fought. Naruto quickly outmaneuvered Sasuke and got behind, trapping him with his arms. "Neji, do you mind?" Naruto rhetorically asked. Neji smirked and got down from the tree. He arrived near the Uchiha, activating his Byakugan, and quickly knocked him out by closing a few key tenketsus. Naruto sighed. "Now that everyone is more calm, let's leave this place. Everyone has their scrolls?" Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. "Okay. Everyone touch a part of me and let's leave," Naruto said, and they just stared at him. He wanted them to touch him. "What do you mean, touch you?" Neji asked, narrowing his eyes. "Just place a hand on my shoulder or something like that." Neji picked up Lee, Sakura picked up Sasuke and Kiba, Naruto said, and everyone got around Naruto. They all vanished in what seemed to be an instant, and they all dropped down near a tower where Hinata and Shino were situated waiting for Naruto. "Geez, teleporting so many with me really takes a good chunk of chakra," Naruto thought as he gained his breath. "Naruto," Hinata said and rushed to check on him. "What happened?" she asked. Team 7 got ambushed by Orochimaru, he replied, and she gasped. "Naruto, how did you bring us to the tower so fast?" Tenzin asked curiously. Naruto started sweating. He didn't really think much about that. It would be a mess if they found out already. "The space-time technique like the 722, I can teleport to Hinata," Naruto explained, hoping they would believe in him and not ask too many questions. She nodded, and everyone entered the tower only to find an empty room. "I think we should open the scrolls," Hinata said, and Naruto opened the scrolls. He opened them and saw it was a summoning scroll. "Quick, toss them on the ground," Naruto yelled as the scroll started to leak out smoke. Both scrolls disappeared in the middle of the smoke. When it cleared, there was a person standing in the middle of the room. "Congratulations on passing the second round," she said. Teammate looked up to see Kurenai standing in front of them. "Sensei!" everyone said at the same time. "Come on, let's get inside. You and the rest of the Leafs teams were the second to arrive. Only Sand team is already here. You have 4 days to rest and get your strength back up," Kurenai said, and led her team into their respective rooms where they would be staying. And that is the end of Chapter 14. Now, that was a pretty good chapter, in my opinion. It had a good fight with Naruto versus Orochimaru. I like how they did the new interactions with him and Sasuke in this fanfic. And I really liked how, Naruto was there to help out Anko in this chapter. A bit of a change here from the original canon. And while it's probably one of the shorter chapters we've encountered so far ever since we got into the 10s, I think it's a really well-made chapter. So, again, pretty good chapter. Now let's move on to Chapter 15, which is the preliminaries, and, well, this is a very, very long chapter, so let's get into this. Chapter 15, Preliminaries. Teammate was walking towards their assigned rooms. Since they completed the second task of Chunin exams in one day, they could relax and recover during the 4 available days. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said, gaining Naruto's attention. "If I had to fight Gaara, do you think I could win?" she asked. As they continued walking, Naruto was thinking. After a few minutes, he decided to reply. "I don't really know what he can do, but when we met him, he had sand around him, and apparently he is the son of the 4th Hokage. So he probably can control sand with his chakra. Since you are a water type, you can drench his sand in water to make it slower and more chakra demand to use, forcing him to waste more chakra. But if he decides to use this beat you, then I think you would lose. Unless you do that trick I taught you," he said, grinning. "I guess you're right," she replied. She just heard the conversation with interest. This year, there was a lot of tough competition. His bugs wouldn't be much against a Biju since primarily uses them to drain the enemy's chakra, and draining a Biju might take a while. They arrived to their room and found it to be a standard room. It had 3 single beds, a small bathroom, a small desk with chairs, and a window. Do you think you'll be able to sleep without me? Naruto said, grinning. Oh, I'm not sleeping without you, she said, walking towards him. If you hold me close enough, I think we will be just fine, she replied and kissed him. I like the idea, he said, smiling, holding her. Want to go eat something, he asked, and she nodded. Hey, Chunin, want to come, he asked, and the bug boy simply nodded. They finished unpacking and left their stuff in the room. Teammate got out of the room and walked through the hall, heading towards the other floors. The tower in the middle of the Forest of Death was relatively small. It had 5 floors. The first was reception and the arena, the second was the kitchen, the third and fourth floors were the rooms and bathrooms, and the last floor was the administrative and surveillance room. They made their way down the floors and quickly found the kitchen. There was plenty of food already prepared to do Chunin exams. They entered the kitchen and noticed that they weren't alone. Inside the kitchen there was the sand team. Hey, Gaara, Naruto said, waving as he entered the kitchen. Both Kankuro and Temari instantly stiffened as they knew that Gaara could flip at any time. Nana and Shino were just a bit weary of them. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara said, eyeing Naruto carefully. You interest me, he said. Sorry, but I don't swing away. Besides, I already have a girlfriend, Naruto said, chuckling and kissed Hinata's cheek. Gaara's eyes twitched at this statement. Temari and Kankuro were wondering if all Leaf Shinobis had a death wish. Mother will have your blood, and everyone will acknowledge my existence, Gaara said with a sick smile. Mother, you do realize Hokage was a male, right? Naruto asked. And you don't have to kill to have people notice you, he finished. It doesn't matter. Once I kill you, I shall forever prove my existence, Gaara said. You want people to acknowledge you, then find people to protect. Instead of killing them, fight to protect them, and those few precious people will acknowledge you forever, Naruto explained. You fight to protect people? Gaara asked. Yes, that is right. Your true strength emerges when you fight to protect those you care about, Naruto said. Fool, we are nothing but murderers. We live to kill. We are weapons, Gaara said. Kankuro and Temari were listening to the conversation, wondering if they should leave because this conversation seemed to be heating up. I never considered myself a weapon, Naruto said. You are a fool, and I shall prove it to you. Once I kill you, everyone will notice my existence, Gaara said. Fine then. When we meet in the arena, I shall prove to you that acknowledgement comes from people that care about you, Naruto said, and he and his team left the room, leaving a thirsty Gaara behind. Hey Hime, I'm going to talk with Vanko. I'll meet you later, Naruto said. Alright, see you later, she replied and gave him a quick kiss. Floor 5, surveillance room. Naruto separated from his team and headed towards the 5th floor. He walked towards said room and knocked on the door. He opened it, and in the room there was a Hokage, Anko, a beacon, and a few Chunin. Something you need, Naruto-kun? The Hokage asked as he watched the blonde enter the room. Can I talk to you in private with Anko? Naruto asked, and then Anko raised an eyebrow, wondering what the kid wanted. Of course, the Hokage replied, and made a gesture for everyone to leave the room except Anko. Naruto flashed for a few hand seals and said, Sound barrier seal. There was a small flash of light, and then it suddenly vanished. Anko was surprised by seeing a gang using these types of seals, but she knew what kind of life Naruto had lived, and if he wanted to survive, he would have to pick up his pace. Now then, I'd like to check out that cursed seal if you don't mind, Naruto said, and Anko involuntarily showed her mark on her neck. Why do you want to see it, she asked. She didn't like talking about her past. Wants to know if I'm capable of removing it, Naruto said, and Anko started laughing. Kid, I'll give you that you are strong, but this seal can't be removed, Anko said regretfully. Any seal can be broken, Naruto said. Have faith, besides, it doesn't hurt to try. Come on, Anko, you don't know, but Naruto is a seal master, Hokage said. Anko raised an eyebrow and watched him carefully. You're telling me this kid's a seal master? The only one to leave is Jiraiya of the Sun, and even he already tried, Anko said. Yes, he is telling you the truth. He already provided our village with a few seals of his own. Improved exploding tags, remotely detonated tags, and his own creation of flash tags. The Hokage explained. Anko still had her doubts. I'll make a bet with you. If I can remove it, I'll pay you and all you can eat at the Dango shop. However, if I can remove it, you do the same for me at the ramen stand, he said, grinning. Fine, Anko said, sighing, and removed her coat so Naruto could more easily have access to her curse mark. Naruto activated his Sharingan to perfectly memorize the seal. He placed his fingers on the curse mark and channeled a bit of chakra, and then he noticed the mark slightly glow and made Anko slightly wince. It must be tuned to Orochimaru's chakra signature, Naruto thought. Anko, I need you to activate the cursed seal, please, Naruto said, and stayed, watching her chakra network carefully with his Sharingan to notice the changes. Fine, she replied. Anko channeled chakra to her cursed seal and began spraying across her whole body. Black markings were dripping from the seal and spreading across her skin, reaching the whole body. Naruto watched carefully with his Sharingan, analyzing every small change. Interesting, Naruto said, and he closed his eyes. What do you think, Kurama? Can we force your chakra into the seal to break it? Naruto asked.
Forcing my chakra would destroy the cursed seal, but would most likely badly poison her. She wouldn't survive without a very good medic around.
Kurama replied. Naruto opened his eyes and saw both of them staring at him. I was talking to Furball about it, Naruto said. You can talk to it? Anko asked. Yes, but it's not an it, it's a him, Naruto replied seriously. Anyways, I could force Kibi's chakra to it and destroy it, but it would poison you. It would require Bachan herself to be able to stabilize you long enough to remove it, Naruto explained. Bachan? Anko asked. My grandmother Tsunade, Naruto replied. Holy shit, you are her grandson? Anko half yelled. Tsunade was a legend among all kunoichi. She was what every kunoichi wanted to be. Strong and beautiful and with the right assets. Yes, but keep it to yourself. Now notice that the seal, besides leaking chakra, also sends a few chemicals to the bloodstream, most likely to create an addiction and increase the body's stamina and strength. Either way, I would need Bachan to remove it, either using a QB or not, Naruto said, and he could see the frown on her face. Tsunade had left the village years ago. There is one thing I can do. Be right back, Naruto said, and vanished in yellow flash. The Hokage's uncle's eyes widened. They hadn't seen that flash in over 14 years. What was that? Anko stuttered. The Hokage managed to regain some sense and asked, Now do you believe me? Anko only managed to dumbly nod. A few minutes later, Naruto reappeared in the room with a large scroll in his hands. Naruto placed the scroll on the ground and opened it to show a very big and complex sealing array. Anko, sit in the middle of the scroll, please, Naruto said, and got a look of confusion. He sighed and continued. I may not be able to remove the seal alone, but I can place restriction and block seal that will permanently lock away the seal. Basically, you would have to force chakra to seal to activate it, and you will no longer have the constant pain, Naruto explained. Naruto quickly sat on the scroll. Alright, let's do it, Anko said, getting ready for the constant pain to leave her. It may hurt a little bit while the seal is applied, Naruto said. I'm used to pain, Anko said. Okay. Naruto walked up to Anko and placed his hand on her curse mark. A few seconds later, kanji erupted from his hands and spread across Anko and the scroll. Ready? Naruto asked, and she nodded. Fuja Huin, evil sealing method, Naruto said, and in an instant all the kanji began rushing towards his hand that was placed on her cursed seal. Anko bit her lip in pain, but she could handle it. After a few minutes, all the kanji reached the cursed seal and formed a ring around the cursed seal as if locking it. Naruto removed his hand and Anko relaxed. We are done. How do you feel? Naruto asked. A second later, Anko was all over him, kissed him, and pressed her body against his, much to the jealousy of the old Hokage, who had trickled blood flowing on his nose. Okay, Anko, I have a girlfriend, you know, Naruto rhetorically asked. Don't worry, kid. Besides, it was my way to say thanks to you. Even though it's still here, it no longer hurts. I can barely feel it on my neck, Anko said happily. Don't mention it, Naruto said. Hey, Gigi, do you think you could bring Sasuke here for me to do the same to him? Naruto asked. The Hokage nodded and said, Bore! Immediately in front of him appeared an Anbu and kneeling before him. Hi, Hokage-sama, the Anbu said. Bring me Uchiha Sasuke, Hokage ordered, and the Anbu left. Naruto turned to Hokage. Do you think he'll accept to have it blocked, Naruto asked. Why wouldn't he, the Hokage said, raising an eyebrow. You do realize he intends to kill his brother, right? Naruto asked, and the Hokage nodded. And do you think he will probably forget this power, Naruto asked. I see your point, but I have faith he will do the right thing, the old Hokage said.
He's naive. All Uchihas must burn,
Kurama said, chuckling evilly. What the hell, Kurama? I have Uchiha blood, Naruto said, screaming.
You and your father are different. You are not power-hungry fools, and you are not arrogant. Well, except when you are in the middle of battles,
Kurama said. I only says stuff to piss the enemy off. If he gets angry, he'll make mistakes, and I will capitalize on them, Naruto replied. They waited for a few minutes until the Anbu appeared in the room, followed by a pissed-off Sasuke, who, by the looks of it, just woke up from his Neji-induced sleep. What do you want? Sasuke said, glaring at Naruto. We need you to sit in the middle scroll to seal your curse mark, Naruto answered. Why I want to do that? I need this power, Sasuke said. Idiot. You'd be willing to be used as a puppet so that you could kill your brother, Naruto asked? Shut up! You don't know anything, and would gladly give my life if it meant to kill him, Sasuke said, and Naruto just shook his head. Fine. Sit in the scroll anyway. Since for now it's impossible to remove the curse seal safely without killing the host, I'm applying a suppression seal that allows for hosts to have better control over the seal, Naruto explained, and Sasuke smirked. You shouldn't use it. I can see that the host tends to develop an addiction to its power, Naruto explained, and Sasuke simply shrugged it off. It was a gift, and I intend to use it, Sasuke said, and Naruto just shook his head. This might hurt a little bit, Naruto said, but didn't mind it much. He did the same steps as for Anko, and placed his hand on his curse seal. Fuja Hoin, evil sealing method, Naruto said. Sasuke screamed for a few minutes, and when it was completed, he fell to the floor unconscious. Boar, take him to his room. He must be exhausted from the force of death, Hokage said, and the Anbu took off. See you guys in 4 days, Naruto said, and left the room followed by a very happy Anko. You would be so proud of your son, Minato, Kushina, the Hokage thought as he also left the room. He had preparation to do for the finals. 4 days later. The next 4 days went by without any trouble, and they were boring as hell. They weren't allowed to leave the tower until the end of the second phase of Chunin exams. During these 4 days, a few more teams arrived at the tower. As the expected, team from Taki and Kuma also arrived. Every competitor was summoned to the arena and filled it facing the Hokage. The arena room was pretty much empty. The room had a giant statue with a shinobi doing the ram hand seal. There were 2 balconies, one on each side of the room for the spectators. Behind the statue was a big electric board. First, I must congratulate you all for passing the second round of Chunin exams, Hokage said, and a few smirked, thinking that they were the best. Now, the Hokage started, but was interrupted by another shinobi. Do you mind if I continue, Hokage-sama, said the shinobi, and the Hokage shook his head. My name is Gekko Hayate, and I'm the proctor of this part of the Chunin exams, Hayate said. He had short brown hair and dark markings under his eyes. Even though he was a young man, he had pronounced lines under his eyes as well as an unexplained chronic cough that plagued him. He wore the Seirin Konan shinobi outfit completed with a forehead protector that he wore as a bandana, a flak jacket, and regular shinobi sandals as well. He also carried a katana with a rectangular handguard strapped over his back. Before we can proceed, we will have to have preliminary matches, Hayate said, and the Genins erupted in protest. What do you mean by preliminary matches? Kiba asked. We didn't expect as many people to pass the exams, so we have to find out the contestants. During the third phase of the exams, many nobles will watch the matches, and their time is precious and it's not be unnecessarily wasted, Hayate explained, and a few were against it. Why should we risk our lives for this? Someone yelled. I think you misunderstand the meaning of the Chunin exams, Hokage said, and everyone turned to face him. The Chunin exams are used to promote promising Genins to Chunin, however there is somewhat of an underlying objective. The Chunin exams are a substitute for war and to prove that the country that is competing is strong. The strength of the village is the strength of their shinobi, and the strength of their shinobi only flourishes in life and death battles, Hokage explained. By having shinobi compete in Chunin exams, the country can prove their strength, which will reward them a high number of missions, bringing more wealth to the village, Hokage concluded. Before we begin, is there anyone who wishes to forfeit, Hayate asked, and no one stepped forward. Very well, we shall begin now. The match ends by either knockout, death, or impairment. If I declare the winner, the match ends immediately, understood, Hayate said, eyeing them seriously, and everyone nodded. Names will appear on an electric board randomly, Hayate explained as the board started shuffling for names. Since we have an odd number of contestants, one of you will advance immediately to the third round of Chunin exams, Hayate explained as the board went by random names. Sabaku no Kankuro will have a free pass, Hayate said. Lucky. I can go to the finals without showing my skills, Kankuro thought. The board started going through new names until it stopped. Uchiha Sasuke and Ren Azumi stepped forward. The rest of you, please go to the balconies, Hayate explained. Everyone left the arena except Sasuke and Azumi, who were staring at each other. On the balcony. Go Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled, cheering for Uchiha. Might as well see if I learn anything, Naruto said, and activating a Sharingan and proceed to analyze the matches. Uchiha Sasuke versus Ren Azumi. Fires ready, Hayate asked, and both nodded. Hajime, Hayate said, and jumped back. As soon as Hayate started the match, Sasuke rushed towards the enemy and went for a low kick. As Sasuke expected, Azumi jumped up and Sasuke took his opportunity to quickly continue his rotation and place a kick on Azumi's stomach, making him fly to the ground. Give up, you are no match for Uchiha, Sasuke smugly said. Azumi slowly got up and cleaned his lip that got busted when he crashed into the ground. Azumi, angered by being bested in that little skirmish, quickly made hand seals and said, Doton, earth spikes, slamming his hands on the ground. The ground in front of Azumi rose slightly and threw a few rocks back to Sasuke at moderate speed. Sasuke quickly dodged all of them and yelled, Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, and sent multiple small fireballs towards the enemy. Azumi didn't have the skill to dodge them all and took one to his left leg and another to his shoulder, leaving him on the ground slowly burned and in pain. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Medics, Hayate said, and Sasuke smugly smirked and made his way up to the balcony nearest him while medics went to heal Azumi. Didn't even need the Sharingan, Sasuke thought. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said with stars in her eyes as she watched her beloved Sasuke-kun making his way up the stairs. At least the only fangirls that are here are Ino and Sakura, Naruto said, and got glares from both Ino and Sakura. You know, Naruto-kun, I'm a fangirl, Hinata said, and Naruto rose an eyebrow. You are, Kurona asked? Of course, I'm Naruto's fangirl. Hinata started and cleared her voice. Ooh, oh, Naruto-kun is so cool. Will you go out with me? She asked with stars in her eyes and her best puppy dog face. I can't say no to you, Hime, Naruto said, laughing, and kissed her. Kurenai's sweat just dropped, and Kakashi chuckled at their antics. I seriously need a boyfriend, said with stars in her eyes, watching both of them. Congratulations, Sasuke, Kakashi said. Sasuke grunted, making Sakura school in delight. And by the way, this is the narrator talking now. I hope I never have to do a fangirl imitation ever again in the story. I don't know if there's another one here, but I really hope I don't have to do that again, because that was just, Anyways, they watched the board go for another set of random names. Haruno, Sakura, and Yamaka, please step into the arena to begin your match, Hayate said. And the offer didn't write anything for this match because it's going to go the same. Due to both contestants being unconscious, I declare this match a tie, Hayate said. Fangirls, Yukito started. The disgrace to Kunoichi. They spend more time training instead of drooling over to Uchiha over there. They wouldn't be slapping each other. It's just sad, Yukito said, and everyone nodded, agreeing with her. At least you learn how to properly slap someone, Naruto said, and everyone's sweat just dropped. Spakuno, Gaara, Miu, and Fuji, please step into the arena to begin your match, Hayate said, and Gaara used the traditional sand shooting into the arena while his opponent jumped off. Spakuno, Gaara versus Miu and Fuji. Ready? Hayate asked. Fuji nodded, and in Gaara's case, Sand left his gourd and started dancing around him. Hajime, the proctor said, and jumped away. He could sense the rise in Gaara's bloodlust. Sand shuriken, Gaara immediately said, and sent 10 shuriken he made with his sand towards the enemy. Fuji didn't expect to sudden attack and made a very risky evasion maneuver by ducking to the ground. Fuji was rising when he noticed his feet were caught in something. He looked down and saw sand wrapped around his feet and quickly rising. Fuji tried to struggle to get free, but it seemed the more he struggled, the quicker it wrapped around him. Then 5 seconds later, Fuji was completely covered in sand. Sand coffin, Gaara said as he brought his open hand up. He suddenly closed his hand and said, Sand funeral. Gaara closed his hand into a fist, and immediately the sand around Fuji compressed completely, crushing him. Fuji exploded in a shower of blood that covered almost all the arena. Winner, Sabaku no Gaara, Hayate said, a little disgusted that someone could kill this easily, even more in a tournament. He killed him, Sakura said, as she had awakened up just in time to see the bloody end. Fuji, Fu murmured to herself. Even though in her village only Shibuki liked her, she still wouldn't want to kill anyone or wish for their death.
That Tanuki always wanted destruction. He still is insane,
Kurama said to Naruto. I guess I need to defeat him if we face off to prove my point, Naruto replied. Uzumaki, you will be mine, Gaara almost yelled, pointing to our favorite blonde standing on the balcony. I already told you, I don't swing that way, Naruto said, and that phrase pissed Gaara off as he shot a wave of sand towards him. Naruto watched the sand come to him, and before anyone could react, the sand wrapped around him and immediately crushed him. Naruto! Kakashi yelled, and he watched his little brother getting crushed to death. Gaara smiled as he finally got his precious blood offering to her mother. He quickly removed the sand to show an untouched Uzumaki Naruto. Did you do something? Naruto asked. The reactions were very different. Kakashi sighed in relief. Temari and Kankuro had their jaws on the floor as they saw the blonde unhurt. Yukito stared at the blonde suspiciously. To her, he was truly an enigma. Naruto made a quick, sealless shunshin and landed right in front of Gaara. He proceeded playing a very firm kick to his stomach and sent him flying to the wall. The sand wasn't quick enough to protect him, and everyone could see small cracks appear on his skin. He hit Gaara, Kankuro said, flabbergasted. He never saw his brother get hit, and yet this blonde kid just appears in front of him and gives him a kick like it was nothing. So you have another defensive sand layer, Naruto said, as he watched Gaara get up and the cracks disappear. Enough! The voice of Hokage roared through the room, instantly putting everyone's attention on him. Naruto, stand down, and you, the Hokage said, pointing to Baki, the sand team joining. Control your students, or we will discipline them for you. Apologies, Hokage-sama, Baki said, bowing to Hokage. That Gaara almost ruined everything. Tenten vs Temari happens, and it goes the same like in canon. Hyuga knocked me to Choji. Please step into the arena to begin your match, Hayate said, and Choji got kinda scared, but nonetheless, they both made their way down. Hajime, Hayate said. As soon as practice started the match, Nechi activates Byakugan and charged at Choji. Choji's panicking and started a sloppy Nukudan Sensha, or a human bullet tank. Choji started spinning. He was starting to get good speed against Neji. Neji watched him approach him and quickly made a plan. Neji dodged to the side and placed his foot in front of Choji's path. This action made Choji bump into his foot and rise into the air, quickly loosen his stance and ended the technique, and allowing Neji to give him a few good Juken strikes and left him unconscious on the ground. Winner, Hyuga Neji, Hayate said. It was his fate to lose to me, Neji smugly said. Neji walked up the stairs and then was congratulated by Tenten, and he didn't know it, but she had a crush on him, but even with superior eyesight, he was too blind to see it. Hyuga Hinata vs Kari of Kumo. Please step into the arena to begin your match, Hayate said. Now was leaving when Naruto pulled her back and gave her a small kiss on the cheek. For luck, he said, and she smiled. I know you don't like Kumo, but don't go overboard, Naruto whispered to her, and she nodded. Hyuga Hinata versus Kari of Kumo. Ready? Hinata asked, and seeing both nod, he said, Hachime! My lucky day, I get to face a Hyuga, Kari said, and got a confused look from Hinata. What I mean is that the Hyuga specialize too much on taijutsu. If I keep my distance, you can't do anything. Wonder why our former Hokage wanted your bloodline so much, Kari said. Hinata frowned. You know, I was one that was kidnapped that day, she said, and Kari raised an eyebrow. So that means that you were the heiress. My lucky day. I get to kick your ass and prove the Hyugas are worthless, Kari said, smirking. Hinata chuckled sadly. I'm no longer the heiress, or a Hyuga for that matter, Hinata replied. I don't understand, Kari said. What I meant is that I no longer belong to Hyuga clan. My father deemed me too weak to be the heiress of the clan, so he branded me with the caged bird seal and disavowed me from the clan, Hinata explained, and a few on the sands gasped. Balcony. That's cruel. To leave your daughter because she's weak, Ino said. She wondered what would happen if that happened to her. Kurenai seethed her teeth, which found out she wanted nothing more than to strangle out Hiyashi. To that to his own family, no wonder he sent his own brother to his death. Hyuga Hinata versus Kari of Kumo. Kari didn't say anything. She never knew that the Hyugas could be so cold and uncaring. She heard about how they were so arrogant and stoic, but this was a new low. In the end, I should be grateful to you, Hinata started, and seeing Kari's confused look, she continued. If you didn't kidnap me, Naruto-kun wouldn't have saved me, and maybe my father would have never expelled me. The last few years I spent with Naruto-kun were the happiest of my life, and my father never showed love or compassion of any sort, so I guess in the end everything worked out for the best. Hinata concluded, showing a small yet true smile. Naruto-kun, you mean that blonde kid? Kari asked, pointing to our favorite blonde watching in the balcony. Why call me a kid? We're the same age, Naruto said from the balcony. Yes, he was the one that found me when I was being kidnapped and managed to hold off and eventually defeat my kidnapper, Hinata said, and Kari's eyes widened. But you were 6 years old. How can a 6-year-old child kill a Chunin? Kari asked in shock. Everyone who heard that took a while to assimilate and turned to face the lawn. Naruto-san answered, that is what happens when people underestimate me. Even though I was 6 years old, I already was gaining level and I am very sneaky. He underestimated me and paid the price, Naruto explained, and the audience slowly nodded. Hinata smiled, remembering all the fun they had since she started living with him. Teaching him proper manners at the table, smacking him with a pillow so he could wake up, hiding his room and helping him with his pranks, training with him, watching the night skies and sunset with him, living with him, sleeping next to him, and kissing him. You didn't mention that if you kept your distance from the Hyugas, it would be fine, but with me, that doesn't apply. I can assure that I am a master of Juken, but I didn't stick with only that, as I will show you now, Hinata said and dropped to the basic Juken stance. Ready? Hinata asked, and Kari nodded and picked up her sword from her back. Hinata challenged Chakra to her wrist seal, and in a puff of smoke, there was in her hand a 20-inch long, single-edged straight sword. The blade's hilt was lavender with white lines along the edge. So you know Kenjutsu, Kari said, and dashed towards her. Kari jumped into the vertical slash only for Hinata to block it with her own sword. Hinata jumped back and did a few hand seals and shouted, Suiton, Tepodama, water bullet. Hinata sent a few compressed water bullets at high speed towards Kari. Kari skillfully evaded all of them and watched as they collided with the wall and removed a good chunk of it. Kari gulped. If that had hit her, it would have broken a few bones. Kari once again rushed forward and said, Cloud style, deception slice, and made a slash motion with her sword. Hinata easily blocked it, but Kari turned to smoke, revealing a wind log. Hinata activated Byakugan just in time to block a lateral swing from Kari's sword and jump back, gaining a bit of distance from Kari. Hinata knew she didn't stand a chance with Kenjutsu. She preferred daggers to swords. Daggers were easier to integrate for Taichi style and allowed for more swift motions without leaving so many openings. Hinata channeled Wind Truck to her sword and quickly closed the distance. Kari brought her sword to block. Raw move has not made a few quick slashes and destroyed Kari's sword, leaving it in pieces on the ground and Kari holding the hilt. What did you do? Kari asked, getting pissed off. That was her favorite sword. At a few skirmishes, I can tell you that you are better at Kenjutsu than me, so I had to take care of that. I channeled Wind Truck to my sword and destroyed yours, Hinata explained, and once again ran through hand seals and said, Soiton, Soishoha, exploding water wave. Hinata expelled a great amount of water to the ring, completely flaying the grounds. Balcony. Not possible. That's an A-rank water jutsu. How can she have enough chakra for that? Kakashi asked out loud and turned to Kurenai. What have you been teaching him? He asked. Kurenai simply smirked. I didn't teach him anything. All credits go to Naruto, Kurenai said, and Kakashi turned to Naruto. I told you I've been trained since I was 5 years old. Hinata joined me when she was 7. The dead lass and a shy girl was all a cover. Deception's a ninja's greatest tool, Naruto said, and everyone turned their attention to the arena. Hyuga Hinata versus Kari of Kumo. Raiton Kangekiha, line saw a motion wave, Kari said, and channeled Raiton chakra through her hands and released it through the water to shock Hinata. Hinata saw this and jumped up to break her connection with the water. She went through her hand seals and said, Futon Daitopa, great breakthrough, and sent a gust of wind that disrupted the line attack and made Kaori lose her balance. Hinata took his opportunity and quickly went for new hand seals and shouted her favorite water technique. Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon. Water Dragon rose from the water in the ground and quickly crashed into Kaori, who didn't have time to dodge. Kaori was sent crashing into the wall and hit with the pressure of the Water Dragon. Kaori was a little dazed from the impact and slowly got up, but Hinata quickly appeared next to her and said, Suiton, Suryuru no Jutsu, Water Prison. A chunk of water rose and quickly formed a spear that trapped Kaori inside and rendered her unable to move. Hayate was shocked. The amount of skill the girl displayed with water jutsu was easily Jonin level. He managed to break free from his stutter and said, Winner, Hyuga Hinata. Balcony. She won! She won! Naruto chanted as he watched everyone on the balcony except to seem stare in shock as Hinata made her way up the stairs. Even though Kage was shocked at the skill she showed. Kakashi broke free from his own shock. He blinked and blinked again. Kakashi approached Nechi. Can you check her chakra levels? He asked, stuttering. Nechi activated his background and froze to what he saw. That's impossible. She's elite Jonin chakra levels. How's it even possible? She's a gainer and nothing but a failure, Neji said. If she's a failure, I wonder what a genius could do, Kakashi mused. Naruto quickly hugged Hinata and spun her around. Congratulations, teammate, Naruto said, making her giggle. You were nothing but a failure. To rely on ninjutsu only proves you weren't meant for Byakugan, Neji coolly stated. Then if we face each other in the finals, I'll show you my Juken, Hinata said. Omoi from Kumo vs. Fu from Taki. Please step into a ring to begin your match, Hayate called out. Omoi from Kumo vs. Fu from Taki. Ready, Hayate asked, and both nodded. Hajime! Hayate called out and immediately jumped back. Fu quickly went for a few hand seals and said, Mizuno Muchi, water whip. Fu took advantage of the existing water and quickly made 4 water whips that grabbed Omoi's arms and legs and pinned him on the spot. Fu approached him from behind and placed a kunai on his neck. Yield, Fu said. Omoi tried to struggle to find a way to free himself from his binds, but they wouldn't budge. I surrender, Omoi said. Winner, Fu of Taki, Hayate said. Balcony. That was anticlimactic, Asuma said, as he watched Omoi return to the balcony with his head low. To be caught off guard and defeated with a single jutsu was just a shame. Man, those things are really tight. They wouldn't budge, Omoi said while sucking on his lollipop and shaking his head in disappointment. What fan do you have? Naruto asked. Like most people in Kumo, I have lightning. Why? Omoi asked. You could channel lightning chakra through the whips, and since they are water, they would most likely have weakened enough for you to perform a substitution, Naruto explained. Omoi's face palm. How come you didn't come up with that? Omoi asked, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Ni Yugito versus Aburame Shimo. Please come to the ring to begin your match, Hayate called out. Good luck, Shino, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. Thank you, but it's unlikely I will win, Shino stoically said, heading down to the arena. Well, he's excited, Asuma said. Aburame Shimo versus Ni Yugito. Ready? Hayate asked, and both nodded. Hajime! Hayate said, and jumped back. Immediately as Hayate said that, Yugito jumped into action, quickly closed the distance between her and Shino. Yugito jumped in the air and performed a drop kick. Shino brought his arms up in an exclamation and blocked the kick. Shino quickly grabbed her leg and spinned her around and threw her at the wall. Yugito twisted midair and landed gracefully on the wall like a cat would. Balcony. Looks like Shino's taijutsu skill has increased, Kakashi said, surprised. Since Naruto and Hinata were more advanced, it gave me more time to focus on Shino. Also, his main weakness, as most long-range users, is taijutsu, so we tried to get him a defensive type of taijutsu style, Kurona explained, and Kakashi nodded. Go, Shino! Kick her ass! Naruto yelled. Kurona just shook her head. Naruto could defeat her in a spar, and yet he still had a childish behavior. Aburame Shino versus Ni Yugito. Yugito dropped from the wall and onto the ground and crouched on all fours like a cat, getting ready to pounce on the victim. Shino eyed her very carefully and started releasing his bugs. Yugito saw the bugs heading towards her and shouted, Katon, Hosenga no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique. Multiple fireballs crashed into Shino's bugs and engulfed them in flames. Yugito's sprint quickly dropped her smile when she noticed that the bugs were still coming as if nothing happened to them. How did you do that? Yugito asked. My main weakness is fire since it can easily destroy my bugs, so I coat them with water chakra to protect them, Shino so quickly explained. I guess I have to turn up the heat, Yugito said, smirking. Let's go, Nibi, Yugito said to her partner. Right, kitten, Nibi replied. Katon, Aokoi Kwiko no Jutsu, blue fireball technique, Yugito yelped, and unleashed a big blue fireball towards Shino. This fireball engulfed the bugs and immediately turned them to dust. The fireball continued its path towards Shino. Doton, Duryu Heki, earth wall, Shino said, and a small earth wall rose from him to protect him. The fireball collided with the earth wall and slowly but surely began to apply pressure. The wall didn't stand a chance with a Biju-powered fireball and began to crack until it collapsed. Shino saw the wall starting to crack and immediately jumped away. Yugito expected such, so she was there to greet him with a fierce punch to the face. Yugito punched him, but he transformed into bugs. Bug clone, Yugito fought as the clone she punched began to surround her. Yugito channeled Nibi's chakra, and one by one, each of the bugs began to fall on the ground and killed by Biju's extremely poisonous chakra. I told her she destroyed one of my highs and I'm low on chakra. It would be illogical to proceed, breathing heavily said. Winner by forfeit, ni Yuito Hayate said. Balcony. You did good, Kurenai said, and he nodded. Yeah, it would be very hard to win against someone like her, Naruto said. What's so special about her, Sasuke asked, but it felt more like a demand. Let's just say she's number 2, Naruto said, smirking. Sasuke was about to jump him when Kakashi caught his shoulder. The Hokage heard that and all respected as much. That means that with her, there are 5 Jinchurikis here, the Hokage thought. Nara Shikamaru vs. Inosuke Kiba, please come to the arena, Hayate called. Yeah, the lazy ass, we have this one in the bag, Kiba cheered, and he picked up Akamaru and ran to the arena. Nara Shikamaru vs. Inosuke Kiba. Ready, Hayate asked? That's right, we are, Kiba yelled. Troublesome, I guess I am, Shikamaru replied. How'd you make? Hayate said, and he jumped back. This is so troublesome. I'm no match for Kiba's speed or strength, Shikamaru thought as he analyzed Kiba and came up with a plan to defeat him. Kiba immediately said, Nanpao Shiyaku no Jutsu, 4-leg technique. We could see as Kiba crouched on the ground on all 4s. His nails became more elongated as his fangs and his eyes took a more feral grim vertical slits. Kiba ran forward with impressive speed at Shikamaru, the lazy ass he is, and decided to run and avoid the very single strike Kiba tried. This continued for a few minutes until Kiba got tired and jumped back, gaining some distance. Fight back, lazy ass, Kiba yelled, getting pissed off that he didn't hit him one single time. I am fighting back, troublesome, Shikamaru said, and sighed. Shikamaru went for his pocket and took out a smoke bomb. He threw it at Kiba, and the entire arena where Kiba was became covered in smoke. Inside the cloud, Kiba was quickly turning, checking every position to find out what exactly Shikamaru was trying to do. He checked left, right, up, and his left. Kiba was getting tired of this and about to jump away when he froze, being unable to move. As smoke cleared, Kiba could see Shikamaru crouching with his hands in the red seal. What did you do? Kiba asked as he struggled to move. Kiba could see from the corner of his eye that Akamaru was also frozen in the same place. Kagame no Jutsu, Shadow Imitation Technique, success, Shikamaru said. In the beginning of the match, when you engaged me in Taijutsu, I placed a few small bells on you. When I threw the smoke bomb, I blocked a vision of me so you couldn't see what I was doing. Since you had the bells, I could easily find you in the middle of the smoke and connected my shadow to yours, preventing you from moving, Shikamaru explained. Forfeit, Shikamaru said. Fine, I surrender, Kiba said, angry at how it turned out. Winner by forfeit, Nara Shikamaru, Hayate said. Balcony. Who thought the lazy ass could come up with that, Sakura smugly said. Asuma laughed. You know, I gave him an IQ test and he scored 220. The kid's a genius and never got good scores at the academy because he was always too bored to do more, Asuma said, chuckling to the shock of many. Just slightly above you, Hinata whispered to Naruto. Asuma overheard what Hinata said. What do you mean slightly above him? Asuma asked. Exactly that. Naruto did an IQ test like everyone, however, in the academy scored less than 50, which would mean severe lack of cognitive functions. We tested each other at home and he scored 210, Hinata explained. Everyone's jaw hit the floor. How can a dead last have such a high IQ, Asuma asked. The same way Shikamaru, who was almost a dead last, has as well, Naruto said, chuckling. But not the only one. Mahime here also scored 200 points, Naruto said, and laughed at their faces. The dead last and a shy girl were geniuses. This never gets old, Naruto thought. I wonder what more did you hide at the academy, Asuma asked him, and he shrugged his shoulders. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Rock Lee. Please step into the arena for the match, Hayate called out. Looks like we're up against Lee. I want to test my Dragon Fist against your Goken Strong Fist. So how about I only use Taijutsu? No bloodline even, Naruto asked. That's the most evil thing someone has ever said to me. I agree. Let's show him the power of youth, Lee yelled, making everyone wince at the tone. Such a youthful opponent. You should make him your eternal rival, Guy yelled. Yes, Guy Sensei, Lee said. Lee, Guy Sensei. Lee, Guy Sensei. Both Master and student were hugging each other at a beach as the water came rushing between them and crashing into the rocks. Tears could be seen shining as the sun was going down. Kai! Naruto yelled. Kurama, help! He pleaded to his partner.
It doesn't work. What sort of genjutsu is this?
Kurama said as he ran to the back of his seal and closed his eyes with his tails. Wait! Sakura yelled, making Naruto turn back as he was already going down to the arena. You have a bloodline, Sakura asked. Yes, I do, Naruto said, and discarded any more questions as he turned to leave again. How can a clanless and orphan loser like you have a bloodline? Sasuke smugly asked. Naruto clenched his fist, shaking in anger. He almost showed him the Kibi's chakra, but Kurama managed to hold it in. Naruto managed to calm down. You know, Sasuke, one day you will eat all those words. You are not as special as you think. Besides, people will say that my bloodline is the strongest in the world, Naruto said. Please, Doe, the Sharingan is the most powerful bloodline in the world, Sasuke said, smirking. If you say so, Naruto said, laughing as he made his way down the stairs. People knew he had the Sharingan and chuckled at his wordplay. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Rock Lee. Ready? Hayate asked, and both nodded. Final match of the preliminaries, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Rock Lee. Hajime, Hayate said, and jumped back. We are both geniuses of hard work, Lee. Let's show them the power of taijutsu, Naruto said, and got into his stance. Left leg in front of the right, with both knees bent, left arm stretched with the right palm facing the enemy while the right arm was coiled near the waist with a fist. Lee had a more simple stance. He was standing straight with his left arm behind his back, and his arm pointing to the enemy with a straight palm. Balcony. Strange, Guy mused. Never seen that particular stance before, Guy thought, out loud, nursing Shim while he fought. That stance belongs to the taijutsu style of his father with a few modifications that Naruto integrated in there, Naruto said. I thought Naruto was an orphan, Sakura asked. He is, but his father left in schools with his jutsus, Hinata explained. Who was his father, Sakura asked. It isn't my place to tell, Hinata replied, and Sakura frowned. Must be some unknown Chunin who got drunk and died in submission, Sasuke said, and Kakashi was about to snap his neck for disrespecting his sensei. Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee. As Hayate said start, Rock Lee immediately started running towards Naruto. He goes the distance in no time. Lee jumped and said, Kona Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind, tried to kick him. Naruto brought his right arm and he blocked the kick. Lee jumped back and Naruto immediately regretted blocking that as his arm felt a little numb. As Lee touched the ground, he went again at high speed towards Naruto and both engaged in a fierce display of taijutsu. Due to the fact that Naruto could use chakra to empower his muscles, he had a slight advantage in speed in short bursts that were perfect for his quick counters. The battle went on until Lee quickly got in past his defenses. Lee crouched beneath Naruto and said, Kona Shofu, Leaf Rising Wind. Lee tried an uppercut with his feet at Naruto, but he managed to roll and dodge it. As Naruto was rolling, he tried to sweep Lee's legs, only to make him jump back and evade as well. As soon as Lee touched the ground, he disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto looked around until he felt Lee above. He looked up just in time to block a powerful drop kick with both arms. Naruto quickly grabbed his leg and threw Lee at the ground. Lee spinned and landed without trouble on the ground. Your taijutsu is very good, Naruto-kun, as expected from my eternal rival, Lee said with tears in his eyes. Naruto shuddered and replied, Surely, eternal rivals. Naruto knew he might have signed his death sentence right there, but this match was extremely good. Naruto was a very good sparring partner at taijutsu, but she also used her gentle fist style. Naruto never faced the user of Goken. Even though Naruto had the advantage in speed, he sometimes managed to get in a punch or kick, but Lee seemed to brush him off as nothing more than a little scratch. But this difference in speed was almost removed by Lee's experience in taijutsu, putting them as equals in skill. This time Naruto took charge and ran towards Lee. Naruto threw a side punch that Lee easily sidestepped, but that was what Naruto wanted. As soon as Lee sidestepped his punch, Naruto threw his hands to the ground to support himself and used his legs to snare Lee's head between his feet. Naruto, with his swift motion of his ankles, threw Lee at the wall, who didn't see that coming and was unable to block. Balcony. Impressive, Guy shocked with that particular move and that managed to formally give Lee some damage. Naruto's taijutsu style incorporates a lot of acrobatic movements. He could have snapped Lee's neck with that one, Hinata explained, and Guy's eyes widened. Thank God his student was alive. Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee. I didn't expect such technique from you, Naruto-kun, Lee said as he got up and brushed off the dust. Lee, take him off, Guy yelled from the balcony. Lee heard what Sensei said and was surprised. But I thought you said you could only remove them if I was able to protect someone important, you, Lee said. It is, but this time I'm giving permission to remove them, Guy said. Lee heard this and smiled. He sat down on the ground and removed the weights he was wearing beneath his orange leg warmers. So he used his weights. I knew this wasn't his full power, Naruto thought, and considered removing his seals, but he would wait and see if it was necessary. Balcony. Just moving a bit of weight won't do anything, Sakura said. She watched Lee remove his weights and drop them on the ground and caused a crash that shook the entire arena. Sakura's eyes widened at the weight he had. Wasn't it a little bit too much, Guy? Kakashi asked, and Guy scoffed. How can he even stand with so much weight? Yuito yelled. What was with these leaf ninjas? Were they all crazy? Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee. Yosh! Now I can move freely, Lee said, and Naruto lost track of Lee. Naruto didn't even manage to blink as Lee appeared right in front of him and delivered a powerful punch straight to his face that sent Naruto tumbling to the ground. Naruto slowly got up as Lee appeared next to him and kicked him in the stomach and sent him crashing into the wall. Naruto slowly got up as Lee appeared next to him. Lee crouched and kicked him into the air. Before Naruto could process the situation, he was already in the air. He blinked just in time to see Lee give a drop kick and send him to the ground, crashing onto his hard cement floor. The floor cracked from the pressure and released a cloud of dust. Balcony. That is some speed, Kakashi said. Unbelievable, I didn't see anything, Sakura said. Why can't my Sharingan track that speed? He's nothing more than a blur, Sasuke thought as he seethed his teeth. Looks like Naruto is done, Asuma said as he smoked a cigar. I wouldn't be so sure, Kurama replied with a knowing grin and got confused faces from both Kakashi and Asuma. It was Mike Naruto versus Rock Lee. Naruto slowly got up and removed a few rocks that were nearby from the crater he caused. He dusted himself off and saw his jacket ruined. You know I like this jacket, Naruto said, and everyone's sweat dropped as he remained so calm when he just got plummeted to the earth. Naruto raised his right hand and made a half tiger seal and said, "Gravity seals, Kai!" His whole body slowly glowed and dimmed down. "You aren't the only one who trained with weights, Lee, although I prefer resistance seals," Naruto said as he flexed his muscles to get used to his new speed. Naruto ran with blind speed towards Lee. Lee didn't have time to do anything as Naruto took a page from Lee's book and punched him straight in the face and sent him to the ground. "Balcony. Fast," Kakashi said. "Looks like you're right, Kurenai. He also had weights on," Kakashi said, and Kurenai nodded. "But I didn't see him remove weights," Kakashi-sensei, asked. Naruto wasn't using any physical weights. He was using what is called gravity seals. These seals were invented by the Undying Hokage, and basically they restrained the body's movements, making you put more strength in to move, Kakashi explained, and nodded. "I want those seals," Sasuke demanded. "Sorry, but I can't give them to you. They can only be applied by someone very well versed in seals, and they are very dangerous to anyone who doesn't know seals. If you don't know how to properly use them, you may not be able to deactivate them during a battle, giving the opponent a big advantage," Kakashi explained with a serious tone. "Then how can that Doba use them?" Sasuke asked as he saw Naruto get leaps ahead of him. "That power should be his. Apparently he's very good with seals and a seal master," Kakashi said, much to the surprise of everyone. "But don't you need to be very smart to learn that?" Sakura asked. Then I guess Hinata was telling the truth about his IQ, Kakashi said, chuckling. This might be Naruto versus Rock Lee. They both engaged in a vicious taijutsu battle. To anyone below Jonin, they were nothing but blurs at such speeds. The power and speed that was behind those attacks was enough to completely shatter anyone's bones if it hit the opponent. Every single punch or kick they gave, the opponent blocked it and sent a shockwave towards the whole arena. Lee disappeared in a burst of speed and quickly appeared behind Naruto and threw a punch. Naruto caught the punch with both hands and brought Lee in front of him, placed the kick on his stomach. Lee simply shrugged it off. "As I expected, I'm faster, but you have more strength," Naruto said. "So it is," Lee said as he regained his balance and entangled his ligatures in both arms. Lee disappeared and quickly appeared next to Naruto and kneed him in the stomach. Naruto doubled over and Lee kicked him into the air. Naruto was in midair when Lee appeared next to him and tapped his back. Lee's ligatures quickly left his arms and wrapped around Naruto. Lee grabbed Naruto and both started spinning very fast and going in fast to the ground. "Omate range, front lotus. This is going to hurt," Naruto thought as he was spinning and heading headfirst to the ground with high speeds. Boom! A massive shockwave was heard through the whole room as Lee sent Naruto to the ground, making a big crater, much bigger than the one that was previously there. Lee was on the side as he watched the dust cloud settle and saw Naruto lying on the ground. "Ugh," Naruto barely said as he got up from the crater and then got shocked faces from everyone. "That hurt like hell. I'm already regretting not using my bloodline," he said as he got up and flexed his neck and dusted off his clothes. "How can you stand up like after that?" Lee asked as he was starting to get tired. That move was forbidden by his sensei due to the toll it takes on his muscles. "I channeled chakra to my body to lessen the impact, but even so, it hurt like hell," Naruto said, as he got ready to continue his onslaught. "It's about time to show you the true power of my taijutsu style," Naruto said. Lee didn't want to give him time to recover and quickly ran towards him and said, "Kona Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind." Naruto already knew this move and took the opportunity. He saw the kick approaching and he elbowed Lee's leg. Lee toppled over in pain and nursed his leg. "I'm sorry, Lee, but my true taijutsu style is meant to target weak and pressure points along the human body. I didn't put enough pressure to break the bones. Please surrender, I do not want to hurt you," Naruto said. "I cannot give up. Kai-sensei, forgive me, but I must do this," Lee said and rose up. He brought his arms in front of his chest in X form. Naruto watched as his veins started to show beneath his skin, and his skin started to become redder. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what Lee was about to do. "Lee, you can't open them. This is getting out of hand," Naruto said. "I cannot give up, for this is my ninja way," Lee said. "Kaimon, gate of opening, Kai!" Lee said as his veins started getting more defined under his skin. "Kyumon, gate of healing, Kai!" Lee said as his started turning red. "Soimon, gate of life, Kai!" Lee said, and a green aura could be seen forming around his body. "Shumon, gate of pain, Kai!" Lee said. "Tomon, gate of closing, Kai!" Lee said, and the air around him began to swirl around him due to the mass amounts of chakra he was unleashing. Balcony. "You taught him how to open the gates?" Kakashi said. "Are you insane?" he asked. "I don't want to hear this from you. He can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. Taijutsu is the only thing he has," Guy replied. "I can see chakra around his body. This is amazing," Sakura said as she watched in wonder at the power that was radiating from Lee. "I want you to teach me this, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke said. "Never. The gates are extremely dangerous. There are 8 gates in the human body. If you open them, all you gain is a temporary boost of strength that can surpass the Hokage, but then you die," Kakashi explained. "Lee is using them, then that means he is going to die," Sasuke asked. "You die if you open the 8th and last gate. However, if your body isn't strong enough to handle the strain of the lower gates, you can easily die as well. That is why it's a very dangerous technique," Kakashi explained, and Sasuke huffed. Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee. You truly are amazingly, but I can't lose here as well, and I promise only taijutsu only, which only leads me to my last trump card. Kaimon, Kyumon, Seimon, Shomon, Tomon, Kai, Naruto said, and exploded with chakra. Balcony. What? Kakashi yelled as he watched Naruto so easily open the 5 gates. How could he open the gates as well? He's crazy, Kakashi said. Kurenai, Kakashi said. Did you teach him this? Kakashi asked in a dangerous tone. No, I didn't even know he could do this, Kurenai said, just a surprise. Relax, Nana said, and got the attention of everyone. He knows what he's doing. Anyone can open the gates as long as they know where they are situated in the human body. I can open them as well. I can go up to 4, Hinata said, and everyone stared at her in shock. Kakashi gulped and revealed his Sharingan to see the battle that was about to ensue. How many gates can you open, Kakashi asked. Hinata smirked and shouted, Naruto, go full power! Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee. Naruto laughed at the enthusiasm Hinata was showing and decided to show them. Kurama, get ready. I'm going full strength, Naruto said, smirking.
Honestly, you have no restraint,
Kurama replied. Keimon, Joy of Gate. Kyumon, Gate of Shock. Kai! And then Naruto said, and he was surrounded by a blue aura. Balcony. 7 gates, Kakashi said, barely standing. Sakura, Ino, and most weaker Genin's were on the ground. The amount of power Naruto was unleashing was pushing the air for everyone. Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee. Shimon, Gate of Death. Kai! Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened. Naruto's muscles bulged out, completely ripping off his mesh armor and shirt he had, leaving his torso naked. Naruto started walking towards Lee. Every step he took, the ground beneath him cracked. His eyes were completely blue, and his skin was red. He was swaying heavily, and that gave him a blue aura. His hair was flowing in the air and lightly glowing. Balcony. He opened the last gate, Kakashi said as he fell to his knees. Don't worry, Hinata said calmly, and everyone stared at her. There are 5 people in the world who can open all the gates and live, and Naruto is one of them, Hinata concluded. You mean he can open a last gate and live? Guy asked, and she nodded. Guy gulped and turned his attention to the arena. This was a moment of a lifetime. To be able to witness all 8 gates opened. Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee. Ready, Lee? Naruto asked. His voice took a deeper tone due to all the open gates. Lee gulped and slowly nodded, not really wanting to see just what was going to happen to him. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed that not even the Hokage could follow. Not even Kakashi's Sharingan managed to follow him. Lee looked around when he suddenly felt crippling pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw Naruto with his fist embedded in his chest. Lee was sent flying. Before he could hit anything, Naruto appeared beneath him and kneed him in the back and sent him into the air. Naruto disappeared once again and appeared above Lee in the air. Naruto punched Lee with such strength that sent a shockwave throughout the whole arena. Anyone watching had to secure themselves with chakra to stand. Lee was about to go crashing to the ground when Naruto pulled him back by his arm ligatures and gave him a dropkick to the chest and sent him crashing to the ground. When Lee smashed, the whole building shook and the arena was blown to bits. The Hokage and Jonins that were watching had to leave, otherwise they would receive a full power of the blast wave. Naruto dropped to the ground and kneeled. Even though he could survive opening all the gates, it took a very large toll on his body. Hayate approached Lee to see if he was in one piece. He approached him and touched his neck and felt a weak pulse from him. Winner by knockout, Uzumaki Naruto, Hayate said, stuttering. He snapped from his shocks and yelled, Medics! Balcony. No one said anything to the amount of power they just displayed. They wondered how even Lee managed to survive such brutal strikes. They saw Naruto slowly walking up to them. They noticed he was breathing heavily. So that's the power of the 8th gate, Guy said as he ran towards his fallen student. Are you okay, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Naruto sunk to the ground and leaned against the wall. Yeah, I just need a little bit of sleep and I'll be back up in no time, he replied. You aren't human, Yukito said as she approached Naruto. Funny, because if it wasn't for the furball, I would have died, Naruto said, chuckling to the shock of many and confusion of the others. You probably wouldn't survive. Anyone below the 5th wouldn't survive opening the last gate. I don't like opening gates because I have better options, but I promise you a taijutsu only battle. I won't be able to move properly today, Naruto said. Do you know any of them? Sasuke smugly asked, trying to get as much information as he could. Well, the 5 people that can survive, there are 3 in here. That's me, Killer Bee, Naruto said, pointing towards the Kumo team's Jonin, and there is Fu. Naruto concluded, pointing to Fu, the member of the Taki team. Why are they so special? Sasuke asked, and everyone tensed. Not my place to tell, Sasuke, Naruto replied and got to his feet. Sasuke scowled at the blonde. Contestants gathered up, Hayate said, and everyone who passed was now staying in front of Hayate. Is Lee alright, Naruto asked? Well, according to the medics, his muscles are shredded, he has a few broken bones, a dislocated shoulder, and a concussion, Hayate replied. And everyone stared at Naruto, who was starting to feel bad for what he did. Don't worry, he will need to be in bed for 3 weeks before he can walk again, but he'll be just fine, Hayate said, and Naruto sighed in relief. The finals for his year's Chunin exams will be held in the main arena in 1 month's time. Here's a tournament grid. Take a look, Hayate said, and showed them the paper. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Fu versus Nii Yugito. Sabaku no Tamari versus Nara Shikamaru. Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. Sabaku no Gaara versus Sabaku no Kankuro. Looks like I'll be able to show you the true power of the Sharingan, Sasuke said as he smirked towards Naruto. Naruto laughed, and Sasuke got pissed. What's so funny, Sasuke asked. I'll give it to you. The Sharingan is an amazing tool, but that alone isn't enough, Naruto explained. You will never know the true power of the Sharingan, and I'll show it to you in the final, Sasuke said, smirking. I guess we will test whose bloodline is more developed, Naruto said, smirking. Everyone who was in the room just watched and began considering that Sasuke had a death wish. Bloodline or not, the amount of power Naruto unleashed here was enough to even give Kakashi or Guy a run for their money. I guess we will also face each other, cousin. I'll show you what a failure you are, Neji said to Hinata with his traditional arrogant grin. Maybe, but I'll not give up, Hinata said, smiling. Okay, contestants, you may leave the room. See you all in 1 month. Naruto, stay behind. I want to talk to you, the Hokage said, and he nodded. With the Hokage. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Although you pulled a very dangerous move, the Hokage said in a serious tone. I know, I would have never used the gate since I have better options, but I wanted to give Lee a taijutsu battle, Naruto explained, and Hokage nodded. What do you plan to do during this free month, the Hokage asked. Train, of course. Why do you ask? Naruto asked. Well, since both of you and Hinata passed, and Kurenai can only train one person, effectively, I thought I would mention that your godfather arrived yesterday to the village, Hokage said, and watched Naruto's reaction. My godfather? Who is he? Naruto asked, wondering who did his father choose. My student Jiraiya, and one of the teammates of your grandmother, the Hokage replied, and watched Naruto's jaw hit the floor. You mean Jiraiya the Sani? Naruto asked, getting ready to chase the man for training. The one and only, the Hokage replied, laughing. He should be in the hot springs. Naruto didn't think much of it and quickly left to the hot springs to meet his godfather. His godfather was the Jiraiya of the legendary Free Sannin. He should really be able to teach him all sorts of powerful techniques and be a very strong and serious person. Right? And that is the end of chapter 15. And now we move on to chapter 16 very soon, but I want to do a couple quick notes. One, I really do love the Lee versus Naruto fight scene. It was one of my favorite fights from this fanfic when I first read it, and it's still one of my favorites now. So, again, I do gotta give props to this fight. It's really good, and it's very well written in my opinion. Especially when Naruto opens all 8 gates, that's just amazing in my opinion. And it's still one of my favorite moments in the fanfic. And my second and final note for this one is I really am going to say one thing about the interaction between Jiraiya and Naruto in this fanfic, and they're going to be very interesting. And what I will say about this, I really do like how they set the stage for introducing Jiraiya as a character in this fanfic, especially since Naruto knows about everything else. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because we're now going to get into chapter 16, Enter the Pervert. Naruto left the main arena and found his team waiting for him. Everything alright, Hinata asked. Yeah, the old man just told me my godfather was in town. I didn't even know I had one, Naruto replied, chuckling. Godfather? Who is he? Kurenai asked. Jiraiya of Sani, Naruto said and laughed at their faces. I know, I had the same reaction when Gigi told me. How are we doing this, Sensei? Naruto asked. Well, I can't train you at the same time, otherwise it would be unfair, as you will probably face each other in the finals, Kurenai said. You can give your full time to Hinata-chan. I'll pester my godfather for some training, Naruto said. Okay, Kurenai replied. See you later at home, Hime, Naruto said, and he kissed her cheek and left. Konoha's Hot Springs. Naruto walked through Konoha, heading towards an objective, meeting his godfather at the hot springs. Konoha's hot springs were relatively small when compared to other exotic destinations, but it was enough for a village like Konoha. Naruto calmly walked through the village, and he was still tired from opening all the gates and got berated by Kurama, who had to heal him. No pain, no gain, right? Naruto quickly arrived at his destination and found it surprisingly calming outside. Normally, on a warm day like this, one should find hot springs with more guests. In the end, it was better this way. Naruto entered the hot springs and made his way towards the reception desk. Sitting in the chair behind the desk was a woman around 4 years old. She had neck-length black hair and brown eyes. Good afternoon. I would like to know if there is someone called Jiraiya using the hot springs, Naruto asked. Not that I'm aware of, dear, she replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at her kind tone. There is a couple of kunoichis, but the male section is completely empty, she finished her explanation. Naruto sighed and walked out. When he came outside, he noticed that Ebisu was there. Peeping a woman again, closet pervert, Naruto asked, making Ebisu jump. Such a rude comment. I'm a gentleman, Ebisu explained. Sure, that's why you're blushing and have a small trickle of blood on your nose, Naruto said, pointing at him. Nonsense, Ebisu said, waving him off. Shouldn't you be trained? I heard you'll be facing Uchiha Sasuke. He's a prodigy, you know, Ebisu said. Yeah, Sasuke's great, I know. Once drive his ass to the ground in front of everyone, no one will say that again, Naruto said, smirking. You really think you can defeat an Uchiha? Nonetheless, the Rookie of the Year, Ebisu asked. Even a Genin can kill a Kage, Naruto replied, much to the surprise of Ebisu. Besides, instead of peeking, shouldn't you be training Konohamaru, Naruto asked? Ebisu fought for a moment and came with the perfect excuse for being here. I was testing the hot water to see if it was good so that Konama could train chakra control, Ebisu said, smugly rubbing the bridge of his nose. Does he think he fools anyone, Naruto thought? Naruto was about to reply when they heard giggling coming from the hot springs roof. Both scanned the area and found a man with a small telescope peeping on the women that were taking a bath. I will not tolerate such behavior in my presence, Ebisu yelled and dashed to the man. Tisk, ruining my research, the man thought as he erupted in a puff of smoke and revealed a toad. The toad quickly sent his tongue and wrapped around Ebisu, slamming into the ground and knocking him out cold. Toes, Naruto thought as he watched the man. He was a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with a kanji for oil. He also had a noticeable wart on the left side of his nose. He wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with handguards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, a red haori with 2 simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. He also had a tattoo on his left palm, which resembled one that Gamma has in his as well. Are you Jiraiya? Naruto asked as he faced the man. Jiraiya looked at the young blonde, asking who he was. He suddenly started dancing, saying, I may look like another Sonic, but there is no place you can hide from me. For north, east, west, and south, the women kneel before me. I'm the gallant Jiraiya, Jiraiya said as he stopped dancing to see Naruto staring at him. Why is everyone in the village an idiot? The old man is a pervert, Kakashi is always late, my grandmother is a gambler, and now my godfather is an idiot and a pervert. Naruto thought inside and wondered why his father picked him of all people. Now I think about it, I wonder who my godmother is, Naruto mused and thought. Are you really my godfather? Naruto asked, not really wanting to know the truth. Godfather? No, Naruto? Jiraiya asked the blonde kid. Now I looked at him, he really looked like Minato. He had grown well since the last time he saw him, which was around 4 years old. Hi, Naruto replied. You've grown, Jiraiya said as he approached him and kneeled to his level. Man, you must be a lady killer. I think I just found my next source of inspiration, Jiraiya said, laughing and patting his back. I wonder why my father chose you, Naruto replied as his eye twitched. You know who your father is? Jiraiya asked with his eyes wide. Yeah, I've known since I was 5. Since you don't know, I guess you haven't been in the village since then, Naruto said, and Toad Sage nodded. If you're here now, how about you help me train for your Chunin exams, Naruto asked, and Jiraiya thought for a moment before he started to giggle. I will train you under one condition, Jiraiya said. Naruto knew he would most likely regret this, but asked, what condition? I want you to get me some mature fruit, Jiraiya said, giggling perversely while making gestures with his arms to the form of an elegant woman. Naruto facepalmed before a grin came to his lips. I have something better for you, Naruto said, smirking, to which Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. He activated his Sharingan, displaying his full power to Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could even say anything, Naruto locked eyes with him and said, Magen, harem viewing technique, and Jiraiya was dragging some hot springs that kind of looked like Konoha's, but they weren't. Jiraiya-kun, a blonde girl said as she was approaching Jiraiya, who was already submersed in the water. The girl had light blonde hair and brown eyes with a purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. She had a slender flame, but what really stood out were her DD cup breasts. Tsunade Hime, I knew you loved me. Come here, Jiraiya said as he nearly passed out from blood loss. Did he say Tsunade? Ah, hell nah, Naruto thought before he abruptly ended the technique. Jiraiya pouted. You stay away from Bachan, you pervert, Naruto yelled, pointing at him. Bachan? And Sharingan? You have a lot to explain, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. Fine, but you can't tell anyone yet. What do you want to know first, Naruto asked. How do you have the Sharingan, Jiraiya asked. My father told you this. My grandfather was Uchiha Madara, Naruto said, and smirked at his face. Jiraiya's jaw was on the floor. Madara? It can't be, Jiraiya said, stuttering and allowing his brain to process the information. From what my father told me, Madara Gigi didn't die in his fight with Hashira and Gigi. Years later, my father was born, and when my Madara Gigi's wife died, he left my father in the village, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded dumbly. What do you mean from what your father told you, Jiraiya asked curiously. I don't really know how he did it, but when I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old, he appeared in my mindscape and explained everything, Naruto explained. It's certainly possible that brat was always a genius, Jiraiya thought as he processed the information. Wonder how you never found out, Naruto said, and snapped Jiraiya away from his father's getting confused face from him. What I mean is that, for example, the Rasengan he created was derived from the tail beast ball. He saw it with his Sharingan. He couldn't copy it, but he could see how it worked, and after a bit of effort he created this, Naruto said, and extended his hand, showing his perfect Rasengan. You can do Rasengan. Who taught it to you, Jiraiya asked. It wasn't every day you saw a 14-year-old pull off an A-rank jutsu. No one. I read my father's scroll and trained, but I prefer the Raikiri or Shizori for battles. I only use the Rasengan when I need to destroy something, Naruto said, grinning. Raikiri? Jiraiya asked, and his face paled when he saw Naruto's hand sparkle in electricity. What kind of monster are you? Jiraiya asked. A fox, Naruto replied, laughing his ass off when Jiraiya's jaw dropped. I think you can't surprise anymore. Now, tell me, what was that about Sanai being your grandmother, Jiraiya said. Exactly that. She was my mother's mother. My mother was Uzumaki Kushina, right? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded. My mother's real name was Senju Kushina, and she was the daughter of Senju Tsunade, Naruto explained. I knew Tsunade had a daughter, but I heard she died. I never realized she was Kushina, Jiraiya thought out loud. That makes you a member of the Senju clan and also the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya said. Pretty much, Naruto said. You know where Tsunade is? I promised the old man that I would bring her back. After all, she still has me for family, Naruto concluded. Good luck with that. She lost everything and left the village for good. I tried to talk to her, but it's no good. I guess maybe you can, after the Chunin exams, we'll go look for her, Jiraiya said. Any more surprises you have? He asked. Nope, I don't think I have any more, Naruto replied. So will you train me, Baka Arasani? Naruto asked. Jiraiya twitched his nickname. Don't call me that, Baka. Fine, I'll teach you a couple things. Let's go to another spot, he replied. With Naruto and Jiraiya. Okay, I'll teach you this killer technique, Jiraiya said, and slammed his palm on the ground and erupted in smoke, revealing a toe with a large scroll in his tongue. Something contract? I already have one, Naruto said, and Jiraiya's eye twitched. Which one do you have? Jiraiya asked. Foxes, Naruto replied, and got a confused face from Jiraiya. There is no fox contract, Jiraiya stated with his arms crossed. Naruto bit his thumb and flashed through hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. When the smoke cleared, appeared Kinto. This is Kinto, a tracking fox, Naruto said, and Kinto gave Jiraiya his fox grin. Where'd you get it? Jiraiya asked. Kibi gave it to me, Naruto said, and Jiraiya was godsmacked. You already have talked to him? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto nodded. Just be careful, foxes are known to be cunning, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. If he knew Kurama's cage was open, he would freak, Naruto thought, chuckling. So anything else he can teach you, Naruto asked? Fine, let's start with this, Jiraiya said. The next couple jutsus are of my own creation. Use her Sharingan, it's easier to memorize for the seals, Jiraiya said, and Naruto activated his eyes. Ninpo, Harajizo, Needle Guardian, Jiraiya said, and immediately his hair grew out and formed a shell around his body protecting him. Your turn, he said. That's cool. I wonder what mine will look like since I'm blonde, Naruto said. And performed the same as Jiraiya. After the third try, Naruto can perform his jutsu effortlessly and can rely on it for combat. Good. Remember, this jutsu only protects you from B ranks and below, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded. Also, if you tend to rely on this jutsu for defense, you should let your hair grow a bit like mine, so it will be quicker to use, Jiraiya explained. Now, I want to check if your Rasengan is up to the standards. Clash with mine, Jiraiya said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I want to see if the compression, rotation, general power is good enough, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded, and both jumped back a few mirrors facing each other. Both dashed forward with their palms facing one another and yelled, Rasengan! At the same time. Both spirits clashed against one another, fighting for supremacy. The confrontation continued for a few seconds until both spirits exploded and sent both Jiraiya and Naruto flying in opposite directions. They quickly regained their senses and landed on the ground without much trouble. Your Rasengan is good, Jiraiya said. Oh, and by the way, who are you facing in the finals? He asked. I'm facing the last Uchiha, Naruto said, chuckling. He'll be in one hell of a ride when he finds out he isn't the last Uchiha, Jiraiya said, laughing. Arasani, Naruto called out, and his sensei's eyes twitched. You trained my father, right? He asked, and Jiraiya nodded before he continued. Do you know how he trained Hirashin? He asked. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked until a realization hit him. Don't tell me you can use that as well, he asked. Yes, I finished my version of Shiki formula a couple months ago, but it's hard for me to do multiple jumps in quick succession. I tend to crash into something, Naruto explained. You said you finished your version of the Shiki formula, Jiraiya said with his hands on his chin. How good are you with seals? He asked. Still master level 10, Naruto stated, and Jiraiya crossed his arms and pouted, muttering something about genius blondes. I know your father used to train by placing Hirashin seals on multiple places, making it kind of like a circuit. I believe he also trained his own agility and flexibility as well. He had the same problem as you when he first began, Jiraiya explained. Thanks, I'll do that, Naruto said. Arasani, I've been wondering, do you know who my godmother is? He asked, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Godmother? I believe your mother chose Hyuga Hana. After all, Hana and Hiyashi were your parents' best friends, Jiraiya explained while reminiscing about a few fun memories. Hinata-chan's mother? Who would have known, Naruto said. What makes it so surprising, Jiraiya asked. Hinata's my girlfriend, Naruto said, and that sent Jiraiya into a fit of perverted giggles, making Naruto's eye twitch and wonder if it was wise to tell him that. I knew you were a heartthrob. You were going to make me richer, just like your parents, Jiraiya said. What do you mean? Naruto asked confused, but when it came to his godfather, he already expected anything. I'm the author of these amazing books, Jiraiya said, and took an already too familiar orange book from his clothes. One of these books is based on your parents, Jiraiya said, giggling like a fangirl with a trickle of blood on his nose. You spied on my parents, Naruto asked, but it was more of a statement. Jiraiya nodded, quite proud of his accomplishments. If you do that to me and Hinata, I'll shove Raikiri up your ass, Naruto said, and Jiraiya shivered at the thought. Calm down, it was only a joke. Or not, Jiraiya said, laughing off at his expression. Are you really Asani? Naruto asked, getting more and more dubious of this supposed toe stage of a godfather. Just forget it, let's continue to train, Jiraiya said, and thought for a moment. If you tried to use Ikibi's power, he asked. I already can use Ikibi's full power, Naruto said, much to shock of Jiraiya. What do you mean, full power, Jiraiya asked. When I met my father at 5 years old, he opened the Ikibi's cage so I can access all of his chakra, Naruto explained. You can control him, Jiraiya said, astonished. There are only a few people in history that can control the power of a Biju. They were Yagura Sanbi Jinchuriki and Killer Bee the Hachibi Jinchuriki. That's the point. You don't control them, you work with them, Naruto explained. Are you telling me that you are friends with the QB, he asked? Pretty much, and I'm looking for a way to set him free. He doesn't need to be locked up and used as a weapon, Naruto said. You don't seem crazy, so if you're trying to set him free and mean to open the cage, I assume it wasn't his fault that the QB attacked 14 years ago, Jiraiya said. Exactly, when I was being born, someone attacked my mother and removed the QB from her. Then used a Sharingan to control him and attacked the village, Naruto explained. But only Madara managed to control him, Jiraiya said. I know that from the history books, or my father knew it wasn't Madara. After all, my father would have recognized his father's Sharingan signature, Naruto said. That makes more sense. Your father was the seal master. There was no way the seal would break with him present, Jiraiya said. Should I tell him about the Akatsuki? He seems much more mature than children of his age, and he's already this strong, Jiraiya thought. I wasn't planning on telling you this, but I see that you are mature enough to understand, Jiraiya said in a very serious tone. What is it now? Naruto asked. There's a group of S-rank criminals called the Akatsuki, and they were after the Biju, Jiraiya said. Why can't my life be simple? Naruto said as he sat on the ground. My life since birth has been an S-rank mission. I'm hated by almost everyone, and now I'll be chased by Kage-level ninja, he said, sighing. You will have it rough, but you have people that care about you. You have me, the Hokage, your girlfriend, I bet you have more friends, Jiraiya said, and Naruto slowly nodded. Cling to those that care about you and ignore the rest, he concluded. I guess, Naruto said. What's your dream, Jiraiya asked. To become the Hokage, Naruto said with a small smile. Same dream as both his parents. I'll do my best to guide you there, Jiraiya thought. Then don't give up. Fight for what you want, Jiraiya said. I never give up, and I never surrender, for that's my ninja way, Naruto said with renewed vigor as he jumped to his feet. Jiraiya smiled. Naruto reminded him so much of Minato and Kushina, it was scary. He had Minato's intellect with Kushina's personality. Let's go. I'll treat you to some dinner, Jiraiya said. Yes! Ramen! Here we go, Naruto said, and Jiraiya froze. No, not ramen, Jiraiya thought while he cried anime tears in his mind. And that is the end of Chapter 16. Chapter 17, Calm Before the Storm. 1 week had passed since the end of the second phase of Chunin exams, and everyone was busy training or gathering information on the adversaries. Naruto was trained with his godfather Jiraiya. The man was a pervert, but Naruto had to admit the man was strong and keen. Naruto didn't have much to prepare against his opponent Sasuke. He went to the academy with him, and like most Uchiha, Sasuke favored fire jutsus and relied on his Sharingan. Hinata was trained with Kurenai. Naruto didn't know much of what she was doing, and for good reason. After all, she will most likely end up facing him in the finals, so she should have a few surprises in store for her blonde. If you look carefully, you would notice that both Naruto and Hinata were facing clan members, so to speak. Naruto was facing Sasuke, and both were Sharingan wielders, and Hinata was facing her cousin Neji, and both were Byakugan users. Naruto remembered from the preliminaries all the details of the fight. A perk of the Sharingan is that it grants the user photographic memory. That's the reason why a Sharingan is able to copy jutsus. Neji and Hinata were mainly taijutsu users, with Hinata being a very good Suiton user. Fu was a bug and Suiton user, but also did not be Jinchuriki. Yuta was a fire user and very flexible at taijutsu, and also the Nibi Jinchuriki. Tamari was a long-range wind user, so her taijutsu should be low. Shikamaru was a Shao user, and like Tamari was long-range type, so his taijutsu should be his weak point. Conqueror was unknown since he didn't fight, and finally there was Gaara, the Sand user, and the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Naruto and Hinata. Naruto and Hinata were lying on the couch with Hinata wrapped in Naruto's arms with her back to his chest. They were relaxing after a long day of training. How did training go? Naruto asked as he caressed her hair gently. Good. I asked Asuma Sensei for some training on daggers and trench knife taijutsu, Hinata replied. Daggers, huh? That they suit you, beautiful and deadly, Naruto said. She turned around to face him and lightly kissed him and placed her hand on his chest. Flattery will get you nowhere, she said, and he chuckled. Oh, come on. You know it's true. You are beautiful, he said, and she slightly blushed. By the way, I need some pointers on light manipulation, she said. Did you do the leaf exercise by making it crumble, Naruto asked, and she nodded. Now you need to be able to channel big amounts of retitled chakra. You can do the same with a couple of rocks. Since it's harder to channel chakra for them, you need to increase the output amount until the rock breaks, he explained, and she nodded. And how did your training with the pervert go? Hinata asked, and he laughed. Naruto told her about his godfather and how he was writer of the Ichi books that Kakashi liked so much. As well as they can when you have an idiot of a godfather who is constantly distracted with his research, Naruto said, sighing. He taught me a few Katon jutsus. It's the only nature we share, Naruto explained. Hinata snuggled deeper into Naruto's chest. She was always amazed at the warmth he provided, and she always felt safe in his presence. They rested for a few minutes until Naruto remembered something he talked about with Jiraiya. Hey Hime, Naruto asked, and she hummed in response. Did you know that your mother was my godmother, he asked. Really? Hinata asked as she raised her head and locked eyes with him. According to Arasani, your parents were my parents' best friends. Go figure, he said, chuckling. I wonder what my father ever saw in Hiyashi, Naruto mused. You know, I think my father was never that bad, Hinata said softly, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. I was 3 years old, but I seem to remember him being kind to me. After my mother died, he turned cold and the elders didn't help. Then I was kidnapped, and the result of my abduction forced Nechi's father to be killed and delivered to Kumo as payment. I think he blames me for that. If I had been stronger, I wouldn't have been kidnapped, she explained. It was my fault. If I had been stronger, Hinata said, tearing up. Naruto lifted her up and cleaned her tears with his hands. He hugged her and she snuggled into his chest. It wasn't your fault. You were 6 years old. No one could have expected you to defend yourself against a Jonin, Naruto explained, easing her worries. But you managed to kill him, she replied in a weak voice, afraid to break. That was luck, plain and simple. I had my Sharingan and Kurama. Without both of those, I would have been killed instantly. I think he didn't kill me because he wanted my bloodline too, Naruto whispered to her, and she slowly nodded. He continued hugging her for a few minutes, and he felt her tension slowly ease up. Hinata meant the world to him. People like Naruto, Jinchurikis, no matter where they live, they grow in a world of pain, of suffering, and hate. Living in an environment like this is never good, much less when you are a child growing up. To people like Naruto, they are rarely showed any kindness or love, and it makes them very protective of that person since they gave them something they never had. This is the case of Naruto. Hinata was the first person to truly love him deeply and unconditionally, so he is very protective of her and would do anything to keep her happy and safe. Feeling better, Naruto asked while he cleaned her dried tears. She nodded and snuggled closer to him. She always found comfort and safety in him. Suddenly there was a puff of smoke in the middle of the room where they were. After smoke cleared, it revealed to be a fox. Hey there, Kyofu, Naruto said. Flashback. Forest of Death. Teammate just entered the gates of the Forest of Death, getting ready to ace the exam. Guys, wait up, I want to do something, Naruto said and flashed through hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, Naruto said, and Kyofu appeared. What do you need? Kyofu asked. I need you to spy on Kabuto. Something about him isn't right. His chakra levels are close to Jonin, yet he flunked 6 times. Here, Naruto said and showed him a chakra card he secretly stole from Kabuto's deck. Smell it and you will be able to find him, Naruto said. I have it. I'll be going, Kyofu said, and Naruto nodded. End flashback. So, what did you find out? Naruto asked. That Kabuto guy is working for Orochimaru. I found them talking to Force of Death, Kyofu said.
I told you he smells snakes.
Kurama yelled, and Naruto mentally yelled. Figures. Kurama said he smelled like snakes, Naruto said, sighing. He would inform the Hokage later. Anything else, he asked? Yes. I also heard Kabuto talking to the Sand Jonin about some invasion during the finals, Kyofu said, and Naruto nodded. A few seconds later, Naruto shot out of the couch and yelled, What? Keep it down, Kyofu said, while nursing his sensitive ears. Are you sure you heard that right? Naruto asked very seriously. Yeah, I'm sure, Kyofu said. What time is it? Naruto asked in a worry. It's 7 p.m. Why? Hinata asked, confused. The old man should still be in his office. We have to warn him, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. They both picked up their jackets, and Kyofu jumped on Naruto's shoulder as they left the apartment and headed towards the Hokage's tower. Hokage's tower. The Hokage was in his office doing what he does best. Paperwork. After Naruto told him the Kage Bunshin trick, the old man's life improved very much. Now he could take pleasure in what he liked to do, which was drinking tea, smoking his pipe, and reading his Ichi books and walking through the village. Suddenly, the doors busted open so fast even the hidden Anbu jumped in front of the Hokage to protect him from the threat. For Kami's sake, stand down, it's only Naruto-kun, the Hokage said, and the Anbu retreated with shame as they jumped into action without assessing the threat. Naruto, is there a reason to why you entered my office like that, the Hokage asked. Actually, there is. The Saiyan is going to invade during the finals, Naruto quickly said. What? The Hokage asked, thinking he misheard Naruto. I said that the Saiyan village will invade ours during Chunin exam's finals, Naruto said in a calmer tone. What makes you think that, the Hokage asked with his full attention towards Naruto. This is Kyofu, Naruto said, pointing towards the fox on his shoulders. He's a spy fox. During the second round, I summoned him to spy on Yakushi Kabuto because he had dream level chakra reserves and yet claimed to have failed the exam 6 times. Kyofu found him talking to Orochimaru and yesterday found him talking to Sanjonin regarding the invasion that they were planning, Naruto explained, and Kyofu nodded. Are you sure, Kyofu, the Hokage asked in a serious tone. Yes, Hokage-sama, the fox replied. Inu, the Hokage said, and in front of him appeared an Anbu with the dog mask. Summon Shikaku and Jiraiya, the Hokage said. Hi, the Anbu said and vanished. Now that you know, I'll be going, old man, Naruto said and waved him off. No, Naruto, you and Hinata stay here. We may need to know anything else that Kyofu knows, and you deserve to hear this since you discovered it, the Hokage said, and they both nodded. Not even 15 minutes later, everyone was assembled in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, Shikaku, Naruto, and also Hinata. Welcome, and sorry for calling you this quickly, but the situation may be dire, the Hokage started. Naruto claims the same village will be invading during this exam's finals, Hokage said, and everyone stared with their eyes open at Naruto, who was feeling a bit insecure. That's a bold claim, Naruto-san, even more since the same village is our ally. What is your proof, Shikaku asked, and Naruto explained his doubt of Kabuto and his talk of Orochimaru and Baki to Sanjonin. Actually, it is plausible, Jiraiya said. According to my spy network, the Wind Daimyo has been giving more missions to our country, which will, without a doubt, cripple the Sand Village. And if they're desperate enough, they might try an invasion, Jiraiya concluded. What's the background on Kabuto, Jiraiya asked. He's the adopted son of our chief medic. He was found in an empty battleground a few years ago, and chief medic adopted him, the Hokage said. Should I capture him for interrogation, Jiraiya asked. No, if he's found missing, they might invade straight away without giving us time to prepare, the Hokage explained, and noticed that Naruto wanted to say something, but he found himself a little insecure. After all, this was almost a war meeting. And if you want to say, Naruto-kun, the Hokage asked, and he nodded before beginning. Remember when I brought Rokusho Aoi, Naruto asked, and the Hokage nodded. Well, before I trapped him in the scroll, I interrogated him, and he said he belonged to Sand Village, and his Kage was Orochimaru. So isn't it possible that Sound and Sand Village formed an alliance to attack us, Naruto asked, dropping an idea out loud. It's true. I've heard of a new village formed a few months ago, and besides, you had Sound gaining competing, Jiraiya explained. Also, it's very strange to bring the Ichi Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exams when he's clearly mentally unstable unless you are intending to release Shikaku in the middle of the village, Naruto said. Naruto is right. I've heard rumors of the Sand Brat. He's as unstable as it gets. It wouldn't take much for him to crack, Jiraiya said. So everyone agrees that they will most likely invade, the Hokage asked, and everyone nodded. Well then, let's plan for it. I'll recall immediately most of our shinobi that are on missions, the Hokage said. What about our evacuation routes and shelters, the Hokage asked. They are always prepared, but we will stock some supplies just to make sure. Also, we can't evacuate too early, otherwise they might suspect. Our best choice is a surprise counterattack once they start the invasion, Shikaku explained. They will focus on the most important objectives, like the academy, hospital, IT department, and the Anbu station, Shikaku continued, but then was interrupted by Naruto. I have a suggestion, Naruto started. I found a couple of barrier seals in my house that might serve our purpose. They can create a barrier dome around a building, protecting it from damage. Also, people inside can leave freely, however, for someone to enter, someone inside must open the barrier, Naruto explained. Barrier seals, Jiraiya asked? Yes, they belong to Uzumaki clan. I studied them, and a Chunin can power the shield for a day. Their strength is directly related to the chakra that is powering them, so a Chunin can create a barrier that will hold anything below S-rank techniques. Naruto explained, and everyone had their jaw on the ground. The Whirlpool Village was the home of the Uzumaki clan, the most renowned Funjutsu users in the world. It took the combined effort of 3 villages to bring down a single clan. Looks like there is more than meets the eye with Naruto here, troublesome blonde, Shikaku said. Very well. Jiraiya, I want you and Naruto to prepare the seals around our major buildings during these weeks. Be discreet, the Hokage explained, and both nodded. Now the evacuation plans are set, what about the Shikaku, the Hokage explained. I can take care of him, Naruto said, and everyone just turned to stare at him. Come again? The Hokage asked. During the finals, we will face in combat. I'll defeat Sasuke, no doubt about it. Gaara will definitely win against his brother. During the second round, we will face each other, and I can seal Shikaku tight enough so he won't be a problem, Naruto explained. That is a very serious claim you are making, Naruto. Are you sure you can do it, the Hokage asked. He had no doubt that Naruto was strong and skilled, but to take on a Biju, that was a totally different matter. Absolutely, Naruto said, and stared at everyone in the room with his EMS glowing in its full power, and gave shivers to everyone in the room. They could feel the power behind those eyes, the true power of the Sharingan, the power of Uchiha Madara. Troublesome blonde, Shikaku muttered. He would have asked, but it would be too troublesome to know. Since when do you have a Mangekyo? Jiraiya asked, completely shocked with his godchild. He knew very well the powers behind eyes like those. I have had it since I became a Genin, but I'll tell you later, Naruto said. That is a very high risk you are taking, the Hokage said, and fought for a moment. I'll trust you, but I will have Jiraiya stand by if necessary, the Hokage explained, and Naruto nodded. Don't worry, old man. Have I ever let you down, Naruto asked. No, but don't forget, this is a Biju, the Hokage said. So, mine has 8 more tails, Naruto said, smirking. Very well. The early arrangements are prepared. Summon the rest of the clan heads to inform them and be discreet. Always, the Hokage said, and Naruto and Hinata left the room. It was an interesting night. Kumagakure, Raikage's office. The Raikage was in his office trying his best against the #1 Kage enemy, paperwork. He is a tall, dark-skinned man with a large muscular build, with his white hair combed back, a small mustache, and a beard. His face is very distinguished with pronounced cheekbones and tear-furrows under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his forehead. He has pointed canines, and his top lip also has a darker hue than the bottom one. The Raikage was called A, and he was the son of the third Raikage who was demoted after the Hyuga affair. Curse you, father, for leaving this paperwork nightmare for me, A cursed and fought as he signed another mission report when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Enter, the Raikage said. The door opened and a woman entered his office. Mabui was a dark-skinned woman with green eyes. She wore very formal attire consisting of a long-sleeved, high-collared dress, shirt, and skirt, along with a pair of long earrings and sandals. She wore her light gray hair pulled back in a bun with 2 bangs that fall on either side of her face. Mabui was the Raikage's assistant in dealing with paperwork. Raikage-sama, it appears that Yukito-san has made the finals during Konoha's Chunin exams, Mabui explained. Excellent. Please send a letter informing the Hokage that I will attend the finals, Raikage said. Yes, Raikage-sama, Mabui replied. Darui, see, the Hokage called out, and in front of him dropped 2 shinobis. C is a young man with short blonde hair and dark eyes. He wears a sleeveless black shirt with a one strap over one shoulder, white flak jacket, 4 protector, characteristic black elbow-length arm guards, and the red and white Kumagakure shin guards, along with a pair of sandals. Darui is a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slight bulbous nose, a lazy look in his eyes, and shaggy white hair which covers his left eye. He wears a high-collared sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrists, and the one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket of a Kumagakure shinobi. Darui also has stylized characters for water and lightning tattooed on his right and left shoulders, respectively denoting his chakra nature's affinities, water release and lightning release, as well as the fact that he has a Kage Genkai, the storm release. The tattoo on his left arm also signifies that he has inherited the third Raikage's black lightning. These 2 shinobis were the Raikage's main bodyguards. We leave for the Leaf Village at once, Raikage said, and jumped for the window, breaking the glass during the process. Another window, Mabui sighed and walked out. Let's go, Darui, said C as he prepared to jump for the broken window. This is so dull. I'll take the door and catch up with you, Darui said and walked out. Konoha next day. Jiraiya was walking through the village, heading towards his intended destination. If someone watched him, they would see Jiraiya walking calmly. However, inside his head, Jiraiya was taking every precaution to make sure he wasn't followed. Why was he taking precaution, you might ask? The answer is rather simple. The destination was none other than the Namikaze compound. He agreed to meet Naruto there and prepare the barrier seals to place around some buildings. After all, no one has used the Namikaze compound since Yondaime had died 14 years ago, defeating the Kyuubi, and seeing even Jiraiya at the entrance of the compound would raise far too many questions. Jiraiya arrived at the gates of the compound and rang the bell. Naruto showed up a few minutes later and unlocked the gate and added his chakra signature to the seals protecting the compound. Jiraiya entered, and when he spotted Naruto, he looked at him and shivered. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked, clearly confused to why would Jiraiya shiver like that when he saw him. "Nothing really. Can you do me a favor and activate your Sharingan?" Jiraiya said as he stared intently at Naruto. Naruto was confused by his statement but shrugged it off. He activated Sharingan and noticed that Jiraiya shivered once more. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto asked. "You remind me too much of Madara with your hair like that, and when you activate your Sharingan it became even worse. I remember when I met him for the first time. I was only 5 years old," Jiraiya explained, and Naruto rose an eyebrow. Naruto's hair had drastically changed. His hair was still spiky, but now it was to waist length, with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye. Because his hair was like Madara's, he only needed his hair black and be wearing Senju armor, and he would be like Madara himself, minus whiskers. "I found jutsu that lengthened my hair. You said I should grow it out to use those jutsus you taught me. Besides, Hinata likes it better this way, and I kinda like it also," Naruto said, grinning, and activated his EMS, making poor Jiraiya feel a shiver running down his spine once again. "Come inside and let's get the seals ready," Naruto said, and both walked inside. Jiraiya felt nostalgic as he remembered being inside with Minato. He was walking with Naruto when he suddenly remembered one particular scene when he was in his living room. Flashback. "It's an amazing book," Minato said as he finished reading the first book his sensei Jiraiya released. "The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. That's why I want to name our son Naruto. I want him to become a great embrace shinobi like your main character," Minato said. "Are you serious? That name came to me while I was eating ramen," Jiraiya replied. "Naruto. It's a beautiful name," Kushina said as she came in from the kitchen to join them in the living room. End of the flashback. "What are you thinking about?" Naruto asked as he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Nothing. Just remembering a few memories from this place," Jiraiya said as he sighed. Naruto nodded and proceeded to guide Jiraiya towards his library. The library of the Namikaze house was located in the basement and was protected by multi-layered seals to prevent any unauthorized person access. Naruto placed his hand on the seal. The seals seemed to recognize his chakra signature and blood, and automatically slightly glowed before the door opened. These are seals. Naruto picked them up and showed them to Jiraiya. He placed them on a table and started analyzing them. "These are some high-quality seals, as expected from the Uzumaki clan," Jiraiya said after a few minutes. "Kagebunshi no Jutsu," Naruto said, and appeared 100 clones. "I want each of you to replicate that barrier seal," Naruto ordered, and every clone picked up a small piece of paper and started writing the seal. Not even 5 minutes had passed, and Naruto already possessed 100 copies of the barrier seal. "That is some manufacturing speed," Jiraiya said, and Naruto chuckled. After all, once Naruto learned sealing, he never once again needed to buy explosive tags or sealing scrolls since he could easily make them. "Let's go, Ero-Sani," Naruto said. Jiraiya's eye twitched. "Stop calling me that," Jiraiya yelled. Naruto and Jiraiya shunshin towards the academy and arrived at the front gates. Naruto immediately picked 4 seals and placed one on each wall. They remained until Naruto channeled a bit of chakra and they disappeared into the wall. They proceeded to apply these seals in all major locations around Konoha. The academy, hospital, IT department, prison, Anbu department, and decided to place them around the shelters as well. "It's done," Naruto said, after placing the last of the seals around the shelters, which civilians will be led to once the invasion begins. "I'll talk to the sensei about the arrangements to activate the barriers," Jiraiya said, and left to the Hokage's office. Naruto looked at the sky and saw the sun to check the time. It was around 3 PM, so it was still early. I might as well go visit him, Naruto thought as he activated the Shunshin. Konoha's hospital. Naruto arrived at the hospital entrance. He never really liked hospitals. The feeling of death he got from it made him shiver. He entered through the main doors and calmly made his way towards the woman that was sitting behind the desk. "Good afternoon. Which room is Rock Lee in?" Naruto politely asked. The woman raised her head to look at the person that was sitting in front of her. The moment her eyes locked with him, Naruto could see the disgusted look on her face. "You aren't allowed to visit him. Now leave," the woman sneered at Naruto. Naruto was getting tired of the treatment he received. The glares of names, he simply discarded them, but not allowing to do something that he had every right to do wasn't going to roll with him anymore. Naruto flared a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra enough to change his eyes and affect his voice.
"Care to say that again?"
Naruto asked as his voice took a deeper tone. He watched the woman wince at his tone and watched her look at him and quickly shift her eyes away. Sorry about that, sir. Rock Lee is in room 201, she quickly said, trying to get him to leave, as it was getting hard to breathe and stand for that fact. Room 201. Naruto quickly made his way towards room 201 to visit Lee. Even though it was a fight during a tournament, he still felt a little upset for causing him that much pain and damage. He walked to the room and saw him on the bed. Sitting in a chair beside him was Tenten. "Hey, Lee," Naruto said as he walked for the door. Both Tenten and Lee turned to face him and smiled. "Yosh! My eternal rival came to pay me a visit! I promise next time I won't lose!" Lee yelled, making Tenten bonk him on the head for all his yelling. "I see you're feeling better. That's good," Naruto replied. "He's feeling better, alright. Before I came here, I found him on the ground doing push-ups with his working arm," Tenten said, sighing, and Naruto laughed at his enthusiasm. "You need to rest, Lee, otherwise you are going to miss me kicking butt at the finals," Naruto said, grinning, and Tenten simply facepalmed. But someone so strong he could still act like a kid. "I will do my best to recover in time! If I can't, I shall do 1,000 laps around Konoha!" Lee yelled yet again, and Tenten decided just to shrug it off. "Why can't I have a normal person on my team?" she said, sighing. "By the way, I like your new hairstyle. It suits you," Tenten said. "Thanks, I like it a lot too," Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. "It's good you were recovering, Lee. I will see you in the finals," Naruto said, and left the room and went to train. He still had about 3 weeks left before the finals started. And that is the end of chapter 17. So, pretty good chapter in my opinion, and it kind of foreshadows what's going to come, which is the invasion. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this Naruto deals with the invasion, and also how he does in the finals of the Chunin exams. But we're going to find all that out in chapter 18, which is called Let the Games Begin. So chapter 19, Let the Games Begin. Konohagakure, also known as the village hidden among the leaves, was a shinobi village among many others spread throughout the elemental nations. Normally one wouldn't find enemy shinobi walking around the village without a care in the world, but today was a very special day. Today was the Chunin exams finals. Today the competitors from various countries would fight against each other in mortal combat to prove their worth and try to gain promotion to Chunin. The sun was slowly rising on the horizon, and a warm breeze was felt flowing throughout the village. It was still early, but the village was already booming with movement, stores were already open, and many were seen walking through the streets. After all, the Chunin exams were a very important event anywhere. The early stages weren't anything special, but the finals was another matter completely. During the finals, many nobles and a daimyo himself would watch the games. They served as an alternative to war and to prove the worth of the shinobi belonging to the certain villages. What no one expected, at least from the civilian side, was that war was much closer than they thought. The sun was coming up, slowly making its way up to the sky. A beam of light managed to get through the window and wake up our favorite blonde by hitting him straight in the eyes. The sun, millions of kilometers away, and yet deadly accuracy, blinded Naruto. Naruto grunted as he tried to shift his eyes away from the sun. He looked down and saw his angel was still asleep. "Wake up, Hinata," Naruto said in his sleepy voice, slowly shaking her awake. "Morning," she said, and gave him a quick kiss. Naruto made a Kagebunshi to go prepare breakfast. "Come on, we have to get up," Naruto said, and then she started pouting and mumbled 5 more minutes. What to do?" Naruto thought, and suddenly a light bulb flashed in his head, nearly blinding Kurama. "Get up, Hinata-chan, we have your cousin's ass to kick," he tried to say with a straight face. Hearing that, Hinata perked up and immediately got up. "Let's go then," she replied, and he chuckled. They went to take a quick bath separately to freshen up and to truly wake up, since Naruto tumbled his way towards the bathroom, bumping into a few things. They had a heavily caloric breakfast since they knew that there would be plenty of action today. After all, shinobi can eat pretty much what they want and still look good due to all the training and work that they do. After breakfast, they began preparing their weapons since they both knew that there was going to be an invasion sometime during the finals. They walked to the middle of the room until Naruto bit his thumb and sprayed blood across the wall. The reaction was instantaneous as the wall glowed for a moment until it seemed to disappear and show another room. In fact, Naruto drew a blood seal on the wall that created a space between his normal house and the Namikaze compound, since he couldn't live there full time for now. The seal was based on Hirashin and opened a portal, so to speak, that allowed anyone to cross and literally walk up to the compound. Of course, the wall was protected by a blood seal, and only Naruto now could activate it, since Naruto added her chakra signature to the seal. Naruto changed his outfit slightly. Since he knew that the Saiyan was going to invade, he decided to use proper clothes. He kept the traditional orange pants, but he was wearing a sleeveless black shirt with mesh armor under it. He also had a gray chest-plated armor similar to those worn by the Anbu, and arm guards with sword shields along the wrists. On his wristbands, there were his special Hirashin kunais, standard shuriken, Fuma shurikens, and his personal favorites for crippling strikes, Senbon. What many people don't realize is that Senbon are deadlier than shuriken. It's extremely difficult to kill someone with shuriken unless it hits a critical area like the neck or head, otherwise it won't pierce enough to kill the target. However, with Senbon, one can hit one of many pressure points with them that can stun the enemy, put him to sleep, and even kill them. Of course, every weapon has its disadvantages, and Senbon are extremely difficult to learn how to use, and even more to actually hit the enemy where it was intended. Hinata-chan, where are the poisons? Naruto asked, and Hinata replied saying that they were on a bottom cabinet in the second scroll. Hinata was very proficient in making poisons. She wasn't a very good medical shinobi, and let's be honest, she sucked at antidotes because she never had any training outside of reading, but for poisons, let's just say she was a natural. And poor Naruto was her guinea pig. Since he couldn't die due to any poison that he might get injected because of Kurama, Hinata usually tested them on him. She would occasionally throw a Senbon towards unsuspecting Naruto and watch the results. Naruto knew that his shy Hinata must have a sadistic side to her. Naruto opened the cabinet and unsealed the contents of the scroll to show 3 small vials with different colors and labels. The first vial was white and was a paralyzing poison. This particular poison will shut down the user's nervous system from the neck down, effectively paralyzing him. The second vial was a yellow and was a sleeping poison, and like the name says, it renders the user unconscious. The last and final vial was black and was a killing poison. Once infected, it would spread extremely quickly and kill the user in a matter of seconds or minutes, depending where the Senbon hit the target. Naruto dipped his Senbon in these multiple poisons and sealed them in different seals so he could separate them. It wouldn't be much good if Naruto killed the person he was trying to capture. Speaking of weapons, Naruto offered his sword, the Raijin no Ken, to Hinata so she could use it in conjunction for water attacks, similar to how the Nandame Hokage did, but she refused. Hinata preferred using her daggers she learned how to use during this month. Her daggers offer more fluidity in her taijutsu style, and she could channel wind or lightning chakra through them. In the end, it looked like the Raijin no Ken was going to become what it was before it was stolen, a family heirloom until anyone decided to pick up the sword. Concerning Hinata's daggers, they were somewhat special. Even though they had a few missions, both of them didn't have that much money to buy worthy daggers, so Naruto took it upon himself and forged them for her. He bought chakra metal, which is cheaper than buying already made weapons. He really outdid himself with them. The daggers were made of the best chakra metal and allowed Hinata to channel her elemental chakra through them to increase the piercing power. Their design was amazing. They were truly beautiful and deadly, just like Naruto described Hinata. Naruto also printed a couple of seals on them to increase their resistance and durability. He also included a summoning seal that allowed Hinata to summon her daggers if she ever lost them or threw them from her hands. Hinata was preparing her weapons and seals when she heard clang. She rushed to Naruto to see what happened and saw him picking up a weapon he apparently dropped on the floor. She looked at the weapon and her eyes widened. "You're taking that?" she asked, not believing her eyes as she looked at the weapon. Naruto was picking up and preparing to seal the weapon and sword seal in his body. Kurama had told him the story of that weapon and few like those. Apparently they're created by the Rikudo Sanin himself and were many times more powerful than any other weapon. To anyone not related to the sage himself, these weapons had a massive chakra use, and so only a pure Uchiha or a Senshi would be able to use those weapons properly. "I'm up against a Bijuu. Give me a break," and point out all the stops against him, Naruto pointed out. "So am I," Hinata replied, and then she folded her arms. Naruto asked, not understanding what she meant. "You don't expect me to lose against Neji, right?" she asked. "Of course not," Naruto replied. "During the second round, we'll be facing either Fu or Yugito," she stated. "Yes, but they aren't crazy," Naruto said, waving his hand, trying to prove his point. "Let's hurry this up, or we might be late," Naruto concluded, and sealed his favorite weapon inside his seal. He wondered why his father never used it. Maybe it just wasn't style. They quickly finished packing everything they needed. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder, and both of them flashed their Chunin exams. This month, after Naruto had uncovered the invasion, he tried his best to spread his Sarashin seals throughout the whole village. Now he could be virtually everywhere in the village. Konoha Stadium. They arrived just outside the Konoha Stadium and quickly made their way inside. The stadium was packed full. Among all the audience, there were daimyos, important businessmen, and shinobi from other villages who just came to watch. After all, the Chunin exams is where the best games are. The Kage box was located above the audience, and they had a particular vantage point to watch the matches. They were the judges, and so need to evaluate the contestants properly. There were 2 Kages currently staying in the Kage box. The Hokage was first and had 2 bodyguards. The first was Namiyashi Raido. His most distinct feature is probably the wheel-like scar on his face, running across the bridge of his nose and down across the left side of his face. He has brown spiky hair, dark eyes, and wears the Saren attire of the Konoha Shinobi, complete with a forehead protector and a Saren flak jacket. The other bodyguard was the self-inducted super pervert, the gallant Jiraiya. In the third chair was A, the Undaime Raikage, and his bodyguards Dari and C. "Seems like Uchiha Sasuke is missing," A commented. Yugito was the strongest genin they had in Kumo, and he was expecting she could put all these genin to shame, primarily the Uchiha. I heard he was training with his sensei Hatake Kakashi, so maybe he picked up his bad habit, the Saitama said, chuckling, and Ace snorted. The Hokage and Raikage were talking when they noticed the Kazekage arriving. The Kazekage was known for using his gold dust, similar to how Gaara manages to use his sand. Greetings, Kazekage-sama. I'm glad you made it. I hope you aren't tired, the Sandaime said. Not at all, Hokage-sama. It was good they were in the Leaf this year. You aren't the young man you once were for long travels, the Kazekage said. Don't treat me like an old man. I intend to remain Hokage for another 5 years, Hokage said, making A narrow his eyes. Seems like you're missing the last Uchiha, Kazekage said. Like I told Raikage-sama, his sensei is Hatake Kakashi, and he's notorious for being late, the Hokage said, and the Kazekage nodded and took his seat. He sat in the second chair in the middle of the Hokage and Raikage. Now, shall we begin, the Hokage asked, and they both nodded. The Hokage got up and went to the edge of the balcony. He used a voice amplification jutsu and said, Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this year's Chunin Exams Finals. This year we have many talented genins from Konoha, Kumo, Suna, and Taki. Now, without further delays, let's begin the matches, Hokage concluded, and the crowd cheered. With the crowd. They can't start the matches without Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled. Chill out, Sakura. He still has time before his match begins, Kiba replied, and she glared at him. Did Gaara kill the Uchiha? I told him to lay low, Baki fought, looking at Gaara, who looked surprisingly calm. Quiet down, it's about to begin, Ino said, and they looked at the arena and noticed Hayate was about to speak. And quick note, there's an office note here, yes, Hayate is alive in his fanfic. I don't know how, I wish there was more depth into how he survived, but he's alive, and I'm kind of happy about that, so let's get back to the story. In the arena, Hayate was explaining the rules at the participants, and they were pretty much the same as during the preliminaries. Let's begin, Hayate said, but got interrupted by Hinata. Are we starting without Sasuke, she asked. He will have until his match show up, otherwise he'll be disqualified, Hayate explained. Any more questions, Hayate asked, and nobody said anything. Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata stay, and the rest of you go to the waiting area, Hayate said, and everyone started to leave. They all left, but Naruto didn't leave without saying goodbye and kissing her cheek, much to her embarrassment. With the crowd, the rest of the genins all made their way to the middle of the crowd and joined with their respective senseis and teammates. Hey, Haku, Zabuza, Naruto said, waving at them. It's a shame you didn't enter Chunin exams, Haku, Naruto said. Yeah, my team wasn't ready yet. Maybe next time, Haku replied. She was about to say something else when Zabuza spoke before her. Hey, brat, Zabuza started. You better win this. I've got money right on you, he said. Are you serious, Naruto asked. Of course, after everything I saw you do, if you lose, I'll have Haku freeze your balls, Zabuza said, and Naruto chuckled weakly while involuntarily bringing his hand to his manhood. I like the new hairstyle, Naruto, Haku said. She had to admit he looked good. He wasn't wearing any sleeves, so she could see his muscles. They weren't large or bulky, but they were of someone who trained hard, and his hairstyle was quite unique and looked good on him. Thanks, he replied, and gave her a thumbs up. Look closely, Hanabi. There was no one who received the Hyuga blood like Neji, Hiyashi said. Is he really that strong, Hanabi asked? She was the second daughter of Hiyashi and the current heir to the Hyuga clan. He's very talented, nothing like your weakling of a sister, Hiyashi said. You are in for a rude wake-up call, Hiyashi. You are about to see the real Hinata, Naruto thought as he overheard Hiyashi speaking with Hanabi. Arena, you should give up, cousin. Fate already declared me the winner, Neji said in a smug smile. Hinata turned to Hayate and said, Your name is Fate? I thought it was Hayate, she said, and everyone started laughing. Neji even glared at Hayate. What? Hayate asked. It was funny, he said. You are a weakling, cousin. Everyone knows that, Neji said, and Hinata just shook her head in disappointment. She figured since she got kicked out, Neji would at least sympathize a little bit with her. Fighters ready? Hayate called out, and they both nodded. Hajime, he said, and jumped back. You can't evade fate, cousin. During preliminaries, you resort to use ninjutsu. That only proved you are meant to be a Hyuga, he said. Then I shall defeat you using our taijutsu style, Hinata said, as she took the stair in Juken stance. Knees bent with left leg slightly forward, her right arm extended with the palm facing Neji and also coiled near her waist. Neji smirked and didn't even activate the Byakugan or took any stance. He simply ran forward and closed the distance in no time. He went for a traditional Juken strike to the chest. Now wait for it to get close, and faster than lightning she deflected the strike. She crouched down and swept his legs. Flowing with the momentum, she completed her twist and gave him a strike to the chest and sent him tumbling to the ground. You should have taken this seriously, Neji, Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan without the seals. Neji spat a bit of blood coming from his lips and removed the dirt and dust off his clothes as he got up. He decided to show her how it was done and activated his Byakugan and got into his stance. with the crowd. Looks like they're getting serious, Naruto said. Yeah, that was nothing but a little skirmish, Asuma said. Asuma, Kurenai said, getting his attention. You remember our bet, right? She asked. Yeah, I know, but I'm confident Shikamaru will be promoted, Asuma said, trying to convince himself. Arena. Neji quickly dashed towards Hinata, and for a few strikes, Hinata dodged them all as if she were dancing. She didn't even need to block his attack, she simply shifted her weight and went with the flow. Damn it, why can't I hit her, Neji asked of himself, getting frustrated, and he was using his best moves. And she dodged them all as if there were nothing. Now it was time for Hinata to make her move. She tried a quick Juken strike to his shoulder, but Neji blocked it. Neji quickly found himself on the defensive as Hinata was pushing him back. Each strike he blocked was a close call, and if it hit him, it was game over. She seemed to be only targeting his most important chakra points. Neji decided to gain some space and backflip, but didn't expect Hinata to dash after him so fast. She went with a Juken strike to his left shoulder. I can't let her hit me, or she'll disable my left arm, Neji fought. Hinata watched him smirk and wondered what was so funny until she noticed he was starting to spin. She quickly realized what he was going to do and jumped back to avoid the attack. Kaiten! Neji yelled as he spinned in a blue dome of chakra. With the crowd. That's Hiyashi said as he watched the prodigy of the branch family pull the best defensive move of the main house. Kaiten was the Hyuga's pride and joy. It was their absolute defense, or so they thought. Unbelievable, a Hyuga elder thought as he watched Neji pull off the Kaiten. Tosan, isn't that? Hanabi asked, but never got to finish. Kaiten. The main house absolute defense. To think he progressed so far without anyone to train him. He really is a prodigy, Hiyashi stated. The arena. Neji finished his Kaiten and smirked at Hinata. Looks like it's you who is trying to avoid his fate. Kaiten is a main house technique, Hinata said. A fair like you will never understand, Neji said, and dashed forward and quickly closed the distance between him and Hinata. You were in my field of divination, Neji said, and got into his stance. Hake, Rokujo Yonshu. 64 palms of the hand, Neji called out, and was about to start his best offensive attack when he saw Hinata start to spin. His eyes widened at what was about to happen, but it was too late. Kaiten! Hinata yelled, and spinning she created her own blue diamond chakra, and Neji was thrown out very fast, impact with the wall. With the crowd. That's my girl, Naruto said as he cheered for Hinata. The rest of the gang and most of Jonin were watching as this disavowed heiress kicked the Hyuga prodigy's ass. Hiyashi seethed his teeth as he watched Hinata flawlessly perform the Kaiten. He already knew she could use it, but to that perfection, he never figured. To-san? Nisan just used the Kaiten too, Hanabi said, as she watched the usual stoic Hiyashi show his face of anger. Hiyashi, the elder said, care to explain how your daughter can use the Kaiten, he asked. How should I know, he said, and the elder went back to his brooding like a certain Uchiha we know. Arena. Still believe I'm a failure, she asked, watching her cousin rise from the ground, removing a few pieces of rocks from him. She noticed that his breathing was starting to get labored. After all, the Kaiten did send him to the wall quite hard. I admit, you're better than I expected. In the end, it won't matter. I didn't think you could pull the Kaiten as well as you did, Neji replied as he watched her. During this whole match, he had yet to land a single strike to her, and yet she already delivered 2 strong strikes to him. He needed to end this fast, otherwise he would lose, and that he couldn't allow. Neji ran as fast as he could towards Hinata. Neji approached her and threw dust he had in his hand towards her eyes. Hinata didn't expect such a low trick and could only close her eyes. Neji smirked and took his chance to end it. Hake Rokuchon Shu! 64 palms to the hand, Neji said as he got into his stance. 2 palms, Neji said as he closed 2 chakra points in Hinata's network. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, Neji said, finishing the strikes as Hinata was pushed back, but stood on her feet. In the sands, Hiyashi smirked in satisfaction as he watched her failure of her daughter put in her place. In the end, you were nothing more than a failure, Neji said, taking heavy breaths. He was about to talk to the proctor to give him the match when Hinata exploded in a puff of smoke. Neji's eyes widened when he saw Hinata disappearing in the smoke. Kage Bunshin? Neji asked and thought. He noticed Hinata quickly running behind him and turned just in time to receive her full attack. Hake Sanbyakuro Kuju Ishiki, 8 trigrams, 361 palms, Hinata called out and began her onslaught. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms, 256 palms, 361 palms, Hinata finished, and in less than 5 seconds, she closed all the 361 chakra points in Neji's body. Neji hit the ground with a thump, completely knocked out, and he was going to stay like that for a few hours. Winner by knockout, Hyuga Hinata Hayate called out. With the crowd, Naruto whistled as he watched Hinata perform a new attack. She looked like she was dancing. It was beautiful. In less than 5 seconds, she completely shut down Neji's entire chakra network. Hiyashi's eyes were bulging out of his sockets as he watched her failure, quote-unquote, of a daughter defeat their Hyuga prodigy. Neji was supposed to be one of the best Jukin users to ever grace the clan, and Hinata defeated him without even breaking a sweat. The battle was completely one-sided. Neji even hit her once. Hiyashi was broken out of his thoughts when the elder spoke to him. Hiyashi, we must have that technique. Many have tried to close the whole chakra system, but they couldn't do it in a viable way. It's instrumental we get that technique, the elder said. And how do you expect me to get her to give it to us? Hiyashi asked the wise elders. We don't care. Offer her the chance to rejoin the clan. Give her anything. She may look different, but she'll jump the first chance she gets to rejoin our clan. The elder spoke, smirking. Congratulations, Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he hugged her and spun around as she giggled. Thank you, Whiskers-kun, she replied and laughed like crazy at his face. Here they come, Naruto said, and Hinata got a confused face. Your father and the elders, she explained, and she turned around to see them approaching her. Anything you need, father, Hinata said in a very sweet voice that gave shivers to the poor man and made Naruto chuckle. Yes, Hinata, we would like to offer you a chance to rejoin the clan, Hiyashi said in his stoic voice. Why would I do that, she asked. I'm happy with Naruto and there's nothing you can offer me, she replied. We can offer you a painless lifestyle befitting of a Hyuga. Surely you can't live your life with that thing, Hiyashi said, and Hinata narrowed her eyes at the painless part. Call him a thing again, and I'll kill you, Hinata said, and she activated her Byakugan. Never mind, so do you accept? Hiyashi asked. How about no, she replied and laughed. Hiyashi was starting to get pissed off, and now is saying something to someone who most of the time is calm and emotionless. There is nothing you can offer me. I am happy with the life I have. Why would I join a clan of suck-up pricks? She said, and everyone laughed. Besides, you just want me because I defeated your prodigy, and most likely you want my new technique, Hinata said. Enough of this, Hinata yelled and raised his fingers to form half the tiger seal. Activate, the elder said, and smirked. A few seconds passed, and Hiyashi was looking at the elder and wondering if his old age was acting up. Something wrong? Hinata asked in a very sweet voice. She removed a lavender sash from her forehead and revealed it to be sealless. The caged bird seal was nowhere to be found. I'm a free bird too, son, Hinata said. The elders, Hiyashi, and even the Hokage were shocked. They never knew that the caged bird seal was possible of being removed without killing the victim. How is that possible, Hiyashi asked. Let's just say Naruto has a way with seals, Hinata said, and once again laughed at their shocked faces. Not even Jiraiya, who was a seal master himself, knew how to remove the caged bird seal without at least permanently crippling the user. This is an outrage! We can't allow this, Hiyashi! An elder yelled. Too bad you can't do anything, Naruto said, and gathered their attention. The moment you disavowed Hinata, she became an ass of the village. You no longer have any power over her, and since she is a shinobi and technically an adult, you can't even claim her as your daughter now, Naruto said, chuckling at the angry face of Hiyashi and the elders, who seemed to be about to kill them both. Hiyashi took a step forward, but immediately regretted as he fell to the ground, barely managing to breathe with the heavy killer intent Naruto was releasing.
Be careful, Hiyashi-sama. Attacking Leaf Shinobi is a crime, primarily with so many witnesses,
Naruto said in a deeper voice, and pointing out to many people around him. Pretty much everyone was shocked that Naruto managed to remove the seal from Hinata. Demon, Hiyashi pointed out as he regained his breath and got up. Naruto was prepared to end his life as he broke the first law, but thankfully the Hokage arrived just in time to prevent anything from happening. Hiyashi, are you mental? The Hokage asked. Naruto was right. The moment you rejected your daughter, you lost any authority over her. She belongs to the village now, and it will stay like that until she chooses otherwise, the Hokage said, and Hiyashi scoffed. We shall have words later, Hiyashi said in his regained stoic face, as he turned around with the elders to their seats. That went well, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. The Hokage just sighed that Naruto only gives him headaches. As if the civilian council wasn't enough, now he had to deal with the Hyugas on his ass too. I'm getting too old for this shit, the Hokage thought as he made his way back to the Kage box. And that's the end of chapter 18. I really did like this chapter a lot. I really did. It was a very fun chapter watching Hinata fight Neji, and it's a good start to the Chunin exams in this new canon. Now, in chapter 20, we're going to probably be focusing on the other matches and also the beginning of the Naruto versus Sasuke fight in this canon. So, get ready for this as we move on to chapter 20, In Between Tales. Let's begin. The old Hokage made his way towards the Kage box and thought, that Naruto, to think he was able to remove the caged bird seal without killing the host. You would be so proud of me until he has already surpassed you in seals. Everything alright, Hokage Dono? The Raikage asked. Yes, that Naruto always gives me headaches, the Hokage said, sighing. Now that Hinata revealed that Naruto's able to remove the caged bird seal, the Hyugas will have a field day. Especially the main house, since they treat the branch house like slaves. If the branch house managed to get rid of the seal, they would surely rebel against the main house, and since they outnumber them almost 5-1, it wouldn't be pretty for the main house. In the end, Hinata got off well, and only got thrown out of the clan instead of being sent to the branch side of the family. Indeed, to be that skilled with seals at such a young age, he really honors the Uzumaki clan, the Raikage said. He'll be a major threat in the future if he continues like this. What to do, the Raikage mused and thought. The Kazekage seized his teeth and cursed the damn blonde in his thoughts. That brat is getting too dangerous. To think he managed to hold me long enough for the Anbu to arrive. Even more, his work with seals. He might be able to remove the curse seal, and I can't allow that. I'll make sure he dies today, Orochimaru thought. You didn't even see the tip of the iceberg, Raikage, the Hokage said, making the Raikage narrow his eyes. Yes, I know it's a Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the Raikage said, much to the shock of the old Hokage. How did you know? The Hokage asked, narrowing his eyes at the Raikage and studying him. You forget I have the Nibi Jinchuriki competing, and my brother, the Hachibi Jinchuriki, is their Jonin sensei. They all met before the beginning of the Chunin exams, the Raikage said, chuckling. But I wonder, how much control does he have over the beast? The Raikage said, eyeing the Hokage. Who knows? I never sensed him train with his chakra, so I wouldn't know, the Hokage replied. He's your Jinchuriki, and you don't know? The Raikage asked in disbelief. Like I told you, Naruto is very secretive and special. I know he's been training himself since he was 5 years old, the Hokage said, lightly chuckling. Did you know that when your father arranged the Hyuga kidnapping, Naruto was one that killed the kidnapper and rescued the heiress, the Hokage said, and chuckled even more when everyone stared at the Hokage thinking he was crazy. You surely must be joking. How can a 6-year-old kill a Jonin? True, he wasn't an elite Jonin, but still, a 6-year-old that didn't even enter the academy? The only thing I can think of was the Kyuubi helping, the Raikage said. I assure you I'm not joking, Raikage Dono. When I arrived at the scene, Naruto was holding Hinata, and the kidnapper had a kunai in his chest, the Hokage explained, and the Raikage seethed his teeth. Then the Kyuubi is the only explanation, the Raikage said, crossing his arms. I doubt it, the Hokage said, and everyone focused on him. When I arrived at the scene, there wasn't any trace of the Kyuubi's chakra being used. I didn't see the battle, but from what he told me, Naruto tricked him with a clone and finished him when he got the opportunity, the Hokage explained. Looks like you've been hiding a diamond in the rough, the Kazekage said. If he was that skilled at such a young age, why is he still getting, the Kazekage asked. You all know how Jinchurikis are treated, right? The Hokage asked, and everyone nodded. Everyone seemed to be interested in the young blonde. He chose to hide his strength. He decided to take the full academy course so he could have time to train himself and be able to protect himself and anyone he cares about, the Hokage finished explaining. Deception. The true shinobi way, the Kazekage said. You know something, Raikage, the Hokage asked? What? Raikage asked. Your village tends to create some of our best couples. You kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina and she was rescued by Namikaze Minato, and they later became a couple. A few years ago, you kidnapped Hinata and Naruto rescued her. Now they are boyfriend and girlfriend and are living together, the Hokage said, laughing. Are you saying you have another Yellow Flash and Red Death in the making, the Raikage asked. The Undaime Hokage was something of a rival in terms of speed to Raikage. The Undaime was the only man to ever dodge a frontal attack from Raikage while using his famous lightning armor. The Undaime's wife and Naruto's mother was Uzumaki Kushina. In truth, she was Senju Kushina, but no one knew. Also known in the bingo book as Akanoshi, the Red Death, due to her vibrant blood-red hair. She was a very powerful kunoichi and extremely talented in Suiton ninjutsu and kenjutsu. I have faith in them. Every generation is supposed to surpass the previous, Hokage wisely said. I've been wondering something. Hokage Dono, wasn't Yuka Hinata supposed to be the heiress? Why did she have the caged bird seal? And why was she living with the blonde brat if she is a Hyuga, the Raikage asked. Simple enough. Hinata's father thought she was weak and disavowed her from the clan and placed a seal on her. Then she went to live in Naruto and things went on from there, Hokage explained. Weak? She just defeated the so-called Hyuga prodigy, the Kazekage said. What can I say? Naruto's a way to encourage people, and I bet he's been training with her since she was expelled, the Hokage explained. I look forward to see his match against the last Uchiha, the Raikage said. It will be an interesting match, the Hokage said. I wonder if he will reveal the Sharingan, the Hokage thought. Now, let's continue watching the matches. It looks like the second match is about to start, the Hokage said, and everyone turned to the arena. With the crowd, Fu from Taki and Yugito from Kumo, please come to the arena and begin your match, Hayate called out from the arena. Good luck, Fu, Yugito, Naruto said to both of them as they made their way towards the arena. Who do you think will win, Hinata asked. Naruto brought his right hand to his chin in a thinking pose. I don't really know what they can do, so it's hard for me to say, Naruto said. If they use their partners, then Fu would win if she has enough control. Otherwise, can't really say because I don't know their individual skills, Naruto explained. Hey, Kurenai-sensei, you fought with Fu against those Oto Jonin when we went to Taki, right? Hinata asked. Yes, why do you ask? Kurenai asked. She wasn't paying particular attention to her conversation since she was watching both Jinchurikis make their way towards the middle of the arena. We were trying to find out who will win since she will fight me next. What can you tell me about Fu? Hinata asked. Kurenai thought before beginning. Well, for starters, she didn't need to use her Biju's chakra. Her taijutsu was nothing special. I put her around low Chunin level. However, ninjutsu is far better. She was primarily a water user, but she had a few secret bug techniques, Kurenai explained. Hey, Naruto said and got their attention. I remember what Kaotu said about Yugito during the first stage of the exams. He said she was good at both taijutsu and ninjutsu, so I assume around mid-Chunin level on both, Naruto said. Nothing you can't handle, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded and looked to the arena. You sure have a lot of faith in her, Asuma said, and he joined the conversation since his curiosity was piqued when they began to talk. Of course I have faith in my girlfriend, Naruto said, grinning, and Asuma mumbled something about lucky blonde brats. Did you see what she did to Neji? He asked almost rhetorically. Everyone saw Neji getting his ass kicked by the supposed shy former heiress of the Hyuga clan. Yes, I saw it. Good job. It will be good to that arrogant ass, Asuma said, chuckling. So I never expected her to win, he said honestly. Don't you have faith in my teachings? Kurenai asked in a dangerous voice. Of course not, Kurenai-chan, Asuma quickly replied, waving his hands, trying to dismiss the situation before she cast a Genjutsu on him. Whipped, Naruto discreetly said, and Asuma narrowed his eyes at the blonde. What was that, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in a very sweet voice. Nothing, Hina-chan, Naruto quickly said, and Asuma slightly laughed. Troublesome woman, Shikamaru said. Arena. Both contestants ready, Hayate asked. Hi, both replied. Hajime, Hayate said, and he jumped out of their way. He knew they were both Jinchurikis, and he didn't want to get caught in the middle of them. Shall we keep them out of the fight, Fu asked. Yugito fought for a while. Most of Yugito's techniques rely on her using her Biju's chakra. Not that she was weak without her cat, but it was the fact that she primarily trained in using her Biju. If removed, it would cripple her ninjutsu. How about we keep it to 2 tails max, Yugito asked. Sounds good, Fu replied, and took a kunai and got in her stance as Yugito pulled her sword from her back. Yugito quickly ran for him, tried a horizontal slash. Fu quickly ducked and rolled to the side. She quickly got up and tried to kick Yugito in the chest. Yugito, however, managed to completely bend the top of her body backwards almost to a 90-degree angle, avoiding the kick as it passed safely above her. With the crowd, Naruto whistled when he saw Yugito bend like that. That kind of flexibility isn't possible for humans. Even if she is a shinobi, bending at such an angle should have broken her spine.
That's Nibi's effect. Her rows have an extremely high flexibility due to the fact Nibi is a cat,
Kurama explained to Naruto. How come I have nothing useful from you? Naruto asked.
Ungrateful brat. You have high regeneration and negative emotion sensing abilities,
Kurama explained. That's good and all, but that isn't particularly effective in combat, Naruto replied.
What do you mean isn't useful? Your sensing ability coupled with your Sharingan makes it impossible for anyone to hide from you,
Kurama explained. For someone who is so smart, he sometimes could still be a knucklehead. Maybe all that pertained during academy days affected him. Never thought of that, Naruto said, and Kurama's sweat dropped. Back to the arena, Fu and Yugito exchanged punches and kicks and strikes for a few minutes. Even though the fight came tied, it seemed that Yugito clearly had the advantage in taijutsu. Her flexibility made it very difficult for Fu to hit her, even more so since Yugito was using her sword. Kumo, Ryu, Kangiri, Cloud Style Flame Slice, Yugito said as she slashed horizontally towards Fu. Yugito's sword was imbued with fire, and as such it created fire rain around Fu, preventing her from leaving the area. Suiton, Mizurappa, water release, wild water wave, Fu said, and gathered water in her mouth. She quickly gushed the water out from her mouth and coolly put out the flames. She's a water user. She will have advantage in ninjutsu, but I seem to have an edge in taijutsu, Yugito thought, as she watched Fu perform a low-level Suiton jutsu to put out the fire. Katon, Gukyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Yugito said, and unleashed a hot fireball towards Fu. Fu, noticing it was a fireball and not a fire stream, quickly jumped to the right, dodging the fireball. Yugito quickly appeared next to her and said, Kumo Ryu Omotegiri, Colossal Front Slice. Yugito made a very fast horizontal slice, and Fu's head separated clearly from her shoulders. Yugito didn't think she would have been defeated this easily, and her suspicions were true when Fu turned into a piece of rock, showing Fu perform a Kawarimi. Suiton, Tipo Dama, water bullet, Fu said, and shot a couple of compressed water bullets from her mouth. Yugito turned just in time to see Fu perform his jutsu. In a show of speed, Yugito used her sword and sliced through every single bullet, taking no damage from it. The Kage box. Looks like this year's getting are talented, the Hokage commented. Very true. Usually elemental ninjutsus only train after becoming a Chunin, the Kazekage said. What did you expect from Jinchurikis? Raikage asked rhetorically before continuing. Even without using their Biju's chakra, they develop high chakra reserves, so they tend to go for ninjutsu very early, the Raikage commented. True, the Kage replied. By the way, after seeing the Hyuga's match, I firmly recommend Hyuga Hinata for Chunin. She remained calm even though her opponent was taunting her, and she displayed a high level of taijutsu, the Hokage explained. Agreed, both the Kazekage and Raikage said. With the crowd. As expected, Yugito has the advantage in taijutsu, but they seem to tie ninjutsu. If this continues, Yugito will win, Naruto said. I have better taijutsu than Yugito, and I mainly use Suiton ninjutsu, so if Yugito wins, I have the advantage, Hinata thought. Looks like they're about to take this up a notch, Naruto said, and they turned to face the arena. The arena. Shall we bring our partners into the battle? Fu asked, and Yugito eagerly nodded. She was anxious to show everyone her true power. Bring it on, Yugito replied. Let's go, Nibi, Yugito said. Right, kitten, Nibi replied. Let's show him, Chome, Fu said. Alright, Chome replied, pumping something into the air. Not really sure if it was a wing or an arm. Everyone in the crowd watched both in amazement as red chakra seemed to envelop both contestants. The red chakra radiated from both their stomachs and swirled around them before stopping. When it stopped, both were fully enclosed in a semi-transparent red chakra cloak with two tails swirling on their backs. With the crowd. What's happening? Sakura asked. She had never seen someone being enveloped in a chakra like that. In fact, she had never even heard of red chakra for that matter, so what she was seeing was completely new. That is what's called the Jinchuriki cloak, Naruto explained. What? Sakura asked, not really understanding. Do you know what a biju is? Asuma asked. You mean like the QB? Sakura asked. Yes. There are 9 bijus starting from the Ichibi and ending in the QB. People that have a biju seal inside of them are called Jinchurikis, and when they use their biju power, that's what happens. Asuma explained, pointing towards the arena. Wow, Sakura said, astonished. But, Sakura started and everyone turned to her. I thought that young Daime killed the QB, but you can't kill a biju, which means that someone in our village has the QB inside of him, Sakura said. You are smarter than you look, Naruto said, chuckling. Shut up, Naruto baka, Sakura screeched. Asuma-sensei, who is our Jinchuriki? Sakura asked, and Naruto looked at Asuma to see if he was going to reveal it to her. Everything about the QB is a secret. Only Chunins and above know about him, Asuma explained, and Naruto sighed in relief. He didn't want to have to explain everything to the crazy Banshee. Knowing her, she would probably want Naruto to release the QB and give it to Sasuke. Some secret, Naruto thought, not realizing he said it out loud. What do you mean, Naruto baka? Do you know him? Sakura asked, but it was more of a demand. Keep it down, Sakura. And yes, I do know who he is, Naruto replied. How can a baka like you know? Sakura smugly asked.
Shababijutama.
Tail beast ball.
Upper ass right there,
Kurama said, and Naruto chuckled in his mind. Can't do a Bijudama in here, but I can do Rasengan, Naruto replied. Why do you want me to tell you? Naruto asked. I want to know who he is, so he can give it to Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, and everyone stared at her. Is she crazy? Asuma asked and thought. I need to talk to Kakashi to see if he sends her to a few sessions with Inoichi, Kurenai thought. That level of obsession is going to be your downfall someday.
Damn, that is some dedicated fangirl,
Kurama said. How do you know about fangirls? Naruto asked curiously.
Let's just say I was very popular when I was a kid,
Kurama said, slightly embarrassed. Don't tell me you were chased by female kitsunes, Naruto asked incredulously.
Yeah,
Kurama replied, remembering his dark days. Looks like every race has fangirls, Naruto said, laughing. It's not a it, it's a him, Naruto explained. How would you know, baka? Sakura screeched once again. Hinata approached her and gave her a Juken strike to her throat, disabling her voice. You were too loud, Sakura, Hinata said, and Sakura tried to curse her, but no sound came from her mouth. Even though no one said anything, they were all happy that Sakura was silent for once. That Naruto seems to know a lot about bijus. He said that there were only 5 people that could open the gates, and Hinata said that 3 of them were in the tower's arena. If Fu is a Jinchuriki and can open the gates, it stands to reason that Naruto is a Kyuubi Jinchuriki. That would explain his treatment. Troublesome blonde, Shikamaru thought as he overheard the entire conversation. If you stop screaming, I'll open your Tenketsu, Hinata said, and Sakura nodded sadly. Naruto, Sakura said calmly while looking at Hinata. She nodded and Sakura continued. How do you know that Kyuubi is a he, she asked. I've read a lot about them, and even though they aren't humans, they aren't things. For instance, Yugito has Nibi still inside of her. She's a cat. The Bichu have their own personality like every other animal out there, Naruto explained, and Sakura nodded. So, Sakura began. Will you tell me who the Jinchuriki is? She asked in a very sweet voice, trying to know who he is. Why do you want to know so badly? Naruto asked. Oh, come on, Naruto. I want to know too, Ino said. Everyone started to blind, wondering if he was going to tell them who he was. The rookies were all oblivious about the Jinchuriki's identity, but among all of them, there were a few that knew. The Jonins, of course, Hinata and Shino, and the Sand Team. Are you sure you want to tell them? Hinata asked. Yes, I do. They'll find out eventually. Might as well tell them now and get this over with, Naruto said, and everyone turned to him. Fine, I'll tell you who he is, Naruto said, and everyone almost had stars in their eyes. First, I'll say that he's our classmate from the academy, Naruto said, and everyone was shocked. Naruto chuckled and continued. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, he said, and an immediate silence followed his proclamation. Yeah, right, the dead last has the most powerful beach was still inside of him, Kibo said, and everyone snapped from their soup part and laughed. You want me to show you my version 1 cloak, Naruto asked, and they all stopped laughing. Are you serious, Kibo asked. Naruto summoned the Kyuubi's chakra and immediately went to his version cloak with 2 tails as well. His eyes were blood red with black vertical slits, his whiskers were more pronounced, and his fangs grew bigger. Around his body, the same semi-transparent blood red chakra with 2 tails swirling behind him.
Deadly,
Naruto replied, but his voice is deeper than his usual due to the Kyuubi's chakra.
Believe me now,
he asked, and they all nodded, slightly scared of his new voice and appearance. Now that you know, what are you going to do? He asked. Nothing, Kiba said. You don't think I'm a monster, Naruto asked? Naruto didn't really care what they thought. As long as he had the people that cared for him, he was happy. Of course not. I know the difference between a kunai and a scroll, Kiba said. Thanks. Maybe you should tell that to the villagers, Naruto said, sighing as he focused on the fight that was going on in the arena. The arena was almost totally destroyed from the battle between the 2 Jinchurikis. The arena was filled with water, and yet the earth was scorched from Yugito's flames. Both of them were showing symptoms of fatigue. Even though they had plenty of chakra, they didn't have the stamina to keep up. Katon, Ayoko Gaku no Jutsu, Great Blue Fireball Technique, Yugito called out and sent a huge blue fireball towards Fu. The fireball was empowered by the Nibi's chakra, giving a blue color and almost triple the power. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Waterfall Vortex, Fu called out, and the water from the ground rose in front of her and formed a vortex of sorts. The water immediately blasted from the vortex and clashed with the fireball. The clash produced a big steam cloud that covered most of the arena. Yugito took this opportunity and channeled Nibi's chakra to her nails, increasing the length and resistance of them. As the steam cloud dispersed, she quickly dashed towards Fu. Fu didn't expect Yugito to come at her so soon and wasn't prepared for a slash of her fingernails. Fu received the full brunt of the force of the slash from both hands to her chest and right leg. She jumped back and clutched her chest. Her mesh arm managed to absorb most of the damage, but it still managed to cut her pretty deeply. Fu focused Chomei's chakra in her chest area and the wound immediately started to heal. A few seconds later, there wasn't any evidence of anything had even happened. Fu used Chomei's chakra and focused to her back. From her back emerged 2 wings and Fu started to lift off the ground and flew in the air a few meters above the ground. Fu continued to dodge multiple fireballs Yugito sent as she prepared her bugs to attack. Yugito quickly ran up the wall in the arena on all 4s, much like a cat. Yugito propelled herself from the wall and tackled Fu while in the air. Yugito pinned Fu's legs and arms so she couldn't escape and stood above her as they plummeted towards the earth. Yugito focused chakra to her legs, and just as they were about to crash, Yugito jumped up, sending Fu to the ground even harder. Boom! The arena's ground shook from the impact and a cloud of dust emerged. Yugito's cloak vanished and she was breathing a bit heavily, nothing that a bit of rest wouldn't solve. The dust started to clear to show Fu completely knocked out. Hayate approached Fu and noticed she was unconscious and called the medics. Winner by knockout, ni Yugito, Hayate said, and the crowd erupted in cheers. After all, the civilians can only watch gangs fight, otherwise they wouldn't be able to keep up with the battle, and a battle like this was rare. Kage box. That's my girl, Raikage said, proud that Yugito had won. Yugito was an orphan since her parents died when the Hachibi was accidentally unleashed, so the Raikage took her in and raised her like his own daughter. They both fought very well and both seemed to have good control of their power. I recommend both for Chunin, Kazekage said. Indeed, Hokage agreed, with both Kages. With the crowd. Congrats, Yugito, Naruto said, giving her a thumbs up. Thank you. It was a hard fight, Yugito replied. I sensed Takibi's chakra from down there. What were you doing, she asked. Just showing my friends my cloak, Naruto said, like it was nothing. It will take a while for them to get used to me being Jinchuriki, but I think they'll warm up to me, he said, as he looked at the smiling faces of his friends, and surprisingly enough, Sakura too. You told them you're Jinchuriki, she asked, not believing her ears. Of course. I told them during your match as I explained them your two-tailed cloak, Naruto explained. Why do you ask, he asked. Because you know very well how we are treated, and for you to publicly flaunt that you're Jinchuriki is rather strange, Yugito said. B does the same, but I have people that care about me knowing what I am. Their opinion is the only thing that matters to me. Theirs, I just shrugged them off, and if they try anything, they end up in the hospital with broken bones, Naruto said, and Yugito dumbly nodded. Nara Shikamaru and Sabaku no Tamari, please make your way towards the arena, Hayate called out. Cannon fight, so yep, this fight remains the same. Flash forward to the end of the fight. That lazy ass Ina said, face palming. What did you expect from Shikamaru, Naruto said. I guess, Ina replied. Because it would be too troublesome to explain, Naruto said, grinning, and Fuse snickered. If Sasuke doesn't arrive, he's going to be disqualified, Naruto said. I thought I took care of Kakashi's bad habits, Naruto said out loud. Kagebox. That was anticlimactic, though, Kage said, as he watched Shikamaru give up. Yes, but I displayed a very good tactical mind, as expected from a Nara, the Raikage thought. ... The Kazekage remained silent. Do you agree that he should be a Chunin, the Hokage asked, and they both nodded. The Chunin are leaders, and he displayed very good playing and remained calm, even though he probably knew he wouldn't win, the Raikage said. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, please make your way towards the arena, Hayate called out. Looks like the Uchiha's no-show. What a shame, the Raikage said. Yes, looks like he'll be disqualified, the Hokage said, and getting ready to get up and disqualify him when the Kazekage interrupted him. Please wait, Hokage Dono. I wish to see the Uchiha fight that Uzumaki Naruto. Let's continue with the rest of the match until he arrives, the Kazekage said. You do realize that if he isn't capable of respecting appointments, then he isn't Chunin material, the Hokage said. If I understand correctly, Hatake Kakashi has the knack for arriving hours late to any appointment, and he's an elite Jonin, the Kazekage smugly said. The Hokage knew that the Kazekage had a point, and there was nothing he could do to argue. As you wish. But if he isn't here when it's his time, then he will be disqualified, the Hokage said. Of course, the Kazekage replied. The Hokage turned to his bodyguard, and he went to Hayate and explained the situation. As Uchiha Sasuke is to show up, we will proceed with the matches, Hayate said. Sabaku no Gaara and Sabaku no Kankuro, please proceed to the arena, Hayate called out. Proctor, I forfeit, Kankuro yelled out from the balconies. Okay, winner by forfeit, Sabaku no Gaara, Hayate said. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, please make your way to the arena, Hayate called out. That was some time the Uchiha gained, the Raikage said, chuckling. Then in the arena, the wind started gathering and leaves started spinning. Everyone watched the scene unfold. A few seconds later, Uchiha Sasuke appeared with Hatake Kakashi via Lee Shunshin. I hope we aren't late, Kakashi said while sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. You arrived just in time, Hayate said. Name, he asked. Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke replied in its almighty tone. Naruto was leading the balcony towards the arena when Sakura called out. Naruto, she called, gaining his attention. Please don't hurt him too much, she said. Naruto never in a million years expected her to say something like that to him. Don't worry, I won't use the QB if that's what you are saying. I prefer using my own power, he replied, but the worried face she had didn't change. I won't kill him, relax, he said, and she had let out a breath she didn't even know she was holding. Arena. I was getting the impression you wouldn't come, Sasuke, Naruto said while approaching the friend in the arena. Why wouldn't I come? I'm only fighting you, Sasuke said. I see your attitude hasn't changed, Naruto replied and turned towards Kakashi. I hope you didn't tell him about my bloodline, Naruto said, and Sasuke scowled. Don't worry, the only thing I told him is that he knows your bloodline as well as his own, Kakashi said. Ah, the wordplay, Naruto said, chuckling, and got a confused face from Sasuke. You'll know soon enough, he said, and Kakashi left the arena. Uzumaki Naruto vs Uchiha Sasuke. Ready? Hayate called out, and both nodded. Hajime! And that is the end of chapter 19. So, yeah, that was a pretty good chapter in my opinion. It did have a good, fight with Yugito and Fu. And I hopefully when we get into chapter 20, which will be in the next video, we can get into the main event, which is Sharingan versus Sharingan action with Sasuke and Naruto, which will be awesome, by the way. It will be so awesome. But in any case, chapter 20, Sharingan versus Sharingan. Kagebox. Looks like Uchiha arrived just in time, Raikage commented. Indeed, the Hokage agreed. Let's see how much you have grown, Sasuke-kun, the Kazekage thought. Let's see what your project can do, the Raikage said. In fact, he was hoping Uchiha was humiliated. He read reports from his gang team that Uchiha thought he was almighty. Prodigy, the Hokage started gaining the attention of both Kages. Nowadays, people throw that name around without knowing its true meaning. The true prodigies are Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, and I have high hopes for both of them, the Hokage said with a small smile. He never thought that his surrogate grandson would grow so much after a rough early life like he had. You sure are attached to that particular kid, the Raikage commented, narrowing his eyes at the blonde in the arena. That kid reminds me of someone, the Raikage thought. Someone on your mind? The Hokage asked the Raikage. The blonde brat, Uzumaki Naruto. He seems to remind me of someone. I just can't pinpoint it, the Raikage said. Who were his parents? He asked, and the Hokage and Jiraiya both stiffened. Should I tell him? The Hokage thought. Better not. I'll let Naruto choose when to reveal his true heritage, the Hokage concluded. I'm afraid even I don't know. He's an orphan from the Kyuubi attack, the Hokage replied. The Raikage looked carefully to Hokage to spot any sign of lies, but found none. It's a shame, the Raikage said, and both the Hokage and Jiraiya let out a brief sigh of relief. Though the kid has style to emulate the hairstyle of one of your founders, Uchiha Madara, the Raikage commented, and the Hokage and Jiraiya were once again sweating bullets. How could the Raikage almost figure out his grandfather's identity? The Raikage wasn't as blunt as people said he was. That hairstyle is just to make it easier for him to use a couple of jutsus I taught him, Jiraiya said, trying to shift the Raikage's attention. Oh, found another Namikaze Minato, have you? He looks a lot like him, actually, the Raikage said with his hand on his chin. Damn it, Jiraiya, you never know when to keep your mouth shut, the Hokage thought, glaring his student, making him gulp. During this whole interaction, the Kazekage, aka Orochimaru, was silently hearing them talk and thinking about it. That brat actually looks a lot like him, the Kazekage thought. Orochimaru kept thinking about it when something clicked in his mind. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto. How could I have been so blind? There was only one Uzumaki in this village, Uzumaki Kushina, and everyone knew she was involved with Minato. That also explains why Minato sealed the Kyuubi inside the brat. He used his own son. Raikage isn't all muscle as I thought, Orochimaru thought, chuckling in his mind. Are you planning on taking another apprentice, Raikage asked, breaking the thought of Orochimaru. Maybe, but I don't stay in the village that often. It's a shame I won't be able to pass my tow contract to him, Jiraiya said, wondering if the tow contract would die with him. Oh, which contract does he have? Raikage asked curiously. Should I tell him? It would only strengthen Konoha if the enemies knew of another contract, Jiraiya thought before replying. He has the Fox contract, Jiraiya said. What? There's no Fox contract, Raikage stated. I didn't know it existed too, but there is one. He's the first Fox summoner ever. Apparently the Kyuubi took a liking to him, Jiraiya explained. A major threat, indeed, Orochimaru thought as he planned to find a way to get rid of the brat. Looks like they're starting, the Hokage said before the Raikage could reply, and all shifted their attention towards the arena. With the crowd, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura called out. Yo, he replied. Cutting a little close, weren't you? Asuma said. Trained to the last minute and arriving late, you never changed, Asuma said. I was going to arrive on time, but a black cat crossed my path and we had to walk the way around him, Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head and laughing. Jeez, Sakura said. I bet Sasuke-kun is way stronger now, she said. I trained him to my best extent during this month, but I don't think he stands a chance against Naruto, Kakashi said, much to the shock of a few getting. But Naruto was the dead last during our whole time at the academy. He just got lucky in the final exam. I don't understand, Ino said. Kakashi looked at her as if she grew a second head. Didn't you see what he did in the preliminaries? He asked rhetorically. It's true, Sakura said. Kakashi's eyes widened to the size of a different place when he heard Sasuke's #1 fangirl agreeing that Sasuke didn't stand a chance. Sasuke fought late before the first stage, and even with his Sharingan, he was defeated. And yet Naruto won, he didn't even use the Kyuubi's power, Sakura said. How do you know about that? Kakashi asked, slightly surprised. He told us while Yugito was fighting against Fu, Sakura explained. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto would publicly announce his Jinchuriki, but he must have figured it would be public knowledge any day now. Never thought I would see another one, much less 5 here, Zabuza said. What do you mean 5? Sakura asked. You don't know? Well, there's Naruto, of course, Yugito Fu, Kumo's Jonin sensei, and finally that Sam brat Gaara, Zabuza explained. Gaara's one also, Sakura asked, not believing her ears. Yes, I believe he has Ichibi, also known as this Shikaku, Kakashi explained. That's why he's so strong, Sakura said in awe. She went from not knowing what Jinchuriki was to knowing that there were 5 of them. You're wrong, Sakura, Kakashi said, gaining her attention. Gaara is strong on his own. He doesn't need his demon to be strong. In fact, I believe he might be better off without it, Kakashi said. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Each Biju has their own personality and personal preferences. Shukaku tends to drive their host crazy, so they might set him free. That's why Gaara is so unstable, Kakashi said, and all the Genin shivered, minus Hinata, who already knew all that. Don't worry, if that ever happens, we would take matters into our own hands, Kakashi said. It's best they know about this so they can get out of the way when it begins, Kakashi thought. Sakura and the rest of the Genin sighed in relief. However, the Jonin and even Zabuza himself knew what would happen, and they were all ready in case Naruto couldn't handle Gaara. Arena. Hajime! Hayate called out and jumped out of the way. Ready, Sasuke? Naruto asked as he got into his Dragon Fist stance. Naruto looked at Sasuke and noticed he didn't move since the match started. He didn't even have a stance. Don't tell me you don't consider me worthy of fighting, Naruto asked. That's right, Sasuke said, pointing at him. I don't even want to waste any time finding some clanless shinobi trash like you, Sasuke said, and Naruto merely dropped his stance. You won't be saying that when I grind your ass to the ground, Naruto said, grinning like an idiot. Just because you're wearing Anbu chestplate armor and you grew your hair out doesn't mean anything against me, Sasuke said. You are nothing but a loser. I bet your mother was a Sasuke didn't get to finish as Naruto blurred from his position and slammed his fist right into Sasuke's face and sent him tumbling to the ground. You can call me what you want, but I won't lie to insult my parents, Naruto said, getting ready to smash his pompous face into the dirt. Sasuke got up and cleaned a bit of blood from his lip. He activated Sharingan and got into his stance to intercept her fist. Touchy, are we? Sasuke smugly asked.
Looks like the brat wants psychological warfare,
Chroma said. Don't worry, I have a few things to hit him back with. I know some stuff about his massacre and his brother if need be, Naruto replied and fought. Looks like you're taking me seriously, Naruto said. I don't need to worry about a doby like you. Only Uchiha can defeat Uchiha, Sasuke simply said. Is that right? Naruto asked rhetorically. Sasuke smirked and went for a few hand seals and shouted, Katon! Gokyaku no Jutsu! Great fireball technique! Sasuke sent out a medium-sized fireball towards Naruto, who remained in place and took the full force of it. Sasuke smirked as he watched his attack hit him head-on and burn him in a pile of flames. With his Sharingan activated, he knew Naruto didn't dodge. The smoke cleared and Sasuke immediately dropped his smile, seeing Naruto completely wrapped in his spiky golden hair. Ninpao, Harijizo, Needle Guardian, Naruto said as his hair started to shrink back to his original size. Naruto immediately flashed through hand seals of his own and said, Ninpao, Kibari Senbon, Hair Needle Senbon. Naruto's hair extended once again and enlarged. Naruto bent slightly forward and sent a barrage of Senbon made of his hair towards Sasuke. Sasuke said, Katon, Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, but this time instead of a focused fireball, he transformed it into a constant stream of fire, much like a flamethrower. Sasuke's fire clashed with Naruto's Senbon, vaporizing them, but Sasuke quickly ran out of air in his lungs and was forced to stop his fire. The Senbon kept on coming, and Sasuke was forced to start evasive maneuvers. I can't keep dodging with the speed or I'll tire out quickly. I'll have to retaliate, Sasuke thought. Sasuke took out a few shurikens from his pocket and threw them at Naruto while going for a few hand seals. Shuriken Kagebunshi no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. Sasuke said this as shurikens multiplied into dozens upon dozens. Naruto, seeing this, dropped his hair attack and decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Futon, Repusho, Wind Wave, Naruto said, and clapped his hands together. He channeled chakra to the wind around him, and suddenly a powerful gust of wind emerged from his palms and crashed into the shurikens. The shurikens stopped mid-air and changed direction before gaining speed and heading towards Sasuke. Sasuke saw the attack incoming and took a kunai to start deflecting them. When he knew he was getting overrun by the amount, which ironically enough it was him that created that many, he jumped to the right to dodge the rest. Why couldn't I copy those jutsus? Sasuke asked in thought, getting pissed off. Naruto saw the scowl on his face and decided to push him a little further. Sad that you couldn't copy these jutsus? Naruto asked. Why the hell can't I copy you? Sasuke asked, losing his temper. You still don't know how to use your eyes, Naruto said, making Sasuke narrow his eyes at him. Your Tomoe Sharingan can't keep up with my hand seal's speed, and because of that, you aren't able to copy my jutsu. Simple as that, Naruto explained. A shame, really, Naruto said sarcastically. How do you know so much about the Sharingan? Sasuke asked, yelling at him. Sasuke. I thought you were smarter than this, Naruto said, grinning. Naruto was picturing Sasuke's face when he showed another pair of Sharingan eyes. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, confused. First, I know a lot about the Sharingan. 2, I said people consider my bloodline the strongest in the world. Third, Kakashi said you knew my bloodline as well as you know yours. What do you get from this? Naruto asked, watching Sasuke's face suddenly light up in realization. You don't mean Sasuke's ass stuttering for the first time? Yes, I do, Naruto said and closed his eyes. He slowly opened them to show a glowing pair of fully matured Sharingan eyes. You can't be, Sasuke said, watching free Tomoe Sharingan glowing in Adobe's eyes. Kai! Sasuke yelled and flared his chakra, but nothing happened. Kai! Sasuke repeated, but the Sharingan remained. You can't dispel it because it's an illusion. I have the Sharingan. Oh almighty last Uchiha, Naruto smugly said. How dare you have those eyes? You don't deserve them! Sasuke yelled and ran to Naruto at full speed with his sloppy stance, losing his better judgment due to his anger. Sasuke was getting closer and closer to Naruto, and faster than lightning, Naruto kicked Sasuke hard in the chest and sent him flying to the wall. Sasuke slowly got up, coughing a bit. Now, Sasuke-chan, don't get mad just because my eyes are fully matured and yours aren't, Naruto said, making Sasuke's eyes twitch in annoyance. You know, Sasuke, Naruto said, gaining his attention, I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old, and at 6 I already had them fully matured, Naruto explained, and Sasuke's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but Sasuke managed to hold them in place, otherwise he would lose his precious Sharingan. Sasuke boiled. If looks could kill, Naruto would be dust by now. I told you. You weren't as special as you thought. You only activated your precious eyes a couple weeks ago, while I already had a fully matured Sharingan for almost 8 years, Naruto said, grinning and mentally congratulating himself. It felt so good to rub his fully matured eyes on Sasuke's arrogant ass, and if Naruto showed him his EMS, then Sasuke would more likely faint. But he would keep the EMS as an ace. His EMS might not have any powerful direct attacks for now, but it was his ultimate defense. Unless I send my enemy into my pocket dimension and let him starve to death, Naruto thought, chuckling, considering what types of attacks he could use with his Kami, but quickly refocused on the battle at hand. Now, Sasuke, Naruto started with his Sharingan spinning. Let me show you the true power of the Sharingan. Kagebox. Another Uchiha? Raikage said, stupefied. Now I understand when you said he was special. To think you had another Uchiha hidden, Raikage said, chuckling. Another pair of Sharingan eyes? Delicious. A shame I can't risk using his body due to Kyuubi, Orochimaru said, sighing as he watched Naruto's eyes glow in all their power. He would be a much more appropriate vessel than Sasuke-kun. Oh well, Orochimaru sighed, knowing you can't have everything you want, but in the end, Sasuke's Sharingan would suffice. The Hokage laughed. Yes, he's very special and powerful in his own way, the Hokage said. Make me proud, kid, Jiraiya thought, as he watched his godson present his Sharingan to the last Uchiha. With the crowd, Kakashi watched with pride as Naruto unveiled his bloodline, the Sharingan. It's said to be the most powerful bloodline of all capable of seeing chakra, copying any taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and giving the user the ability to cast genjutsu with their eyes. But that doesn't even scrape the bottom of the Sharingan's true power, Kakashi thought, as he remembered when Naruto told him about his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi frowned when he noticed how Sasuke didn't keep his head cool, but then again, when something related to his clan, Kakashi knew Sasuke would snap. Sharingan? Sakura said. And like Kakashi-sensei, they have 3 black things, she said in awe. The black things are called Tomoes, and the eyes are fully matured when they have 3, Kakashi explained. Every single Genin was shocked by Hinata and Shino, of course. The elders of Konoha had their jaws on the ground, as well as most civilians. That brat! Now I understand how he could keep up with me, Zabuza commented as he remembered a few spars he had with him. Yes, and I also understand how he could see my moves when I used my ice mirrors on him, Haku said, remembering their battle in the waves, and how Naruto was able to dodge every single senbon she threw at him. Sharingan? One of the Hyuga elders gasped. This changes everything, Hiashi said. He already had a plan regarding the Uzumaki brat, but now that he knew about the Sharingan, flames had to be arranged differently. Yosh! The flames used shine brightly on Naruto-kun, Lee yelled. Yes, Lee, and to keep our own flames, we shall do 1,000 laps around Konoha, Guy said. Guy-sensei, Lee. Guy-sensei, Lee. Oh, for Akami's sake, stop that, Tenten said, as she rained kunai and shuriken on them. Kyuubi, Jinchuriki, and a Sharingan user? I knew blondes were troublesome, Shikamaru said, sighing, and went back to his cloud watching. How can someone awaken them so early? I thought you needed a life and death situation to awaken them, Sakura said. All Sasuke's fangirls were well versed in his clan's history and powers. After all, they need to know everything about their love. It's because he's Jinchuriki, Hinata said, gathering their attention. The civilians and a few ignorant shinobi see Naruto as a Kyuubi himself, and when he was young, they would gather up and try to finish the young Daime's job, Hinata said, as they getting frown and understanding. Even though they knew a difference between a kunai and a scroll, it was basic academy stuff. When he was 5 years old, he was getting chased by the mob. From what he told me, one of the pursuers was a Chunin, and he threw kunai towards him. If he didn't awaken his Sharingan, he would have been killed, Hinata explained. I still wonder how he didn't turn out like Gaara, Asuma commented. That was because of Hinata, Kurenai Sabi said, as she looked towards the younger sister of sorts. Me? Hinata asked, confused. Yes, he gave him the thing he needed most. Love, Kurenai Sabi said, proud of Hinata. But Naruto-kun has lots of people that like him, Hinata said, not quite understanding what Kurenai meant. True, he has the Hokage, Iruka, Teuchi, and Ayame. His primitive of a godfather, and Kakashi to some degree, Kurenai said, and Kakashi's sweat dropped. However, you provide him with real, unconditional love. You were his first friend, his best friend, and then his girlfriend. You were there when he was called a monster in front of stores. You were there when he walked alone through the streets. And you were there when he was feeling lonely and lost, Kurenai said, and a few fangirls fawned over the dedication, making Hinata slightly blush. When Kakashi heard that, he started giggling like a perverted fanboy until he heard, Magen, damnation of the pervert. And instantly, Kakashi's world vanished and was replaced with a fiery pit where Kurenai was slowly burning each of Kakashi's Ichi books, one at a time. No! My precious! Kakashi yelled, crying anime tears. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked as she watched Kakashi drool on the floor, yelling random phrases. Just introducing Kakashi to a personal genjutsu, Kurenai said, in a very sweet voice that even Sakura, who would most likely be safe from her wrath, felt a small shiver. Kurenai broke the genjutsu and Kakashi slowly rose, glaring at Kurenai while hugging his dear book as if it would slip right through his fingers. He rapidly regained his senses. Do you see now why I said Sasuke would lose? Kakashi asked, and Sakura sadly nodded. After finding out Naruto was a Jinchuriki and knowing the life he lived, she was feeling bad for treating him so horribly. Go Sasuke-kun! Sakura yelled from the balcony, cheering for her favorite emo. I guess some habits die hard, Kakashi thought in amusement as he watched the battle unfold at the arena. Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a brutal display of taijutsu. There was finesse in their style, as each punch and each kick they threw was meant to break bones or at least give the adversary a fair amount of damage and pain. They jumped back from each other, and Naruto was pretty much untouched except for a bit of dust. Sasuke on their hand was supporting scrapes, bruises, and a cracked rib. He's as fast as Lee with his weights, Naruto thought. Damn that loser. How dare he stand against me, an Uchiha? Sasuke thought. I've had enough of this. It's time I showed the difference between the original and a copy, Sasuke snarled at the blonde who raised an eyebrow. I guess he really doesn't know about the pure-blooded Uchihas. Ironic that he called me a copy, Naruto thought, chuckling. Come, Sasuke, let me show you how to use a Sharingan, Naruto said, and both dashed towards each other. Let's see how he deals with this, Naruto said and thought, and his Sharingan started glowing. Both arrived next to each other, and Naruto threw a right hook and it landed perfectly on Sasuke's jaw. Naruto dodged a retaliatory punch before Naruto sent another punch to the cracked rib, making him wince in pain. Taking advantage of his moment of pain, Naruto threw a set of quick punches to his face and stomach and upper thighs. Naruto, seeing Sasuke slightly dazed from the punches, went for a leg sweep, making Sasuke jump over it. Naruto kept his momentum and continued his spin. As Naruto was finishing his spin, he quickly rose up and gave Sasuke a brutal uppercut, and Sasuke was sent to the ground in pain. Sasuke didn't want to be manhandled by someone like Naruto, and refused to give up or stay down. He charged again at Naruto and suffered the same fate. Sasuke threw a punch, Naruto sidestepped at the last second and gave him an elbow to his back that made Sasuke fall to the ground as he lost balance. How are you doing this? Sasuke yelled out. He couldn't understand what was happening. Until moments ago, their taijutsu battle was about even, with Sasuke managing to evade almost all of his attacks. He would never admit that Naruto was better than him. And Sasuke didn't understand how suddenly Naruto was able to dodge every single hit, and yet every single strike Naruto sent would hit Sasuke dead on. "Why should I tell you anything?" Naruto replied, which infuriated Sasuke even more if it was possible. Sasuke once again ran towards Naruto, hoping to put the blonde in its proper place. With the crowd, "What's happening?" Naruto suddenly started dominating the battle, yelled, not believing her precious Sasuke-kun would get transformed into a punching bag. Kakashi was also intrigued what was happening, and he would bet that everyone watching the fight was wondering the same. How could taijutsu battle become so one-sided so suddenly? Kakashi kept muzzling his head, trying to figure it out when he saw Hinata smiling. "You know what's happening, don't you?" Kakashi asked Hinata, giving his traditional eye smile. "Of course I know. He used the same strategy against me a couple times," Hinata explained. "Then you wouldn't mind explaining what exactly Naruto is doing?" Kakashi asked. "Use your Sharingan and watch the battle carefully," Hinata said, and Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and did what she said. Kakashi lifted his headband to show his own fully matured Sharingan. It took him a couple minutes until he noticed it, but he was capable of figuring out. "That's ingenious," Kakashi said, wondering how anyone never thought of that. "Looks like you figured it out," Hinata said. "What? Tell us what's happening," Sakura said. Kakashi turned to her and noticed that everyone was staring at him and waiting for an answer. His sweat dropped before beginning. The concept is rather simple to understand, however, to actually use in combat would be more tricky. One of Sharingan's powers is the ability to cast Genjutsu when the enemy crosses eyes with the Sharingan user. Kakashi started, as everyone nodded, focusing on his explanation. What Naruto is doing is placing a very small Genjutsu every time they exchange blows. Naruto is making Sasuke see false attacks or even hide his attacks, making Sasuke blind to Naruto's real movements. For instance, Naruto made Sasuke see a right hook when in fact it was a left hook, making Sasuke completely exposed. Another example is making Sasuke see that Naruto was on the defensive when in fact he was preparing to throw a kick, Kakashi explained as best as he could. Everyone stared at Kakashi's explanation and were wowed by Naruto's skill. Even Kunai herself, a Genjutsu master, didn't think of that, and even if she did, she wouldn't be able to use it in combat because the only way to induce a Genjutsu without hand seals is with a Dojutsu, which Kunai wasn't gifted with. "You are right, that's ingenious. The kid is a genius. I wonder why he never told me about that," Kunai pointed out, and Kakashi chuckled. "There is a reason why we say never to gaze into the eyes of an Uchiha," Kakashi said, chuckling. Maybe I should try to," Kakashi thought. Of course he would ask for Naruto's permission to use it. I wonder what name I would call this variant. Maybe Illusion Fist? Yeah, that's a good name, Kakashi thought. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura called out, drawing him out of his thoughts. "I thought the Sharingan was able to see for Genjutsu," Sakura stated, confused. "It can, since I found out what was happening, but if you look at Sasuke," Kakashi said, pointing to the field, "you would notice that he is attacking blindly. His judgment is clouded by so much anger and frustration that he doesn't even realize what is happening," Kakashi said, and Sakura frowned over her Sasuke-kun. Arena. "Had enough yet?" Naruto asked as he watched Sasuke retreat and make distance between himself and Naruto. "I don't know what he's doing, but I can't engage in taijutsu with him anymore. Guess I'll resort to ninjutsu. My chakra reserves are still full," Sasuke thought, as he landed from a quick succession of jumps nursing his cracked rib. "I don't know what you're doing, but I don't care. I'll show you Uchiha's firepower," Sasuke said, smirking. "Ninjutsu it is," Naruto said before he flashed for his same hand seals and yelled out, "Gaton Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique." Both expelled a fire stream from their mouths that collided in the middle and battled for dominance. Seconds passed and the clash was still at a standstill. While the battle for power was going on, Naruto poured more chakra into his flames, transforming them into a white-hot flame that completely overran Sasuke and made him jump out of the way, otherwise he would get burned to a crisp. "Gaton, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique," Naruto called out, and started sending multiple fireballs, making Sasuke run to dodge almost all of them since he used the kunai and slash for a few. "Gaton, Ryuka no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique," Naruto said, and instead of multiple fireballs, he sent out a large stream of fire that covered a good portion of the arena. Sasuke saw the incoming fire, and the only thing he could do was jump up, and that's what he did. Naruto expected him to jump up since it was the logical way to safely dodge his attack. He quickly threw a few shuriken and called out, "Shuriken Kagebushi no Jutsu!" Shuriken Shadow Clone, and the few shurikens multiplied into about 50. Sasuke took out a kunai and started deflecting as many as he could, but he was forced to replace himself with a log, otherwise he would be turned into a pincushion for shurikens. "Kagebunshi no Jutsu, Shadow Clone," Naruto called out, and a single clone poofed into existence. They both were standing next to each other before calling out their techniques. Futon, Kamino Uzu, wind style divine vortex, Naruto's Shaokun called out and create a vortex of wind in front of him that blasted towards Sasuke. Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, Dragonfire technique, Naruto called out and released a fire stream that combined with the wind vortex. Fire/wind collaboration jutsu, divine blazing vortex, they both said at the same time. An enormous vortex of hot flames burned its way to Sasuke very quickly. Sasuke dodged to the side but still got scorched on his right arm. The vortex continued its path and drilled a good hole into the arena wall before stopping. How can he have so much chocolate throw around juices like it's nothing, Sasuke thought, as he analyzed the blazing inferno that Naruto just unleashed. Kagebox. Such control over the fire element, the Kazekage said. As expected from members of the Uchiha clan, the Raikage agreed. Yes, they do have rather good control over it, however, it isn't Naruto's primary affinity, the Hokage explained. Oh? The Raikage asked, surprised. All members of Uchiha had a rather high affinity towards fire. And what would his primary one be? He asked. Lightning, and he's rather good with it, the Hokage commented. Raikage raised an eyebrow. After all, lightning attacks were his village's strength. Let's see what he has then, Raikage said as he turns attention towards the arena. So he's skilled in lightning. Let's see, Dari thought. Dari is the only person in his village to wield the legendary black lightning that was taught to him by the Sendaime Raikage and the Yondaime Raikage's father. Arena. I'm tired of playing games with you, Sasuke said and activated his curse mark. Immediately as he activated it, he felt a burst of chakra, strength, and speed inside himself. As the black mark started spraying through his skin, covering almost all his body, he felt like he could take on the world. With this power, I'll grind you to dust! Sasuke said, laughing like the crazy bastard that he was.
It's no use,
Kurama said, shaking his head.
He's bananas,
Kurama said, and Naruto chuckled. I told you not to use that power. It consumes you and blinds you. You turn into nothing more than an anger-driven lunatic, Naruto said, and as he expected, Sasuke rejected him, saying that he was jealous of such power. Sasuke ran forward at the top of his speed, but Naruto was able to predict where it would hit him, so he just tilted his head to the side. Sasuke was about to kick him when Naruto started glowing. Shit, Sasuke thought, as he didn't have much time for Kawarimi. Sasuke just jumped back as far as he could and coiled himself with his arms in front of his face, braced himself. Boom! Naruto's clone exploded and sent Sasuke flying. Sasuke didn't receive much damage, but he had a bit of scorched skin. His curse mark and quick reflexes allowed him to block the attack with little to no damage at all. I should have known he knew that variant of his Shao Clone Jutsu, Sasuke thought, smacking himself for not realizing it. Sasuke was watching Naruto very carefully for any types of moves when Naruto suddenly poofed in smoke, revealing it to be a Kage Bunshin. Right, left, up, Sasuke thought as he searched for said blonde and jumped back just in time to avoid Naruto's hand popping from the ground. You really think I would fall for that? Kakashi-sensei used that during our getting test, Sasuke explained, but Naruto didn't say anything. Both just stared at each other, applying their next move. Raiton, Raikochu, Flash Pillar, Naruto said as he flashed through hand seals. Just as he finished, a very bright light emerged from his hand, blinding Sasuke, who didn't move an inch from his spot, still eyeing Naruto. Sasuke quickly flared his chakra, breaking the Genjutsu in an instant. Genjutsu doesn't work on me, Sasuke boasted about his Sharingan.
His curse mark, kid,
Kurama said, snapping Naruto from his thoughts.
The curse mark put his chakra in constant fluctuation. Only a very powerful Genjutsu will be able to affect him while the mark is active,
Kurama explained, and Naruto nodded. Let's try this, Naruto said, and eyed Sasuke's eyes. Gokyongyo no Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, Naruto said, and Sasuke's world went black. Sasuke found himself in a dark place. Sasuke couldn't even see his own hands in front of him. It was pure blindness, the biggest fear of dojutsu users. Kai! Sasuke said, but the technique didn't even waver. Sasuke tried once more, but it failed. Sasuke got pissed and fired as much chakra as he could, and his curse mark glowed. On the third try, Sasuke unleashed a pulse of chakra that cracked the floor and broke the illusion. Sasuke was left panting after releasing that amount of chakra. You are right, Kurama. He even broke an A-rank Genjutsu, Naruto said to Kurama. After all, Snake's gifts were useful for something. I told you, Genjutsu is useless against me, Sasuke said, smirking as he popped a soldier pill to regain some chakra. What to do, Naruto mused and thought. He couldn't pull his big weapons, otherwise he might accidentally kill Sasuke. Something unpredictable, Naruto thought, as he chose what he was going to do against him. The Hyugas will have a field day after this. I pity the old man, Naruto chuckled and thought. Naruto raised his right arm facing Sasuke, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto smiled and said, Hake Kusho, air palm. Naruto channeled chakra to his right arm and sent an air palm towards Sasuke, who would never expect a Hyuga attack from him, and got hit right in the chest. Naruto's unpredictable attack finally broke Sasuke's cracked rib and made him cough a bit of blood, but he wouldn't surrender just because of that. He channeled more chakra to the curse mark, trying to get as much as he could. Sasuke disappeared from view and appeared right in front of Naruto. Sasuke sent a kick to his chest, but he was surprised when the kick was blocked. Sasuke saw Naruto smiling just before he started spinning in a blue dome of chakra. Kaiten, Naruto said as he spun, blocking Sasuke's kick and sent him flying to the wall. Sasuke should have expected that after seeing Naruto use an air palm, but apparently his arrogance knows no boundaries. Enough, Sasuke roared as he pushed as much chakra as he could towards his cursed seal, making it completely cover his body. Sasuke dashed forward towards Naruto with tremendous speed. Naruto's eyes widened when he brought his hand just in time to block a straight punch to his face that would most likely hurt quite a bit. Man, he picked up speed. I may need to disable my gravity seals, or... Naruto fought as he dodged another fast kick from Sasuke. Chidori Nagashi! Chidori current, Naruto called out, and his body was enveloped by an electric flow that sparked in every direction. As soon as Naruto unleashed the lion jutsu, Sasuke was shocked and thrown backwards and left twitching. Damn it! I can't fight in close quarters with him, and he didn't even use hand seals for that jutsu, so I can't copy it. Damn that loser, Sasuke thought as he planned another way to approach the blonde without coming in contact with his defensive electric coat. With the crowd. I've never seen that one, Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan and watched in awe as the electricity danced and flowed around his body, almost making a protective layer around him. Neither did I. It seems to be derived from my Chidori, Kakashi commented as he watched his brother with pride. You taught him the Chidori? Guy asked, surprised. No, he copied during a mission and asked me for permission to use it. Since he had the Sharingan and Line Affinity, I didn't see why not, and besides, he taught me his own creation, the Kirin Jutsu, Kakashi stated with pride in his brother. What? He taught you that jutsu? Kiba blurted out. He remembered very well the power of that jutsu as it was imprinted very well in his memory. Yes, he did, but I think I might not be able to use it properly. I still can't gather the energy in the atmosphere and hold it without dispersing, Kakashi explained in a bit of shame. I need to train my Line Affinity further if I want to be able to use that jutsu, he summarized, sighing. Thank God for that, Zabuza said, chuckling. Damn you, Hiyashi, one of the elders said. Did you see what you have done? You expelled your daughter instead of sending her to the branch family, and now an outsider knows our clan's best techniques, he said, glaring at the clan head. If I'm not mistaken, you agreed and even pushed for removal from the clan, Hiyashi calmly replied, and the elder scowled. It matters not now. We must find a way to make sure they don't spread out our techniques, one of the elders said. Kage box. Well, there you go. A defensive light jutsu, the Hokage said, smiling. The Raikage wasn't as happy with the events as he watched him very carefully. That brat! That looks like a bastard version of my light armor, the Raikage thought as he analyzed his jutsu to minute detail. He might be able to complete it. At least I'll have another adversary for my speed, the Raikage thought, chuckling. The Hokage was Kumo's most powerful shinobi, and it was a shame he didn't have anyone to compete with. Every single shinobi under his command didn't match up to him. Only his brother Killer Bee stood a chance, and that was because he had the full power of the Hachibi behind him. That's a rather good defensive jutsu. It may not defend against attacks per se, but at least prevents anyone from coming close to the user, Dara explained, as he watched Naruto in a new light. Yes, the Hokage agreed. It looks like you were right, Hokage Dono. He's skilled in light jutsu, and apparently he can use some Hyuga moves, the Hokage commented, and the Hokage nodded his head. You forget that Hyuga Hinata is his girlfriend. He was bound to learn her techniques since she isn't tied to the clan, the Hokage explained. That brat. I wonder what more he can do. Maybe I can convince him to join my village, Orochimaru thought. Yes, let's see what more he can do. You intrigue me to no end, Orochimaru thought, salivating and licking his lips in anticipation. Arena. How are you so strong, Naruto? Sasuke asked, finally realizing that the loser in front of him wasn't so weak as he expected. How did that happen? I trained myself to the brink of exhaustion every single day. I hated him, despised him as much as I could. How can that Dobby be more powerful than me? Sasuke cursed in his thoughts as he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. You don't even belong to the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said. Thank God for that, Naruto quickly replied. What? Sasuke asked, confused. I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old, Sasuke, and it was my choice not to go to the Uchiha clan. And I'm glad I didn't, otherwise I might be 7 feet underground right now, Naruto said, sharing the thought as many in the crowd did. Then help me, Sasuke said, swallowing his pride. He would never ask anyone for help, but a fellow Sharingan user could be of use to him, and could definitely help him. Nothing more. I don't follow, Naruto said, confused what Sasuke wanted. Help me kill my brother and avenge our family, and let's start the Uchiha clan once again, Sasuke said to the blonde. No. Don't mix me up with the Uchiha clan and your little vendetta. I have nothing to do with it. My father never belonged to the clan, and neither will I. The Uchihas were a bunch of power-hungry, arrogant fools who did anything for power, and they felt like gods themselves just because of those precious eyes, Naruto said. Naruto remembered very well the Uchihas when they were alive and kicking. They all thought that the rest of Shinobi were below them, and it wouldn't surprise him if that was their demise. Sasuke seethed his teeth and wanted to argue, but he couldn't really do much. It's true his clan wanted power, and it was true that everyone else was below them. Sasuke kept cursing the blonde's existence until something clicked in his mind. Wait, you said your father wasn't an Uchiha? Sasuke asked. That's right. My father lived in the village since he was 5 years old and never belonged to the Uchiha clan, Naruto said, much to the shock of young Sasuke. My father always hid his Sharingan with a Genjutsu, much like I did for the last 8 years or so, Naruto explained. If your father didn't belong to the clan, I bet he was someone weak who didn't have the honor of being considered one, Sasuke smugly said, trying to get under Naruto's skin. Kakashi himself in the sands wanted to go to the arena and shove Raikiri into Sasuke's ass for disrespecting his sensei. My father was a hero that lost his life during the QB attack, so don't respect him, Sasuke, Naruto said seriously. Everyone in the sands could feel a tension rising between both of them and wonder if they would both come out alive. And the reason my father was never in Uchiha was because he was the son of someone who exiled himself from the clan, Naruto said, wondering if Sasuke would figure it out. Oh shit! Naruto was bringing it out, the Hokage thought as he watched the match with interest. This match would affect the blonde's future much more than he knew. Exiled? But the clan never exiled anyone, Sasuke said, confused as he tried to think about every journal he read about the clan's history. Naruto watched Sasuke rack his brain trying to figure out who exactly left the clan. Sasuke froze as he remembered the one single person that left the clan. The only Sharingan user in the clan's history to ever lead the clan, and Konoha for that matter. You can't be, Sasuke said, involuntarily taking a step back. He died in the Valley of the End, Sasuke said, shivering at the thought. Valley of the End? A few people in the crowd asked, not understanding. Looks like you figured it out, Naruto said. Care to tell the crowd who that person is? Naruto asked. There is only one person to ever leave the clan. Uchiha Madara, Sasuke said, and then gulped, and Naruto smirked, knowing he got into his head. That's right, Sasuke. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, grandson of the legendary Uchiha Madara, Naruto said out loud as his hair flowed with the wind and his Sharingan spun like crazy. Naruto discreetly made a Kagebunshin hench into Madara shimmer into existence behind Naruto. Everyone could see the similarities between the both of them. The hairstyle, the strong jawline, the general shape of the face, the Sharingan, and the aura of power they both seemed to exude. Poor Sasuke didn't know what to think of the supposed Dobi and dead last of the academy. He was the grandson of the most powerful Uchiha to live, Kagebox. What? The Kazekage, aka Orochimaru, yelled out from the balcony, jumping from his seat as he stared at the blonde. Careful, Orochimaru, or you might blow your cover, the Hokage said in his thoughts. Your lust for power and immortality will be your downfall. Unbelievable. To think Madara would have a son and later on a grandson, the Raikage commented. Wait a minute. The Raikage thought as he looked towards the unsurprised Hokage and Jiraiya. You said his hair looked like Madara's. You didn't know how right you were, Dari said, lightly chuckling. You knew about this, didn't you? The Raikage asked, almost rhetorically looking towards Hokage and Jiraiya. I am the Kage of this village, don't you think I would know? The Hokage replied. Though if Naruto didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known, he thought, chuckling to himself. You lied to me, Hokage Dono. You know very well who his parents are, don't you? The Raikage asked. Perhaps I was economical with the truth. Yes, the Hokage said, and chuckled lightly. I don't suppose he will tell me, the Raikage fished around the Hokage for information. In time, I will make it public knowledge when Naruto chooses it, the Hokage replied. To think that Minato was an Uchiha, and the son of Madara himself. Orochimaru thought as he gritted his teeth. With the blood of the most powerful Uchiha within my grasp, I'll attain my final objective. I can no longer afford to kill the brat, though I wonder what else he's hiding. Orochimaru thought that brat was a gold mine. With the crowd. No way, Sakura gasped. Unbelievable, Ino said. Like I said, troublesome blonde, Shikamaru thought, no longer watching the clouds and focusing on the fight. Apparently the fight itself wasn't troublesome anymore. I think we might have made a mistake, Hiashi said, gulping with a dry throat. At least your daughter picked a worthy husband. If we incorporate the blood of such an Uchiha in our clan, we surely will become the most powerful and influential one in the elemental nations. Even if it was someone like Madara, one of the Hyuga elders said. Yes, Yashi. It's of vital importance you bring your daughter back to the clan. Without the caged bird seal, she can become the heiress. Offer her that, another elder replied. Do I mean anything other than a powerful heiress? Do they even care about me? Or do they only care about the power of the clan? Hanabi asked with her head lowered as she overheard the elders speaking. That brat, Asuma said, chuckling. Kurenai-sensei, Sakura called out, gaining her attention. Did you know he was Madara's grandson, she asked. No, Sakura, I didn't know, Kurenai replied and turned towards Hinata. Did you know Hinata? Kurenai asked. Of course, Kurenai-sensei, we know everything about each other, Hinata replied, and Kakashi broke out in a fit of giggles, but a glare from Kurenai silenced him quickly enough. I think only Hokage, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and I know his true heritage, Hinata explained. Jiraiya? Sakura asked. Jiraiya the Toe Sage is his godfather, Hinata replied, and Sakura's jaw hit the floor. Is he related to any other powerful shinobi? Sakura asked, not believing the so-called Dobi was the grandson of one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live, and the godson of one of the Sanins. If only you knew, Hinata replied and thought. In time, he will reveal himself to the world, Hinata replied. Poor Uchiha, Zabuza said, chuckling, and many agreed. It looked like Sasuke's fate was sealed. The arena. Sasuke broke from his thoughts. He wouldn't let him have his way with him. I don't care who you are. I'll defeat you right here, Sasuke spat. You're a hypocrite, Sasuke. You say you don't care who I am, and yet you boast about being Uchiha, Naruto said, and both prepared to end their battle. Shut up, Sasuke yelled out with his curse mark flaring even more. I'm ending this right now, Sasuke said. Ox, rabbit, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Sasuke went through the hand seals and placed his hand down with his other gripping the wrist. Lightning could be seen forming in his palm. Suddenly the lightning chakra spiked and sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. With the crowd. Wow, so that's Chidori, Sakura said in awe. That's the power of the Uchiha clan, Sakura said, entering her usual fangirl style. So you taught him the Chidori, Guy asked. Yes, Sasuke is very similar to me and Naruto himself. They both have the Sharingan and both have light affinities, Kakashi explained. You don't seem worried, Kakashi-sensei, Ino said. That's because Naruto knows that technique, and the jutsu he used earlier was based on that one, but I don't know if he's going to use it or anything else, Kakashi explained. Arena. So Kakashi-sensei taught you Chidori, Naruto said as he watched the Chidori spark in Sasuke's hand. That was a risk on his part. You are too unstable, Naruto said. Shut up, Sasuke yelled as he dashed towards Naruto intending to end his life once and for all. I always wondered how the Rasengan would hold up against the Chidori. Let's try it, Naruto thought, as he ran towards Sasuke as well. Everyone in the audience could hear a swirling sound as the chakra started spinning in Naruto's hand. Moments later, it emerged in his hand, a small blue spear, and many knew what it was. Chidori! Rasengan! Both attacks clashed, and the ground shook from the energy being released. Everyone in the audience stared in awe at the power of both Genins. The attacks were fighting for supremacy. Sparkles of pure electricity were ripping the ground apart. Some of the people had to turn away from the bright light being emitted from the clash. The clash suddenly ended as both were propelled backwards through the air. Sasuke stumbled into the ground while Naruto regained his balance mid-air and landed on the ground, but hard enough for it to crack. Looks like the Rasengan and Chidori are about even, Naruto said, as he eyed the results of their clash. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was getting back up. He looked like he was exhausted. He was breathing hard, and his arm had a couple cuts and bruises that were bleeding. I can't clash against that jutsu since I can only do it twice a day, Sasuke thought as his breathing was labored. Damn that, Sasuke thought, but was interrupted when Naruto said, Loser. What? They both said at the same time. Are you? Sasuke said. Read my mind, Naruto completed, and Sasuke watched Naruto's Sharingan glow and start spinning. I have looked into your future, and it's defeat, Naruto said, making Sasuke boil. Sasuke flashed through the same hand seals, completely discarding the fact he could only do it one more time. Looks like it'll be his last attack. His chakra reserves are almost empty. Naruto fought as he watched Sasuke with his Sharingan. Both ran forward and intended to clash one final time. However, Naruto had a different idea. Trainer and spectator, the clash that was about to ensue was pretty much like the previous one, with Sasuke wielding Chidori and Naruto Rasengan. However, the moment they were about to clash, Naruto activates EMS without letting Sasuke see it, otherwise he would fuss about it, and face right through Sasuke, who still has Chidori active. What the hell is he? Were Sasuke's thoughts as he watched Naruto pass right through him with his Chidori activated. It's like Naruto turned to water and Sasuke flew right through it. The moment they separated, Naruto quickly turned back and slammed his Rasengan into Sasuke's back, and he was sent flying to the wall and ended in the ground, barely awake. How can you be so strong? Sasuke barely asked as he noticed the blonde approaching him. Because I fight to protect. I know what you fight for, Sasuke, Naruto said, pausing. You fight for vengeance, and you train in order to be strong enough to kill your brother, Naruto said, and watched Sasuke glare at him before continuing. But if you want to truly be strong, then train, fight, and die for your precious people. Drop your attitude and find someone to care for, and then your true strength will be revealed, Naruto concluded, and watched Sasuke close his eyes and embrace his sweet unconsciousness. Hayate quickly hurried towards Sasuke and poked him with a stick. Sasuke made no sounds as he was completely out. Medics! Hayate yelled, and immediately a couple of medics entered the arena and placed Sasuke in a stretcher to be brought to the infirmary. Winner by knockout, Uzumaki Naruto, Hayate called out, smiling at the blonde brat. He never liked Uchiha much. Hayate declared the winner, and an intense silence followed afterwards. Not even birds could be heard as Sasuke was being carried to the infirmary. Naruto left the arena and was walking towards the balcony when the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers, bringing a small smile to our blonde. There will be a 30-minute break until the next round begins, Hayate explained. Kage box. The will of fire burns brightly in him. I only wish you were here to see him, Minato, Hokage sadly thought. Not an apprentice, my ass. If I'm not mistaken, that was Rasengan, the Raikage said. Well, I did teach him a few things, Rai said, chuckling a bit nervously and rubbing the back of his head. To see it getting used in that jutsu? Amazing, Kage commented. The Orochimaru must be interested in Naruto since he has a Sharingan as well. So much greed, the Hokage thought in shame. Your thoughts on the match and the promotions? The Hokage said. Naruto easily deserves Chunin rank. He stayed calm and came up with different strategies to counter the opponent's strengths. Besides, he's strong on his own, the Raikage said, and the Kazekage agreed with the Raikage's reasoning. Chunin it is. What about Sasuke, the Hokage asked. He doesn't deserve the Chunin rank. Even though he has a strength, he was unable to keep his head cool, and I seem to agree with the Uzumaki. He seems a bit unstable, the Kazekage explained. If Sasuke believes the village is holding him back, it will be another reason for him to join me, Orochimaru thought. I agree. Even though there were some revelations, he should have tried to keep his head calm and focused, the Raikage agreed, and eyeing the Hokage and Jiraiya. It's decided then, the Hokage said. With the crowd, I didn't know Naruto was that talented, Izumo said. Yes, who would have thought that the brat that we used to see being chased by the Anbu was that good, Kotetsu said. At this rate, he'll be joined before us, Izumo said, chuckling. Everyone watched the blonde make his way up the stands as he approached his fellow friends and senseis. Naruto realized that they were all staring at him and asked, Is there something on my face? Is that all I have to say after what you told everyone? Ino screeched out. It was a secret for a reason, and you know, what's the big deal? Naruto said, shrugging them off. Big deal? You're the grandson of Uchiha Madara and you have a Sharingan, Ino said out loud, having her arms out. Yes, so I had to work hard to be this strong. The Sharingan helped out, but I had to train as well, Naruto said. And besides, having a strong family doesn't make you strong, Naruto explained. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, and pecked his cheek, making him rub the back of his head. Thanks, Hinata-chan, Naruto replied, hugging her. Keep up the good work, Brad. I've already made good money with you, Zabuza said, grinning. Were the odds against me that bad, yes? 20-1. Everyone came here to see Uchiha win, Zabuza said, laughing at the crowd until he realized something. Well, the Uchiha did win, Zabuza said, pointing to him. At least now everyone knows, and I don't have to hide anymore, Naruto said. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura said. She was happy that Naruto didn't cripple or hurt Sasuke too much. He needed a good reality check. He thought he was coming on Earth because of those eyes, and who better than another one to show him, Naruto said. And that's the end of chapter 20. Well, this is a long chapter to go through, but we're finally at the end of this chapter, and it was a pretty good chapter in my opinion, especially with how they wrote the Naruto versus Sasuke fight. And now we can move on to chapter 21, round 2, water versus fire. Here we go. Crowd, you ready for your match, Hinata? Naruto asks. Of course, she replied, kissing him much to the jealousy of the other females who were now interested in said blonde. Who does she think she is? Naruto-kun will be mine. Naruto-kun. Looks like you got some competition, Naruto said, chuckling while holding her. Let them come. I'll juke in their butts to the ground, Hinata said, loud enough so they could hear. No one would take her Naruto-kun away. You know I'm kidding. You are the only one for me, Naruto said, squeezing the life out of her. Aww, the newly created fangirl club said. How are your chakra levels? Naruto asked Hinata. I'm about full. I didn't spend much against Neji, Hinata replied. She sensed her chakra levels and estimated she was about 99% full since she didn't use any heavy chakra demanding jutsus besides the Kaiden, and that was only momentarily. Good, Naruto said, and leaned forward and whispered to her ear. Try to end the battle quickly. You can't waste much chakra since you know what will happen. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I have soldier pills if need be, she replied, and he nodded. Naruto never really ran out of chakra because if he did, Kurama would simply replenish him and he would be back on his feet. It was one of the reasons Hinata was able to train with him all day long during the early days. Thanks to Kurama, he would simply replenish Hinata's chakra reserves so she could go on. In time, her chakra reserves increased and she no longer needed that to keep up with Naruto. Are you ready, kitten? Naruto asked Yugito in a mocking tone. Shut up, Whiskers, she replied, and he laughed. Hey, I have a question, Yugito asked. Shoot, Naruto said. Why did you hide your Sharingan and powers? Yugito asked, not understanding. Jinchuriki were treated badly no matter where they grew up. She didn't understand why he would hide his strength and be mocked even more. Actually, that's very simple. Most of the civilians treated me as a demon and tried to hurt me and kill me on several occasions, Naruto said, and got gas from his fellow classmates. What do you think they would do if they saw me as a smart demon? Naruto asked rhetorically. Yugito nodded, knowing very well what that life was like. She wasn't physically abusing Kumo, but the glares and words of hate were always there. Her dream was to become like her big brother Killer Bee. Killer Bee is treated as a hero by their people, and they all know he's Jinchuriki. I guess she just needs to prove her worth to them. About the Sharingan, I never really had a choice. I awakened it when I was 5, so I could have gone to the Uchiha clan, however, they would have treated me as a weapon and used me for their personal goals. And after the Uchiha massacre, if I came forward with the Sharingan, they would think I killed Uchihas and sold their eyes for me, Naruto explained. I guess, Yugito said, showing off. People are blinded by their hate, but one day we shall rise above that, Naruto said with a small smile, as he inspired another soul into the right path. No offense, little kitten, Zabuza said, making Yugito's eye twitch in annoyance and Naruto stifle a chuckle. But Hinata, he said, looking at her, you better win this, as I have money riding on you, Zabuza said, making her raise an eyebrow. Just in whom else have you placed best, Naruto asked. Just you and Hinata, since I know very well these wet behind the ears gang don't stand a chance against you, Zabuza said, laughing, while carrying a pack of bills in his hands. I take offense to that, Yugito replied, but Zabuza shrugged her off. How are the odds for our next match, Naruto asked. We are still on break, so they might change, but I guess they were impressed with both of you. Yugito and Hinata have both equal odds since Hinata defeated the Hyuga Prodigy, and you, Zabuza said, pointing to Naruto, have slightly lower odds against Gaara since he's hailed as undefeatable and he's the son of Yondaime Kazekage, Zabuza said. Ironic, Naruto muttered. Gaara and me, we are both Jinchurikis and both sons of Yondaime of our villages, Naruto fought. What? Zabuza asked, not getting what Naruto said. Nothing, Naruto replied, but Hinata got the meaning from that single word. By the way, Naruto, Ino said, getting his attention. Who is your father? Ino asked, as if it was a normal question. Maybe Naruto would not have stifled at such a random question, but not anymore. One day I will tell you, but not today, Naruto said. Why not? Ino asked, whining. Because my father was a very powerful man and had many enemies that I would like to keep away for now, but one day I will take my family name, Naruto said, smiling. You will take the Uchiha name, Ino asked? No, I don't want to be mixed up with them. I may have Uchiha blood and I respect my grandfather, but I won't take that name, Naruto replied. Why not? The Uchihas are respected and feared everywhere, even though there is only Sasuke left and you, Ino said. Because I never liked their attitude, to put it simply. The Uchihas were feared, true, but they were also known for their arrogance and willingness to do anything for power, Naruto said. When I choose my clan name, it will be either my father's name or my mother's name, Naruto explained. Wait, you mean Uzumaki isn't your real name? Ino asked, not believing her ears. Yes, my real clan name was hidden to protect me, so I was named after my great-grandmother, who was an Uzumaki, Naruto replied. He really did have one hell of a lineage. Wow, Ino said. They must have been great people, Ino said in awe. The Sandaime did so much to hide Naruto's true family, so they must have been very important and strong. They were, Naruto replied in a low voice. He wondered what it would have been like to grow up with his parents, having breakfast with them when he woke up, having them buy him ramen, walking with them through the streets, being tucked into bed, and making them proud of him. Enough with the depressing mood. If you keep this up, you might start brewing like the Uchiha, Zabuza said, making Naruto snap from his thoughts and laugh. The break is now over. We will now start round 2 of the Chunin exams finals, Hinata yelled from the arena. The crowd quieted down and focused on the proctor. Ni Yugito and Hyuga Hinata, please make your way to the arena, Hinata called out. Good luck, Naruto said and pecked her cheek. Do I get good luck as well? Yugito asked in teasing tone. Nope, Naruto simply replied, making Yugito's sweat drop. Bad whiskers, she replied, and both of them made their way to the arena to begin their match. Kage box. Up in the Kage box, the Kages were making small talk while they waited for round 2 to begin. So, Kazekage started. Who do you think will win the next match? Kazekage asked, trying to sound interested when he really wanted to see Naruto match against Gaara. My girl, of course, Raikage said quickly. The Hokage chuckled but replied, I have faith in Hinata-chan. What about you, Kazekage Dono? The Hokage asked. I have to agree with the Raikage. She might be good, but Yugito is a Jinchuriki who can use her Biju. Even though the Hugh girl seems to have elemental advantage, that won't help her if Yugito uses her Biju, the Kazekage explained his point of view. We will see, though, Kage said. They kept talking when Anbu appeared in the Kage box through Shunshin and went to whisper in Hokage's ear. How is everything? Hokage asked. Everything's prepared. The clan heads are prepared and will rendezvous at their compound to organize their forces. The defensive seals are ready and Chunin were assigned to power them up, and there are already shinobi ready to evacuate civilians, Hokage-sama, the Anbu said, and the Hokage nodded. Everything alright, Hokage Dono? The Raikage asked. It was just a report on Hyuga Neji, Fu, and Uchiha Sasuke. They are all awake but recovering from their matches, Hokage replied smoothly. He didn't tell the Raikage about the incoming invasion because he didn't know which side he would take, and that could prove catastrophic. Looks like the match is about to begin, Hokage said, and they focused their attention on the arena. Ni Yugito versus Hyuga Hinata. Both fighters ready, Hayate asked, and they both nodded. Hajime! Hayate called out and jumped back. Be careful, kid. She might look weak, but I sense she isn't, Nibi said, and Yugito nodded. They both dashed towards each other and started exchanging attacks. Hinata quickly found out that Yugito's abnormal flexibility allowed her to dodge her Juken strikes rather well. Yugito ran towards her and jumped in the air and performed a drop kick. Hinata placed her arms above her head in X formation and blocked the kick. Hinata quickly grabbed her foot and slammed her to the ground and jumped back to give Yugito some space. Yugito easily got up and brushed the dirt off her clothes before dashing once again towards Hinata. Hinata fell into her defensive stance as Yugito approached her and started to attack. Yugito channeled Nimi's chakra to her nails in her hands and feet and elongated a couple inches, turning them into very sharp weapons like senbones. Yugito tried a horizontal slash, but Hinata couldn't dodge in time with her gravity seals activated and was forced to perform a kaiten to block the attack. Yugito, seeing the kaiten, jumped back. Hinata channeled chakra to her sword seals and her daggers poofed to life. They were like Asuma's trench knives made of conductive chakra metal, and they were 7-inch long blades. Hinata quickly channeled wind chakra for them and rushed Yugito. They both exchanged blows, but Hinata's chakra-enhanced blades quickly chopped through Yugito's fingernails like a hot knife through butter. Yugito picked up a kunai and channeled Raiten chakra through them, but they were also overpowered by Hinata's wind chakra, leaving Yugito without choice but to dodge the swings. Yugito flipped back and tried to kick Hinata's chin, but Hinata jumped back and backflipped, laying graciously on her feet a couple of feet away from Yugito. Hinata saw that she clearly had the advantage with weapons since Yugito couldn't block Hinata's daggers with anything. Hinata quickly sealed the daggers back in her seals and took her Juken stance. Yugito dashed towards her and tried a right hook. Hinata sidestepped it, and quickly and graciously she closed all of Yugito's chakra points of her right arm, making it completely limp. Feeling her right arm completely useless, Yugito jumped back to gain some distance. Damn, I really can't engage in taijutsu against Hyugas, Yugito thought. Normally after seeing this, Hinata would ask her to surrender, but she knew her Juken was pretty much useless against Jinchuriki. Don't think you won just because of this, Yugito says, smirking even after her having a useless arm. I knew you can open chakra points again by channeling Nibi's chakra, but it's still very painful, Hinata explained as she watched with her Byakugan red chakra flood her right arm and forcefully open the chakra points. Yugito winced and flexed her arm to get rid of the stiffness and numb the pain. She quickly forgot taijutsu and decided to focus solely on ninjutsu because her being Jinchuriki made genjutsu pretty difficult for her to learn. She envied Naruto and Sigurd due to his strength on being able to cast illusions very easily. Gaton, Gyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Yugito called out and sent a medium fireball towards Hinata. Hinata easily jumped to the side to avoid them and flashed through hand seals and said, Suiton, Tippodama, water bullet. Hinata sent multiple small water balls towards Yugito, who managed to avoid them all. Suiton, Baku si Shoha, Great Exploding Water Wave. Hinata pumped her chest full of chakra and exploded a giant wave of water. Hinata rose from the ground from the amount of water being released and rode the wave that came crashing on Yugito, leaving the poor cat drenched. I told her to preserve chakra, and she pulls an S-rank jutsu, Naruto said, shaking his head. I guess I'll refill her when she comes back, Naruto thought. Hinata took a deep breath to regain her breathing after changing the battlefield to her advantage. Both Yugito and Hinata eyed each other, and they stood above the water that was a couple inches high and covered the entire arena ground. Hinata decided to break the tension and began with Mizu Shuriken no Jutsu, Water Shuriken. Hinata said that, and the water rose in the air and took the form of shurikens who gained speed and went towards Yugito, who blocked all of them with a kunai. I'll give her something she can't block, Hinata thought, before going through hand seals and saying, Sensato Suisho, 1,000 flying water needles of death, and sent 1,000 water senbones towards Yugito, who couldn't dodge them all. Katon, Cayenne Senpu, Flames Vortex, Yugito called out, and fire started spinning in front of her, suddenly exploding towards the incoming senbone, completely vaporizing them. Katon, Ao Gogyaku no Jutsu, Great Blue Fireball Technique, Yugito called out, and using Nibi's chakra, sent a massive fireball towards Hinata, who couldn't dodge in time. Suiton, Shujin Heki, Water Wall, Hinata called out, and enveloped herself in water to block the fireball. The blue fireball collided with the water wall and erupted a cloud of steam that covered the center of the arena, blocking the vision of the crowd. I can't compete in ninjutsu against Jinchuriki. I'm only stalling this match, and I thought as the cloud of steam began to disperse and showed Hinata unharmed, and Yugito facing her a couple feet away. Hinata suddenly came up with the perfect plan. She placed her right arm making a half tiger spin while holding her left arm vertically. Kirigaku no Jutsu, Hinata called out, and the entire arena was covered in a mist that blocked the vision of everyone. Hinata could see rather well due to her Byakugan, and Yugito being Jinchuriki, she was like a candle during the night. Hinata knew this jutsu from the training she did in Suiton jutsus with Zabuza. This can't be good, Yugito said to herself as she tried to relax her senses and find where her adversary was. Damn, I can't sense her anywhere, Yugito thought as she tried to feel anyone around her, but she only could sense a proctor. She saw a small shimmer of light before jumping to the right and avoid a volley of shuriken that were thrown by Hinata. The shurikens were concealed by the mist, and even Yugito with enhanced sense couldn't hear or see them. What do I do to clear this mist, Yugito wondered, when she felt a very sharp pain from her shoulders and legs. She looked at her body and saw 4 senbones sticking out. Where did that come from, Yugito thought, until realization hit her. The shurikens were only a distraction. I need to find her soon, Yugito thought, wrecking her brain, trying to find some strategy to counter this mist. She was thinking, but she was starting to feel very weak and sleepy. She removed the senbone from her shoulder and smelled its tip, detecting a faint metallic smell. Poison, Yugito concluded. Nibi, I've been poisoned, Yugito said to her partner. Already on it. It looks like a sleeping poison, but it seems highly potent, and she hit a blood vessel with those senbone injecting directly into the bloodstream. Those eyes are very dangerous in the middle of this mist. You need to find a way out of this, Nibi replied as she overpowered a bit of her chakra into Yugito to flush out the drug. I know, but what can I do? I'm not a futon user, so I can't clear the mist, Yugito thought. They're both trying to find ways to take away Hinata's advantage. To be able to use a Jukin, one needs a very good chakra control, which can be applied to self by suppressing your own chakra signature. Yugito sensed a presence behind her, and extending her nails, she quickly ducked and turned around and slashed through Hinata's chest until she dispelled into water. Mizu Bunshin, water clone? Yugito asked, surprised by that, and turned just in time to see Hinata speeding towards her through the mist. I am not attempting to pronounce that. 8 try again, it's 128 palms, Hinata called out as she got in her stance. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 6 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms, Hinata finally said, and Yugito was thrown backwards, coughing with half her chakra network closed. Normally this would have been enough to knock out anyone but not Jinchuriki. Damn, Yugito said in her mind as she was having trouble breathing. I told you to be careful, Nibi said. Yeah, just give me chakra so I can win this, Yugito said. If it wasn't for me, you would have already lost, Nibi flatly said, but gave her chakra anyway. Yugito was enveloped in a red chakra cloak with 2 tails swinging in the back. Yugito let out a roar that completely cleared the mist, showing everyone Yugito was on all fours with blue slit eyes and her nails elongated. She was covered in a red chakra cloak with 2 tails swinging. Yugito seemingly disappeared from view, but Hinata could easily track her thanks to Byakugan. She blocked a straight punch from her and cruelly deactivated her gravity seal so she could match Yugito's newfound speed. I need to use it and end this, Hinata thought as she prepared to permanently end this fight. They were both still engaged in a taijutsu fight at high speeds when Hinata went for a leg sweep, making Yugito jump up. Hinata seeing Yugito in the air and unable to move properly maneuver, she quickly rose up. With her Byakugan, she found where Yukito's seal was placed on her body and was in the stomach like Naruto. She channeled chakra to her fingers until they started glowing and showing kanji in them. Kugyo Fuin, 5-element seal, Hinata called out, and slammed her right hand on Yukito, applying a 5-element suppression seal above Yukito's main seal, completely cutting off her access to Nibi's chakra. Yukito, Nibi tried to say, but couldn't as she was completely cut off from Yukito, making her lose the cloak. Hinata took advantage of Yukito's weakened state from forcibly losing chakra cloak and got into her stance and said, I am definitely not pronouncing this. 8 Tricorns, 361 palms, and started attacking her chakra points since she couldn't open them now. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms, 256 palms, 361 palms, Hinata said, and finished her attack, completely closing Yukito's chakra network and making her fall to the ground unconscious. Hinata took a few deep breaths and raised her head towards the proctor. Winner by knockout, Hyuga Hinata had to call out, and Hinata started making her way towards the crowd, slowly regaining her breath. With the crowd, which look at that, Kakashi said as he watched Hinata place a 5-element seal to disable her Bijuu and win the match. What did she do? Sakura asked, obviously not knowing what happened. She placed a seal over Yukito's main one to block her ability to use Nibi's chakra, Kakashi explained. Wow, Sakura said. She and everyone else were in awe as they watched the game win against Jinchuriki using its Bijuu. Obviously it wasn't full power, otherwise Hinata wouldn't have stood a chance with that particular seal. I guess Naruto must have taught her that since she knew she might be facing Jinchuriki since there were 4 in this exam, Kakashi said, looking towards Naruto, who nodded. Hinata finally made her way to the stands and joined her friends and senseis. That was awesome, Hinata! You kicked her ass, Kiba yelled. Thanks, Kiba, Hinata replied, and then looked at Naruto, who knew what was coming. So, you need a refill, right? Naruto asked. Yes, my chakra levels are slightly above half, Hinata said. Naruto switched Kurama. His eyes became more blood red and slitted, his whisker marks more pronounced, and his fangs increased in length and sharpness.
You know what to do,
Kurama said, and Naruto picked her hand and held her while Kurama transferred chakra to her. It was a matter of seconds before her Hinata was back to full. Who's that? Asked fearfully. That voice wasn't Naruto's. The Kyuubi. He was refilling Hinata's chakra reserves for her next fight, Naruto explained. He can use your body, Sakura asked. Well, he's inside of me, so we can switch anytime I want, Naruto asked, and Sakura gulped dryly. Scary, Sakura said, shivering from the thought. By the way, Naruto-kun, I figured you're another Taijutsu style besides Juken, Hinata said. What brought this up, Naruto asked. My match against Yukito. My Juken was pretty much useless until I disabled her Bijuu chakra, and my Taijutsu style is again useless if the enemy can form some protective shell around their bodies. I need something that gives real damage, like the Goken, Strong Fist, but I'll have to train my strength, Hinata explained. Careful what you say, Naruto whispered to her. Why? Hinata asked, understanding. If you announce that the Juken style is flawed, Hiyashi might haunt your dreams, Naruto said, trying not to laugh. That's true, Hinata said, laughing. I'm just picturing his stoic face hanging in the air like a ghost, she said, making him chuckle. All kidding aside, I think I know what you want. We will talk about after exams, Naruto explained, and she nodded. I'm up against Gaara next, Naruto said. I'll enjoy spilling your blood, Uchiha. Gaara said with a twisted smile that made his brother step away from him. You only care about killing, Naruto said, shaking his head. I will prove you wrong when we face each other, Naruto said. I will be waiting to prove my existence, Gaara emotionlessly said. Kagebox. I didn't expect that, Raikage said when he watched Hinata steal Yukito's Bijuu chakra. Naruto is talented with seals, so he must have taught her that, the Hokage said. I suppose, Raikage said, ashamed that none of his getting would win the Chunin exams. Not that it would even reach the finals, but he did not know that. You have talented getting this year, Hokage don't know, the Kazekage said. Yes, but you do as well. We both have 2 getting each competing in the semifinals, Hokage replied. Yes, but I don't think my Tamari can win against the Hyuga girl. However, I am confident that Gaara will win against the blonde brat, even if he has a Sharingan, the Kazekage said. Like I said, I have faith in them. They are very talented young shinobi, Hokage said. Due to this being a double bracket tournament, we will have Uzumaki Naruto versus Sabaku no Gaara and Sabaku no Tamari versus Hyuga Hinata for the semifinals, Hayate explained. Uzumaki Naruto and Sabaku no Gaara, please make your way to the arena so we can begin the semifinals, Hayate called out, and they both shunshin to the arena. Gaara uses sand and Naruto uses lion shunshin. Both fires ready, Hayate asked, and they both nodded. Hajime! And that is the end of chapter 21. And that was a really good chapter in my opinion. I really liked the Yukito versus Hinata fight. I liked how it was written. And now we can move on to the last chapter of this video. I initially want to do chapters 20 for 23, but yeah, that's going to be kind of impossible because of how long chapter 23 is. So let's move on to chapter 22, Clash of Titans. Arena. Naruto and Gaara were staying a few feet from each other. Each one of them had emotionless faces as they eyed and studied their opponent. The proctor had already started the match, but neither of them moved, not wanting to make any mistakes. Even though Gaara knew that his sand would defend him, he somehow knew that Naruto was strong. Gaara's mother, aka the Ichibi or Shikaku, had warned Gaara to be careful around Naruto since he also was Jinchuriki, and had the QB the strongest of the 9 Biju. The silence of the arena was uncomfortable. There was no sound, no birds, no wind. The crowd itself was silently watching what was the most anticipated match since the first round.
Want help?
Kurama asked. No, I want to do this on my own. I just need a refill. Should I go empty? Naruto replied, making Kurama smirk at the devotion of his vessel and proving that he can be strong alone. Suddenly a small breeze lifted up and signaled the start of the match. Gaara's sand slowly started leaving his gore on his back and started dancing around him. Naruto saw his sand started to move and jumped back to gain some distance. Both of them were ready for their fight. Gaara already had his sand outside, ready to crush our fellow blonde, and Naruto was watching it very carefully with his strong gun blazing. Gaara suddenly clutched his head in pain, making Naruto raise an eyebrow twice. Suddenly Gaara would feel pain. It must be the Ichibi, Naruto thought as he watched Gaara clutch his head and trying to relieve his pain as best as he could. Just as it began, the pain suddenly stopped, and Gaara slowly raised his head to show Naruto his face hungry for blood. Prove my existence, Uzumaki! Gaara shouted and sent forth a wave of sand towards Naruto, intending to crush him instantly. Naruto started evasive maneuvers as he watched the sand splitting into various ways, trying to outflank Naruto. However, Naruto's speed coupled with his Sharingan made sure Naruto could predict the path of each wave, making sure he would never be caught. It's a shame they removed the water from the previous match. Since I don't have affinity towards water, I can't use high-ranking moves without a water source nearby, Naruto thought as he kept dodging the sand. Let's see if his sand armor can keep up with me, Naruto thought as he disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto quickly outmaneuvered the sand and slipped through it by ducking and sliding beneath the sand and delivered a good right hook into Gaara, sending him tumbling to the ground. Naruto watched as the sand that he used to attack quickly rushed to Gaara to absorb his impact. Naruto also noticed that the sand armor around Gaara's body itself was barely cracked and had already reformed. That thing is hard, Naruto thought, as he analyzed in minute detail Gaara's sand armor, trying to find the best weakness. If he had the water, he would drench his sand, making it slower and more chakra demanding. However, that wasn't the case. Naruto picked up a few shuriken and threw them at Gaara from multiple angles, but the sand quickly formed a round shell around him and blocked all of them. It seems that his sand is automatic since some of the shuriken went to blind spots that Gaara couldn't see, Naruto thought as he watched Gaara drop his protective shield, making the shurikens fall to the floor. Let's test his strength, Naruto thought as he was about to pull his big guns to gradually try to penetrate his ultimate defense. Right on, Shuriken Kage Bunchi no Jutsu, Lightning Style, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Naruto said, and he threw a single shuriken towards Gaara and they multiplied into dozens. However, differently from other times, these shurikens were charged with right on chakra, and since lightning was strong against earth, it would work. Gaara brought his sand to block the shuriken, but was surprised when they penetrated deeply in the sand and had reinforced the wall of the sand to keep shurikens from hitting them. If they were made with chakra metal, they would have penetrated cleanly through his defenses, Naruto thought. Gaara quickly dropped the shuriken into the ground and said, "Sand bullets!" and sent multiple small round spears made of sand to Naruto at high speeds. Gaton, Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Naruto said, and expelled a fireball towards the incoming sand bullets, completely disintegrating them. Gaton, Ryuka no Jutsu, dragon fire technique, Naruto said, and he flashed through hand seals and sent a stream of fire towards Gaara, who used a wall of sand to shield the flames. The stream of fire collided with the sand wall, and the heat generated from the clash transformed the sand into crystal glass, effectively disabling the sand that was used to block Naruto's attack. Would you look at that? How come I didn't think of that, Naruto thought before he said to Gaara, Chemistry 101, what happens when you superheat sand? Gaara's eyes twitched at the comment but ignored it as he felt his mother yelling with excitement in his head as he tried to spill Naruto's blood to prove his existence. Gaara sent his sand towards Naruto once again. I wonder what he can do once his sand is gone, Naruto thought as he thought about it. Since Gaara always carried that gourd with him, he should be limited to the amount of sand that's in the gourd. So Naruto could use his fire cell to disintegrate or turn his sand into glass until he runs out. Naruto once again disappeared in a show of speed and reappeared right behind Gaara, surprised and making his sand unable to come to his defense. Right on, Raiken Legging Fist, Naruto called out. Naruto channeled Raiten chakra to his hand and delivered a massive punch to Gaara's chest, completely destroying his sand arm and managing to wound Gaara to the point he almost broke one of his ribs. Crowd. Gaara got hit hard, Tamari said. During her short life, she never had seen anyone manage to touch or even wound Gaara with the exception of Naruto, who somehow always managed to sneak for his defenses. He did it during the preliminaries, and he's doing it again now. This is bad, Tamari Conqueror said. I know, Tamari replied. He might unleash before the sound gives the signal, Conqueror said, but they couldn't do anything but to watch as their brother was turning into a punching bag. Wow, look at him go, Ino said. She could barely keep up with Naruto's speed. Naruto still had his weights on, but he was pumping his legs with chakra and was going too fast for most getting to track. After all, only speed could best Gaara's sand defenses. Arena. Giton, Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Naruto said, and exploded a fireball of gigantic proportions. It quickly collided with the sand waves that were coming towards Naruto and it transformed into glass. Naruto quickly dashed to the glass and gave it a hard punch, completely shattering it. Naruto was about to unleash another jutsu when sand arms arose from underneath the ground and trapped Naruto by his ankles. Die! Gaara yelled as Naruto was quickly enveloped in sand. Sabaku Q, sand coffin, Gaara said, and Naruto was completely covered in sand to the point he wasn't even visible to anyone. Sabaku Soso, sand funeral, Gaara said, as he increased the pressure in the sand coffin, completely crushing Naruto. Yes, I've proved my existence. Yeah! Gaara said, laughing evilly as he seemingly crushed his biggest foe in his sand, spilling his blood to his mother. Naruto! Kurona yelled from the balcony. Aside from her, everyone was silent, waiting for something to happen. Everyone was frozen in complete silence when Naruto's voice echoed from within the sand. Really, Gaara? You know I'm better than this. Gaara's eyes widened in shock as he watched Naruto very calmly walk out of the sand prison. The sand demon moved as Naruto walked out as if Naruto was nothing more than a ghost or the basic Bunshin. It's time I got rid of your sand, Naruto said before he made two shadow clones, each one taking Naruto's side, one on the left and the other on the right. All three Naruto's moved in perfect synchronization. Katon, Gyuryuka no Jutsu, great dragon fire technique, the clone said before expelling a massive torrent of fire towards Gaara. This technique was the B rank one and the improved version of the normal dragon fire one. Futon, Daitopa, great breakthrough, the original Naruto said from the middle of the clones and sent a gust of wind that mixed with the fire and created what could only be described as an inferno. Gaara stood in shock as he watched the fire come closer and closer towards him. That technique had a very long range and seemed to be really pumped with chakra. Suna no Tate, sand shield, Gaara said, and all of his sand left his gore and surrounded Gaara, making a rather thin protective shell. It seemed that Gaara already lost quite a bit of sand to Naruto's previous attacks. The fire clashed with the shield, and Gaara disappeared from the audience's view, as they could only see a torrent of fire completely enveloping Gaara. Naruto ran out of air in his lungs and dropped his technique to see Gaara smirking inside a glass dome. Gaara quickly shattered the glass and eyed the blonde. What can you do now without sand? Naruto asked. Fool, Gaara said before going through hand signs. I am not trying to pronounce that. Sand rain, Gaara said, and strangely enough, it started raining. However, instead of water, it started raining sand and a good deal of it. I can easily create new sand by compressing the middle underground as well. And as long as I have sand, I can do anything, Gaara said before restocking his supplies of sand and preparing to restart his attacks. Looks like destroying his sand is useless, Naruto thought a sigh as he realized all that work was for nothing. Kagebox. They're very skilled, the Raikage commented. But these Maki breath seems to be in a pickle, the Raikage said. What makes you think that? The Hokage asked, confused. From the battle, I noticed he tried to destroy the sand, but it seems that the sand brat can create more, the Raikage said, and they both turned to the Kazekage for an explanation. After all, the supposed fourth Kazekage was known for using its gold dust. It would be a very dangerous problem if we ran out of sand, so we had to find new ways to create it on the spot, the Kazekage explained. Interesting, the Raikage said. The amount of skill and jutsus they're throwing easily puts them in Jonin level in terms of ninjutsu, the Kazekage said. It was expected from Jinchurikis, Raikage said. Yes, the Hokage agreed. Crowd. How can they be so strong? Kiba asked. He didn't understand. He was from a clan. He trained every day and he was ranked in the top during the academy days. Naruto had to grow up fast so he could shield himself from the hate he received, Kakashi explained. Besides, from what I understand, he read almost the entire library of Konoha, Kakashi said, and everyone had their eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. How is it even possible, Sakura asked. After all, Sakura is known for her book smarts. Simple, the Sharingan provides the user with photographic memory, and Naruto can make hundreds of shadow clones, Kakashi explained. What do clones have to do with everything, Ino asked. Shadow clones are special. When they dispel, everything the clone learned is transmitted to the user. The shadow clone was originally created for scouting, Kakashi explained. That's amazing, Sakura said. She understood very well the ramifications of said jutsu. How come they don't teach us that in the academy? It sounds like a perfect jutsu, Sakura asked. Because it's forbidden jutsu, Kakashi explained, and few share the thought of forbidden. The Shadow Clone takes a great amount of chakra to perform, and for most, creating a single Shadow Clone can kill the user. Even me, who has chakra levels bordering on Kage level, can only create about 20 without suffering chakra exhaustion, Kakashi said. How in the hell can Naruto create so many? Keep it asked. Naruto has more chakra than anyone in the village. I estimate he has around 4 to 5 times the amount of the Hokage and keeps increasing, Kakashi explained with a bit of pride. How in the world is that possible, Sakura asked. They are now understanding just how powerful Naruto really was. 2 reasons. He has so much chakra because he's an Uzumaki, who were known for their massive chakra reserves. An ordinary Chunin had as much chakra as a Kage. And the second reason is because he's Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki tend to develop large chakra reserves due to having the Biju's chakra running through their coils. Put those two together and you have a chakra monster, Kakashi explained. Amazing, Sakura said, amazed by Naruto once again. That's pretty much it. I've rarely seen Naruto running out of chakra. I was already on the ground panting, Naruto wasn't even swaying, Hinata said. Suddenly another person walked into the middle of the crowd and was the one and only Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, schooling in a traditional way. Her respect for Naruto may have increased, but she still remained faithful to the Uchiha. How are you feeling, Sasuke? Kakashi asked, but the scowl on Sasuke's face told him everything. You knew, didn't you? Sasuke asked almost rhetorically. Yes, I did, Kakashi flatly said. Then why didn't you say anything? Sasuke said, yelling. Because he asked me not to, and I wasn't going to betray a promise to someone no matter what. Besides, I did tell you. You knew his bloodline as well as you knew your own, Kakashi said, and Sasuke scoffed. What was the first thing I taught you? Kakashi said, but Sasuke remained silent until Kakashi said, always look underneath the underneath. Sasuke simply crossed his arms and started cursing mentally as sensei. Arena. This is the end, Gaara said before going through hand seals. Sand tsunamis, Gaara called out, and a gigantic wave of sand erupted in front of him, going towards Naruto at high speeds. The wall of sand had the height of the arena walls and covered its entire width, leaving no room for evasion. It was a few seconds before the entire arena was covered in sand. Even the proctor had to leave the arena ground and made his way towards the crowd as it seemed the safest place to be. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, and Gaara thought his plan worked, and Naruto was trapped beneath all that sand. Sabaku Taiso, giant sand burial, Gaara said, and he slammed both of his hands on the ground, and shockwaves erupted from his palms and spread throughout the whole arena, shaking it. You were weak, Uzumaki, Gaara said, taking a few deep breaths. His sand may be his absolute defense, best weapon, but pulling such amounts was rather chakra-consuming. I told you not to underestimate me, Naruto's voice echoed for the whole arena like some disembodied voice. Gaara was in shock as he watched Naruto swirling into appearance in front of him. The swirl seemed to be originating from his eyes. It was only a couple seconds before Naruto was seen in front of him unharmed. Kage box. What in the world was that? The Kazekage said, shocked. That technique seemed like a, I'm not pronouncing that, space-time ninjutsu. The blonde brat seemed to materialize himself on the arena. It looks like some form of space-time ninjutsu. Again, I'm not pronouncing that. Raikage thought out loud with his hand on his chin. Dry Dono, the Raikage said, looking at the Toad Sage. You seem to always teach someone with talent for space-time ninjutsu, Raikage said. Don't look at me, I didn't teach him that, Dry said, waving his hands. And that particular technique seems strong, as he didn't use any hand seals, Raikage said. What is it with blondes and space-time techniques, Raikage wondered out loud, making Hokage chuckle. Naruto was running full speed with his gravity seals still on as he saw no need to disable them. He was running and the sand was immediately after him, trying to stop him from reaching Gaara and at the same time trying to kill him once and for all. Naruto easily approached Gaara and channeled lightning chakra to his fists and feet, and he started his onslaught on Gaara. He threw a right hook and hit Gaara, perfectly destroying his sand armor. Almost immediately Gaara's sand tried to catch him, but only phased through Naruto as he continued his attacks at Gaara. What is going on? Gaara asked and fought. He didn't understand. The sand wasn't able to grab a hold of Naruto, and yet he continued to punch him like no tomorrow. Gaara was reduced to a mere punching bag. Naruto was getting ready to launch the next round of attacks. Naruto bypassed the sand and slid right under Gaara and gave him a kick to the chin, sending him to the air. Naruto quickly disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared right behind Gaara in the air and gave him a drop kick filled with rights and chakra that completely destroyed his sand armor and sent him to the ground hard. Gaara hit the ground, everyone could hear the crack of a few bones. It was loud and clear that Gaara wasn't going to win this match. Naruto landed on the ground and jumped back a few feet so he could watch the state of Gaara as the cloud of dust was settling. The dust cleared and everyone could see Gaara slowly rising in the sand whirling around him and reforming his sand armor around his skin. Gaara's hand took the hand of a tiger seal and the rest of the sand started enveloping itself around him, forming a solid cocoon of a hardened sand. A few seconds later, a bit of sand started gathering a few feet above the ground and started taking the form of a small spear. Moments later, the sand stopped and became a perfect eye that seemed to be watching Naruto while Gaara was inside the cocoon, going through hand seals slowly while saying them out loud. He's completely sealed off, Naruto thought out loud, as he was considering what to do in order to breach the sand cocoon. Naruto decided not to waste chakra. It's not as if he was already getting low, but other weapons are still good. You can't always rely on ninjutsu after all. Naruto was calmly walking towards the cocoon and whistling along the way. He arrived near the cocoon and slowly sand spear shot from the ball of sand, trying to pierce the blunt, but he continued walking as if it was nothing, and yet the spear still looked embedded deep in Naruto. Naruto arrived near the cocoon and calmly went to his pocket and took out two explosive tags. He placed them in his right hand and slipped right through the cocoon using his calmly. Sand or no sand didn't matter what it was. Naruto's calmly is a space-time technique, and as such, is limited to such obstacles. Naruto's right arm reached the inside and released both tags and walked back without a care in the world. When he was about 10 feet from the sandball, he did a half-tiger sign with his right hand and said, "Kai!" As he said this, the tags inside the cocoon suddenly exploded, but the cocoon remained, but everyone could see the bulks in the sand spear to the explosion. And since Gaara was inside and the explosion couldn't leave, there wasn't much place to run protect himself with, making Gaara take the full force of the explosion. A few seconds later, after the explosion, the sand that made Cocoon started to shake and fall to the ground, revealing a slightly mutated Gaara. His right arm was completely disproportional and was made entirely of sand. Gaara also had a sand tail on his back, and half his face was sand, with his right eye being Shikaku's. All in all, it was a partial transformation of Gaara's Biju. "Make me feel alive, Uzumaki!" Gaara yelled, as he slightly moved to test his new appearance. There was no sand on the ground or in his gourd, as it was used for his partial transformation, so the lack of sand would be a plus. I guess this time I pull it off, Naruto thought before channeling chakra to his sword seals in his wristbands and pulled out his favorite weapon. Clang! The weapon sounded as Naruto grabbed it by the handle with his right hand and rested to the ground. It was a wide fan with 3 blood-red tomoes on each side. It had a long hand with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon was light brown with the edges being black. Flashback. Naruto was 9 years old and was exploring his true house, the Namikaze compound, if you could call it that. In fact, it was a fairly big house built for harboring a medium family or a couple intending to build one. Naruto was looking for the various rooms around the house and started going down the stairs into the basement. When he arrived, he saw a lot of weapons. Swords, shuriken, daggers, hundreds of three-pronged kunais, but from all that, there was one weapon that stood out from the rest. Kurama, who was looking for his vessel's eyes, immediately recognized it.
Holy shit,
Kurama said out loud, making Naruto jump from the sudden sound spike. Damn, Naruto said, nursing his head. Keep it down, Naruto said.
Do you even know what that weapon is?
Kurama asked. Naruto knew exactly what it was, but he wasn't particularly surprised by it. After all, his grandfather was known for using it quite extensively during his time. There, hanging on the wall, was Uchiha Madara's Gunbai, or war/battle fan. It's my grandfather's trademark weapon, so what? Naruto asked, clearly not understanding just what he had.
You fool, that's no ordinary weapon,
Kurama said. And seeing Naruto's confused face, he decided to elaborate.
Just listen,
Kurama said, and entered his lecture mode.
You know the legend of Sage of Six Paths, right? I did tell you about him a couple months ago.
Kurama asked. Yes, I remember, Naruto replied.
My father, Orikudo Sanin,
Sage of Six Paths,
as you know, had special eyes known as the Rinnegan, the eyes of the gods. He used the power of his eyes extensively during his lifespan. During his life, he created 9 Biju. That's why he called him father. Understand so far?
Kurama asked, and Naruto nodded.
However, that wasn't the only thing he created. During his life, Rikudo-san created a special set of tools and weapons he used. In total, there were 6 tools, and that particular fan is one of them,
Kurama said, and Naruto's eyes widened.
I see you understand the implications. For starters, those weapons are several times more powerful than any others. You can't even compare them. However, there is a downfall with those weapons. Any other than a direct descent of my father as a Senju or pure blood Uchiha. Those weapons require massive amounts of chakra to use and would kill a regular human just by them lifting the weapon,
Kurama said, and finished his explanation. Awesome, Naruto said as he eyed the weapon. He would definitely learn how to use it properly. Since I'm a pure blood Uchiha, I can use it without that heavy chakra usage, right? Naruto asked.
Yes. Also, I forgot to mention that those weapons are pretty much indestructible, as they are made of a special metal that my father himself created,
Kurama said. Naruto hesitantly placed his right hand on the hilt and lifted the weapon from the wall holding it. It seemed as though it was made of a metal that wasn't particularly heavy, and it wasn't even draining Naruto chakra. For now, it seemed as nothing more than an ordinary weapon. As Naruto removed the fan from the wall, a piece of paper fell to the ground. Naruto bent over and picked it up, and there was writing on it. Minato, it's good to see that you are still alive and well. I heard you are making quite a name for yourself. I guess you will be next line for the Hokage position. I'm proud of you. I sent you my favorite weapon as a gift since there is no shield alive that can wield it properly besides you and me. Also, my time is nearing its end. Use it if you wish, but I guess that with me being your father, it would destroy your credibility if word would leak out. A word of warning. I still intend to bring peace to this world, and I hope we don't find each other on opposite paths. Good luck in your future, and never forget your origins. Your father, UM. Naruto read the letter several times and still had trouble believing that it was a congratulating letter of some sort from Madara to his son. Would you look at this, Naruto said out loud, but nobody was listening except Kurama.
I may hate Madara for controlling me, but I guess in the end, he still cared for his family, even though he clearly warned him,
Kurama said as his respect for Madara grew a little bit. He still despised him, but at least he didn't forget about his family. To foxes, there wasn't anything more terrible and demeaning than abandoning your own kin. Do you think he would hurt his own son to achieve his goals? Naruto asked.
How should I know? It's not like I knew Madara on a personal level,
Kurama replied. At least he's trying to bring peace to the world. That can't be a bad thing, Naruto mused out loud. He said his time was short, so I guess he's truly dead, Naruto said, as he picked up the weapon and left the letter in the same place. It was the only thing he had that truly connected him to his grandfather.
I suppose,
Kurama said. And the flashback. Kage box. Is that, the Kazekage asked when he noticed the weapon Naruto had pulled from his store seal? There in Naruto's hand was the one only war fan used by Uchiha Madara. It is. Uchiha Madara's war fan. To think I would see it again, the Hokage said, shocked him. Naruto was in possession of said weapon. He knew very well that weapon since it was created by the Sage of Six Paths, and that was a very powerful tool. I guess he was telling the truth. He really is Madara's grandson. To be wielding his legendary gun by, the Hokage commented. Kumo had gathered all the Rakuto Sanin's tools, and they thought they had them all, but they didn't know that his fan was one of them as well. That brat is really a gold mine, Orochimaru thought, salivating everything he learned today. Let's see if he can use it properly, Hokage said. He knew a lot about Uchiha Madara. After all, the man was legend and hailed as one of the strongest shinobi to ever exist, being defeated only by Senju Hashirama. Even to this day, both of them are claimed to be something above shinobi, as even the more skilled ones couldn't even compete against such foes. Crowd. Impossible, Sasuke said out loud as he watched Naruto grip Madara's gun by. Looks like Naruto was telling the truth. He really is Madara's grandson. It matters not. No one will stand in my way, Sasuke thought. What is so special about that fan, Sakura asked. She didn't know why that fan provoked such a reaction from Sasuke. Well, it isn't exactly taught in the academy, but that weapon is very well known among the older population. That weapon was Uchiha Madara's trademark weapon. He used it to blow away shinobi by creating powerful gusts of wind. It may have other powers, but I only heard of that one. He also used it to power up his fire attacks to the point he could unleash a true inferno onto his enemies, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke sieved his teeth. That weapon should be in Sasuke's hand, so he could defeat his brother. Unbelievable, Sakura said. Naruto seemed to be an endless pit of surprises. Where'd he get it? I know from history that Madara left the village, Sakura asked. That? I don't know, Kakashi replied while eyeing Hinata. Hinata sighed before she started explaining. It seemed that today she was the narrator of Naruto's story. It was a gift Madara sent to his son and Naruto's father, Hinata briefly explained, not wanting to go into much detail. He had it all this time? Kakashi asked, no one with eyes widened. He never in a million years would have thought his sensei had possession of such a weapon. He had been to his house several times but never saw it. Well, he never actually went to the basement for that fact. I don't know what else to expect from the brat, Zabuza said, chuckling. He could never figure out the brat no matter how hard he tried. I'm sort of glad I didn't join this year's Chunin exams. I don't think I would stand a chance against such powerful opponents, Haku exclaimed. Don't sell yourself short, Haku. You're very strong, Zabuza said. Thank you, Zabuza-san, Haku replied. Arena. Let me show you my true power. No borrowed power, just me, Naruto said out loud as his grip on his fan became stronger. Sand bullet, the transformed Gaara said, and from his new sand body exploded dozens of small spears of sand that went towards Naruto with groundbreaking speed. Naruto using Sharingan calculated the bullet's path, and with a single swing of his fan, he completely destroyed the bullets, leaving no evidence of it. Naruto quickly made single-handed seals that he learned from Haku and practiced it by using them in conjunction with his gunbai, as his fan occupied his right hand. Gaton, Karyu Endan, Fire Dragon Bullet, Naruto called out, and unleashed a massive torrent of white flames towards Gaara. Naruto, as he was unleashing his fire, he swung his fan and said, Futon, fanned wind, and a powerful gust of wind emerged from his fan, powering his flames. That was Naruto's most powerful attack. An A-rank attack, however, this attack was powered by the fan's wind, easily making him jump to S-rank. Gaara coiled himself with his tail, protecting his head, and was engulfed in the flames, completely disappearing from view. Many people in the crowd, and even some of the shinobi, had to protect their eyes and avert their faces from the arena due to the amount of heat and light being generated from Naruto's attack. The proctor was concerned if he would come out alive, and he wasn't even fighting. He was more concerned with running for his life, trying to get out of the way of the flames that seemed to engulf the whole arena. Enough! Gaara yelled, and released a roar that dispersed the flames around him, revealing a scorched Gaara but otherwise okay. It seemed that sand powered by his Shikaku chakra made it unable to transform him into glass and be destroyed. Gaara dashed towards Naruto, cocking back his mutated right arm, trying to punch Naruto. Naruto channeled chakra to his gunbai, and a semi-transparent circular barrier appeared in mid-air. Gaara's right arm connected with the barrier, and a shockwave erupted, but the barrier didn't even waver or crack, and Gaara recoiled his arm in pain. Futon, Mugen Saijin Daitopa, Infinite Sand, great breakthrough, Gaara said, before multiple mouths formed all over his body, taking air in. They all breathed out at the same time and unleashed a powerful gust of wind filled with sand. Naruto pumped chakra into his fan and swinging it, Naruto created an equally powerful gust of wind that negated Gaara's attack. Naruto placed his fan on his back and secured it with chakra so it wouldn't slide off. Naruto immediately dashed towards Gaara, and everyone could hear electricity crackling in his hands as it sounded even stronger than the original Chidori. Gaara brought his mutated arm to try and hit Naruto to disrupt his attack, but that didn't work as well as Gaara wanted it to. Raikiri! Naruto yelled, and infusing his right hand with lightning chakra, he continued his path towards Gaara, completely tearing through his arm and shoving his Raikiri through Gaara's right shoulder, making him cry in pain as blood splattered to the ground. Crowd. Looks like Naruto can use that fan rather well, Zabuza said, as he watched Naruto powering his flames using wind created by his fan, but also creating some sort of shield to block Gaara's punch. Yes, apparently that fan has more powers that I didn't even know about, Kakashi mused out loud as he watched the battle unfold. They watched the battle unfold when Naruto placed his fan on his back and they heard a similar chirping like to Chidori. What's that? Sasuke asked as he had his Sharingan activated and tried to copy Naruto's technique. It looks like the Chidori, Sasuke stated. That's the upgrade version of my Chidori, Kakashi flatly said. What? There's a stronger version? Why didn't you teach me that one instead? Sasuke asked the main answers. The Raikiri is an S-rank technique. You can only do the normal Chidori twice a day, and the Raikiri takes the same amount to perform. Meaning you might not have enough chakra to perform it, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke scowled. How the hell does Naruto have more chakra than me? During our fight, he threw around jutsu like it was just shuriken. How can he have so much? Sasuke asked, almost yelling. You can call it the Kage Genkai of the Uzumaki clan. Their members are born with unusually large chakra reserves, and ordinary Chunin has chakra levels that can rival Kage levels, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke scowled. If I told him he was a Senju, Sasuke would most likely faint. A Senju using a Sharingan. Ironic, Kakashi thought. So he has two Kage Genkai, Sakura asked. The chakra reserves aren't considered Kage Genkai, so he only has a Sharingan, Kakashi explained. And Sasuke muttered something about lucky dobies. Kage Box. I don't think this can be considered an ordinary Chunin exams, the Raikage said out loud. The amount of skill being used easily placed him in Chunin level. True, their skill is far beyond the regular Genin or Chunin for that matter, the Hokage agreed. And by the looks of it, it really is Madara's war fan by seeing the amount of power he's used, and the Raikage commented with his hand on his chin. The Kazekage kept silent throughout the whole conversation and was considering when to signal the beginning of the invasion, since Gaara seemed to be in partial transformation and could at any time unleash the full Bijou arena. Blood! It's my blood! Gaara screamed in pain as he felt for the first time in his whole life the warmth of his blood. Suddenly, the sand around him rose up to the sky and exploded in smoke. When the smoke cleared, it showed an 80 feet tall sand tanuki with one tail. It was the full release HP, also known as Shikaku. Naruto watched the tanuki in front of him very carefully. Suddenly, all around the arena, it started raining feathers from the sky. So it begins, Naruto thought, as he placed his hands on the ram seal and said, Kai, breaking the illusion. The invasion has begun, Naruto said, as he prepared himself to face the fully unleashed Shikaku. And that is the end of chapter 22, aka the last chapter of this video. Thank you all for watching this final legacy fanfic reading before we go into the part 1 movie. Again, I really do enjoy this fanfic reading. It does take a lot of time to make, but still, it was an enjoyable, fanfic read, and I really do love this series. Also, again, I was going to do chapter 23, but that chapter is very, very long. So, yeah, that's kind of why I did not do that. Anyways, make sure you get ready for what if Naruto's half Yuga, half Uchiha. Get ready for what if Kakashi's in Uchiha. Get ready for what if Goku was in Naruto. And also, get ready for the Legacy movie, which is coming very soon. And also my first MHA fanfic read. And potentially another addition to the Spire Deku series. What if Deku has Spider-Man's powers part 4. So, that should be fun. Anyways, in terms of other stuff, watch the community tab like a hawk. That's very important. And follow me on Twitter for getting notified my videos. And also, I do post some funny stuff over there, so go follow me on there. Also, follow me on Instagram, anime_stage4, as that is a good way for you to interact with me, as well as see some funny memes over there. But that's all there is to it. And I'm getting close to 1,000 followers, so follow me on Instagram. And finally, join my Discord server, which has a way you can interact with me directly. You can send me ideas directly, and you have another way to get enough of my videos. And there's some other fun stuff in between that you can only get if you join my Discord. So join my Discord server. So once again, follow me on Twitter @stage4, Instagram anime_stage4, and join my Discord server. And finally, shout out my $10 patrons. Their names on screen. Also, shout out to my $50 patron Anguish and my $30 patron Ashu. If you want rewards to shouts like these, you can do that by donating to my Patreon, and you get some rewards. So yeah, go go donate to my Patreon. Okay, so cool. All right, nice. Thank you all for 36k subscribers. It really does mean a lot to me. And let's get to 37k and eventually 40k and eventually 50k. And yeah, that should be about it for this video. Before I mention one more thing, go follow me on Twitch, as do my podcast streams over there. So yeah, go follow me on Twitch. And that's about it. So make sure to like, comment, subscribe, turn notifications, and share the video. This has been your boy, the Anime Sage. Sign out. Peace. Yorha. Stephanie Shea. Close us out. Bye-bye. Peace.
Hi, this is Stephanie Shea, voice actress for Sailor Moon, Hinata, Orihime, and you are watching Anime Sage.